Welcome, everyone, to the inaugural, is that what we're calling it? The inaugural episode of the Castle of Spirits podcast, the companion to the Castle of Spirits.com stories website. I'll nail down this intro thing as we go. I am Jane, and who are you? Who is this lovely gentleman next to me?
My name is Vince. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
It's weird to be here because we're doing a podcast for a website that's been around a quarter century and that we have been fans of for the vast majority of that time, since around 2000, 2001 or 2.
We are the new ghost keepers at the Castle of Spirits.
A website that dates back, again, like I said, to 1997 when Rowena Gilbert from Australia began the website. And it changed hands after her unfortunate passing.
In 2008.
Right. Yeah. To the groundskeeper, Don, who did a very good job taking care of the website and keeping it alive until
he passed the torch on to us.
And we're extremely honored by it. And one of the things I wanted to do with this podcast was not just to talk about the website and that it's there and it's got thousands of ghost stories told by people who submitted their stories, but I thought it would be cool, and you thought it would be cool, to read some of the coolest stories on the website.
Yes.
Some of our favorites.
Yes.
And just share them with the audience and maybe have it spark some discussion, maybe get some more people out there to submit their stories, true stories of things that have happened to them that went bump in the night.
Yes. So like Vince said, we have been fans of the Castle of Spirits for going on 20 years now. We used to sit in the middle of the night with all the lights off and take turns reading back and forth, reading stories off the website to each other out loud. And we even submitted our own story back in 2002.
Man, that was a long time. That was before we...
That was 20 years ago this month.
That was when we were living in a little tiny, there we go, in a small one-bedroom apartment before we moved on to our
castle, our grand Castle of Spirits. We live in the castle now.
That's right. We live in the castle.
Right.
I have always lived in the castle. Anyway, in my mind anyway. But yeah, it was just, it was just us there. We had no cable. We had internet. And the coolest thing we could think to do was to try and freak each other out by reading stories in the dark in front of the computer to one another.
Of course, we did that when Art Bell wasn't on or when his episode was
a rerun, or
not exciting.
Mike Siegel was sitting in for him before George Norrie came along. Yeah, we go way back.
Way back.
Big Art Bell fans. And, it just, the whole Castle of Spirits website, it makes me remember those it was kind of a golden era back in the late 90s, early 2000s, when Art Bell was at his peak and, the X-Files was at its peak. And so much was going on with television shows like Sightings.
And for me, like, the internet was still fairly new, right? And in like 99, 2000.
Yeah.
And for people like me and you who were always into creepy paranormal stuff, it kind of seemed like that was one of the main things that really took to the internet in the early days. It was so easy to find ghost stories and anything you wanted along the paranormal lines. And it was just a really exciting time of kind of discovery. And I think that now sometimes it feels a little saturated. It's not quite as exciting, but the castle still has that kind of excitement for me because it was still so new. And I don't know what I'm saying, but anyway, I'm super excited to be here to be the caretaker of the castle now, the ghost keeper, along with you.
Yeah, and I share in this excitement. And do you want to...
You should see his excited face. He's wearing it right now.
I'm just very, very cool and calm because I'm afraid that...
He's just afraid,
there could be a leak somewhere in this castle and that we're going to have to fix it.
Oh, yeah.
But that's leaky just my roof. Own humanly mortal concerns.
Well, an old haunted castle, it's going to have a leaky roof. So
I'll take it.
Okay. So in this episode, since we're still just kind of feeling it out and figuring out what our format is going to be, and we're aware that that's going to kind of evolve over time, we decided that we wanted to start out by reading. We're each going to read at least one story to you today and kind of find a little bit of conversation that we can have within each of those stories. So we've each picked out a couple of stories, and we're going to read them to you. These stories are all the stories that we're going to read to you are available on the castleofspirits.com website. And
all submitted by real people telling their true stories.
Yeah.
They are as frightening as they are flawed and human.
Yeah.
And there's, if you want to get a real scare, listen to a real person telling their story.
Yeah.
I love beautifully written books and terrifying stories of hauntings that really transport you. But there's nothing as scary as hearing a person say, I looked up and there was a ghost walking through the room.
I mean, maybe not like that. That's not very scary, but
it scared me just now.
But I understand what you're saying. And just in the same way that sometimes these big, huge, big budget movies are nowhere near as scary as creepy little low budget, short films that somebody makes,
right?
With a camcorder or with their phone or whatever. It's coming from a raw source somehow makes it creepier and more real and closer to home.
The Blair Witch Project was one of the scariest things I've ever seen.
I know. And as maligned as that movie is these days,
I don't understand why.
I don't either. But the Blair Witch Project was one of the scariest things I'd ever seen. And it didn't show anything. Like, it was all left to your imagination. And
well, suffice it to say that it's all about the theater of the mind. And that's what really freaks people out. It's what freaks me out.
It's what freaks me out.
And, that's...
my imagination is scarier than...
anything you could possibly see or experience. Yeah.
I wonder what that says about me. But anyway, do you want to read your story first? Do you want me to read first? What do you want?
Why don't you go first?
All right, Vince. My first story is from May of 2013. And I think you will know exactly why I chose this one. It's called The Crying Woman. Here in Mexico, there's a very well-known legend about a woman who killed her children for love of a man who didn't love her back. The legend says that she drowned the children in a river, and when she found out that the man wouldn't be with her, she committed suicide, and her soul still wanders around the rivers in search of her children. And people would still hear her crying, "Oh, my children." That's why they call her the Crying Woman. Well, my story is about my own experience with the Crying Woman. I grew up in a neighborhood next to a river. My mother's sister lived a few blocks away from our house, so I usually go to sleep over my aunt's house with my cousins. One night, we were talking about the Crying Woman and how my aunt heard her a couple of nights ago. My cousins told me that my aunt was awake late at night when she heard the screams of a woman. She thought someone was in trouble, so she went out of the house searching for her. She thought she was like a block away in the river's direction, so she followed the screaming. When she reached the point where she thought the screaming was coming from, she heard it again, but in the opposite direction, a block away. Then she got scared and went back home. The next day, she acknowledged that some other neighbors heard the screaming too. We were just talking about that when we got scared. I was 13 years old at the time. So we changed the subject and started talking about something else. It was late, and my aunt told us it was time to go to bed, so we turned off the lights and went to bed. We didn't fall asleep immediately. We were still talking and laughing in the dark when one of my cousins said, "Quiet." We stopped talking, and she asked, "Did you hear that?" I said I didn't hear anything. My other cousin said the same thing. "There it is again," she said. The window was open, as it was a warm night of summer. We listened carefully, and we could hear a screaming far away. I mean, like miles away. We were amazed. "Maybe it's the Crying Woman," I whispered, hoping we could hear it again. We stood there in the dark, expecting maybe another scream in the distance. But then seconds later, we heard a really loud scream just outside the window. It was a creepy scream, like a woman's crying of pain. We all screamed our lungs out, and my aunt came running into the bedroom we were staying in, and we told her what had just happened, and she went outside to see if there was someone, but there was nothing. Needless to say, we went to sleep with the lights on and the window closed. A few days later, me and my older sister were home alone since our parents went out for a party. We were watching TV, and I heard the exact screaming far away. I muted the TV and told my sister, who I had already told about my experience at my aunt's house, so we both listened carefully. Then we heard the screaming, but it wasn't as far as I first heard it. My sister was so scared that she turned pale, but she wouldn't admit it. She said it was probably some drunk girl partying hard or something, but we both knew it wasn't that. It was a painful, long cry. I heard it a few more times after that, and I'm not sure if it was the crying woman, still wandering next to the river searching for her children, or some other spirit. There's people in the neighborhood that say it was a banshee. Only one thing is for sure. It was scary as hell. And that was submitted by Alexa in Mexico. I chose that story specifically because La Llorona is something that has scared the hell out of me practically my entire life.
Yeah.
When I was in elementary school in about 4th or 5th grade, I had a couple of friends. They were twins, Raquel and Joelle, and they were from Mexico. They had gone to school in Mexico up until they came to my school, and Raquel was my best friend for those few years in elementary school that we went to the same school together. And she told me first about La Llorona and then spun that tale, way out to the point where now I'm like, man, she made 90% of what she told me. She made it up because I was eating it up. I had never heard anything so terrifying
She's
in my
watching
life.
Your face and just feeding off of it. And
that story scared me so bad as a kid that even just hearing the name La Llorona would terrify me. And for years, I think you remember, Vince, like for years, I wouldn't even say it. I didn't want to hear stories about it. I didn't want you to say it. It was so scary to me. And it doesn't have quite the terrifying punch to me that it used to, being now that I'm very, very old. But I still love that story, and I love to hear stories about it. So that's why I chose that story, The Crying Woman. Thank you, Alexa, for submitting that in 2013.
All the way back in 2013.
All the way back in 2013.
Nice. My story is not from the year 2013. I chose a story. I dug deep. Like I said, this is a website that the archives go all the way back to January 1997. My choice was the very first story in the very first month of the very first year that this website was in existence, and it's called A Bed with a Beating. It was about 4 years ago when this happened to me. I was about 10 at the time, and I'd just gotten bunk beds from some friends of the family. Once I got the bed home, I had my dad place it in the center of the room. I'm not sure why, but that's where I wanted it. One night, about a month later, after I received the bed, someone or something was punching me in my back. Not a friendly tap, but it was as if someone was punching me or throwing a ball at my back. I freaked out and turned to see what was doing it, but there was no one there. After that, I went and slept in the living room. A few nights later, I decided to go back to my bed, and the hitting happened again, but this time I had a dream. And there was this man in white in it who had white hair and red glowing eyes, and he was throwing a ball at me, sort of like we were playing tennis. Every time he threw the ball, I missed hitting it, and it would hit me, and I felt as if something or someone was right there punching me in the back. I then started hitting the ball back in my dream, and the ball would hit him, and after a while I guess I won the match because the man, if he really was a man, just disappeared. After that, I had no strange experiences while sleeping in that bed, but I still had a feeling that he would come back, so I gave the bed back to the people that I got it from. And that's the story. It was submitted by RM in Washington, USA, January 1997. Now, aside from the fact that it's so cool that it's such an old story, and it starts out saying it was about 4 years ago and I was about 10 at the time.
Yeah.
So the person telling this story 25 years ago was 14 at the time. So by my calculations, that would mean that they're nearly 40 now.
Yeah.
And I hope that they're...
It's weird, a website being that old. This website is practically a fossil.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the first thing that appealed to me about it. The second reason that it appealed to me, I have experienced something like that. Not the dream, not playing a game of haunted tennis with a man with white hair in my dreams. But I'm not somebody who's had a lot of experiences that I can't explain. But one of the experiences that I can't explain...
Is it the pillow?
It was the pillow and the mattress.
Yeah.
I mean, there have been a few times in the last, well, I could say, in the last 25 years that I can think of, where strange things happen to me in bed. And now I know that when I hear people say things like this, I think,
well, you were asleep.
You were probably asleep.
Yeah.
But in each of these instances, at the times that these things have happened, you were there with me and I reported to you what had just happened. And of course that could be something that I just woke up from, but
no, one time I witnessed you having the experience and I know that you were awake because I saw it happen. And that was the pillow experience.
And so, yeah, the pillow experience, I'll relay that now. We were lying in bed, going to sleep like you do.
Never mind. He's not going to relay it correctly.
No?
I got up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom.
So we were already sleeping.
We were already sleeping. It was the middle of the night. We had already been asleep. I got up in the middle of the night and went to the bathroom, and the bathroom was just off of the bedroom. And as I was coming out of the bathroom, you were sitting up in bed. You had your pillow kind of wrapped in your arms. Your arms were wrapped around your pillow and you were kind of hunching over it. But you were sitting upright and you looked at me. You were awake. Anyway, so that's when the pillows...
At some point, you arose and it awakened me. And I was hugging the pillow. And as I lay there, I became aware of a tapping sensation that was coming from inside the pillow that I was holding. And so I immediately, sat up groggily, still holding the pillow around my stomach. And I was looking down at it like, what is that? I was thinking, is that gas? I mean, can stomach
Can
gas...
a pillow have gas?
No, I was thinking, can stomach gas cause that sound to be happening in my stomach? And it is then going into the pillow and maybe being amplified by the pillow, or, maybe it was some sort of effect where the pillow, the density of the pillow was kind of amplifying the sound and giving it a bass quality.
Vince Nye, the science guy.
But the thing about it is that in that moment, I was like, there has to be an explanation for this, because what is it? It's not me. It's not an animal.
Right.
And then I thought, what kind of a ghost goes into your pillow and starts tapping your pillow? So immediately I thought, well, it can't be a ghost either. I don't know what's going on. And that's when you came in the room and you're like, what's going on?
No, I came into the room and you immediately threw the pillow across the room.
You came into the room just as I determined that there's something wrong with the pillow and I don't want it anymore. So I threw it on the floor. And you know what you do? This is the mundanity, I guess, of experiencing something that you can't explain, especially when you're trying to sleep. You throw the pillow to the floor and you go lay down, go back to sleep.
Yeah.
But
I know when you're reading these stories, so often, they say something like, I heard this thing, or I saw this thing, or I felt this thing, and I just closed my eyes and just tried to go to sleep. And if you've never experienced something like that in that moment, you think, how the hell do you just go to sleep after something like that? You can't just pretend that didn't happen and go to sleep. But that's exactly what you do, because your brain says, there's an explanation, even though you relay it later and you're like, there's no explanation except I'm going to be like the Giorgio Tsoukalos of ghosts. I'm not saying it was ghosts, but it was ghosts, But in the moment, it's not. There's so many explanations. You don't know what that explanation is, though.
But in a situation like that, though, the reality of the situation is that I had to go to work in the morning, and I was more afraid of not getting a good night's sleep, maybe getting late to work and getting in trouble or something like that, or just doing a lousy job at work the next day. I thought you can compartmentalize to that point. You say, I can't control what's happening at work, what's going to happen at work, but I can control this damn pillow. It's out of here. And I'm pretty sure that eventually I incorporated it back into the bed because it was a good pillow. But ever since then, I've wondered what that could have been. And then I looked at this story and I thought, this is the same thing that happened to me, except for him, it was his mattress. Yeah. And there was something that was punching him in the back. I think my interpretation of the story is that it was punching him in the back through the mattress. Not that there was somebody like lying in bed with him, punching him in the back.
Maybe. Or maybe it was a haunted bed. I mean, I would love to know if they ever asked the people that they got the bed from, like, why did you get rid of this bed? Did anyone else experience something like this with that bed? But also, can I just point out that is the number one reason you don't put your bed in the middle of the room.
In the middle of the room, that was right.
You have to have your back. You have to be able to face your back to the wall, because if you're in the middle of the room, ghosts can just circle you. You're easily circled. They can punch you in the back. And
I'm totally remembering this terrifying story on Art Bell ages and ages ago about the dude who lived in the woods, and he was kind of like a hermit type, and he had what he assumed were the spirits of deceased Native Americans who were keeping him up at night by making these sounds. And he got to the point where he could only sleep. He could only keep them at bay with strobe lights.
Oh yeah.
So he had to sleep at night.
I can't even imagine. Sleeping with a strobe light.
He slept with blinders on and a strobe light, but these things would, when the strobe lights weren't off, they would kind of harass him and attack him. It's a terrifying story. Maybe somebody sort of. But speaking of this story, A Bed with a Beating, RM, if you're still out there somewhere, reach out to us. Go to the website,
because
let us know.
have questions.
I want to know more about this. I want to know if you found out whether or not somebody died in that bed. Now, I used to sleep in a bed that my grandmother died in.
Oh yeah.
It's not as creepy as you might think, especially when it's a really cool bed. It was a vintage bed with these mahogany frame, and it was a 4-poster bed. But the mattress it was not a new mattress, because these were so old that you couldn't just fit a double on there. It was some other weird in between size from the 30s or whatever. And I slept in that bed, and nothing creepy ever happened. But my grandmother was not a creepy person. I mean, not as far as I can remember. But yeah, I've been in that situation, and I know that, for example, that the pillow that I was using was probably not haunted because it was from Target. So
I actually think it might have been from Shopko.
Oh, ooh, that's even worse.
Worse.
Maybe
because Shopko itself is a ghost now.
Is it? It's a ghost town. And you worked there briefly. Was it haunted?
Yeah, in like 97. No, the Shopko I worked at wasn't haunted, but one of the women who I worked with was telling me about another Shopko that was haunted. And then, of course, we had to start talking about, because we're in a department store. So, of course, then it turned to the haunted Toys R Us. And so
I've been to.
You've been to it?
I've been to that haunted Toys.
When it was open, or did you get to go for a ghost hunt type thing?
No, I went there looking for presents for my nephew or my niece.
And you accidentally bought them a ghost?
I wish that I could say that happened, but no, I can't say that. No, seriously though, I went into that place. It was like right next door, Sunnyvale, California. It was right next door to the CD warehouse. Or right down the street from it.
The infamous CD warehouse.
Which is not haunted, but except by wonderful memories of good music. But So the haunted Toys R Us was right there, and I thought, I'm going in. I'm going to go and try and buy this, and at the same time, like, kind of strike.
Okay, so you knew it was the haunted Toys R Us already.
Yeah, I knew it was the haunted Toys R Us, and I freaked myself out when I was in there. I was down one of these hallways, not hallway, one of these aisles in the back, and there was like nobody around.
Mm-hmm.
And I was looking around and for somebody, some kid, I don't know. And yeah, and I, when you're in that situation, and suddenly you're like, this is the haunted Toys R Us. You envision that immediately something's going to fly off a shelf or something's going to tap you
or
on the
a
back.
Creepy doll is going to start talking to you.
Yeah.
And the person who works there is going to say, that's not a talking doll.
It's a doll that is inhabited by the spirit of a female vampire from your favorite TV series. Okay, we can have that.
Oh, the Nadja doll.
I was looking for the Nadja doll 30 years before I knew it was going to come into existence.
So I think we have time to read another story each. Do you want to read? And it's our first episode. We might as well read 2 stories and really get the people hooked,
Yeah, you got me hooked.
All right.
Now, why don't you read one? Tell us a scary story.
Okay, so this next story I'm going to read is from August of 2015.
You're sticking with the current ones.
I am, and it's because I'm in the middle of, as of the time that we're recording this, the version of the website that's up is still the old version. And I am working my rear end off to build the new website that you all are seeing at this very moment. And part of creating the new website is I had to go into every single story on the website and copy and paste it all to a spreadsheet. I had to copy and paste who submitted it, the story itself, the title, all of it into a spreadsheet.
I don't know if you should be telling people that
thousands of
ghost stories were processed on a spreadsheet. There's nothing sexy about or creepy about a spreadsheet.
Hey, I beg to differ. I think that spreadsheets are very sexy.
And they're not creepy unless
they can
you're trying to understand
anyway.
It and you lose your sanity in the process.
So today, Mr. Moon, our black cat, has awakened. So today I'm finishing that process, and so I'm working in the later years. So that's why my stories today are from the later years. This story is from August of 2015, and it's called Weird Cemetery Encounter, and I picked it because I myself have had a weird cemetery encounter.
Or 2.
I recently remembered an unusual encounter my then partner and I had at the local cemetery. Very odd, to say the least. About 15 years ago, we drove to the cemetery with flowers for my grandparents' grave. It was late in the afternoon, probably about 5 p.m. As we drove up the path of that particular section, this girl stepped in front of the car from a side path, I think. Not totally sure because we didn't see her at all until she appeared in front of us. She was probably mid-teens, solidly built, with pigtails, but her clothing was that of a much younger child, and old-fashioned. Plaid skirt, cardigan, and jumper like I wore as a child in the 60s. We were going slowly, and she started twirling and dancing just a few in front of us as we continued up the path, and in her arms was a bundle of cuddly toy animals. Straight away, I got a weird feeling about this girl. My partner could see her too. He was getting annoyed because she wouldn't move out of the way. Finally, we stopped. I stepped out of the car, and she was gone, just like that. I stood there dumbfounded. The cemetery was quite flat, and you could see all the way over. No sign of her. While I tended to my grandparents' grave, my equally puzzled partner went for a walk to see if she might have been hiding, but nothing. She had just vanished. It was the oddest thing. Nothing made sense. Her dress, her behavior, even the cuddly toys. I still remember her very clearly. I can still see her twirling and dancing with this odd little smile, and I have no explanation all these years later. And that was submitted by Anonymous in South Australia.
Okay, that's one of the creepiest things
I know.
Ever. I have to. I can tell you that I saw something like that once, but it had a more of a an earthly explanation.
Well, I think that sometimes, not all the time, and I'm not suggesting this one does, but I think that a lot of times they do. But that shouldn't detract from their creepy factor.
Well, the location is the clincher of the whole thing.
Yeah, it can be.
But it
so
is,
tell me yours, and then I'll tell you.
Well, I was just, during my misspent youth, I was sitting in the car one night listening.
Your misplaced childhood.
Yeah, thank you. Mm-hmm. And I was sitting in the car with a friend of mine. We were listening to the radio or listening to music or something, and we're just sitting out in front of my house.
Were you listening to the album Misplaced Childhood?
I was not listening. We were probably listening to prog rock, but not that.
Okay.
Maybe old Genesis. And we look up. I don't know which one of it. Who said it first? Do you see that? And like down the end of the street, it's a cul-de-sac, and we're facing the end of the cul-de-sac.
Oh yeah, I remember this story.
There is, a driveway that's facing us. It's like midnight, and there's a girl, and she's dancing in the driveway. Mm-hmm. And we were like, I said, just the question you normally ask, you say, do you see that? Mm-hmm. And yeah, is she dancing? What is she doing? I think she was just a girl who was practicing, but that was it. We saw that it was ethereal, and it was fascinating, and we turned off the music and we just sat there and watched her. Mm-hmm.
Which sounds creepy, but
we were perfectly innocent about it.
Yeah, of course.
And eventually she either finished and went back inside, or, my friend said, I gotta go. Mm-hmm. And we split, and he split. And I don't think we ever saw it again, but it never quite left me. That was not creepy though. Mm-hmm. If I saw that at night in a cemetery, I'd probably be doubly creeped out. Mm-hmm. But that was my experience.
Yeah. So one time, this was my creepy cemetery encounter. When I was in junior high, we lived near a cemetery, not a particularly old or creepy cemetery. It was kind of small, kind of flat, or it's very, very flat. Not a lot of stand-up graves. There were some, but anyway, it's just one of those cemeteries that you can see everything. Mm-hmm. There were some trees and some bushes, and today, if you go to that cemetery, there aren't. They've taken them all out. No trees, no bushes. It's even flatter. But this time there were bushes, and it was night, and I was just out and about with some friends. I was probably I think it was in 8th grade. Maybe.
So
might have been the summer between 8th and 9th grade.
8th and 9th grade. You're raising heck. Not quite hell.
Raising lots of heck.
Yeah.
And in Utah, when you're in 8th and 9th grade, raising heck is about as dramatic as it gets.
Oh, wow.
So we were like, well, let's go hang out at the cemetery. Not to do anything, just to hang out. And it was late, and so we didn't want to get like busted by the cops or whatever. There was this big bush, and it was big enough that it kind of hung over. And there were about 5 of us, I think. And so we went under the bush, and we were able to just kind of sit there in this little circle of friends, just sitting there chatting under this big bush. And the cemetery was fairly well lit. There were, street lights, because it's in the middle of a neighborhood. So there were street lights, and there weren't really any dark corners to hide in the cemetery. So we're sitting there and we're just chatting. And the bush we're under is on the far north end of the cemetery. And the far south end of the cemetery, there were houses just on the other side of it. And that whole side was fully lit by street lights. And we're sitting there chatting, and we glance over at the south end, and we see this person walk into the cemetery, and they're wearing like a hoodie, and the hood is pulled up, and they have their hands in their pockets, but it looks like they're looking straight ahead. Like they're not looking around. They're not looking down at the ground. Like, if you go into a cemetery, a lot of times you're looking at the ground. You don't want to trip on things, or you're looking at the tombstones or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But this person, it looked like that their head was just straight forward. and they were very upright. Their hands were just jammed in their pockets, and they entered the cemetery, and they'd kind of weave through a little bit, like walk a little bit, and then stop. But again, they weren't looking anywhere, just straight ahead. And then they'd stand there still for a few minutes, or a minute, which is a long time when you're just sitting there staring at someone, you know. And then they would just start walking through and weaving through again and stop and just hold still for a minute or two. And then they did that again. They turned around and they would do it again until they were back out of the cemetery. And it was just really creepy. And I guess, you know, it could have been somebody just out for a walk, but that was just a very solid way to walk into a cemetery and not
very
looking
mechanical,
around.
like, and
very, very mechanical.
very rigid,
yeah.
and really, and not really human like.
Right. And now the way that they were going through and like weaving and stopping and weaving and stopping, I could see like if somebody was smoking a cigarette or if they were on a phone call. But back then, this was the mid-90s, we didn't have cell phones. So they, you know, and their arms weren't up. They weren't on the phone. They weren't hand to mouth. They weren't smoking a cigarette. They hands in their pockets. They were very mechanical, very rigid. And it was creepy. And that has always stuck with me. But like I said, they came out of a neighborhood and they ended up turning around and going right back into the neighborhood. So the probability that it was just some guy doing something from the neighborhood, very, very high. I'm not suggesting it was a ghost, but it was weird as hell. And it was the middle of the night in a cemetery. And we immediately were like, you know, maybe it's time to go home.
Could it be that they were looking for you?
No, they weren't looking for anything. It was, I can't stress that enough. They weren't looking around. When they stopped walking, their head didn't turn. They weren't looking side to side. They didn't like turn around to look behind them. They weren't looking at the ground or up at the sky. Or they were just solid, just straight up and down, head forward. They weren't looking for anything.
Okay. Occam's razor.
Occam's razor.
Occam's razor.
Big fan.
It was a neighbor wearing a neck brace because they were in traction, or they'd been in an accident or something like that.
Yeah, just taking it in.
They were getting their
midnight.
They were getting their steps in because it was like, oh, it's midnight and I didn't get my steps in.
We didn't have step counters back then.
Well, they could have been counting out loud.
They weren't exercising. They were leisurely strolling for a second. Leisurely stroll, stop.
But I still stand by the neck brace theory.
Okay.
Because if they had a hoodie on, if you have a neck brace, you're kind of embarrassed by it, I guess. I don't know. I've never had to wear one, you know. Hopefully I never will. And you put your hoodie up, and then you just look like you're, you know, Mr. Roboto.
It's the middle of the night, but still, but that's a good point because they did have a hoodie on, and like I've seen you do, because Vince likes to wear his hoodie in the house. He'll have the hoodie pulled up, but a lot of times when you're wearing a hoodie, you can turn your head inside of the hoodie without it like moving the whole hood, right? You can kind of turn your head within it. So it is possible that they were walking around and looking around. But from where we were sitting and the angle of the light, it looked like they weren't looking around at all. And that cemetery, like I said, is very small. It's about a half of a neighborhood block. It's not very big.
It was an experience nonetheless.
It was
something that stuck with, just like the dancing girl in the, you know, in the cul-de-sac. There was nothing mystical about that, but it was something kind of beautiful. And, you know, I never knew who that person was, but, yeah, it's an interesting story.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you for sharing. Do you want to read your second story?
Okay. For my choice of story, I went to the part of the website, castleofspirits.com, labeled Spookiest Stories.
Ah, yes.
This is where, over the years, some of the best stories that readers of the website have submitted have been grouped together. It's sort of a greatest hits of all the thousands of submissions.
You better not be reading the story that I think you're reading.
No. And this story that I picked...
What's that? You're all...
No. And I picked a story called Racing the Devil.
Ooh.
Now, it's just a story that speaks for itself, so I'm going to go ahead and read it now. My story begins on an April night about 3 a.m. I was driving home from my girlfriend's house. She lives in Parma, Ohio, and I live in Macedonia, Ohio, about a half an hour away. I was driving down Canal Road, a road that runs along a canal, what a surprise, that was used a long time ago to ship goods between Akron and Cleveland. Canal Road is a fairly busy road during the day, but at this early hour, I was the only car on it. The road also doesn't have any streetlights, so it's quite dark, and being in a low-lying area, there's always a little fog. I was driving along with my high beams on when I saw a man walking along the canal side of the road. As I got closer, he turned and looked at my car, and I caught a look at him in the headlights. Something about him just didn't seem right. He had a very strange look on his face. I can't really explain it any better, just strange. I drove past him, a little shook up. I'm a pretty big guy and I don't intimidate easily, but something about this face really creeped me out. About a half mile or so down the road, I got a strange feeling. I looked to my left, and just in the glow of my headlights, I saw the man I had passed a while back, running alongside my car. I thought I had to be seeing things. I was doing about 45 miles an hour, but the man ran just slightly ahead of my car. I could see quite clearly that it was him, except that his head was turned toward me, and he was looking right at me. His face was different, more twisted and evil looking. I hit the gas and sped up to about 55 or 60, and he kept up with me the whole time. By this time, I was beyond scared. I was terrified. I pressed on the gas, but I had come to a hill, and my old car doesn't like hills too much, so I didn't pick up much more speed, maybe another mile per hour or two. Just as I was coming to a bend in the road, another car was coming the other way. It flashed its lights at me. I still had mine on, and I stopped looking at the man for a second or two. When I looked back, he was gone. I looked in the rearview mirror, but all I could see was the taillights of the other car disappearing around the bend. I didn't slow down until I got to the intersection not far from my house. To this day, I have no idea what this man was. The evil expression on his face still haunts me to this day. He reminded me very much of the pictures of the devil that you see in those old paintings and such from the Renaissance, very dark and ominous. I told a couple of people of that night, but as expected, not one of them ever believed me. I've also since read about similar sightings from all over the country. Some people claim it's everything from ghosts to the devil to alien visitors, but I just don't know. I still drive that stretch of road occasionally, and I've never seen anything else quite that strange, but believe me, I always keep a lookout. That was submitted by Anonymous in Ohio, USA.
That was scary. That was really scary.
And, you know, I read that story because I have a great love for, I don't think there's anything quite as terrifying as driving at night, in the middle of the night, alone on a road. Nothing quite as terrifying and nothing as cool either. And those are the settings that I kind of gravitate to.
Well, of course you would like that. It has a very Carnival of Soul vibe.
Carnival of Souls.
Carnival of Souls vibe.
And it's got a very Art Bellian vibe. You know, what do you listen to when you're driving in the middle of the night?
It better be Art Bell.
In the middle of nowhere.
I mean, I realize the man is dead, but well, his archives will live on.
They will live on. If you don't have a few on your thumb drive in the car, then you're crazy.
Then are you even an Art Bell fan?
That was my story.
That was great.
I remember when I used to live in San Jose, the San Jose area, commuting a lot between Morgan Hill and San Jose and Santa Clara and stuff like that. I would drive a stretch of the 101, the old 101, called
Blood Alley.
I think it was one of the first times that you and I met. The first time you and I met, you came out to visit me in California. Long story. And I took you.
For our first date, he took me to get Jack in the Box and then drove me down Blood Alley at midnight, looking at me going, huh?
While listening to an old 1997 or 1999 Art Bell Ghost to Ghost talking about that very stretch of
And
road.
I was just like, oh yeah, wow, okay, my Jack in the Box is getting cold.
No, it was Wendy's.
It wasn't. It was Jack in the Box.
Because well, let's not talk about food.
Because we don't have Jack in the Box here. And as soon as I got to California, I was like, Mama needs some Jack in the Box.
Okay.
Anyway,
that story freaked me out when I read it.
Yeah, that's a great story. And the description of the face as the face turns and looks at him while he's driving, while it's running ahead of him.
Oh, yeah. That aspect
really
of
scary.
it, too, also reminds me, my best friend Glenn, his family, they're Guamanian, Chamorro. And he relayed a really creepy story.
Oh, yeah.
In Guam, they have these fables, not fables.
Legends.
The legend of the Tatamona, I believe. Yeah, the Tatamona. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing it right, but I'm spelling it correctly in my brain. But
in my face.
In my face. And Glenn told me the story that was relayed to him by his grandfather, that his grandfather was getting on the freeway or the highway out there, and there was a little boy on the side of the road looking at him, and he took off, and he went onto the entry ramp, and he looked over, and the little boy was running alongside the car.
Oh no!
And as he sped up to highway speeds, the boy was still following along and looking right at him with this sort of curious expression on his face. That may have been a story that Grandpa told to his grandchildren just to freak him out, or maybe to give him something, a little bit of a connection between where they're from, having been raised on the mainland in the States and having been disconnected from that culture. It's a very rich culture and apparently a lot of really creepy stories. But, maybe it was something he actually saw. We don't know. I mean, they're legends for a reason. It's because it's not because one man saw a little boy running alongside a car. It was because a lot of people have seen a lot of creepy stuff. So
you bring me to a point where you reminded me to say something.
Good.
Everybody, I mean, obviously all of us around the world live in different places, whether it's a different country or a different state or even just a different
state of mind,
town or neighborhood. And all of these locations that we live in all have their own legends, whether they're a well-known legend or just, the neighborhood kids talk about the haunted house at the end of the block or whatever it is. And we haven't all necessarily had experiences with our local legends, even though we may know about them. So what I am getting at here is that I want to hear about your local legends. Like, what is a legend where you're from, where you live? Like I said, it could be, local to your country, local to your state, local to your neighborhood. What is the local legend, whether you've had experience with it or not? And I just want to know everything about that. So you can email us or message us on the Castle of Spirits website. Feel free to submit that, and maybe we'll read it on our next podcast. This is also new to us. Maybe we'll create a local legends section on the website where people can go and read them as well.
Right, because one of the things that we talked about was that we love ghost stories, but there's so much more to love that is not ghost stories, but that it's a big castle. And it's a castle. Just because it's Castle of Spirits doesn't mean that that's all that lives in there.
Right.
And
we have outbuildings. There's the greenhouse.
We also have a very large guest rooms in the house. One is the time slip room. Another one is are we going to do an Ancient Aliens room? No.
I'm sure that we can find room to house the aliens. But, like I said, the greenhouse outside is where our cryptozoologicals are.
Oh, yeah.
We've got room for so we've got room for the cryptids. We've got a room for the aliens. We've got a room for the urban legends, for the local legends, for there's the time slip closet.
Yeah.
You walk into that closet and you come out in a completely different time and place. We've got room for all of the things. If it's paranormal,
and if it's freaky, we want to hear about it.
It lives at the castle, and all welcome.
Beautiful way to end this. I feel like Craig T. Nelson, only half as tall and twice as bald.
And hopefully you're not eating a raw steak.
No, that wasn't Craig T. Nelson. That was the...
that was the guy peeling his face off in the bathroom.
That was one of the guys that was there in the house in the movie that had maybe one line that was there with...
Zelda Rubinstein.
What was Zelda's character's name?
I don't remember.
Now I have to find out.
But when I was a kid, Poltergeist scared the hell out of me. And the whole, like, the scene with the steak really stuck out at me. And, of course, the scene where he's tearing his face off in the bathroom mirror really scared me. And, of course, the clown. I mean, we haven't even touched on my clown thing yet. I'm sure we'll get to it.
Tangina Barons. Anyway,
okay.
The moment has passed.
Zelda's a better name.
Zelda is.
Yeah. So that's all for this episode. It's our very first episode. So please feel free to message us on the website. There's a little contact box. As of recording this, I don't know what the URL is because it doesn't exist yet, but just poke around on the website and you'll find it. And in future episodes, I will make sure to say what that URL is because I'll know. But poke around on the website until you figure out how to contact us and send us your stories. Send us any kind of paranormal story you like. We'll find a place for it. Like I said, all are welcome. And Vince, do you have anything else to add before we wrap this beast up?
No, other than this was really fun and I want to do it again. And I hope that you guys will listen and help us out by submitting your stories, your true ghost stories.
And share it with a friend, because the more stories we can get submitted to us, the more reading there is for all of us each month, and the more enjoyment we can bring to paranormal lovers all over the world.
All right, so stay scared.
Oh, I like that.
What?
Stay scared. Stay scared, my friends. Welcome to Castle of Spirits podcast, episode number 2. I am your ghost keeper, Jane.
And I'm the ghost keeper also. My name is Vince.
So are we both ghost keepers, or am I the ghost keeper and you're the ghost keeper also?
I'm the ghost keeper's husband.
Ah. How have you been this week, Vince?
I've been pretty good. I've been on the website, castleofspirits.com, and I have been reading some scary true ghost stories. Now, how many did you say that we have on the website? Roughly.
Yeah, I don't know the exact number, but it's right around, give or take, 10 or 15 stories. We have about 4,600 stories.
Wow. So the initial estimates of 4,500 were a little bit low, but that's great. That's awesome. And I just am kind of losing myself in these stories, and I'm freaking myself out, Jane, I must admit.
Well, you're freaking yourself out. I've been working on, as of right now, by the time you guys listen to this, the website is up and running, and we probably have more than 4,600 stories because we've accepted submissions again. But as of the time that we're recording this, I'm still working on building the website. So I'm like deep inside the guts of the castle, in the bowels of the castle, as it were, daily. And Vince, I'm having nightmares. I had nightmares last night.
Nightmares of ghosts and castles, or nightmares of what exactly are you having? nightmares of?
Well, I had a nightmare about a really creepy woman looking in windows late at night.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And
Can I say something? Yeah. I understand from my very rudimentary grasp of dream analysis, of dream interpretation, is that when you see somebody in a dream, it's supposed to represent you, or at least a part of you. That's all I got.
Okay.
That's as heavy as it gets for me.
But I mean, I was also in the dream and I was looking out the window, watching her look in the windows, and I was freaked out by her. But anyway, so I had that nightmare, and then I had a nightmare about some weird demon guy. And so, yeah.
I thought you were going to say that you were having nightmares about working on websites.
No, not maybe last week. I probably did. Because I was struggling with something that I totally figured out today and got it working, and it's beautiful and exciting. And it is the fact that now, when you submit a story through the Castle of Spirits website, you can upload up to 6. I almost said 5, but I changed it. You can upload up to 6 photos and or videos. And there's even a place where you can upload 1 EVP file, and they automatically go into the story on the website. It's so beautiful. I'm so excited.
Okay, so
I'm just really geeking out hard on this right now.
So people can submit their own true ghost stories and say, and I took a photograph and here it is, or I took an EVP and here it is,
or I got this video of a ghost and here it is. Guys, let's see them. In this day and age, every single one of us has a ghost hunting apparatus in our pocket. If you're in a haunted place, take a photo. If you see a ghost, get that phone out and record it on video. Get a recording app and record some audio when you're, there's no excuse. We should be able to flood our website with photos and videos and EVPs today.
Do you remember that time when we were in Alcatraz? Well, back before they turned it into a tourist destination, we were actually doing time there. No. When we were in Alcatraz in San Francisco, I think it was, 2005?
It was a long time ago. I don't remember. Yeah.
Remember the picture I snapped?
Yeah, of the man with the beard. Do you still have it?
Yeah, but I don't know where it is. I submitted it all those years ago to the Coast to Coast AM website. I didn't submit it to Castle of Spirits, but I thought I was going to go big, man.
They didn't even respond.
They didn't respond, and they probably thought that it was just a photograph of another person, another tourist, somebody on the tour with us. They're self-guided tours now, unlike we don't have Vicky giving tours from...
Rest in peace, Vicky.
What's the movie called?
So I Married an Axe Murderer.
From the movie So I Married an Axe Murderer.
They all know.
So anyway, the photograph that I took, and it really, I haven't seen it in years. So to my recollection, it was essentially a photograph of, just looking down the cell block. And there was a guy's face on the bottom left, I think, facing the camera. I doubt I would have taken the picture if I had seen some big guy standing there, because I don't like taking pictures of strangers because I think it's weird.
Well, there were a lot of people in the photo because it was crowded there. But I don't know. I need to see it again. But he was like looking directly at the camera.
I'm going to have to try and find that.
Yeah. When we find it, we'll post it on social media and all of that. You know what we're going to do? Here's what we're going to do. I don't have this built into the website yet, but I'm going to do it as soon as we're done recording this episode, and then you guys will know where to look and go find it. I will integrate our Instagram feed into the website so that we can post things like that on Instagram, but they will also be on the website. So you can go to the website and click on it and see it. So anyway, we'll post the image on Instagram and I'll integrate it into the website. And then you guys can go see what you think. Was this guy a ghost or just some rando on a tour that we're plastering on the internet without his permission? Does that sound good?
Of course, I have to find the photo. Now the pressure's on. I'm not going to be able to find it, but we'll see.
Anyway, I think what the people are here for is actually ghost stories. So I wonder if we have any ghost stories laying around here that we can read to the people today.
Well, shall we head on over to the library where all the ghost stories are housed? Mm-hmm. And let's tell some scary stories.
Let's do that. All right, here we are in our dusty library, and I have a story that I want to read. Do you have a story that you want to read?
Yep, I have one. So why don't you go first?
All right, I think I'll do that. Telephone Call by Tracy A. from Colorado, USA. Submitted September of 2000. I've always been a believer in spirits, all my life. That's how I was raised by my grandmother. So when anything weird or unexplainable happens, I can credit it to spirits or ghosts or some other higher power. So here goes. I have a goddaughter that is now 3.5 years old. Her mother has been my best friend for 11 years. I'll call her Lisa. When I first met her, we were in the 8th grade, and her mother was still alive. A month later, I moved about an hour away, only to move back after 6 weeks. Within that time, her mother was killed in a car accident. I never got to meet her. And of course, Lisa's daughter never got to meet her grandmother. Her daughter's name is Angelica, and she's a very smart little girl. She started talking at a year old, and one of her favorite toys was a play phone. She carried it everywhere with her. When she was about 2 years old, I looked after her while her mom went to school, and I noticed how she always seemed to be talking to someone on the phone. So I asked her who she was talking to. She replied, "My grandma." Now, she doesn't call anyone grandma. Her dad's mother and father she calls Nana and Pampo. Her mother's dad and stepmom she calls Grandpa and Mary. I had never heard her use the word grandma since she started talking. So I said, "You mean Nana?" She said, "No, my grandma," and got up and pointed to a picture of her that Lisa has on the wall. She doesn't know who this is because my friend didn't want to tell her until she was a little older so she could understand. I kind of let it go until her mom came home and I told her what had happened. So she asked her the same thing. "Who are you talking to? Don't you mean Nana?" Jelly, that's what we call her, said the same thing as before. It was her grandma. What we hadn't noticed was that the cats always came around Jelly when she was talking to Grandma. These were Lisa's mom's cats, so they were really old, like 16 and 17 years old, and they didn't like kids, especially Jelly. She loved to bother them all the time. So they mostly stayed in a bedroom, but when she was on the phone, they would run up and purr and rub against Jelly like she was their best friend. The cats were all Lisa really had left of her mom over time, and Jelly kept talking to her grandma on the phone and would tell her mom, "Grandma says she loves you." She doesn't talk to her as much now, maybe once a month. I'm sure eventually she will outgrow it, because I believe that children and animals have the best ability to communicate with the other world, because they don't judge others or believe things conditionally. They just know. As a footnote, though, when I was at work writing this, I work in a call center, a call came up with the business name Superstitious Roofing and gave me goosebumps. I think it was Lisa's mom having some fun with her daughter's best friend. Shame on you. Thank you for submitting that story, Tracy, wherever you are.
All those years ago, 22 years ago.
22 years ago, can you believe it?
But I digress.
As well you should. So I chose that story because for me, I think that, like, I liked the idea of the little girl talking to her grandma and everything. Like, I thought that was sweet and I thought that was great and everything. And I definitely think that children have a connection to, other dimensions or realms or whatever you want, however you want to call that. I think that they do have those connections. But the reason that I chose that story is because phones are creepy. Phones are straight up creepy. And not so much anymore. Cell phones aren't really creepy. But Vince, do you remember? We used to work in a call center. And do you remember there was at least one time where late night, it was like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning, I double dared you to call your work phone, because the building where we worked, it was this huge, it was basically like a 20,000 square foot studio apartment. It was just like a big open square with, cubicles and everything. And at night they would turn off most of the lights in the building. And the idea of a telephone ringing in the middle of the night in this huge open building was so creepy to me. And I was like, do it, call it. And you were like, whoa, what if somebody answers?
Even better, I guess.
Exactly, because there's nobody there to answer it. So if somebody answers, bonus, you got to talk to a ghost too.
I think one of the reasons I was against doing that was because I was afraid that I might hear myself answering.
Oh, that gave me goosebumps.
And if that ever happened, I'd just completely disassociate from reality.
Yeah.
And I'd probably create a bridge to that reality, and I'd be lost somewhere in between.
I love it. The other thing that, I guess there's a couple of them. Remember the house that we used to live in? When we moved in, there was that phone in the basement.
Yeah.
And we didn't pay for landline service, but this phone was still just connected to the wall, and we just left it there. And every once in a while, you just pick it up and just listen. You could hear like the dead air. There was no dial tone or anything. And maybe I'm weird. That to me is creepy.
You're not weird, because I remember distinctly about, I don't know, a few days maybe after my grandmother died in 2004.
Mm-hmm.
I picked up the phone and I said, hello.
That phone in the basement?
Yeah. Mm. It was an experiment. I was alone in the house. Mm-hmm. I probably told you about it. Maybe you forgot.
Probably.
But it was just something I did. And it was just, I think a lot more people than would be willing to admit do things like that.
Yeah.
Like the time that I was listening to an old Art Bell episode, and they gave the phone number to call.
Mm-hmm.
Call Art's time traveler line at this number.
Oh, yeah.
Called.
This was recent. Just like in the last couple months.
It was in the last year. Yeah. But I thought, man, I have to call.
Yeah.
And I thought, what would happen if I got through? And he answered the phone.
In 1998.
Right. Nobody answered.
Oh.
No, but the number hadn't been reassigned or anything like that. So it just rang and rang. And as a matter of fact, I don't even know if the number worked anymore. But my experiment did not work. I didn't get to talk to 1998 or 1999.
Oh, but how cool would that have been?
But I tried, and I thought it was kind of cool that I tried.
I'm proud of you for trying.
I attempted the time travel. Well, at least the time travel communication.
Yeah. The other thing that went through my mind when I chose that story, and you're going to have to correct me on this because I'm sure I'm wrong. I think it was an old Twilight Zone episode with the guy who dies and his widow keeps getting phone calls from him because the phone line was down and it was like the wire went underground into his grave, and so he was calling his wife.
Yeah, there's that Twilight Zone episode, but the one I was thinking about was the one with the child who had a child's play phone. The child's grandmother dies, and then he starts communicating with her through the phone.
No, I don't remember that one.
And there's this whole thing, it's only 22 minutes long, but what was going on, you never hear the grandmother talking. You just hear the boy.
Mm-hmm.
And his parents catch him talking to his grandmother on the phone. Of course, they scold him. But it's, as the story goes on, it seems that she misses him and she's trying to get him to die.
Ooh.
So she tells him to go play in the swimming pool.
Oh, no.
As terrifying as that sounds. At the very end, the dad, after they have to take the kid to the hospital for whatever. Spoiler alert. Anyway, the dad picks up the child's phone and says, "Mom, leave him alone."
Mm.
He's basically, he's too young and he's got a whole life and you had your life, leave him alone.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently that solves the issue.
That's how you do it, huh? You just ask nicely. That's good. That's good to know.
Especially if it's something insidious like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen that episode.
Well, we'll have to watch it.
Yeah.
However, that episode of The Twilight Zone, when the older lady's husband dies and he starts calling her, and it's terrifying.
It is horrifying. And the crackly and it's all distorted and his voice coming through, and
all he says is, "Hello."
Yeah. But isn't it that when the calls first start, you can't hear him, you just hear like crackle, distortion, and each time she gets a call, it's more and more clear. You can hear him. I don't know. We need to watch it again. That episode creeped me out.
Yeah.
But see, telephones are creepy. They really are. Cell phones, not so much. Landline phones.
I do miss a good landline phone. Landline phones had the best quality. When you could stay up till 11 or 12 at night talking to your buddy. Or
who wants to talk?
Well, back in the old days.
Yeah.
You've talked to your friend on the phone for like 3 hours.
Yeah.
And it was just like hanging out. But these days with cell phones, they sound terrible. And I don't even want to talk on them.
No, I don't want to talk, but it's not because of the quality. No, just text me. Anyway, we don't need to go down the neuroses rabbit hole.
Not today.
Not today, Satan. So do you have a story that you'd like to recount to our guests?
I would. My story is called Too Close for Comfort by Anonymous from Cowlitz, Washington, USA. And it's dated October 1997. Finally, after hours of driving, we'd made it. Indian Beach. It's a quiet beach, no kids playing in the water, not much swimming or playing in the sand. Indian Beach is mostly a hiking beach. My family decided to have a picnic, and so while they were getting the food ready, my aunt and I decided to go on a walk. We headed off to look around. Behind a few bushes, we found a trail that looked pretty easy to hike, so off we went. It was about 11 a.m. We walked on the trail, looking at all the bushes and all the flowers. Then we came to a turn, and we could see out over the ocean. It was beautiful. We kept walking, and we came to this narrow part of the path. The path turned around these trees, and then it became unusually covered with these old rotten trees, and it got dark because of the tree cover above. It was like being in a cave of trees. We should have turned around, but we kept going. After we got out of the dark treed area, we saw the most spectacular sight, the sunset over the ocean. Then, as we turned to keep on walking, about 4 feet in front of us was a couple walking away, holding hands. I thought to myself, where had they come from? There was only one path. Did they pass us when we weren't looking? We asked them what time it was, and I specifically remember the lady grabbing the man's hand out of his pocket, looking at his watch, and telling us it's 3:15. I turned to my aunt and said we'd better go. When we started to walk off, I got this weird feeling, the kind of feeling when you just know something is wrong. Where did they go? My aunt said maybe they kept hiking, and we didn't see them leave. I said, let's make sure. So we walked back up the path to where we saw them, but they were nowhere in sight. Where did they go? Did they pass us and we didn't notice? They couldn't just disappear into thin air. Or could they? We kept walking up the path to see if they'd kept on hiking. We got to this corner, continued to walk around it, and there it was, a straight drop-off thousands of feet down into the ocean. Thank goodness for my skid-proof Nikes, or I would have fallen right off. Did they fall off and we hadn't heard them scream? What had happened to them? Terror ran through my body. What should we do? I peered over the edge, but they weren't there. My aunt and I stared at each other for a second, then turned and stumbled our way to the bottom of the path without looking back. We got to where my parents were having a picnic lunch. They were frantic. They were asking us where had we been. It was 5:30 p.m. I thought to myself, we haven't been gone that long, or have we? We then told them about the couple that had just disappeared. My mother insisted they took another trail, but I explained to her that there was no other trail and nowhere else that they could have gone. She said they can't just disappear. Now pack your stuff, we're leaving. We never did find out who those people were or where they went, but I figured that the only explanation was that they had died and were trying to warn us of that drop-off. And for those of you who want to know, no, I was not on drugs.
So, but I have a question, and it could be chalked up to misremembering or whatever, but they said that they were watching a sunset and that it was 3:30 when they asked the couple what time it was. And then, of course, when they got back, Mom said it was 5:30. They were confused by that. But so what's your take on that?
Well, a time slip. That's what I'm thinking. At the beginning of the story, it was 11 a.m. when they left. I think it was 11 a.m.
Oh, did it say that? I missed that part.
Yes. So they were on a trail that took them to an end where there was 1,000-foot drop off. So they were pretty high up there. So I would imagine that maybe they'd been hiking all day. It didn't sound that way. In any case, the disparity in time when they asked the couple, what time is it? It's 3:30, but they had just watched the sunset.
Right.
So it was a case of presumably the hikers came across the souls of two dead hikers for whom it was always going to be 3:30 p.m. The saddest part of the story is that they never got to see the sunset, I suppose. But we'll never know.
So why did you choose that story? What about that?
I just really love cliffs.
You just have a thing for cliffs, huh?
No, I told that story because it kind of reminded me of an experience that I had once.
Ooh, let's hear it.
I was not on a trail. I was not 1,000 feet up. Remember when we went to have lunch in Salt Lake City?
Oh, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about.
At the brewery?
Mm-hmm.
It was either Squatters or the Wasatch Brewery.
It might have been Squatters, actually. Anyway, it doesn't matter.
It might matter because I want to hear from other people who may have been in this place because I think this place is haunted.
Okay.
Now, there are lots of places
I want to
that are
say
haunted.
I think it was Squatters.
All right. We were there sometime in the last 10 years, you and I.
It was 2013.
And it was 2013. And you remember that. Wow. How do you know that it was 2013?
Because we went to Salt Lake because we were looking, scouting out potential business locations for the art gallery that I was opening that year. That's how I remember it was 2013.
Oh, and I remember after this experience, I told you we need not look in Salt Lake City. We should look closer to home.
Yeah.
And now I'm thinking this
experience probably did it.
This experience terrified me away from Salt Lake City, and it may have been doing it. Okay, let me tell you the story first.
Yep.
Remind
Go
you
ahead.
of the story. So we're having lunch, awesome food. We finished our lunch, and I went to the bathroom before we left. The bathroom in this building, I had to walk down a flight of steps, a really long flight of stairs, down into the basement. It was beautiful. It was carpeted, but it was also very, very dark. And there was when you get down to the bottom of the stairs, there's a long hallway and you have to walk down. And I walked down the hallway, and as I'm approaching where the entrance to the bathrooms are, there were two people making out.
Mm-hmm.
Two ladies. And I don't want to intrude, but I have to go to the bathroom. So I had to pass right by them down this narrow hall. And I, went quietly by. I don't want to bother anybody in their moment of intimacy. So I went past them and I went to the bathroom. That bathroom was frightening. It was not dirty. It was just very, very empty, aside from myself. And it was very loud. It was kind of echoey in there. So you had the loud, echoey deal going on. The entire time that I'm in there, I keep hearing this rattling sound, and it's coming from one of the stalls down at the end of the bathroom next to the wall. And I glance down there. The door is half open because there's nobody in there. I'm alone. But I keep hearing this rattling sound, and I thought, well, that's some sort of like a big rat or something down there making a strange noise.
But didn't you say that it sounded like somebody was like rattling the toilet paper holder, like they were trying to get toilet paper and there wasn't any?
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what it sounded like. And I finished up and I couldn't wash my hands fast enough. I kept looking over my shoulder at that dark end of the bathroom I'm not afraid of being attacked in public, at least not back then. I wasn't afraid of being attacked, but I was afraid of something in that bathroom, and it was a sort of fear that was, how would I put it? Maybe instinctual. So I couldn't wash my hands fast enough. I got out of there and I got into the hall, and those ladies, those girls, they were gone. When I saw that they were gone, I hadn't been in there that long. When I saw that they were gone, I thought, were they really here? And I seem to remember, I tried to remember what they looked like. And it's kind of weird because sometimes I wonder if it's sometimes I wonder if it's my imagination that's playing tricks on me. But when I tried to remember what they looked like, I couldn't. All I could think of was that they were wearing clothing that didn't look contemporary. I just had that impression in my mind, although I wouldn't have been able to tell you what they looked like even then.
But devil's advocate, when you saw them and you didn't want to disturb them, you probably weren't like making direct, you weren't looking directly at them. You just like scooted by and, so, I mean, you probably wouldn't remember because you didn't look directly at them. But is it possible that they immediately went back upstairs or went into the ladies' bathroom or?
That's entirely possible. But what sort of cinched it for me was that as I was walking back down that hallway, I felt like there was something pursuing me.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about that part.
It wasn't, I didn't hear anything. I didn't feel anything touching me. But you ever get the sensation, a really chilling sensation, that there is something invisible and mute that's staring you right in the back of the head and is screaming for you to get the hell out?
Mm-hmm.
If you've ever had that experience, and I've had that experience twice, and that I can remember, and that was the first time.
I remember that you came upstairs, and it was a Sunday, I think, and where we were sitting, there were a lot of windows. It was very brightly lit. There were a lot of people around. It was a very bustling, high energy feeling place, the least creepy place you can think of, you came upstairs and you came over to the table and you just, forgive the saying, you look like you had just seen a ghost. And you were like, we need to leave now. You were all freaked out and we couldn't get out of there fast enough. I had no idea what was going on. You wouldn't tell me until we got out on the sidewalk.
Well, as I was going up the stairs, that feeling of being pursued increased. And I actually started running up the stairs. And I'm all huffing and puffing, running up those stairs. And there are a lot of steps and they're really short. They're really close together. Mm-hmm. So I'm like running up the stairs and I envision myself, okay, I need to slow down because I'm going to fall down and that would be really bad. But once I got up to the top and opened the door to that bustling area, that fear just was gone.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, well, I came to you and I said, okay, let's go. I don't want to be here anymore. Which is another thing that kind of confused me or mystifies me a little bit about it, because I've always thought that if I discovered a place where I knew there was a ghost, where I could say, I'm going to go experience that again, that I would do it willingly. You know, I could go into it. I could go into it with the mindset of, this thing's not going to hurt me. And I want to see proof for myself, or, you know, try to some sort of communication.
But it turns out that you're a big old chicken, because it's been almost 10 years and we haven't been back there.
You're right. And maybe it's time to go back.
Maybe
now we got the keys to the castle.
I want to go into that creepy hallway. I want to experience it, because I didn't go down there.
I don't understand why you didn't immediately say
You didn't tell me until after we left. I wasn't going to go back into the restaurant. But what's the other story? You said that you have another, that was your first experience feeling like you were being chased. What was the
I think actually that was the second one, because the first one was when we went to that late night ghost hunt
at the old grist mill.
Right. And that was, I think, around 2010.
Yeah, I don't even remember what year that was, but that's probably close, yeah. Ooh, ghost cat. Roaming the halls of the castle.
No echo, though, interestingly.
Yeah, you know, it's a common misconception that all ghosts echo in old castles. Cat ghosts do not.
What about actual cats, like the one we have living with us?
A real cat's meow would echo in the vast caverns of the castle's hallways. This cat also rattles chains. Anyway, yeah, so the old grist mill.
Right. Wasn't it the Barren Woolen Mills?
Oh.
Or is that something different?
Yeah, the Barren Woolen Mills. Anyway, tell the people that story.
Well, there's not a whole lot to tell. We were there for a few hours, several hours. It was late at night. We,
doing a ghost hunt with, God, what was there, like 25 people there? There's a lot of people there.
If not more.
Yeah.
And the whole night, I'm kind of wanting something to happen. I was prepared for it to happen. If something happened right this moment, I'd freak out. I don't want it to happen right now. I want to be ready for it, right? So there were even times when we were, trying to commune with the spirits that they claimed were there. I held out my hand, and I said, touch me, show me that you're here. Felt nothing. But I did feel something later on. And it was when they took us into this area. It's just an old abandoned and half crumbling mill. I don't know that there was no prompting at all, as far as I remember. I wasn't told, the place we're going this is a really creepy place. You might feel something. Nothing like that. We got into this room and everybody formed a circle, or, the guide was telling us, okay, everybody file into the room.
It was a small room too.
Right. And before he had the opportunity to start talking, I said, well, I want to leave. What happened was that.
Yeah. And you grabbed me and you're like, out.
Yeah. I was suddenly overcome with this mortal imperative to get out of there. And I remember saying, no, I can't be in here. And then I turned around, and everybody else and the host looked at me and said, oh, wow, look, he's having experience. and I've never experienced anything like that really before, where I'm not psychic, but I knew I had to leave that place. I didn't know why. It wasn't like I saw something or heard something or felt a presence. I just knew that.
Or that the anticipation had been built up by the guide saying, oh, all this spooky stuff and people get freaked out and look how scary it is. And, yeah, it wasn't like that. But my takeaway from it, the thing that was really, it showed me how freaked out you were, was that room was fairly well lit, but the hallway leading to it, from what I remember, was really dilapidated, and it was pitch black, and it was kind of like a long twisting hallway back to the main room of the mill. And you are just not that guy. You would be like, I can't see anything in this hall, so I need a flashlight. And
Is that how I talk?
That's how you talk when you're scared. And you were like, nope, hard pass. We're just gonna run headlong into this dark hallway, whatever it took to get out of that room. So I know it's easy to listen to a story where it's like, oh, I got creeped out and I left, but it's different once it's you and you're there, and it's completely irrational, and
that's exactly the word.
You do something that you would never do in your normal day-to-day existence to get out of that situation. I think that's the difference. The way you grabbed me and we just ran through that horrible hall.
Right. I remember that I started running ahead of you and you grabbed me and you said, well, wait a second, you're going to hurt yourself. You can't see anything. So you turned on, we
had those little flashlights.
We both had flashlights, but you basically took the lead because you could tell that I wasn't looking where I was going.
Yeah, you were in a blind panic.
I was just going toward wherever I thought the exit was, and I probably would have impaled myself if it hadn't been for you. But you got in front, and I was walking behind you, shuffling behind you as you're saying, okay, we're leaving.
Yeah.
And I'm behind you, like grabbing onto your hand. And I was like pushing you and like looking over my shoulder and saying, please, let's go. It's that feeling, you're leaving, but you're thinking, go,
it
must
can't
go
happen fast enough.
Must go faster. Yeah. And the instant we got outside, it was gone. Mm-hmm. And I felt completely comfortable. We didn't go back inside that area, but we did hang out for the rest of the tour, and it was just completely uneventful. And it was just that one weird incident. Now, later on, I believe the host, one of the guides, told us that was apparently where somebody had either been murdered or assaulted in some terrible way.
Yeah, there was a murder in that room.
And I don't know if I believe that.
I don't know. I mean, I have no proof that there was or wasn't.
But that was not told to me before. And if it had been told to me before, I don't think it would have primed me for such a reaction.
Yeah. No,
it was just a completely, like you said, an irrational reaction. It wasn't even a reaction. It was just a state of awareness that suddenly came over me. And, fortunately I don't have those kinds of experiences regularly. Because it was too much of a trip for me.
So that's our stories and your stories for the day, I guess, for this episode. Please continue to send in your stories on the website. It's, I don't know what the URL is as of this moment, because as of this very second that I'm saying this, the website is still being built.
castleofspirits.com.
But yeah, go to castleofspirits.com, click submit your story in the menu at the top, and tell us your scary stories. Specifically, I think I'd kind of like to do little calls for, in each episode. Tell us your stories about creepy phone happenings. That's really going to creep me out. I want to know, what are some creepy phone experiences that you've had? And you could even tell us creepy stories about feeling like you're being chased. Like, when did you know that something was coming after you? Anything like that. Send us those stories, as well as, anything. You don't have to just send us those stories. Tell us we want to know what you got. There's room in the library for everyone.
We want to hear your ghost stories. Mm-hmm. We want to hear your paranormal stories.
Paranormal of all kinds.
And not only might they wind up in the library, on the website, but we may also read them on this podcast.
We might, yes.
I'd like to do that. I'd like to, as we're reading old stories, I want to read new stories too.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
I think we should leave the door open to potentially calling people, having people call us.
Yeah.
Talking about these experiences. So get in touch and submit your stories. We want to hear them.
Yes. we definitely want to hear them. Do you have anything else that you'd like to share with our visitors before we wrap this one up?
Only that throughout the course of this recording, I have been sitting right next to a heavily breathing 11-year-old boxer dog. So this is not a haunted episode. If you happen to hear breathing in the background, it's not me, it's the beast.
But the ghost cat does exist.
Yes, the ghost cat definitely does exist. Mm-hmm. That's creepy. We can't say that.
Why? All right. He's not really a ghost, but he's just the castle resident cat. And his meow echoes just like all other cats. But he is Black Cat. And his name is Mr. Moon. Yeah. Our other cat you'll never meet because he hides and he's silent. But we do call him Ghost because you'll turn around and look and he won't be there. And you'll turn your head for a second and turn back around and there he is sitting right in front of you looking at you like, where's my food?
I know.
He's very creepy. Completely silent. 1 minute he's not, the next minute he is.
Yeah, the silent stares and yeah, he's a terrifying cat. We should have called him Ghost.
Yeah, but he's orange. You can't name an orange cat Ghost.
Why not?
Because ghosts aren't orange.
There are ginger ghosts. Do you think everything in the afterlife is black and white? I don't think so.
All right.
It's gray? No.
Well, send us your stories if you've ever seen a ginger ghost. We want to know.
Or
and if you have a photo of one, even better.
Or a full color apparition.
I want to know. Oh, yeah. Yeah. But don't make it up. We only want to know if it's real.
True stories.
100%
true.
Anyway, before we ramble on.
Before we run out of tape.
Let's lead our guests to the front door of the castle and bid them adieu. I don't know. We don't need to say that. That's stupid.
So please tune back in again.
So we will be back very soon with another episode, and hopefully you will be featured on it.
And the last thing that you said last time was "Stay scared, my friends," or something like that. So that's your sign off.
Oh, okay. Stay scared, my friends. Welcome to the... Oh.
Wow.
Someday we'll figure out this whole podcast thing and we'll be professionals. But anyway, this is the Castle of Spirits, episode 3 podcast.
I can't believe we're in episode 3. It feels like we're hitting third gear or something. I know. We are still figuring out exactly what the format of the show is really going to be like. And all of that can change in a heartbeat.
And I think it will, especially this early on.
Well, and you told me that you had an idea for doing something in this episode that's different from what we did before, and I'm excited about that. So
yeah, I have something for a little bit later in the episode. Yep.
But officially today, the reason we're excited to be here is because we announced that castleofspirits.com website is now accepting submissions again for the first time in 4 years.
I don't know. It's been several years. But anyway, we are thrilled to be accepting submissions again. So if you have a story, any kind of paranormal story, I mean, yeah, this website was founded on ghosts, and ghosts honestly have my heart. That's my paranormal jam. You know, other people are super into cryptids or UFOs or whatever.
Sasquatch. I guess that's cryptids.
That falls into cryptids.
Sorry, never mind.
Ghosts have my heart, and that is what the website was founded on. But honestly, if it's paranormal and it's true with a very small parenthetical italicized-ish, then please submit it through our website, because we would love to, have the opportunity to read it and publish it on the website. We also have a feature where you can upload photos and videos, as well as only one. As of this moment, we can only accept one audio file. So if you have a good EVP, you can submit it through there. If you have several EVPs, you can either consolidate them into one file or turn them into a video file. Yeah. And just with a static image, and you can upload multiples that way. But yeah, let's get this website going and full of really awesome paranormal, creepy, spooky, otherworldly stories.
What about elves or elves cryptids? Sorry. Humor.
Yeah. So anyway, today we have stories to tell. Do you have a story to tell, Vince? Do you want to tell your story first? I went first the last two times.
I'd rather hear from you.
I think you should go first.
I think you have a more pleasant voice than I do, and I would rather hear from you today.
But you have to tell a story.
I do have a story, actually, and I chose a story.
Let's just make sure our stories aren't the same.
Absolutely not.
What's the date on your story?
My story was posted on castleofspirits.com in February of 2006.
Okay, so we have different dates.
The story I chose to tell today is called Just a Mile Down the Road by Anonymous in USA. I almost said USA, California. But that is the location. The story begins like this. My office building is located in Sunnyvale, California. It's just down the road, a little over a mile from a Toys R Us store. I mention this particular toy store because many websites have mentioned it as being haunted. I believe a well-known psychic even held a seance there and encountered the lost spirit of someone named Johnny Johnson, who still remains. I have been to this Toys R Us store dozens of times, hoping to see some kind of paranormal activity, but have never seen anything. My office building, on the other hand, is another story. It's a large 2-story building, and my company occupied 2 bottom suites. There were probably 20 suites total in the building. Our neighbors were other small companies and even a couple of doctors' offices. I'm not that familiar with the history of the city, only that the area where the Toys R Us and my building were located is said to have been part of a large ranch and orchard. A lot of weird things happened to me while I occupied our 2nd suite. Most of my co-workers were in the larger suite across the hall, and there were only 2 of us in this other room. The room had a smaller office in one corner where the office manager, OM, spent most of her time, while I had a desk by one of the windows. It was basically a room with a small room. One door led out into the hallway, and the other door was an exit to the parking lot. There were several occurrences, and I have to begin with the one that startled me the most. I was at my desk, which faced the hallway. I was working at something on my computer and could see the door just beyond. As I sat working, I saw a person walk in, go across the room, and enter the smaller office. The person looked small, wearing a pink top, and had dark hair. I didn't think anything out of the ordinary since my manager was petite and had dark hair, but as soon as I thought that, I realized something was wrong. My manager was wearing a cream-colored sweater that day, not pink. I then heard a noise by the hall door and saw that my OM had entered after using the ladies' room. I stared in complete shock. Who in the world just came in and walked into her office? I got up and walked the 20 steps inside her small office and found it absolutely empty. For anyone to leave, they would have had to have come out this very same way they entered, by the hall door, which I was standing next to, or by the exit door, which I had a clear view of. There were many instances where I would be in my OM's small office and could hear someone moving things around in the outer office. It sounded like someone was looking for something. Every time I peeked out the door to see who was there, thinking they needed some help, no one would be in the office. This was almost a daily occurrence. Another time, I was stocking some books on the shelves near the hall doorway. I had my back to the smaller office. The OM had what I would call a cup cover that she used. She drank tea, and to keep the contents warm, she was always covering the cup with this cover. The noise it made was similar to the sound when a pot or pan is covered. It's a very distinct sound, and I must have heard it over 3 or 4 times a day. While stocking the shelves, I heard that cup cover being used. I turned to go into that room to talk to her. I took 2 steps and stopped. Once again, there was no one in the room. The OM was in the other suite doing some work, and her cup cover were on her desk side by side. One afternoon around 3 p.m., when I was looking over the shipping materials under the tables, I saw what looked to be a dark mist of smoke rise up and hover just a few inches above the carpet. I blinked my eyes and saw it clearly for maybe 10 seconds before it disappeared. The last incident I remembered was coming in one morning and opening up the offices. When I opened the door to my office, I was about to turn the lights on, and I saw across the room someone seated at my desk staring at me. The person was definitely female with dark hair, and she was there for just 2 seconds before she vanished. I almost yelled, "Who the hell are you?" when she disappeared. We eventually gave up on the second office when the company had to downsize a few years ago. I wasn't too upset having to give up that larger office for a smaller cubicle in the other suite. At least I knew who I was working with in the other room. And again, that story was submitted by Anonymous in USA, California, February of 2006.
That was kind of a creepy story. I really liked that one. So we actually talked about the haunted Toys R Us briefly in our last episode.
We did. And that was a Toys R Us in Sunnyvale, California.
Yeah.
That I have actually been to.
Yep, we talked about it last week.
Talked about that already. And I thought it was really cool because I know that area. Mm-hmm. I remember it well. And I could almost picture, where this office building was. And when you're in the kind of proximity to something like that, that's either really like a famous location or an infamous location, you don't really pay it much attention. Now I wish I would have gone there more often. I wish that I had taken you there.
You know what I want to know? Sorry, I know I'm kind of taking over your segment here, but I want to put a call out. If anyone listening ever actually worked at this office building where this person is writing the story from, or at the haunted Toys R Us, I want to hear your stories. If you've got stories about working in that office building or that Toys R Us.
Well, we don't know where the office building was.
Right, but it's in Sunnyvale by the Toys R Us, right? So
within a mile.
Okay, within a mile. So if you worked in a haunted office building within a mile of the haunted Toys R Us, or if you worked at the haunted Toys R Us, submit your story to castleofspirits.com.
Or Anonymous, if you're still out there listening, following along.
Heck yeah.
Write us an email or let us know that that you're still out there, and just give us an update. I'm sure there's something crazy. Oh,
and you know what is new since our last episode? We have an email address. In our last episode, we didn't have an email address, but now we do.
We do.
And it is COS, so that stands for Castle of Spirits, obviously, COS ghostkeepers@gmail.com.
Bam.
But don't submit your stories through there because we'll probably ignore them because I have a very particular system. Anyway, go ahead. I'm not going to take over your
She
segment.
has a unique submission system.
Well, it involves
on the
spreadsheets. I'm very spreadsheet oriented. If you work outside of my spreadsheet system, I will ignore you. And it's not personal.
Only paranormal stories submitted via Excel spreadsheet will make it to the website. Anything else will be discarded. If you send us a cryptic letter in the mail with crinkly paper written in blood, we will ignore it.
Yeah, it has to be submitted in an Excel spreadsheet.
We might hang it on the wall, but it won't make it onto the website.
All right, continue your segment. I'm sorry for taking over. So anyway, why did you choose that story today?
No, I felt that it kind of flowed with the last episode.
Yeah.
Talking about that Toys R Us. And I was tickled to find because of your made-to-order search function on the website.
Oh, yes.
I was able to go to the website.
I'm so proud of that.
And search Toys R Us. And I was able to search. Oh, yes, absolutely. That's our black cat, Mr. Moon, chiming in with his opinion about Toys R Us and ghosts.
Well, he knows the Halloween season is upon us, and that is his season, being that he's a black cat. So
he absolutely is.
Anyway, yes, my fancy search feature that I am so insanely proud of. I did have to hire out a little bit of coding help from our good friend Tanner. Thank you, Tanner. But yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I went to the website and I typed in Toys R Us, Sunnyvale, and there it popped right up.
Nice. Nice. Do you have anything else to say about that?
I have nothing else except that I did work in an office building down the street from the Winchester Mystery House.
Oh,
not down the street from Toys R Us. That place was not haunted to the best of my recollection. I never had any experiences in there. It was creepy after dark because it was an old
wooden ship
house.
Sorry, I can't help it. It's like a nervous tick. Anytime somebody says old, it has to be a wooden ship.
Okay. It was an old wooden ship on Winchester Mystery Boulevard, on Winchester Boulevard.
Oh, Winchester. That's our romantic place. I'm sure we'll talk about Winchester several times throughout the course of this podcast.
A place we love to go every time we're in California.
Well, so I should now tell why it's our romantic place. So, Winchester Mystery House was our first date.
Now, in the last episode, you told everybody that our first date was me taking you to the Jack in the Box drive-thru and driving you down the haunted stretch of 101 called Blood Alley.
Well, okay, so I was
while
being
listening to an old Art Bell episode.
So I was being trite, or just calling that our first date to be funny.
That was our first hangout.
That was our first hangout, but our first date was Winchester Mystery House.
Now, and a lot of people I have to interrupt because a lot of people are probably thinking, "Oh, how cute! A couple of 18-year-olds getting jacket." No, I was like 30.
Yeah. Well, I was much younger than that, but
Jane was much younger, but we were full-grown adults doing these ridiculous things.
But I'm several years younger than Vince. But anyway, so our first date was at Winchester Mystery House, and we had this cute, well, I don't want to call him cute, but we had this tour guide. He was this older gentleman, and he was very proper and very sweet, and he had these very clean and dainty white gloves on, like a butler. Kind of reminded me of a butler with his little fabric white gloves on, and he was very proper and very square, and I really liked him. And then we'd been there several times after that. Whenever we would go to California, we would go there. We'd probably been there 3 times at least since our first date, right? Had different tour guides every time. Anyway, so a few years later, after we had been there several times after our first date, we got married. Aww.
Isn't that sweet?
And we, I thought you loved me. And we were back in San Jose, and we thought, let's go to Winchester. We haven't been here for, I don't know, it's probably about a year at that point. Let's go to Winchester again. So it was like our honeymoon, and we went to Winchester. And who did we have for our tour guide? The guy that we had on our first date. Aww. And we told him, you were our tour guide on our first date, and now we're on our honeymoon. Anyway, so...
Well, that's our Winchester Mystery House story. And
sorry, I trounced on your segment.
No, that's all right. It's all organic, and it's all good. It's all ghostly, and
we're figuring it out as we go along.
As we go. I do believe, however...
In spooks?
In that.
Okay.
However, you have a story to tell too, don't you?
Do have a story.
I'll bet you do.
I do. Okay, so... I lost my story. Hang on. All right, so my story comes from October of 2015, and it was submitted by Brittany in Virginia, and it's titled Bed and Breakfast. Let me start by giving a short backstory explaining why I was in said place and why I was with who I was with. I won't mention names and the place that we stayed to protect their privacy. The place where everything occurred doesn't really like to have their paranormal phenomenon brought to light so as not to affect their business. To be honest, I always thought this was really funny because they hold ghost tours in the house, but I digress. This isn't an incredibly scary story for those just reading it, but worth a share, I think. I'm a paranormal fanatic. Aren't we all? And have done work in the modeling field from time to time. I was asked by 2 friends to go stay in a bed and breakfast and model in some of the period clothing to help promote their website, as well as keep our personal portfolios. One of the 2 friends is a photographer, and the other is a pretty well-respected paranormal expert who has investigated this place multiple times with groups. After getting the story of the house, I decided I would go, and after we finished our work, we would try to catch some EVP recordings and try to reach out to the spirits. Something that I have never done, but have always wanted to try. The owner of the house let us have the entire house to ourselves since she knows my friend so well and trusted that we wouldn't burn the place down. There were also no visitors that night, so us 3 had the entire house to ourselves. A brief history of the house. Built in the 17 to 1800s and was the home of a slave owner. It was kept in as good a shape as possible, given it's a historical building, renovated to have faux fireplaces in each room and very authentic period relics, clothing, and beds kept inside. All throughout the day, I noticed a few things that caught my eye. Small things like a picture frame moving before my eyes and a chandelier shaking while there was no one moving it. I just chalked it up to the house being old. After we finished our work, we decided to sit in the living area to rest and have a beer or 2. Then a strange feeling of nausea hit me. It was very odd because it didn't start happening until we sat in the living area. I noticed that there was a faint cigar smell and asked my paranormal friend if she noticed it. She then told me that the room we were in was believed to be the sitting room back when the owners were still alive, and they would have their cigars and drinks in that room. She also stated that during some of the ghost tours, people have also mentioned this. I decided that we should leave the room and go sit outside. The nausea wore off within a minute. I wasn't bothered by any of this because, hey, I knew what I was getting into. After a beer or 2, we decided to hook up the EVP recorder and explore the house. We visited every room, including a room where Jeb Stewart was known to have stayed in at some point. We asked all of the basic questions that you could think to ask a spirit. The last room we went in was the room that Jeb stayed in. I noticed that the fireplace was on. Funny thing is, none of us had been in that room until that point when we all went together. Again, I ignored it and went about my business. My friend mentioned that female visitors during the paranormal investigations have complained about a feeling that they are being groped. Of course, with the EVP recording device glued to my hand and head, I tried talking. Nothing. We went on for about 30 minutes and gave up. Maybe I was too eager. I was really begging for any trace of afterlife, anything that would have sufficed for me. Still nothing. At this point, it's probably around 10 p.m. We settled down and decided to bunk up in the same king-sized bed. Less cleaning for the owner the next day since we were staying for free. After a bit more chit-chat, we all passed out with the TV on. That's when things got weird. I woke up, I'm gonna guess between 2 and 4 a.m. The TV had automatically cut itself off because it was on a timer, so I had been asleep for a little while. We kept one of the lamps on in case we needed to get up and use the restroom, so you could clearly see throughout the room. When I awoke, I was covered in sweat. It felt like I had been dreaming a bad dream and suddenly woke up and couldn't move a muscle. I stared blankly at the ceiling until I started to hear a tapping noise coming from across the room near the fireplace. A very faint tapping noise that sounded a lot like fingernails tapping on a window. It started out slowly and started to move towards me. At this point, I'm freaking out, mostly because I was paralyzed in the bed and had just woken up. The closer it got, the louder and faster it got, when suddenly it felt as if the noise was right next to my ear. Then nothing. At some point during the noise, I closed my eyes. I opened them and looked directly at the ceiling. A small black shadow moved very swiftly from one end of the bed to the other. Eyes closed again. Nothing to report after that, except for the fact that as time went on, it got more and more unbearably hot, but I was terrified to even move, much less take the covers off. I wanted to wake up one of my friends, but I felt like I couldn't even speak. I think after about 2 hours, I finally saw what looked like the night turning into dawn, and I fell into what felt like one of the deepest sleeps. I didn't hear my friends when they woke up, and finally, around 10 the next morning, I woke up. I felt like I hadn't slept at all. My body was so tired, but I forced myself out of bed to get some coffee. My friend, who is the paranormal expert, looked at me and asked how I slept. Awful, I said to her. I asked if either of them had woken in the night at all, and neither of them did, not even for a bathroom break. She looked at me and said, I know. I went upstairs when I got up this morning to pack up all of my EVP equipment. While I was packing, I heard a very faint voice say, we came to visit her last night. Now, let me just say, normally I would call BS on this story really fast. But how could she have known I had any kind of visitor during the night when she hadn't woken up to see my whole episode? How could she have known that before I even had a chance to tell them the story of what happened to me? After we left, I felt a huge relief. I was so tired I fell asleep during the long ride home and was hesitant for a while to even talk about it. Maybe it's because this was my first real paranormal experience. I have no idea. All I know is whatever happened that night and whoever tried to contact me scared me for a good while. It doesn't seem so scary now, but during the experience, I've never been so terrified. I've been invited to go on another paranormal trip to an old sanatorium. I'm hesitant. Again, thank you to Brittany in Virginia for submitting that one in October of 2015. And
so why did you read that story? What about that story stood out among the 4,600 other websites or other stories?
Other stories. So I think I chose it for a couple of reasons. I think it was like, it was about 3/4 of the way through the story when I realized, oh yeah, I used to do ghost hunting. There was a little group that I was with back in the 90s, if you can believe that, where we used to go do ghost hunting things here and there around town. And actually the group I was with, the GIS, was featured on the Art Bell program several times back, obviously, when Art Bell was alive.
The GIS, what does that stand for?
Ghost Investigator Society, because we didn't like the word hunter.
Right. That's, I think, something that set that group apart.
Yeah.
And if I may speak for Art Bell, in Art Bell's eyes, he loved having Brendan and Barbara on the show.
Yeah.
I love the connection that you have with that there, because truly anybody who was a fan of Art Bell's will know that he loved talking about EVP, especially having the GIS on. And one thing that I really love about that is that you can attest to the fact that the EVPs that they captured were actual EVP. They were not manufactured EVPs.
Yeah. Well, there were even a couple that they played in like in the early days when GIS was on there, where I was like, I was there when that was recorded. I remember that. And I recorded several of my own. And you got to remember that this is back in like 98, 99. So we didn't have digital recorders. I was recording on mini tape cassettes. And I have a mini tape cassette recorder or player now, but every once in a while I come across a little mini tape cassette and I'm like, ooh, I bet there's EVP on this, but so we should probably try and find a little mini tape player. But I do remember several times while I was out with them capturing really, really compelling EVPs. One of my favorites, I have several stories of them, and hopefully someday I can dig up some of these tapes and get a recorder to transfer them digitally, and then I will absolutely share them on the podcast. But Brendan, his wife, and I, well, they weren't married then. Jenny and I were in a cemetery here in our town, and it was the middle of the day. I had just bought a new recorder. So we just wanted to go out and test out the recorder, see what the quality was like. We weren't like trying to do a ghost hunt or anything. It was just the two of us, just Jenny and I. And we were in this cemetery, just kind of walking around. It wasn't like a particularly creepy day. It wasn't like gray or anything. It was just broad daylight. And we were the only ones in this cemetery. It wasn't a very big cemetery. And there was this statue of one of the tombstones. It was a really beautiful statue, very, very tall. I drove you past it. You probably don't remember it, Vince, but I drove you past it in the last year. It's a statue of a woman in like robes, and she's standing like looking down. She's up on a pedestal, and it's probably a 7-8 foot tall statue. You know, the woman on the pedestal probably comes to my shoulders, and then the woman is up. So it's very, very tall. And we were standing there and just chatting and recording. We weren't trying to do EVP necessarily. And we were reading some of the tombstones, and we were reading this one with the tall statue. And I remember saying, oh, that's really sad. And there was this small voice that came in. It was very clearly not Jenny or I. And this voice sounded so sad. And it said, she's dead.
Mm.
And I think that was the only thing we got out of that entire, maybe it was like 20 minutes we were there. And that one has always stuck with me. That was probably 1999. That one has always stuck with me. It was just it had a good amount of emotion, you know, it had an emotional impact. But I've got several other stories that are just really good EVP stories, but I won't inundate you with them now. I'll save them for future episodes because we want to keep you on the line. You must continue listening to the Castle of Spirits podcast.
But on a more serious note, I think a lot of people think, I don't know what to think about EVP. I don't know what to make of it.
Honestly, let me say that I also don't know what to make of it.
Yeah. And I don't think anybody really knows what to make of it, even experts, if there are experts.
I think it's creepy, and I've personally had some really insane experiences with EVP, but am I ready to go out on a limb and flat out say it is ghosts? Am I going to be the Giorgio Tsoukalos of ghosts? No.
Your hair doesn't stand up enough.
It might be ghosts. It might not. But anyway, yeah.
Well, there, however, you have an example of at least one EVP that can't really be described away as crosstalk, maybe some sort of a radio broadcast.
Well, yeah, radio broadcast interference wasn't really a thing when, you know, back then when we were using these analog recorders with tape cassettes. Today, digitally, yeah, you can maybe make a case for.
But in that situation, it was something that was answering you, or at least responding to something you said. It was interacting with you. And that was one of the things that's always kind of freaked me out about when I've heard EVP, is that if it just speaks a random word or a random sentence when somebody's either just walking through a room or talking about something else, that's one thing. But if you actually make a statement like that, like, oh, that's really sad and she's dead, comes back as an answer.
Yeah.
That seems to indicate to me that is some sort of a conscious intelligence that's talking to you.
Yeah,
or
that's
at least
interacting with the situation. Yeah.
Right.
And I would say the majority of the EVPs that stick in my mind, keep in mind, I haven't done this. I haven't gone out and actively pursued any EVP recordings since probably 2000. And, you know, with, like I said, the mini tape cassettes, the analog recording, I haven't really done any of that in 20 plus years, but there's a very small handful of recordings that stick in my mind. And of that small handful, I would say there's one that I can think of, the very first one that I ever captured. That, oh man, if I could find the tape for that, I would just die. It would be so awesome. But um, with the exception of that one, the other ones that stick in my mind were responding to the things that I or the other people I was with were saying. They were interacting with our conversation. Um, I don't have memories of EVPs just being like a random word being said, or because you also have to remember that the human brain does the thing, right? The human brain is conditioned to recognize human speech or human faces.
Patterns.
Or, yeah, right. We look for patterns. And so, it's just the same thing when you look at the moon or when you look at a piece of toast or a tree trunk and you see a human face. That's a mental condition, not a mental condition like an illness, but it's what your brain does. Your brain looks for human faces. And it's the same thing. I think that in a tiny sound out of context, your brain looks for human voices. It analyzes, is this a human voice? It kind of sounds like it could have been this phrase. And I think that a lot of EVP is definitely that. It's the people, maybe they moved, their clothing shuffled. I've definitely heard where I know for a fact in my recording that I made that I shuffled or I moved something. And when I listen back to it, I'm like, oh, it kind of sounded like it said this, but I know for a fact that it's because I was digging through my purse looking for batteries at that moment, or, whatever. But there's absolutely these moments, like her saying she's dead, that I was not digging through my purse. My clothing didn't shuffle. The person I was with, it was not her voice. And I know she didn't say anything because I was there. She was there. We both knew that. And these other situations that I was in, it wasn't clothing shuffling or a mosquito flying by. If you think that a mosquito cannot cause quote unquote ghost/angel photos or weird EVPs on recorders, then you haven't been ghost hunting enough, because I can't tell you how many photos I've taken of mosquitoes that I've seen other people that are like, look at this photo I took of an angel. I'm like, bro, it's a mosquito. I have taken accidentally photos of mosquitoes while ghost hunting, and that's what it looks like. And when they get close to your microphone and they make this sound, it's a mosquito.
Now, that said, you did tell me a story.
Oh, what's
about once about some incident that occurred in a graveyard when you were out with your ghost hunting friends. And it creeped me out, and it was not a mosquito, but I think that we should probably save that for another time.
But just give me a hint, because I don't know what one you're talking about.
The light.
The light. Okay. Yeah, we'll talk about the light. I'm sure we'll talk about the light several times, but let's save that. Anyway, so I chose that story, like I said, because it kind of reminded me a little bit of my ghost hunting days. Well, about 3/4 of the way through it did. Also, it kind of reminded me of Winchester Mystery House, like we had just been talking about right before. Because, like in that story, Winchester Mystery House does ghost tours, but also doesn't want to promote that they're haunted.
Right. That's one of the things that I find really strange is that
we do ghost tours.
They do ghost tours. Yet they maintain what was the colors of the house? Isn't it the facade of the house, the colors that it's painted in?
No, that's modern. Remember, there's that section where it's painted black and something else. They said that that's probably the color that she had.
Originally, the house was black, and it had a more sinister appearance. And they've sort of spruced it up to make it look like a historic building that's really cool. Bring your family and buy some things at the gift shop.
Yeah, and then sign up for a late night ghost tour.
A late night flashlight ghost tour.
Which we've done and was amazing, by the way.
I'll give you an example of how committed I am to our love of the unknown and the ghostly. We had the opportunity to go to California around Halloween of
A million years ago.
Of 2007.
Are you sure?
Oh, yes.
How do you know that?
Because it was also the same month that my 20th high school reunion was taking place. And we decided to skip going to the reunion and go the week after when we got tickets to a flashlight tour at the Winchester Mystery House.
Oh, that's right. We did the flashlight tour. We had to wear the hard hats and we went into the basement and with the flashlights. And seriously, Winchester Mystery House is one of my favorite places in the whole world. If you have never been to the Winchester Mystery House in San Jose, California, you need to do yourself such a service by going there. I don't know. I think there's something for everyone there, right? If you just like architecture, this is your jam. If you like history, this is your jam. If you just like creepy old houses, here you go. If you like ghost stories, by all means. I can't imagine if you just like pretty old houses, this is it. I can't imagine someone who wouldn't like to go there. Like, it's the perfect place to go. Everyone can find something about it that they love. And we haven't been there in several years.
A long time.
A long time. I really miss that place. I want to go again soon.
We will go back.
Okay. So that is all for our stories tonight. Today, this episode. There's another segment that I've been wanting to bring into this podcast, and I guess episode 3 is not too bad of a time to start. I don't know how frequently we'll be able to bring this in. I guess it depends on how often the paranormal hits the headlines, because I would love to do a paranormal news segment whenever possible. What do you think of that, Vince? Should we do that?
I like it. I like it a lot. You've got some paranormal news?
I do have a paranormal news.
Well, then should we just do the whole, let's do some intro music for
yeah, maybe one of those news. The beep, 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 beep.
Right. I was going to try it, but I don't think my voice would hit that high.
No, but you can download that. So do that over my voice right now. The beep, 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 beep. No? Okay.
Done.
Okay, thank you. So this article, it's about a video, and obviously I can't show you the video in the podcast, but we will link the video in the podcast notes. So whatever platform you're listening on, it will be in the podcast notes, or on our website, there'll be a link so you can read this full article and see the video that I'm talking about, okay? So this article comes from exemplar.com. Exemplar News. I don't know if I'm saying that right. The headline is Family's, quote, live photo captures something super creepy. And it's by Deanna Logan from just August 31st this year. So it's pretty new. All right. So the article says, the live feature on many people's camera phones are capable of making every snapshot into its own GIF. Like the magically moving photos of the Harry Potter films, this feature is meant to provide a little context around the moment you're trying to capture. What it is not supposed to do is scare the daylights out of you. But that is precisely what happened to this family, who found something quite unexpected scurrying around. By the way, I just hate the word scurry. It's creepy. It's really creepy. And then, of course, it reminds me of Ghost Brothers. I love the Ghost Brothers. Anyway, who found something quite unexpected scurrying around in the background of their recent live photo. And then there's a TikTok video where you can see the photograph, and then you know how you can do the live photo, you can like hold it or whatever, and it shows you like 2-second clip or something, a video of that scene before and after the photo was taken. I think we all know what a live photo is. Anyway, in this video, a woman is showing how when a recent family photo around a campfire is switched to live mode, you can see a strange shadow creature moving around in the background. Though some who have viewed this image claim it's a dog, the hunched, scurrying creature, hunched is that's a yucky one. The hunched, scurrying creature does not look like man's best friend, More shadow than shape and almost humanoid. It sulks. Ooh, the writer of Deanna, you use some really gross, spooky language, and I love it, and I'm repulsed by it. But anyway, more shadow than shape and almost humanoid. It sulks around the very edge of the photograph as if scared by the flash of light. Obviously, because this is TikTok, most commenters are immediately certain that it's a skinwalker. Because, of course, a fearsome creature out of Native American legend who can change shape, mimic the voices of your loved ones, and other horrors. Was there a creature stalking this family? What happened to them after this picture was taken? So many questions raised by this video and so few answers. Vince, I want you to watch this video and tell me what you think. You might have to watch it for a second.
Okay, so we're going to get a live reaction. Okay.
Go ahead and push play and watch it.
How does this TikTok work?
You want to watch, you're going to see it on the kind of the lower right-hand side, behind the kid on the far right-hand side.
Okay. Here we go. What? Oh, come on.
Did you see it?
It looked like a shadow.
Yeah.
But they're
you only see it for a second.
This video is being filmed in the dark by light of the camera or by the phone that's filming it.
Yeah, it's like a camera. It's like a phone filming the screen of a phone. Yeah.
Right. And in one of the in the climax of the clip, there appears to be sort of a dimming of the light suddenly. Mm. And in that dimming of light, there are shadows thrown that do resemble something sort of skulking past,
it didn't
slouching
look like,
past.
But it was white. It was lighter color. How is a shadow a lighter color? Just because a shadow goes, I don't know. And it looked like it had form. It wasn't just like a little flash. Like a lot of times you see like a little light swoop and people are like, oh, is that a face in there? But that legit, it's got the shape of an animal and you can see the legs, like the back legs kind of, doing a running thing or whatever. No, you're not buying it.
I have a poster on my wall that says, I want to believe, but
I don't. Is that what you're saying?
You're making it hard.
I want to believe, but I just don't. Okay, well, I'm going to watch it again real quick.
I thought it was a cool video, but I'm not sold.
I don't know, man. When you watch it in slow-mo, I think it's creepy. I don't know.
It's creepy. I was expecting a little more, but...
Oh, did I build it up too much?
Maybe it was built up too much. Maybe it was just, you mentioned the word
I thought
TikTok,
it was creepy.
And I thought, oh God, this is going to be good.
Maybe the reason I thought it was creepy was because the writer, Deanna, right? Logan. She used all of my trigger words. There was hunched and sulking or skulking. Was it skulking? Yeah. Hunched and skulking and... what was the other word? Anyway, paranormal news. That was our paranormal news segment. What do you guys think about that? If you come across any paranormal news of any kind, feel free to email us the link to that and we will talk about it in an episode maybe. Again, the email address is COSGhostkeepers, keepers with an S at the end, @gmail.com. But yeah, you can send us articles and links that you want us to potentially discuss on a podcast, and we can look at doing that. Other segments we're talking about bringing into the podcast are movie, book, music. So basically media suggestions, like what movie do we want to suggest to you today or book or
Now we did
whatever.
Just watch Insidious Part 1.
Yeah. Okay, I don't know. It's nothing against that movie. It's just ghost movies in general. I am such a snob. Like I roll so hard. Do I want a good ghost movie that scares the hell out of me? 100%. I want that. But if I see one more person flat out on the ground, get dragged screaming suddenly backwards into a black shadow, I'm going to stop watching movies forever. I'm so sick of that trope now.
Please don't do that again.
Stop doing it.
Stop.
But anyway, Insidious, it wasn't it was better than I expected it to be. I think it kind of fell apart a little at the end.
Well, they all do.
But it was genuinely creepy, and I was really pleased that there were so many practical effects until that one scene where it was like crawling on the wall. I was like, oh, that's some cheesy CGI.
Yeah. Well, it's just an example of what we're willing to do. We're willing to suffer for our craft and to bring people movie recommendations that are 13 years too late.
We'll start watching some of the movies we've rolled our eyes at, and maybe we'll end up really liking them. I did like Insidious a lot more than I thought, like I said.
What was the movie we watched after that? The one with Ghost of the Ozarks. That's a fairly new movie.
Yeah.
2021.
So my impression of Ghost of the Ozarks, it was a little, I think it was mostly down to the editing, but I could be wrong. It was a little disjointed. Some of the acting was a little cheesy. Maybe it was the dialogue. It wasn't so much the acting. But it was a fun watch. I didn't hate it. It was a fun watch.
And it had some of our favorite actors in it, so.
I love Angela Bettis.
David Arquette.
And David Arquette. But I mean, if you guys haven't seen May, it's not a ghost movie, but starring Angela Bettis, written and directed by Lucky McKee. May that's what I consider my chick flick.
So until next time, save us the aisle seat.
Oh, are we done?
Well, that was the end of our movie reviews.
Okay, that's the end of our movie reviews. We're done with movie reviews. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add for today's episode?
No, I'm just enjoying doing these, and I hope that you guys are enjoying listening to these. And if you've made it this far, you're a real trooper. But I encourage everybody to check out the website. Mm-hmm. You could probably lose yourself in the website.
Could?
With more than 4,600 true user-submitted stories.
And please submit your own. And if you don't have your own, your friends and family, somebody has a story. Please share the website with them and have them submit their story or submit it for them on their behalf. And let's get this website going again. We used to be so, just pumping out stories left and right years and years and years ago. I mean, this website's 25 years old, since 1997, and we'll talk about that maybe in our next episode, the origins of the website. But it was so bopping back then, and I just really want to get it bopping again. So let's get some stories going, and maybe we'll read your story on the podcast. All right. Do you have anything else you want to share before we sign off for this podcast episode, Vince?
Just the advice to stay spooky.
Welcome to episode number 4 of the Castle of Spirits podcast. I am your ghost keeper, Jane, and
I am your ghost keeper, Vince.
Right, we are co-ghost keepers of the castle.
Together we are the ghost keepers.
Right. That's, yeah. So here we are at the castle again today. It's a spooky day at the castle. I don't know why. It just is, because it's
a
the
very
castle, I guess.
Balmy autumn day.
It is.
And we've decided to pour ourselves some warm tea drinks enjoyed in our new seasonal mugs.
I want to tell them about my mug. You can see a picture of it on Instagram, but these mugs are gigantic. I don't know. Does it say how many ounces it is?
A bunch.
It's probably a 12-ounce mug, I'm guessing. It's humongous. But mine is really cool. It's got like this vintage wallpaper pattern on it, and then an old school Ouija board on both sides, and then on the inside, what you don't see on the grams, on the inside, on the bottom, there's a really decorative, pretty Ouija board planchette. It's really cool. I like it.
We got these from Spirit Halloween.
You know, everybody's favorite store. Tell them about your mug.
Well, what I was going to say about your mug is that I was surprised to have seen a Ouija board mug and Ouija boards on sale at Spirit Halloween. Not because I think that there's anything wrong with them. I really don't. I think they're just tools. And I believe that intent is all that really matters with a Ouija board. Mm-hmm. But there are a lot of people who are terrified of them.
And yeah, and I'm sure that, just mentioning Ouija boards, we're going to have people coming out of the woodwork. Don't play with Ouija boards. It's all of these horrible things. Didn't you ever see The Exorcist? Blah, 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 blah.
I did, however, have an experience, which I'm not going to get into today, with a Ouija board in high school, in class, at the tail end of a psychology class that I was taking. We had a parapsychologist come in, which was it was like the best day of school ever for me, because that's the kind of stuff that I was really in. I mean, I live for that, right?
Are you going to tell the story now, or are you going to save it for later?
No, I won't tell. I'll save it for another time when it's more appropriate.
It sounded like, well, I'm not going to tell the story right now, but let me tell you the story.
But let me tell you, when I tell you the story, get chills.
We'll have a Ouija board episode, because I have a good Ouija board story too, though it's not mine. I've never actually had any kind of Ouija board experience of note. But anyway, we can have a whole Ouija board story later where we present kind of both viewpoints, believers, non-believers, etc.
And those in between.
So what's going on with your mug?
My mug, there were so many to choose from.
Mm-hmm.
I almost picked the Halloween 2 mug.
Mm-hmm. The original Halloween 2.
Right, the original Halloween 2 from 1981, which has always been my favorite Halloween sequel, but it never gets any love. People like Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers, better, which I don't get.
But anyway, you didn't get the Halloween 2 mug.
Oh, I didn't.
What did you get? You got the Hocus Pocus 2 mug, didn't you?
No, I've never seen that. My heart fell on the Killer Clowns from Outer Space mug.
Mm-hmm.
And you told me that there's a sequel to Killer Clowns from Outer Space.
Well, apparently they've been trying to get a sequel made for a long time, and they're still trying, apparently. So I don't know. I've seen articles about it for the last few years. So who knows? Maybe someday we'll get a Killer Clowns from Outer Space too. Maybe not. What did you think the first time I made you sit down and watch Killer Clowns from Outer Space?
Well, the first thing I thought was, why is she showing me this movie? She's terrified of clowns.
Oh, yeah, there's that.
I thought there were lots of similarities, or at least in my mind, I get confused sometimes between Killer Clowns and Night of the Creeps.
Yeah, there's a lot of similarities.
Not in theme, but in scenes.
Well, but also, aren't there quite a few scenes in common with that and
The Blob?
The Blob.
Callbacks to
the original Blob was Steve McQueen.
Right.
Yeah.
From late 50s.
Uh-huh. The whole opening scene with the shooting star, and they go out looking for it, and the old man and the dog at the little cabin, and that is all from The Blob. It all comes around back to Steve McQueen.
Steve McQueen is the original person of it, apparently.
Yeah. He's the original Scream Queen. That doesn't work. Yeah, so if you've never seen Killer Clowns from Outer Space, maybe you've never heard of it. Maybe you've heard of it and you're like, that sounds horrific and cheesy and stupid. Please.
And you would be right. It's great.
Yeah, but it's intentional. The Chiodo brothers, it's just brilliant, cheesy 80s. It's totally satirical. Let's not use the word cheesy. It's absolutely satire, and it's hilarious, but the clowns are genuinely horrifying. You have to do yourself a favor and please see it. It's so great.
And it is a joy.
It really is. Anyway, we are here not to advertise for Spirit Halloween.
Or the Chiodo brothers.
Or the Chiodo brothers.
Motion pictures.
We do love both. We are here to read ghost stories or paranormal stories to our audience, which is probably a very modest audience at this point, but we love every single one of you. Do you have a story that you'd like to read today?
I did pick a story.
Yeah. Do you want to read it first, or do you want me to read first?
But I would rather you read first.
Okay. We need to make sure that our stories aren't the same. Is your story from September of 2003?
Decidedly not.
Okay. So I will go ahead and go first. Shadow of the Wraith by Rob in Michigan, September 2003. When I was 14, I was diagnosed with an intracranial tumor, known medically as an angiofibroma. During my stay in the hospital, I often asked myself, why did this happen to me? Or, will this kill me? It wasn't very fun. The surgery passed and I recovered well, with the occasional stuffy nose or headache. Before my surgery, I had never had a paranormal experience or even thought of having one. But ever since, I have been plagued with nightmarish occurrences and strange noises alike. The night everything began was a night like any other. I was in a deep sleep and was suddenly awoken by the sound of a person clapping. I looked at the clock before looking at anything else. It was sometime around 2:30. I peered into the pitch black of my room, and I saw a figure. It was a tall woman, and she was pacing back and forth, clapping. I screamed loudly as I reached for the lamp, and when I turned it on, she disappeared. Now, my house has no history of haunting or anything like that. I went to the town hall and even researched it. Then, about a month or so later, something even worse happened. It was around 4 a.m, about 3 hours or so before school started. I was awake, and then I heard a sound like a large animal or something screaming outside my bedroom window. It sounded very similar to the Tasmanian devil on the cartoons. I could not move. I was so scared. I was paralyzed with fear. The second the screaming ended, I leapt from my bed, down the hall, and to my parents' room where I woke my mom up. She said I was too old for this stuff to be happening, and I wholeheartedly agreed with her. I told her straightforwardly that I was not imagining these things. And so, with my mother up, the dog was sure to follow. My mom let my dog out. About 5 minutes after she let the dog out, it came running back inside as if it was scared of something. I pointed this out to my mother. Mom, I'm telling you the truth. I heard something, and the dog proves it. She predictably rolled her eyes dryly. I never told her anything else that has happened or what I thought happened to me. Sometimes I ask myself questions like, am I hallucinating these things? Am I going insane? Are the plates in my head affecting my eyes? I suppose I'll never really know, but the tumor doesn't explain the dog. Thank you, Rob in Michigan from September of 2003. How did you like that story, Vince?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I do have one bone to pick with the story.
Okay.
He called the dog an it.
Oh. And we don't know the dog's name.
And referred to the dog as the dog.
The dog. I agree. Rob, we're going to need you to actually rewrite this story and submit it. And we're going to need some more details about the dog.
We're not picky.
No,
but
we just want all of the things about the dog.
Dogs are people too.
Mm-hmm.
Dogs are better people too. So there you go.
Yeah, I agree.
Maybe if you had given your dog a name, that crazy ghost lady wouldn't have come looking for you.
Wasn't that terrifying, though? So that's why I chose the story, honestly, was the imagery of that tall. I pictured this really tall, slender, head almost reaching to the ceiling, woman walking slowly back and forth, clapping. And I guess we all kind of have our triggers, the things that you don't think about it, like what scares you. I would never say, oh, the thought of a shadowy, tall, slender woman walking back and forth, clapping in the bedroom in the middle of the night. But when I read that, I was like, ooh,
Yeah, and that doesn't sound made up either, because
No.
who would think to make up? I'm going to try and come up with a really scary thing.
Yeah, you're going to amp that up a little if you're making that up. She looked at me and she had glowing eyes and fangs and
instead of clapping, she'd be like flying around the room, maybe, I don't know.
Right.
Or
right.
she'd have claws, or clacking
like
her claws together.
Banging knives together or something. But yeah, it's just this really subdued, kind of benign imagery. And I think that...
Well, I don't know if there's anything benign about it, but...
Well, I mean, a woman just walking, clapping her hands is not something that would typically be scary. That's something that you can see on a day-to-day basis. I mean, in context, it's terrifying, right? She's in the shadows. He has no idea who she is. She's not supposed to be in his room in the middle of the night. It's pitch black in there. She's super tall, all of those elements make it scary. But just a woman walking, clapping her hands is not something scary. And I think it's taking something that's not typically scary, altering the context a little bit, and that's what makes it terrifying. But when you take something that outside in the normal world would be terrifying, and then you add more terrifying context on top of it, I feel like that's where I kind of go desensitized. It's too much. It's not creepy. It's over the top.
That's one of the things about true ghost stories. There's an honesty about them that's written into the mundanity of and the normalcy of the details.
Yeah.
This was in his room. He wasn't staying in a haunted hotel. And I think that's what appeals to me about hearing true ghost stories.
Yeah.
And I said it in a previous episode of the podcast that sometimes just hearing somebody say in very plain words something that occurred, as simple as looking into the next room and seeing a man standing or a stranger sitting on a chair in the other room.
Yeah.
You don't see those things in movies very often. And the ones, when you do see them in movies, they're really effective and scary.
Yeah.
Like, we could argue that horror movies these days rely too much on CG and on the sort of the flickering TV image of the little girl coming out of the TV set with the long black hair covering her face.
And over the top imagery. Like, in a lot of movies today, if you were to have, somebody walks by and sees just a guy who's not supposed to be there sitting in a living room, a lot of times he's going to be like covered in blood, or he's going to have this ghoulish face, or, there's going to be something grotesque and horrible about him in the first place, where if he were just sitting there and he wasn't supposed to be there, there's something more shocking about that anyway, because he's not supposed to be there, so he could be a ghost. That's scary. But he could also be a person who's not supposed to be there, and that's also scary. But when it's a ghoulish figure, you're like, okay, well, it could be a ghost, and it could also, like, those type of imagery don't exist in the natural world, so it could be a ghost, it could be something that doesn't exist.
Well, and it takes you out of reality when it becomes too fantastical. And when it's just something very plain and everyday, it keeps you rooted in reality. And that's what's so scary about ghost stories, is that it's something that is happening in your reality.
Right, when reality is altered.
That should not be happening.
Yeah, yeah. One piece of imagery from a movie that's along the lines of what we're talking about, it's one of the most terrifying things I've ever seen, like imagery wise, in a movie. And that is the scene in, there's two movies and I always get their titles mixed up because they're from the same era. And
Can I guess?
Yeah. Do you know what it is?
The Sentinel?
Yes.
Yes.
Which scene is it?
Where her deceased father comes springing out of the closet and walks straight out of the room and down the hallway and disappears.
Yeah, but even that, when you say he comes springing out of the closet, it picture it like bursting forth, like horror movie style, where really it's just like if he were a real person in that closet for a real reason, and he now had to go somewhere else, he would just business like open that door and walk out. There's not like a ha surprise popping out. He just like exited the closet and walked out. And you didn't expect it. And it was one of the most terrifying scenes. I remember that scared the hell out of me when I first saw it.
And again, it was I believe The Sentinel was a TV movie. It was from the late 70s. And that was, they didn't have special effects in TV movies in the 70s.
TV movie?
I believe it
with
was
that scene with Beverly D'Angelo that was on TV.
Okay, I'm wrong.
I don't think that was a TV movie.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe what it was that it felt like a TV movie, or I first saw it on TV as the ABC movie of the week
with that scene edited out.
With that Beverly D'Angelo scene heavily edited, if not just removed from the whole movie.
Yeah, probably. But anyway, that's a really good movie. We should watch it again. I haven't seen it in a while, but. Yeah, so that's why I chose that story. I thought it was really creepy, the idea of... Oh, and then I creeped myself out because I read this story yesterday and decided that I wanted to read it. And when I got up in the middle of the night, last night, when I was coming back to bed, I pictured seeing that woman standing at the end of the hall, just slowly clapping her hands. And I was like, okay, gotta run back to bed really fast.
Well, do you remember that horrible nightmare I had about
me
10 years ago or so? No, that's for another.
Okay.
We'll discuss that on another episode.
Okay. 10 years ago. Oh, yes. No, that wasn't 10 years ago because that was in this house. It was in the last 5 years.
Whenever it was, I dreamed of a very large, very big-headed woman creeping down the hall toward our bedroom.
Ooh, that creeps me out so bad.
With a demonic smile on her face.
Mm-mm.
Her face was huge, and her body was she was hunched to avoid hitting the ceiling.
Ooh, I don't like it.
And yet her body was very slim.
Oh, you're creeping me out.
And wiry. Creeping towards our bedroom, towards our open bedroom door, peering inside with this Joker smile. And I think I woke up screaming.
Yeah, I think you did.
If not, it was deserving of a scream.
Yeah, whenever you bring that dream up, it creeps me out really bad. So that's all I have to say about my story. You said that you have a story picked?
I do. My story is simply called Haunted House, Oklahoma, USA. It was written by Sarah in Oklahoma, USA, in January of 2008. This story occurred in Pauls Valley, Oklahoma, when I was little. It was a single-story old white frame house with a red shingle roof located in Hull Bend. Every morning I would tell my mother that the pretty lady in white was in the yard again. Also, in my bedroom, you could hear footsteps from my door that would go into the closet. I would tell my parents that the lady in white would take care of me whenever they told me not to do something that might get me hurt, like climbing a tree. In this house, you'd get up in the morning and lights would be turned on, and my parents knew that they had turned them off, or the burners were lit. One night, a bright blue light shone through the window into my parents' bedroom. When my dad looked out the window, the light suddenly disappeared. One night, my mom and I came home very late, and the front door wouldn't open. Mom said that she suddenly became scared and felt like as if she opened the door, she'd be harmed. Another very strange thing about the house, you would frequently find snakes in the yard, all around the house. We're talking several times a week, and the snakes would try and get into the house through the screen door. Things would disappear and reappear, somewhere you knew you hadn't put it. Sometime in the 1970s, the house was moved and a new house was built on the same location. In the 1990s, I drove by the place. For some reason, I'm drawn to it, and the new house was gone. No evidence showed that either house had ever been there. The only thing left was a big tree in the front yard. My mom heard that the previous owner had built the house to raise her daughter there, and that she died when she was very young. My mom thought that that was why the lady in white was attached to me. I've always wondered what happened to the new house that was built there, why it's gone, and where they moved the old house to. And again, that was from January 2008, Sarah in Oklahoma, USA.
That was a good one.
And there was something about that story that I was very attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, that some of the best scary stories are told in plain, straightforward language.
Mm-hmm.
They don't rely on wordsmanship or fancy editing or good elocution when read out loud. There was something about this story, though, that drew me to it. And it was that the house had been built for the daughter. And we live in a house that was built in 1955 for the daughter by the contractor who built this neighborhood.
But she doesn't haunt her house as far as I know.
And she doesn't haunt this house because she's not passed away yet, as far as I know. And I wonder, will this house become haunted by her when she passes away? Is that possible? At what point do places get haunted? I don't necessarily believe that something bad has to have happened within the walls of a home,
right,
on the property, in order for a spirit to get trapped there.
Mm-hmm.
There are places that I think you and I and everybody listening, where if you think about it, think about when you die, where are you going to haunt?
Mm-hmm.
If you had your choice of where you wanted to go back and visit over and over and over again.
Well, I don't even know if it boils down to a choice. Like, for example, how often do I tell you, oh, I had this dream last night and we were living in the house that I grew up in. And so often, I moved out of that house when I was 19 years old. That was a long time ago. But still, most of the time, not all of the time, but most of the time that I'm dreaming about, where I live, it's that house, even if it's like modern day, it's me and you and we live in a house, it's that house. So, I mean, I would hope that I don't go back and haunt that house, but I kind of feel like that feels like the house that I am the most tied to.
And who's to say that you don't already haunt it?
That's a whole nother topic, right?
It spins everything I said about this house and the person who originally lived here.
You have to be dead to be a ghost?
Right.
Yeah.
Who's to say? I mean, there have been incidents documented throughout history.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think they're big enough to fill volumes, but certainly big enough to be mentioned and written about, where people are seen, living people are seen, haunting locations.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, what the term that's used to describe a situation like that is a doppelganger.
Yeah.
But could it be that it's simply a projection of a living person or deceased person that's just sort of bouncing around in space?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, everything around us, the trees, the walls, all that stuff, it is as we perceive it to be through our eyes, through our lenses.
Right.
Who's to say that, what I'm looking at is the same thing that you're seeing?
Mm-hmm.
You can't really, it's like, what is red, right? Or what is blue? How do you know that when I look at red, I don't see yellow, and vice versa? And we're never going to be able to see through another person's eyes like that, regardless of what movies like Brain Scan tell us, or
Brain Scan. I don't think that was the same thing. They just blew them up.
Not Brain Scan.
Oh, wait, that was Scanners.
Brainstorm. Brainstorm. Christopher Walken, Natalie Wood.
Oh, yeah. Brain Scan was that Eddie Furlong movie from the 90s where he had the computer that would talk to him.
That's right. Yeah. Anyway. So that all of that sort of played into the reason I chose that story, was because it kind of resonated with me here, in that, if there was a place that would be haunted, it probably would be this house, but I have never seen or felt anything here.
Well, I feel like what was happening in that story is something that we could experience here, though we haven't. So it's kind of a moot point. But it almost feels like more than being haunted by a ghost at that house, it was almost like where different timelines, it was kind of like crinkled up on itself, like folded in, and then they touched, and there were kind of those overlaps where different bits of timeline were seen or felt. And maybe in another timeline there was a woman who wore white quite frequently, who had this little girl spirit that was in her house, and she felt responsible for this girl spirit, thinking maybe it was her daughter who had died, or whatever. But yeah.
Or maybe there's a lady, whether she be in the future or the past,
Mm-hmm.
who's seeing a little girl in her house. So the person telling the story, Sarah in Oklahoma, is the ghost
Mm-hmm.
who's being seen by somebody else.
We're getting real meta here.
Well, it's crazy. And that's why I like to think about this sort of thing. It's not just the thrill of the fright that gets me amped up and going.
It's the analysis.
It's the contemplations of, when you talk about this sort of thing, you question what is reality and what is unreality.
Mm-hmm.
And then you realize that you are not qualified to talk about such things, and you just better go ahead and tell another scary story.
Lots of deep thoughts going on in this episode here. Lots of things to think about. Sometimes we wax philosophical. Sometimes we just get down with our spooky.
Next thing, we'll be reading stories about blood-splattered walls and screams in the night. But today I wanted to...
We'll probably keep that to a minimum.
I wanted to go down a different spooky hallway this time. One where one might see somebody's poking their head around the corner that's not really there.
That's creepy.
Did I tell you I knew a girl who had a ghost in her house?
Oh, let's hear that.
Well, there was a period in the late 90s, I believe, again, probably fueled by my discovery of Art Bell and listening to Ghost episodes and all that kind of stuff, where I kind of wanted to do little man on the street interviews myself. And so whenever I talk to people, I would say, so have you ever had a paranormal experience? Have you ever seen a ghost? Mm-hmm. Because it's a conversation starter. And, it was a girl and I was a guy.
Well, and not only is it a conversation starter, but it's an automatic friend vetter.
Right.
If I ask you, have you ever had a paranormal experience, and you look at me like I'm insane and you walk away, you're not that kind of person that I want in my life.
Yeah.
But if I ask you and our heads get closer together and we both, like, our voices drop and we're like, oh, we're best friends. So,
exactly.
Anyway, so you were vetting this girl.
And it was for this very purpose that I asked this question, unknowingly, of course. And she said, oh, yeah. I said, oh, well, yeah, tell me. Because, I haven't experienced much. I know that I talk about it sometimes because certain mundane things happen to me that maybe I make a big deal out of that don't need to be made a big deal out of. Mm-hmm. But this friend of mine, she said, there's a girl that lives in our house. She lived with her parents at the time. Mm-hmm. And I said, what do you mean, a girl that lives in your house? Because it sounded strange. Mm-hmm. And she said, a girl, the spirit of a girl that lives in our house. And I said, well, has everybody seen this girl? And she said, no, just me and my father. My mother's never seen her. Mm. A statement like that, and that kind of a fact that certain people don't see things and certain people do, makes you wonder if people who see ghosts maybe are tuned into something that other people aren't. Maybe they have a touch of psychic. Well,
and it could just be that the person who doesn't see it is tuned out.
Yeah, that's true. A disbeliever instead of
or it's just different frequencies, and because I haven't seen a lot of ghosts, or, like, I've had experiences, but I haven't seen a lot of things. And maybe it's just because I'm tuned into a different frequency, because it's not that I'm not a believer,
Yeah. Well, and so in the case that I was talking about, I said, what do you mean she lives there with you? And she said, well, occasionally we'll see somebody poking their head around the corner at the end of the hall and poking their head back in.
No.
And when you go down there and look, as if you would, I wouldn't.
I would.
There's nobody there. Or Or, her dad sees a girl, she sees his daughter going into her bedroom and says, "Hey, I wanted to ask you something," and she's not in there.
Yeah.
And he just saw somebody enter the room, and it was a female figure. I should have asked if I could come over, but I wasn't really cool. I didn't want to meet her parents. I wasn't ready. And I also, part of me wonders if I want to see something like that, because I'm always worried about things getting attached and coming home with you, that kind of thing, from places like that. I don't know if I'd like that. I mean, me entering a place where something lives is one story, but
bringing home a souvenir, a little different, huh?
Yeah, I don't know if that's something I'd be into. So, anyway, those are my stories. Now, what's yours?
So, I'm not actively searching out creepy paranormal type headlines, but when I see them, if it's a good one, I think, ooh, I want to read that on the podcast. And so I just happened across another one the other day, and I put it aside for today. And the photos in this article are really scary. So, Vince, I'll read it to you. And then, of course, everything we talk about, any stories we read from our website, any news articles, etc., there's links to all of them in the show notes. So you can go and get this article and see the images for yourself. They're pretty terrifying. So this is from heritagedaily.com. And the headline is "Padlocked, quote, vampire grave found in Poland with sickle over neck." And the photo is this skeleton that's like buried in the dirt. And I mean, it's just like a normal skeleton. It looks like it doesn't have big vampire fangs or anything, but there's this big piece of metal laying from shoulder to shoulder that's like rusted. So let's read this. Archaeologists from the Turin Nicholas Copernicus University have found a grave from the 18th century containing a female vampire, and of course female vampires in quotes, buried with a sickle over the neck to prevent her ascension to vampirism. The concept of a blood-sucking spirit or demon-consuming human flesh has been told in the mythology and folk tales of almost every civilization throughout the centuries. During the late 17th and 18th century, the folklore for vampires, as we imagine, became rampant in the verbal traditions and lore of many European ethnic groups. They were described as the revenants of evil beings, suicide victims, witches, corpses possessed by a malevolent spirit, or the victim of a vampiric attack. During the 18th century, vampire sightings across Eastern Europe had reached its peak with frequent exhumations and the practice of staking to kill potential revenants. This period was commonly referred to as the 18th century vampire controversy. Archaeologists found the burial near a town that I'm not even going to pretend to try to pronounce because I'm not Polish and I do not want to mutilate their language. Anyway, they found the burial near a city in northern Poland. An anthropological study revealed that she had protruding front teeth. Did she? I didn't see that. Well, like her canines, or not canines, her front teeth. Very front teeth. Yeah, they kind of stick forward a little bit, I guess. Anyway, that she had protruding front teeth, suggesting that her appearance may have led superstitious locals in the 17th century to brand her a witch or vampire in fear of her ascension. A sickle was placed around her neck while a padlock was tied to the toe on the left foot. Referring to the sickle, the professor from Nicholas Copernicus University explained that the position would have decapitated the individual should they try to rise from the grave. Despite the morbid nature of the grave, the woman was buried with a silk cap on her head, which was a luxury commodity in the 17th century, suggesting that the deceased held a high social status. Previous burials have been found in Poland showing anti-vampiric customs, such as several skeletons with severed heads or a burial with a brick forced into the mouth. I remember seeing that one too. That article went around in the last couple years. or the skeleton they found, the mouth was wide open and there was a brick like jammed into it. But I want to show you the pictures. You ready? So they talk about her front teeth. Oh, the lower front teeth are kind of protruding. Because I was going to say the top front tooth, it's only protruding because it looks like it came out and somebody set it back on top of the skeleton. But I think it's the bottom front teeth that they're talking about being protruding. So here you go. So look at those photos and tell me what you think, Vince.
Okay. Well, I see a skeleton. I see mostly just the skull.
Mm-hmm.
And there appears to be one very large front tooth.
Yeah, but like I said, if you can blow it up, it looks like it came out.
Yeah.
And they just set it back on top. But
they didn't even put it. Well, yeah, I guess they did set it back on top.
Yeah, because that's the root that you see there. But if you look at the bottom teeth, see how there's the two here are kind of forward, and then the center teeth are kind of pushed backwards behind it a little bit.
Right. Well, if this person was persecuted for being a vampire based on bad dentistry, that's truly a very sad thing. But
it is I'm sure people were accused of vampirism for less, you know.
That's true.
But look, you can see the big sickle right across.
Yeah. Yeah. So there's definitely evidence here of a deep belief in vampiric lore. When did they say, how old did they say this?
So it was 17th century, so the 1600s.
17th century. Okay, that makes sense.
Well, and I think it's, it's easy to say, wow, these people were so, barbaric or superstitious or whatever, but they were the exact same as us. We look for meaning in everyday things. We look for correlation and we know things now that they didn't know back then, but likewise, they probably knew things back then that we don't know now, or
I'm one of the
doesn't mean they were dumb.
Yeah, I'm one of the people that has always been guilty of thinking that people who came before, even people at the turn of the century, that they had some sort of like Shakespearean theatrical way about them.
Yeah.
Really, it wasn't until I started reading about things like the graffiti that they found in Pompeii, where the guys and gals that wrote this graffiti were just as crass as the people that inhabit the world today.
And it's really like the exact same graffiti that you would see anywhere today. It's like that scene in Bubba Hotep where they're in the bathroom in the stall and there's the hieroglyphics on the wall.
That were written by the mummy.
The mummy wrote the hieroglyphics on the toilet wall. And what was it? Pharaoh gobbles donkey goobers.
And Cleopatra does the nasty.
That was hilarious. But then when you actually read some of the graffiti in Pompeii, it's like the exact same thing. But yeah, so they, believed these things that we don't necessarily believe now, and they took action on them. But at the same time, who knows in, 300 years, 400 years, are people going to be like, can you believe that they thought X, Y, or Z? What barbarians the people in 2022 were. And it's just, the things that we know and the things that we believe.
And the customs.
Evolve,
like that, yeah.
Right. Right. And the way that we handle the things that we know and believe. I don't think we get smarter. We just change and our focuses change.
And don't you think in a way that maybe living in the 17th century at a time when there were such things, I mean, as far as everybody knew, there were such things as vampires.
It was an absolutely
and
real
these types
thing.
Of things. Wouldn't that have been a more fascinating time to live?
I mean,
I'm not knocking science.
Maybe more dangerous.
Certainly more dangerous. And I'm not knocking science. Or
no, clearly not.
But there was a lot more to believe back then, I suppose, because so many things can be disproved.
Or a lot more to fear anyway. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I wouldn't want to go back and visit that time.
Yeah, I think just seeing graves unearthed like that, we see it through, today's lens. But we're looking at the 1600s through today's lens, and there's an amount of distortion, I think, that happens when you look like that. And we may think, well, that's such a simple thing to believe, because we're looking down. Like I said, there's distortion in looking that far past, where if you were actually there, if you could time travel, being who you are today, what you believe and everything, and you could time travel there and, get a sense for what's culturally going on and everything, and talk to the people who are doing that to this person as they bury. I assume she had died, and they were doing this posthumously to, prevent her from becoming a vampire. It wouldn't be quite so silly and simplistic and barbaric.
I think if you could go back and talk to the people and communicate with them and look in their faces,
you'd understand them a little bit more. Yeah.
Just like anything else, when you see a photograph of something going on somewhere in the world and there's little to no context, you immediately pass judgment and say, look at that.
Yeah. So yeah, I wanted to share that, and I thought it was interesting.
Well, I like these stories that you're bringing.
Thanks.
That you're finding. I myself am not finding a whole lot.
Well, they're just coming to me. They're plopping into my lap. I'm not searching them out.
I have been doing a lot of Instagramming. By Instagramming, I mean that I've been looking, not necessarily posting. So if anybody that's listening hears of any cool stories, I would love it if they would send us a message through the website and say, hey, here's an interesting story you might want to look into and perhaps read.
Yeah, feel free to send us links to some stories. You can do that through the website, in the frequently asked questions page. There's a contact box at the bottom. And you can also DM us on Facebook or Instagram, Castle of Spirits on both, and send us links or suggestions that you'd like to, things you'd like us to do or whatever in the podcast, show segment ideas.
And if you're a person who has had a paranormal experience, please consider writing it down and submitting it.
Don't consider. Friends, get on it. Submit your stories. The last thing that I want to talk about before we go is, since we reopened submissions, I have had people tell me time and time again, well, I'm not really a writer. And you don't have to be a writer. You just have to have had an experience. Just tell us what happened. It doesn't need to be flowery. It needs to be readable. We need to be able to understand what you're saying. And it needs to be factual. Don't try to get flowery and try and make it as verbose as you can. Just tell us what happened.
Like I said, I love a great ghost story, but the stuff that really scares me is when everyday people tell their story straightforwardly.
A more succinct way of saying that is just the facts, friends. Just tell us the facts. That's all we are asking for. So yeah, please submit your stories. And let's get them featured. Maybe we'll read it on the air, and who knows if it's a really amazing experience that we just have all of the questions about. Maybe one day we'll ask you to come onto the podcast with us so that we can pick around in your brain and dig out a few more details. That imagery got really gross, and I apologize for that, but it's on brand. So anyway, that's all I have to say for the rest of the day.
Does that mean that for the rest of the day you're not going to speak?
Wouldn't you love that?
Oh.
All right. So without
further
ado, we end.
So in the words of those who have yet to figure out a good way to end a podcast, and then I'm going to pass it off to you, and then you say something like, stay thirsty, my friends. What was it again?
Stay scared.
Stay scared or something. We implore you, or whatever, say that. We thus implore you to...
No, we're not going to say we thus implore you to, like a couple of...
Well, I was trying to lead you down that road, and I was going to pass it off to you, what I was saying.
You're going to heavily edit this, right? Because this is just getting out of control. Yeah. All right, so if neither one of us have anything else left to
say,
then we will say goodbye for today.
No,
Okay. Then I'm just going to say it, and there's probably no segue into it, and the podcast is just going to fall off a cliff. So
no, that's
okay.
fine.
Stay scared.
Welcome to episode 5 of the Castle of Spirits podcast. See, that's how you do it.
That is how you do it. And welcome to our very first fully professional episode. By the 5th episode, we should be pros and know what we're doing by now.
I wouldn't go that far, and I think you're setting expectations that we cannot live up to, but it is the first episode we've recorded in the season of fall.
That's true. That's true. Yep.
And I'm excited about it because we've had a long road to fall.
You know, I wouldn't say that we're even there yet. Still supposed to be in the high 80s this week, and that is unacceptable behavior for fall. So,
well, I am sitting here with a comfy blanket wrapped around my feet because it's cold in the house.
Yeah.
It's always a good sign when there's cold spots in your house.
Cold spots.
And the castle, I'm sorry, we're in a castle.
This drafty old castle.
Yes.
So
indeed.
you were saying that there was something you wanted to talk about today. That, you know, after recording several of these episodes and talking about this website over the last few months as we've been preparing to open the castle doors, the new castle doors, that you were wondering if kind of immersing yourself in these types of things can bring experiences on.
Yes.
What?
Since you said it for me.
Yeah.
I guess I don't have to say it now.
Yeah, but why did you want to talk about that? Like, what about that?
Oh, the reasons
Edit the
behind
hell
it.
out of that.
The reasons behind that were, and it was in an Instagram post that I threw up.
Whoa.
That I posted to the interwebs, where I asked the question, is it possible that the more you talk about the paranormal, the greater the chances are that you'll begin to experience it?
Mm-hmm.
Because not 30 minutes after we'd finished editing the last episode, we walked into the room where we normally record this podcast,
Mm-hmm.
and one of our battery-operated candles, we have an array of them over there.
It's like a dozen of them, and yeah, little battery-operated candles. They have a remote control.
And we haven't used them for months.
You haven't touched them. The remote control is sitting up on a shelf over there. It's got a little layer of dust on it. You know, it's the castle, right? And yeah, we walk into the room and just one. And you can't like use the remote and just turn on one, because no matter how you try and point, you might not get all of them, but you're going to get several of them to turn on if you push that remote button, no matter how close you get to one of them.
Right.
So, but just one of them was turned on.
And that was, I mean, I'm not willing to go so far as to call it paranormal, but it was abnormal, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's abnormalities all over the place.
It was strange.
It was very strange. And it was not something that happens frequently here. And so it led me to ask that question. I mean, certainly you can attract negativity by thinking and talking about negative things, just as you can attract positivity into your life by thinking positive thoughts and doing positive things.
Manifestation.
Right. So exactly.
But, or is it more like I might pronounce this wrong, the Bader-Meinhof syndrome or red car syndrome? You know, when you buy a red car, suddenly all you see around you see red cars everywhere, right? So maybe it's something like that. You start thinking about the paranormal, and so your mind is more open to it. And so you start interpreting things that were already there or that would have already happened. You start interpreting them as potentially paranormal.
Yeah, but walking into a room where, like my office, the light is on, I'm like, oh, I forgot to turn the light off.
Mm-hmm.
But these candles, that's not something that happens.
It has happened one other time.
Has it? When?
It was probably a couple weeks after we got them, but it wasn't just one of the candles. About half of them were turned on. I came into the room and I was like, that's weird.
Now, if we look on like on Amazon,
Yeah, they'll
you bought
probably
them,
be like, these things
reviews.
turn on all by themselves.
These things suck. 1 star.
I did try, this might be weird. Maybe you should edit this out because people might think that I'm a lunatic, but I did try to turn one of them on with my mind the other day.
Did you really?
Yeah.
All right. So what kind of drove you to do that?
Well, I was freaked out by the candle being on, and I was like, I don't know. I thought maybe I was, Carrie or something for a moment. Maybe edit that out.
You were really freaked out by that?
I was a little freaked out by it.
Still, this happened like, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, didn't it?
Yeah, but this was about a week ago. So.
All right. So not long after, you were still thinking you were freaked out about it.
Yeah.
But so you tried that, and did anything happen?
Well, clearly not, because I didn't come running screaming into your office, talking about how I was a brilliant, what do they call that?
Necromancer?
Yeah,
no.
something. No, not a necromancer. A telekinesis person.
A telekin.
A telekin. I think that's a bird.
Okay. Oh, that's right. Yeah. A telekinoid. A telekinesis person. Yeah, that's good. That's what we'll call them. Now, you can't call it a clairvoyant because that's not clairvoyance.
No, that's totally different.
Wow. So you're not a telekinesis person.
I'm not a telekinesis person. But
I've tried stuff like that before.
Yeah?
Manifesting through concentration, and it
Did
never
it ever
worked.
work?
No, it never worked, but I've tried it.
It's a great story.
God. Well, speaking of stories.
Oh, yes. This is a story podcast, isn't it?
Yes. We live in the castle, and this castle has a humongous library.
And it's getting bigger by the day.
Of
Submit your stories, castleofspirits.com.
True ghost stories submitted by listeners.
Listeners just like you.
And we could probably go on forever reading these stories.
And we very well may. We
just might. But today, I have one picked out and you have one picked out.
I do. We need to make sure it's not the same story.
Again? Okay. That's always. The odds of that happening. But
yeah,
still.
but because the odds of that happening are low, it's going to happen.
All right.
My story is from April of 2003.
My story is from February of 2003.
Ooh, see, it almost happened.
Does it have the word "the" in the title?
Yes, but it's not the first word.
Okay, we're safe.
Okay. I mean, they're different months, so I think we're safe anyway.
Well, they're close, though.
Do you want to go first?
I insist. You go first.
Okay. We Were Not the Only Tenants in Our Apartment by Jill in Michigan, submitted April 2003. My boyfriend and I lived in our last apartment for 2.5 years. In that time, we had quite a few unexplainable things happen. I will only describe a few. The first thing I can remember happening was when my boyfriend and I were standing in the short hallway right outside the closed bedroom door. We both heard, at the same time, a knocking on the other side of the door, about head height. We looked at each other and I said, "I'm not going in there." My boyfriend checked out the room and there was no one there, and nothing we could see could have made that particular noise. It could not have been noise from another apartment, as it was definitely about head height. The next odd thing that happened was at about 3 a.m. We were sleeping, and we were awakened by our dog's frenzied barking and growling. Our dog sleeps on the bed with us, and he was standing at the foot of the bed, facing away from us toward the opposite wall, barking and growling and bristling. At the time, we had a small aquarium with lizards in it, and by the light of the aquarium, we could see nothing that would affect the dog like that. No insect or spider or moving shadows on the wall. We calmed Mickey as best as we could and got him to sit, but he would not lay back down and rest. The whole time I stayed awake, probably about 30 minutes after, Mickey was sitting, staring intently, hackles raised and tracking something back and forth on the wall. I did fall back asleep, and we were awakened a second time with the exact same scenario. Again, we saw nothing. That one was scary, But the scariest thing that happened to me was one morning when I had just awakened and was lying on the bed with my back to the open door of the bedroom. I heard my name, and it sounded like someone had burped it out. Jill. You know what it sounds like when someone burps out a word, right? Kind of gruff sounding. I turned over, fully expecting it to be my boyfriend, and there was no one there. I realized then that I could hear my boyfriend in the bathroom in the shower. I rushed out of the room. It's weird how you can get so freaked out you expect something else to happen. Like I almost expected the bedroom door to close before I got to it. I went into the bathroom and told my boyfriend about it and stayed with him while he finished. It freaked me out quite a bit. There was also a time when we were dog sitting for my boyfriend's mom. Queenie was a tiny, white little ragamuffin poodle dog. I was sitting in the living room and she was in the room with me. My boyfriend was in the kitchen preparing her food. He called her into the kitchen to eat and she started to go. Abruptly, she stopped and started whining at the wall in the corner of the living room. I watched her do this, all the while looking for something she could be seeing, an insect or something. She then sat back on her haunches with her front paws in the air in her beg stance, which she does when she wants a treat or something. Then she got back down on all fours, looking utterly dejected, and slunk, and I mean slunk, out of the room. All of this happened, and I saw absolutely no cause or reason for it. I mean, what or who on earth could she have been begging to, and for what? The last thing I will mention was the only thing we actually saw visually. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the couch watching a DVD. There is only one window in the living room, and it is a large sliding glass door window. It was dark outside. There's about a foot of wall between the glass door and the regular front door. Out of my peripheral, I saw something glowing on that area of wall between the doors. I turned to see what it was, and it was a reddish-orange round orb about the diameter of a coffee can. I watched as it slowly descended down the wall and disappeared into the floor. I was rendered speechless, and I turned to tell my boyfriend about it. He too had watched it, as he had seen it out of his peripheral. He said, "What was that?" I had no answer for him. I do know there was no normal explanation for it. It could not have been headlights or any other light source from outside for that matter, as it was on the wall next to the window and could not have possibly lit that wall. There was no other light source in the living room except the TV. We don't live in that apartment anymore, only because we wanted a bigger place. We didn't feel threatened for the most part. I did feel a little threatened the day it said my name. The burping voice has an element of gruff to it that is kind of scary. And actually I had a lot of other little things happen there as well, like cold spots and feeling watched. Again, that was submitted by Jill in Michigan in April of 2003. Thank you so much, Jill, wherever you are. Hopefully you have no gastrointestinal ghosts haunting you almost 20 years on.
I was taken aback because I got this image of her boyfriend in the shower. He's like singing her, like calling out to her, like he wants, like, I don't know, can you bring me a towel or more soap or something? He's like, Jill! And she freaks out thinking it's a ghost and like runs out of the apartment, and he's like left going, where'd she go? Oh, man.
Vince, you really enjoyed that.
I really enjoyed that. And
I didn't expect you to get such a laugh out of it because I actually chose that story for a reason, and I figured that you would immediately know what that reason was when you heard it. But instead, you had like tears coming out of your eyes.
And, you know, I'm not laughing at the story. The story itself I thought it was terrifying. Mm-hmm. That one part where she mentioned going for the door and expecting it to slam before she got to the door.
Yeah.
Going for the doorway and expecting the door to slam before she got there. That's something that I've when you're freaked out,
yeah,
these are like these movie moments that happen in your life, and you're like, oh my God, mm-hmm. This is where somebody jumps out from the dark and like chops me up into pieces or something.
But I did choose that story for a reason.
Okay, what?
You don't know?
Well, we lived in an apartment together. In that apartment, we read a lot of scary stories to each other from Castle of Spirits.
But that apartment was not haunted.
It wasn't.
But so
we did hear a lot of strange sounds coming from the neighbors, and particularly the guy downstairs who would snore and thrash around and knock things over in his sleep.
Like night terrors, I think.
Yeah.
No, you don't remember. It was in the last house we lived in. It wasn't an old house. It was built in like 93, and we were the second family to live there. It wasn't a creepy house, but we did actually have some experiences there. And our house we live in now is much older, from the 50s. And I mean, aside from our little candle experience, I'm not prepared to say that this house is creepy or haunted or that we've really had any experiences here. But do you remember when it was shortly after we moved into the house. We had probably been living there for, I don't know, a couple months, maybe only a few weeks, not very long. And we were, oh man, you know what we were doing that night? We were reading Castle of Spirits.
Were we?
Yeah. We were sitting in the computer room. We had our little, room for computers, and it was officially the computer room.
And so back then we really didn't have much furniture, so that was kind of like our
hangout spot.
Yeah, our hangout spot, the internet and all that good stuff. One computer shared.
Yep. So we were in the computer room, and we had the lights turned off because we were reading Castle of Spirits, and we had our puppy because we had just moved in. First order of business in the new house, you got to get a dog.
Right.
So we went and got our dog. And so we had her, and she was young.
Now, does this dog have a name?
Oh, yeah.
I appreciated in this last story, by the way, that she did give her dog a name.
But not the boyfriend.
Not the boyfriend.
But anyway.
But yes.
Yeah, so our puppy, Nova, she was a black lab. And I was the one sitting at the computer reading ghost stories. Do you remember this story? Do you remember where this is going?
I think I do.
Okay.
Because, there were a couple of occurrences in that house.
So for some reason, I didn't know where my cell phone was, and for some reason I needed it. And I asked you if you would go find it. We had a landline phone for a minute. I don't know why we thought that was necessary, but I said, I'm going to call my phone. Will you go see if you can find it? So I dial my number, and you get up and leave the room, and you close the door behind you because we didn't want our puppy to leave the room and go wander around the house and pee in corners. So as you, this is why I chose this story. So as you leave the room, you close the door and you're like making some burping noise. You were burping or you were making some kind of...
Was I singing your name?
No. But you were making some kind of burping noise as you walked off, And I wasn't really listening. I'm listening to my phone ring and ignoring your gastrointestinal distress in the hall. And after a few rings, you answered the phone and you said, wow, it was all the way down here in the basement. And our house was 3 levels and I was on the top level. So you had to go down 3 turns in the staircase to get there. And I said, what did you say? And you said, your phone was in the basement. And I said, how did you do that? And you said, do what? And I freaked. I said, get up here now. And I hung up the phone and I was freaking out. And so I hear you come pounding up all of the stairs. Boom, 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 boom. You're running up the stairs. And you come...
I was coming up because you said get up here.
Yeah, you were like, what the hell's happening?
I thought something horrible had happened.
Yeah. So you come bursting into the room and you're like, what? Well, what had happened was you left the room and you shut the door and you were making your burping noise. Whatever it was, you were like, ah, But I realized that the entire time that the phone was ringing, I could still hear on the other side of the door, like this gruff sounding, like some kind of a mumbling or something. It wasn't like a burping ghost, but it was a similar sound to what you had made, but it stayed right there on the other side of that door. It was like, and it was happening clear through to where you answered the phone and you were speaking.
So then, was I actually making a noise when I went down into the hallway, or was that something that you think was
you're
the same
always
sound?
making some kind of burpy noise, so I assume that you did.
That's not true.
It is true, but I assume that you were actually making that noise. But yeah, and that was the very first experience that we had in that house. So when I was reading this story and she talked about, the burping voice saying her name and being freaked out by that, I was like, I've experienced almost that exact same thing.
So what conclusion did you draw from that? I mean, did you think that I'm certain that at some point during the conversation we were having after this occurred right there in that room, I must have posed some sort of a rational explanation, like maybe it was a truck outside or something like that.
Yeah, you probably did. Because you never believed me when...
I'm like you're the typical male...
The typical husband who's like, oh, the little lady's got the weird thoughts in her head again. Maybe she needs some more allowance money.
God.
Why don't you go shopping?
But that's the thing that happens in all those those TV shows about families, my paranormal haunting or whatever
it's always the practical husband,
the career-minded husband
doesn't believe in any of this nonsense that his little wifey believes
or
in.
His children are experiencing
right.
until he experiences it, and all of a sudden it's top priority. We have to take care of this.
Right. Or like in the show we were watching last night where he didn't believe his wife and he didn't believe his daughter, but then there was a little boy that came over to his house and he had an experience and he's like, well, and then I believed it. And I'm like, oh yeah, because another guy, even though he's a little boy, still.
Oh my God, we're
anyway.
Doomed. But
yeah, it's that trope of the guy never believes
until somebody taps on his pillow and wakes him up in the middle of the night, like what happened to me. And we've talked about that
but
before.
you still try to justify away the other big experience we had in that house. And I won't talk about that one right now because I don't want to give away all the goods right out of the gate. We'll save that story. I'm sure it'll come up at another time.
But that house did have its fair share of oddities, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And it's weird, like you said, that house was built in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And there was something about it.
Mm-hmm.
And this house was built in the 50s.
And there's nothing about it.
There really isn't. Although, we did smudge when we moved into this house. And I think that stuff really works apparently because
it's all right. Time to vacate.
The only thing that I remember or the only thing that I feel in this house is the presence of the previous family, who had teenage kids, but that was because they literally moved out and we moved in the very next day. Mm-hmm. So there were still like light fixtures and stuff that are still here to this day that they put up. Yet when I look at this house and you see it's old, I mean, it's a, what would you call it? A mid-mod? You would call this? Is not.
Yeah.
So when I look at the house, I don't sense history. I mean, there were things that happened in the world for decades and decades that were echoed in this house by the people who lived in the house and who talked about those things happening. Mm-hmm. I mean, assassinations, wars, rap. I don't know what else.
Rap.
The 80s, all that stuff. And yet I don't really feel anything. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't sense, like the people who have, come before, who've walked these halls or, any of that. But I do sense kind of the heaviness of the history. And I don't mean heaviness like, oh, there's this heavy oppressive feeling. I mean, I feel like history has a weight to it, right? So like our previous house was a little bit newer. It didn't have a lot of history, and most of the history that it did have was us. And when I thought about the amount of history there, it just feels very light, very lightweight. Where here, it just feels a little bit denser and heavier because there's more years. But aside from that, I don't the only weird thing about this house is occasionally we'll come home and it will smell like an old lady's house sometimes, like, powdery, florally, perfumey, a little bit, yeah, like that stale, powdery gardenia type smell, and I absolutely hate gardenia smell, so there's nothing gardenia scented in here, but it smells like a really old grandma's house every once in a while, and just for a moment. And then every once in a while, we'll come home and it will smell like cigarettes.
Oh, well, sometimes we'll be in here and suddenly
it smells like cigarettes.
Now,
yeah, and we don't smoke, and our neighbors don't smoke, because I even asked, thinking, well, maybe our next door neighbor over here, maybe they smoke. And so I asked, and she's like, no, we don't smoke. And she kind of seemed a little offended that I would even ask. And I said, it's just weird because once in a while we'll smell cigarette smoke, and pretty sure the family who lived here before didn't smoke, and it didn't smell like cigarette smoke when we toured the house or when we moved in or anything.
One of the first times that we smelled that smoke, or that we smelled the smell of smoke, I think I proposed the idea that I said, well, these carpets are not exactly new.
No, but they're not. No, it's not old carpet though.
And I thought, maybe the previous tenant smoked, and maybe there was a spot or something that if there's a certain level of humidity in the air, it can activate certain dormant scents that are either in the walls or in carpet, some sort of fabric,
maybe
some sort of atmospheric things that set those things off.
But I think that these carpets were laid down within a year of us buying the house. It's not old carpet. So I don't know. But
it's freaky, but it happens.
That's the weirdest thing, is sometimes it smells like an old lady's house. Sometimes it smells like a bar.
One of the things that I remember when we first moved into the house was one of the neighbors down the street, who's been here for a long time, came over as we were moving our stuff in. And when she learned our names, she said, oh, there was a Vince that lived here before.
We didn't actually introduce ourselves in this podcast. I'm Jane. This is Vince.
Yes. Well, they know that by now.
But still.
And she said, oh, that's interesting, because there was a Vince that lived here before in this house. Back in the 80s. He had a family, but he died.
Yeah.
Now, I don't think he died in the house. But, when I heard that gave me a sense of calm. Because I thought, what are the odds that two Vinces are going to die in the same house? So I'm safe as long as we stay here.
But his name is in the concrete out front, so that's.
Is his name, or is just the kids?
Well, their last name. So now that everybody knows everything about our house, do you have a story to read?
Well, it's a castle, actually.
Oh, everything. Well.
Oh, man, I blew it. I blew the illusion.
You did. We just broke the fourth wall.
Oh, man. Anyway, I'm sorry. Just pretend everything I said. We'll just go back in post. And every time I say house, I'll overdub myself saying like castle.
Castle. Yeah. So there I was, sitting in the castle.
I do have a story to read.
Okay.
And what's interesting about it, and this all kind of comes together, doesn't it?
Okay.
Because we were just talking about the history of our house, castle, the history of our house. This story is called The House That Wasn't There.
Ooh.
Submitted by Anonymous in February of 2003. A few years ago, a friend and I decided on a December Saturday morning to drive from a small town in Missouri to the nearest large shopping mall. The road is a narrow 2-lane country road through mostly farmland with a few houses. We made this trip several times a year and were very familiar with the road. When we started out, it was a brisk winter day, but there was no snow or signs of snow. Once at the mall, we took in a movie, shopped, ate, shopped some more, ate some more, and shopped some more. So it was around 9 p.m. when we left and discovered a foot of snow on the ground and more coming down fast. Instead of doing the smart thing and getting a motel room, we decided to head for home. I was driving slowly because of the snowpack on the road when a car came up behind us and tried to pass on a blind curve. Of course, there was a car coming the other direction. The first car cut in too sharply and forced me off the road. Neither car stopped. So there we were, stranded on a snowbank late at night with no cell phone, and it was freezing. We sat in the car for an hour, and no other cars came by. The situation was getting desperate when Mary said, "Look, there's a house right over there." Neither of us had noticed it before. It was a very distinctive house, rustic, with a huge wraparound porch. All the lights were on, and it was very visible. We decided to see if they had a phone. The door was answered by a sweet old lady who immediately asked us in, let us call for a tow truck, and gave us a tea and cookies. We weren't sure where we were, so she gave the tow truck driver very specific directions, 2.3 miles west from the turnoff to the highway. She invited us to stay inside until the tow truck driver got there, and then she went back to bed. A few hours later, the truck showed up and we left. She was still in bed, so we just wrote a quick thank you note. Later, we decided to bake her a batch of cookies and take them back for a more personal thank you. That next Saturday, we drove back to her house. But it wasn't there. We drove by where we thought it was and couldn't find it, so we went to the turnoff by the highway. We drove exactly 2.3 miles west, and we still couldn't find it. In desperation, we called the tow truck driver, who said he had never seen a house when he picked us up. He was wondering why we'd been standing on a hill instead of waiting inside the car. Every trip to the mall since then, we've looked for that house, but have never found it. And again, that was submitted by Anonymous in February of 2003, The House That Wasn't There. Now, if you ask me why I chose that particular story.
I am asking you, why did you choose that one?
I can tell you're asking me with your eyes. Yeah. I don't know why.
Okay.
But I think that it fit very well into the flow of the conversation we were having. So maybe maybe I had some sort of a psychic intuition that I need to talk about a house.
Okay.
Or maybe it was just dumb luck.
Let's go with dumb luck.
Or at least one of those two words. But
so I think that story is interesting for a couple of reasons. First of all, and I'm not saying that Anonymous in 2003 sent us what is now known as a creepypasta, but there's a similar story. I believe it's in one of the scariest stories to tell in the dark books. It's not the same. Basically, in that story, a couple, their car breaks down, yada, yada, yada. They stay at this old couple's house and, they're very hospitable and whatever. They leave them a note with some money on a table next to the door when they leave early the next day. They mention it to someone that they stayed there, but then they're told, oh, that house burned down years ago. The old couple who lived there died. They go back to the house and they find the burned rubble of the house, and they find a little end table next to the front door. And what's on the end table? Their thank you note with money in it. But
yeah, there's lots of variations to that story.
Yeah. But no, I'm not saying that I think that this story is made up, because I think that I do think that it's possible. I mean, I think that urban legends come from somewhere. There's at least a small grain of truth in all urban legends. And I think it's absolutely quite possible that they experienced what they did. And it's also possible that they just didn't go far enough, or, I don't know.
Remember when we were going to Salt Lake City, and we were taking the old highway, which is now being revamped.
Mm-hmm.
And we missed our turn.
Mm-hmm.
And suddenly we were a lot farther along than we thought we were. And we thought, what happened? Did we enter some sort of a parallel universe where that where that exit doesn't exist? Well, it turns out that the construction changed the location of the exit.
Well, I think it's possible that these things are experienced a lot more frequently than we know, because, I mean, it's possible that you see a house all the time on the side of the road that it doesn't actually exist there. It's just, a ghost house, but you never find out about it because there's no reason to like double back. Or, you see somebody walking down the street who might be a ghost, or walking through a department store, or because you don't have opportunity to interact with them, you have no idea that you potentially just saw a ghost. I mean, who knows? There's probably been ghosts or ghost things, like, a house, or does that make sense? Like,
yeah. Well,
we take for granted that everything that we see and interact with is real until we see something or interact with something that is completely out of context. And only then is it scary, or do we think, oh, that was a ghost, or, whatever your belief is. But if it's in context to the surroundings, you have no reason to believe that it's a ghost, and no reason to question how real it is. Even if it's being weird, right? If you see a person walking down the street, like, how often have you said to me as we're driving down the street, dude, did you see that guy walking? He looked like he was straight out of the 70s. Like, you've said things like that to me before. Maybe he is. Maybe it was a ghost, but there's no opportunity to interact with him when you're just driving past him. So you think, well, that was kind of strange, but...
Oh, okay, now you're creeping me out, because now I'm thinking about occurrences like that where you see somebody. And the thing that's always freaked me out the most about ghost stories is that when spirits present themselves, and they present themselves as full-bodied apparitions, they're not flickering images, and they're not see-through. Although a lot of times you'll hear stories where people say a spirit appeared in front of them and it was transparent. I've never seen a transparent person, but I can't imagine seeing something like that on the side of the road and just thinking it's a normal person.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you see them and they're transparent, and sometimes they're not. And I think that there's differences, right? There's different types of presentation. There's different types of manifestation or occurrence, or types of ghosts, or whatever. But
well, maybe it's only when that manifestation causes a problem or gets noticed that then we have an opportunity to question the reality of that. It is maybe these things are going on all around us, but we only notice them when they cause a problem, when something is confusing about them, when we have to go up to them and say, "Excuse me," and then you realize that
transparent.
No, not why you're transparent, but why were you why are you not there now? I'm coming to see your house and you're no longer there. If they had just never gone back to that lady's house, it would not have been
It wouldn't
strange.
have been a weird, exactly.
And maybe they would have continued to see it the next time they drove by.
Maybe, yeah. Or they would have just thought, oh, I guess that house got torn down, or, whatever. But maybe the whole transparency thing is more of a reaction, like a shock reaction. It's not that, because you're right. We talk about, maybe you see these things all the time. Well, you don't go around seeing transparent houses or transparent people walking through a department store, or, whatever. But you see transparent person in your house, or, in places where a person shouldn't be. So maybe the transparency, seeing something as being transparent, is more of your mind's reaction to seeing something that shouldn't be there. It's or like a shock reaction. This shouldn't be there, and your brain says, it was there, it wasn't there, and then it was, and I think I could see through it.
Or maybe it was transparent all along, and the only reason you're noticing it's transparent is because it's in your living room. Instead of passing somebody on the street, you could probably, I could probably pass by somebody in the street who was naked and not even notice.
Oh, I doubt that.
If it's a busy enough, if it's busy enough out there or something. But, or certainly I could pass by somebody who was maybe a little bit transparent and might not really be there, but not really notice them because I'm not looking at them.
Maybe.
I'm not studying them. Somebody standing in your living room in the middle of the night or your bedroom, you're going to study them. You're going to look at them and say, "Oh my God, what is this?"
Yeah.
Anyway.
Interesting thoughts. We have them.
Periodically.
From time to time.
Twice a week. And once on Tuesday.
Oh boy. So I don't have any additional stories or anything. Do you have anything else you want to talk about? What are you doing on your phone?
I have subscribed to the Coast Zone, which is a coast-to-coast insider newsletter that is spirited into my email inbox periodically. And it feels like almost every other day. And it reads, Ghost Child filmed at notoriously haunted hotel in Arkansas. A spooky piece of footage circulating online appears to show a ghost child dash past the camera of a person staying at a notoriously haunted hotel in Arkansas. Posted on Reddit late last week, the eerie video was reportedly filmed at the Crescent Hotel and Spa in the city of Eureka Springs. Constructed in 1886, the building has long been said to be the home of a variety of spirits and has even been called America's most haunted hotel by many individuals. Well, that's something that can be claimed by about 1,000 hotels.
Right.
In the video, an unnamed woman films around her room and makes note of the site's haunted reputation, declaring that she and her friend, who is seen resting on a nearby bed, are looking for ghosts at the infamous site. Check out the eerie footage from their visit here.
Ooh.
You click the link, and we'll put a link to this in the show notes, of course. And it takes you to a YouTube video titled Ghost of Child Filmed at the Crescent Hotel and Spirit Face Seen Through the Static at Super 8 Hotel.
Let me see this. Let me see.
And I've never seen it, so I'm just
You haven't seen this yet?
No.
Why?
It just came into my inbox like 5 minutes ago.
So it's a time-lapse video. Okay, here we go. Here's in the room, showing it around. I love the color of the walls in this hotel room. Oh, yeah. Ew, that is creepy. Hang on, I rewound it again. Because you can see the shadow. It looks like a little girl in like a long white nightdress. It looks like maybe she's got a bow in her hair, like a white bow in her hair. She runs by real quick. They've got it in slow motion and it's still really quick. But you can see like the shadow on the wall of the little girl as she approaches. That is terrifying. Okay, here, Vince. You watch it now. All right, so this is your first time watching it, right?
And I'd like to mention also, give a shout out to the fact that it's on the Hidden Underbelly 2.0 YouTube channel.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to look at this video here. It's 3 minutes and 55 seconds. How long?
You'll be done with this part by the midway point. Just watch it.
Does it?
You'll know it when you see it.
Is it in the beginning?
You'll know it when you see it.
All right, here I go. I'm watching this video.
Give us a blow by blow.
Very nice grounds of this hotel. Looks very old and not in a bad way. Kind of looks like a southern version of the Stanley Hotel.
Yeah, I thought it kind of reminded me of the Stanley too.
What the hell was that?
Did you see it?
No, this has got to be hoax. That was terrifying.
I know.
That's like something that
it gave me chills.
I mean, and that's like something out of a good old 70s horror movie. Something darts by the camera.
I know.
Something solid and something creepy.
Yeah, you'll have to rewind it and watch it in the regular speed, because I didn't see it when it very first happened. But doesn't it look like a little girl in a white nightgown with a ribbon in her hair?
It really does. And it's so sudden.
Yeah.
It's shocking.
Yeah.
Because, you're looking for something. I'm looking for some sort of a shadow of some sort.
Did you see the shadow on the wall?
Yeah, you do see the shadow. Oh, that's creepy. You know what? Even if that's a fake, that little kid is creepy
still
looking.
Creepy.
I love this, George Nori. Thank you for sending it to me.
We will definitely link you to this because it is terrifying.
What I get from this video is that Super 8 Hotel is going to get a lot of business now for people looking for ghost children running through their rooms. So I want the ghost child room, please. And everybody's like, what? Okay. And I have to admit that video was a lot scarier than I thought. I was expecting to see something that I was going to roll my eyes at.
Yeah.
But that reaction was genuine. And I'm glad I actually didn't watch the video before we recorded because I
had no idea what to expect. But, oh man, seriously, that little girl running by gave me goosebumps on my scalp. That was seriously creepy.
Expect all such things at the castle.
That's true.
Well, of course, that wasn't from the castle.
It wasn't from the castle, but it's now
conveyed to you through the castle.
Linked through the castle. Which, speaking of linked through the castle, make sure that you check us out on Facebook and Instagram.
On the social medias.
Yeah. To stay up to date on all of the going on at the castle. It's just Castle of Spirits on both Facebook and Instagram. And make sure that you check out our new links section on our website. This is where we're going to put links to movies and books and things like that we recommend to you.
Got a lot of cool books that we can recommend for sure that I know of, and movies, of course, but
there might not be a lot in there right this moment, but it will grow and grow. And please feel free to, email us and tell us what your suggestions are. What books or movies should we check out? What TV series should we check out? Give us all of your ghostly recommendations. And you can message us through Instagram and Facebook too. So don't submit your stories through there though, please. Any stories submitted through social media or email will just be completely ignored.
Because they won't get picked up by the sexy, spooky spreadsheet that Jane has created.
Yep, the spooky spreadsheet. All the stories live in the spooky spreadsheet, and they only get into the spooky spreadsheet when you use the submit feature on the website.
You're the only person I know in the universe who gets excited about spreadsheets, whose eyes light up at spreadsheets, and who can incorporate spreadsheets and the boringness of spreadsheets into something as horrifyingly wonderful as a ghost story archive website such as castleofspirits.com.
Hey man, we all have our kinks.
That's true.
Don't yuck my yum.
And with that, we bid you a fond adieu.
Oh, please don't try and speak French.
That's not French, it's Latin. Anyway.
Oh, is it?
Until next time.
Stay scared, my friends.
Instead of doing the smart thing and getting a motel room, we decided to head for home. Instead of doing the smart thing and getting a motel room, we decided to head for home. I'll stick with one where I have a Spanish accent for some reason. I was... motel room. I'm doing it all over.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, episode number 6. In today's episode, we're going to tell you some stories, right?
Scary stories, I hope.
Scary stories. True paranormal stories, straight from your fingertips, right back to your ears.
By way of the Castle of Spirits library of 4,600 plus true reader-submitted ghost stories.
We're going to have to change that soon. Very, very soon.
Because we're getting new submissions.
Yeah, we're going to be at 4,700 soon.
Oh.
I'm going to keep an eye on it. I'm going to keep it updated. Maybe we'll have a big party when it hits 5,000.
All right. Can we get pizza?
Duh.
And ice cream?
No.
All right. But if we get 6,000 before
then
we
we
hit
can have ice
5,000,
cream.
then we can have ice cream.
If we had 6,000 before we've hit 5,000?
Before, yeah. What if it's like overnight, all of a sudden we
He
get
doesn't
1,000?
know math, folks.
Yeah.
Anyway, welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, hosted by yours truly. I'm the Ghost Keeper Jane, and
I'm Ghost Keeper Vince. Pleased to meet you.
Again. So
this is the first episode that we've recorded since the website has been officially launched.
Yeah.
And on October 1st, and since the podcasts have gone live, of which we released 4 on the first day, number 5 on the 5th, and now here we are for number 6.
Yeah. So this is officially the first episode we've recorded knowing that someone is going to be listening. The other ones, you know, we still had the chance to pull it back and say, no, we're not going to put the podcast out there, but it's out there now. So we're doing the thing and we're enjoying it, and we hope you are too.
I'm having a lot of fun with it.
Me too. So with the relaunch of the website and the launching of the podcast, what's been fun or exciting or surprising to you this week, Vince?
Oh, one of the cool things that happened was that I went through, in episode 2, we talked about our visit to Alcatraz Island. We did the tour back in the early 2000s. Well, I found those photos. I found the Alcatraz ghost photo that I took some 20 years ago.
The one that we talked about in episode 2?
In episode 2.
Ooh.
And I
put that up.
It
was gone forever.
I posted it to our Instagram page. Put a link to it in the show notes for episode 2. So if you're hearing this and you're interested in checking out the photograph and hearing the story about it, listen to episode 2.
And follow us on Instagram, obviously.
Yeah, so I found that photograph and I was excited by it because I hadn't really laid eyes on it in a very long time.
Yeah, it was a little bit different. The photo was a little bit different than I remembered. I felt like I remembered a bunch of people visible in the photo, but then the guy looked strange and was somehow taller than them or whatever, but there's no one, and you can't see anyone in the photo except this man. So yeah, I thought it was a lot creepier than I remembered it being. Well,
what's interesting about the picture is that he's staring straight into the camera. He's not close to the camera, but he's staring straight at the camera. Like he's saying, I know you're taking my picture. And I would think that if I was taking a snapshot and I had somebody dead in the center of the lens of my disposable camera, that I would have remembered that and maybe taken note and said, well, at least,
or not taken the photo,
or at least have noted to myself that the guy was standing there. And I remember looking at this dude. He was very unique looking. He looked like he was a guy like maybe in his late 50s or 60s with a long gray beard.
Yeah.
What I think.
And long hair and some kind of a cap or a hat.
Yeah. Now that I look at it, do you remember the movie Escape from Alcatraz? They all wore these caps in the yard because it was cold out because, San Francisco.
The coldest winter I ever spent was a summer in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Of Mark Twain.
It's attributed to Mark Twain, but I don't think it really is.
Whatever.
So yeah, go check out that picture. It looks like
he's wearing one of those caps. But
so yeah, go check out that picture and let us know what you think.
Yeah.
Is it a real ghost photo or is it just a normal person?
You decide.
But tell us about it after.
Yes. Do email us. Our email address, I realize we never tell our email address. You can either contact us through the website on the FAQ page, or you can just email us directly at cosghostkeepers. That's keepers with an S at the end, at gmail.com.
So what about, what do you have to say for this last week since the last recording?
I feel like I don't know what to do with myself since the website launched.
Yeah.
Because I've been, it's getting the stories and everything off of the old website and, building the new website and making sure everything works properly and runs properly. It's been all consuming since, what was it, June? When we were handed the keys to the castle.
Right.
And suddenly it's just done. And I feel like an empty nester. I feel like I don't know what to do with myself. So But I'm getting more painting done these days, which is nice. I didn't paint a ton during the remodeling phase, and now that that's done, I might as well go paint today.
Are you painting spooky things?
Have we met? But this is not a podcast to promote me and my painting. It's a podcast about telling your true paranormal stories. Right, Vince?
That's right.
So do you have a story picked out that you'd like to read to the fine folks today?
I did pick out a story that I wanted to read, and it has to do with another bit of news that we forgot to mention.
Oh.
The fact that we have brand new stories on the Castle of Spirits website from readers.
Mm-hmm. We have new stories for October of 2022, and that's the first time that there have been new stories on the website since, was it November of 19? So make sure you head on over to castlespirits.com/ Ghost.
Just castleofspirits.com.
Yeah.
/ghost-stories doesn't really roll off the tongue.
No, it doesn't, but it's there. So head over to the Castle of Spirits website and check out the news stories for October. And please know that there are already a batch of stories building for November. So we've got more news stories coming. Yay. So how does that bit of news fit in with the story that you're reading today?
Well, the story I'm reading today is a new submission.
Ooh.
One of the new submissions, one of the many awesome new submissions we got.
Yay.
And it's from Ron in Michigan. Now, Ron messaged us and said he's very excited to see his story on a website that he literally grew up reading.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what's so awesome about this site is that, I mean, we were full-grown adults by the time we discovered the website. But, there are people out there who were in their teens and preteens, and now they're full-grown adults themselves, and they grew up on the website.
Yeah. I don't know very many websites that can, lay claim to such a legacy.
No, and I'm proud of it, and I'm proud of Ron for submitting the story. Ron wrote a story called "The Farmhouse from Hell."
Mm.
Now, this story is extremely detailed. It's also extremely long.
Mm-hmm.
I love the energy that went into it. It's very awesome. In the interest of time, I'm going to read a couple of my favorite sections from the story, but I encourage everybody to go to the website. I'm going to put the link to the story in the show notes for this podcast so that you can read the full story yourselves and sort of allow this to be an introduction to the story by Ron from Michigan that is The Farmhouse from Hell. I grew up on my grandparents' farm in the thumb of Michigan in a house that dated back to the 1800s. It was an unnerving place with 2 floors and a Michigan basement layered with gray asbestos siding. Growing up, I heard a story about its past and learned firsthand that it was anything but a lie. My mother, father, aunts, and uncles all had their own experiences. They also told me the backstory of the place. After World War I, the owner of the house had just returned home. His family and friends were all glad to see him, and they wished to throw a celebration. That night during the party, they ran out of wine, so since it was his home, he went to the basement to fetch more. He stored barrels of wine down there and chose to bring a full one up. The stairs that led to the basement were steep, with 13 in total, all made of concrete. As he reached the top with the barrel on his shoulder, he tripped and fell. He plummeted to the very base of the stairs onto his back with the barrel landing on his head. It's needless to say, he didn't make it. Since that day, odd things happened in that house. My family told me of lights turning on and off, random footsteps, voices from nowhere, and items that would vanish and reappear in strange locations. I always felt uneasy in that house, even before I heard those stories. One night, I learned for myself that they were very, very true. My father was a farmer and often worked late to get jobs done, so I occasionally stayed up late past my bedtime to say goodnight to him. That night was one of those nights. I would wait patiently while everyone slept to hear the sound of his footsteps up the stairs. I assume I'd been lying awake for an hour when I heard the first footstep at the base of the stairs. I lifted my head off the pillow and waited for him to come up. I waited. One more footstep slowly followed. I said, "Good night, Daddy." There was no reply. The footsteps ceased as well. At that point, I figured he had forgotten something and went back downstairs. I laid my head back down, and no more than a second later, I heard another squeaky board in the stairs creak. Then I said, "Good night, Daddy." I was certain it was him, but once again, no reply, and the footsteps ceased. Being the level-headed kid I was, I thought nothing of it. Another creak on the stairs changed my mind about that. I knew there were 13 stairs. I then realized that had been the 5th one. If he were to have gone back down, wouldn't I have heard his steps as he descended? Another creak closer to the top. "Daddy?" I asked in a questioning voice. No reply, yet this time the footsteps didn't stop. They seemed faster in between, harder. 7. "Daddy?" I asked as I became more frantic. 8. 9. 10. Then they stopped again. I was terrified and curious, both at the same time. Nearly in tears, I asked a final time, "Daddy, is that you?" Silence was the only reply. I heard another stair begin to creak, this time very close to the top. Then another very slow creak. 12. 13. From where I was lying and how my bed was set up, I could clearly see down to the other end of the hall. To the right of the stairs was a window bringing in a bluish light from outside. It was then that I first saw it. It seemed to float from the top of the stairs as it blocked out most of the eerie light coming from the window. It was a tall, black, partially transparent figure with a hood or veil. I couldn't be sure which. It seemed to stop and stare at me, though it did not seem to have eyes, almost as if it knew I could see it. I kept my gaze locked on it for a minute or so. I couldn't move, I couldn't scream. I was paralyzed with fear. It was then that I did what any other child my age would do. I dove into the safety of my sheets. As I gathered my head, I reassured myself that what I saw was just a figment of my imagination. Then I heard them again, slow at first, growing closer. My dad came up right after this. I didn't tell him what had happened. I kept a lot of what I saw to myself, even though I was terrified. I just didn't want everyone to think I was crazy. Jumping ahead a little in the story, Ron recounts another terrifying incident. The basement was another place I felt uneasy in, but I grew accustomed to it over time. My brother and I even had a cool hangout spot down there. One night in particular, my friend John came over. We played video games and then decided to go to sleep. I slept soundly through the night and woke up the following morning to see that John was missing. I looked upstairs to find that he had slept up there instead. He told me he woke up feeling like he was being watched. Then he heard what sounded like scuffling footsteps on the concrete and heavy breathing. He ran upstairs and told me he would never sleep down there again. To be honest, I would never play down there alone, nor would I go down there by myself at night. There was always a feeling of dread and overwhelming pressure down there. You always had to look over your shoulder. Now, those were just a couple of my favorite parts of this story by Ron in Michigan. To read the full account, follow the show notes to The Farmhouse from Hell, October 2022. So, what did you think of that story?
I think that Ron is really adept at building tension in his story. So I loved the creek, 6, creek, 7. You know, that was really, it built a lot of tension and anticipation. I really enjoyed that. So I haven't read that story all the way through yet either. So I need to do that now. That was a great story, Ron. Thank you.
Well, and Ron's story was just one of a good number of stories we received that were submitted by readers of the website. I'm just excited to share those with the visitors to the castle. So.
Yeah. I was thinking that it might be fun if, now that we have new stories coming in every month.
New blood.
Right. That maybe every episode, one of us should read a story in the current month's submissions, and one of us can read an older story from the archives. What do you think of that?
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
And now this was actually the newest story that I've ever read, because I've been kind of leaning towards the older stories, the old school. I just love the fact that we have an archive that goes back to 1997.
I know, that's cool. Yeah, that's the newest story that's been read on the podcast so far. Yeah, so maybe we'll take turns. Next episode, I'll read an older one and you read I'll read a newer one and you read an older one, or, you know, whatever, we can switch hit.
So if you're interested in possibly getting your true story read on the podcast, submit to the website.
Yep. And, you know, if it doesn't get read in the month that it's submitted, it doesn't mean it will never be read. You know, once the current month is over, it's now in the archive and it could be picked up
25 years from now.
25 years. Or, you know, next month. So I have a story that I picked out for this episode, and it just so happens to be an older one. So we're already starting off on our, you know, you do a new one, I'll do an old one, or vice versa thing. And I'm really super excited to read this story.
Yeah.
This has been my favorite. I think this is my favorite story in the Castle archive of all time. And it's actually included in the Spookiest Stories archive. So you won't find this one in the Ghost Story archive. You got to go to the Spookiest Stories archive for it. And I thought that you and I were going to end up like fighting over who got to read this one. So I'm really excited that I got to it first. Can you guess which one it is?
Does it have something to do with a shadow?
No, I wouldn't really call it a
shadow's edge.
Oh, yes, it does have a shadow's edge in it. Yes. And I get to read it. I'm super excited.
Awesome. Well, the cool thing about it is that you read it and I get to enjoy it.
It's true. Out Past the Shadow's Edge, submitted by David in Utah, USA, from the Spookiest Stories archive. Every time I think of this story, it still gives me the chills, even after all these years. I remember that night very vividly. This happened to me about 16 years ago, right after I had gotten my driver's license and got to use my dad's car by myself for the first time. My girlfriend and I were excited to go to a dance at our high school that Saturday night, and I was more than a little nervous about driving the stick shift without Mom or Dad in the car with me, as I had a habit of killing the engine when I tried to start it. It was early October, but the air was still warm, and the moon was yellow and in a sickle form. There were dark storm clouds looming over the Wasatch Mountains and moving closer into the Salt Lake Valley. My girlfriend and I went to the dance and had a great time, staying way into the night. When the dance was over, and after everyone had been sent away by the dance/school staff, we moved on. We drove around looking for some place to go, as the newness of being on our own with the car would not wear off for several more months. I picked the old grade school that we had both gone to when we were children. We were fairly close to where we lived, so we felt safe, and there was nothing to worry about except the looming rain clouds. We parked in the parking lot behind the school and walked into the huge grass playing field and the playground behind the school. The field was lit by one huge stadium-type lamp that cast a circle of dim light on the playground and playing field surrounding it. She and I sat on the swings talking way late into the night. It started raining a cool mist that was very pleasant, but after an hour or so, it was enough rain to make the ground under us muddy, so we were careful not to stick our feet in the mud. This is important in a minute. It became quiet, and we were both very tired by then. We suddenly looked up at the same moment. The hair stood up on the back of my neck, as we both felt the need to look back and over our left shoulders. Something had caught the corner of our eye. About 200 feet or so away, there was something crawling on its stomach out past the shadow's edge of the light that the giant stadium bulb gave off. We both stared in horror, not saying anything. We watched as the thing moved towards us, just keeping on the border of the light shadow. It was humanoid-looking, a dark color with no clothes on. It was laying flat on its belly, its arms down, held close to its waist. But what frightened me the most, besides the fact that it had been coming up behind us, was the way it moved and the structure of its legs. It was inching forward, moving nothing but its feet to push it forward. And the legs, if you look at a normal human's knees, the knees bend forward. This thing's was reverse. The joint bent back and away. Imagine laying flat on your stomach with your hands pulled in at your sides to your waist, and your knees are up off the ground instead of against it. We stared for several seconds. We both had stopped breathing, and the only sound was the rain falling. The head of the thing looked up, and I saw nothing but black pools where the eyes should be. My girlfriend and I jumped off the swings onto the wet grass and lunged into the car about 50 feet away. There was several seconds of panic when I couldn't get the car to start, and I was terrified to look up. I didn't want to see it closing on us. I didn't want to see those knees bending in the wrong direction and the black, soulless eyes. I was afraid I would pop the clutch in the car and not be able to start it again. I kept my head down and looking at the steering wheel. The car engine turned and caught. We tore off into the night. I called my folks from my girlfriend's house and told them about what had happened. They allowed me to stay there with her and her mom until the sun came up in a few hours. We waited and passed the time by telling her mother our story, which scared her as well as my parents badly. When the sun came up early that Sunday morning, we drove back to see if it was still there, this time bringing weapons. But there was nothing as we searched the field. As we poked around the swings we had been sitting on earlier, there were large, bare footprints that had tracked through the mud all around the very swings we were on. We both had had our shoes on, and as I said before, we were careful not to get mud on them, and we had not walked around and around like these tracks had. We found nothing but those bare tracks. Every once in a while, I get brave enough to go back to that field late at night. Never alone, though. I sit by the school field side in my truck with the high beams on, searching the area, but I've never seen it again. Thank you so much, David, in Utah, USA, for submitting that story. So, Vince, what do you think about that story?
Well, first of all, it takes place in Utah, and he said that they just come from a dance. Now, I thought I thought that dancing was illegal in Utah.
You did not think that.
I'm just kidding, of course. I've seen Footloose too many times. The original with Kevin Bacon, of course.
Well, we live in Utah, so you also know.
There's no castles in Utah.
This castle is now in Utah. But anyway, you know, one of the reasons I feel like that story has such a strong impact on me is several reasons. Obviously, it's in Utah, my home state. But the playground, the schoolyard area that he describes, if I picture the schoolyard of the elementary school that I went to is very, very similar to the way he's describing it. So I keep picturing the elementary school yard where I went, and I can totally feel the whole thing. I think that when you can connect an actual place that you know and you're very familiar with to a story, it seems to make that story more real.
Yeah, kind of brings it alive in your imagination more.
Right. Whether it's actually about the place, like if you've been to Alcatraz a lot of times, or, you're very familiar with the place, then any stories about Alcatraz or any creepy ghost photos presented by the ghost keeper from Alcatraz, it might resonate with you a little bit more than if it's a place that you've never been to or you're not really very familiar with. So I think that that's one of the reasons that story is so impactful for me, because I can almost feel like it happened to me, because I can totally picture that in a place that I know very, very well.
Well, and it's got an air about it that's sort of like a campfire tale.
Yeah.
The old campfire tale about the couple who's making out in the car up on Lover's Lane, or
the hook,
or and the hook in the door.
Yeah.
The radio broadcast.
Yeah, the urban legend type vibe. But I've never heard that story outside of this story, so I don't think it's like a local legend around here or anything. But yeah, I love that story. And it doesn't matter how many times I read it, that story always creeps me out when he starts describing the way it's pushing itself forward just with its feet and the knees being bent backwards. Oh.
So I don't know a whole lot about cryptids, but I wonder if the motion of the body, does it align with something? I'm almost thinking that it almost, the image I get in my head is of a very large grasshopper.
I kind of picture grasshopper type thing too. Yeah. Like almost like half human, half grasshopper. Because I don't really picture like a person, like a human, but something humanoid.
So is there such a thing as Grasshopper Man?
Oh, I don't know.
Or like you've got Mothman.
Grasshopper Man of Utah.
Yeah, I don't know that the Grasshopper Man rolls off the tongue so easily.
Well, it gives a new meaning to Mormon cricket.
What is a Mormon cricket?
A Mormon cricket is a cricket. It's a bug. And I don't know if it's the locusts and like, they talk about, when the Mormons first settled and it was overrun by locusts, and then the seagulls came and ate all of the locusts. And so, the day was saved by the seagull, and now it's the state bird. So I don't know if that's what the Mormon cricket is. But anyway, a cricket has the legs that bend backwards. So this is the Mormon cricket man. Ooh.
I like that. Mm-hmm. I think you've just created a brand new myth.
Well, I didn't.
Well, okay.
David did, and I just named it the Mormon Cricket Man.
So if there's anybody else out there in Utah
or
anywhere who saw a humanoid cricket man, get in contact with us.
Yeah.
Let us know. Tell us your story, because we'll be excited to hear it.
Yes. Please tell us if you've seen anything like that.
All that said, the skeptic in me wants to sit up and say, okay, so it was just some creeper.
With weird legs.
No, some creeper dude lying on his back, right? If you lie on your back and you scoot yourself around with your legs, your knees are going to go up, right?
Yeah.
So perhaps it was a trick of the light that made the person's appearance appear as if they were on their stomach.
Okay, maybe.
They could have been wearing a mask also.
Okay, maybe. But is that any less scary?
No. No.
In many ways, might it even be scarier?
To think that there's somebody out there crawling around.
Naked.
Right. Scooching around naked in the mud, making circles around, making out couples. Were they making out?
They were hanging out on the swings. I don't think you can really make out on swings.
So either way, It could have been somebody out there just trying to mess with you.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, that really is, that could be scary. It was like the story you told a couple of podcast episodes ago about the person who was wandering around the graveyard at night.
Yeah.
It could have just been some weird person doing something weird.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes all kinds. But I don't want to impugn the credibility of the story at all.
Good, then don't.
So I won't.
Because I think it's scary, and
it's a classic.
It is a classic.
And it's
very classic.
It's got a great title.
And I think it's more likely that it's a creepy, gross, cryptid, ghost, cricket man thing than that it's some naked lunatic out there scooching around on his butt in a playground in the middle of the night to scare, a couple of kids. I think that seems rather unlikely to me.
If I had to,
I'm going with Mormon Cricket Man.
If I had to pick between the two, I'd rather it be a humanoid cricket man.
Yeah,
who's just out doing his own little innocent thing, not even aware that he's making circles around people.
He's just looking for a meal.
Yeah, and then he decided that these are too big for me. I'll wait till something much smaller comes along, and nothing ever did. So maybe he moved on.
All right, David. It's official. We have voted your story true. It's Cricket Man.
So okay. Now I have to ask: have you ever seen anything like that yourself? Not a cricket man, but something that you cannot explain. Something that you may have glimpsed on the side of the road as you were driving by.
A little bit. I also wanted to say, because I think that for anybody who's listened to all of our podcast episodes to this point, first of all, thank you. You guys are awesome. And
you're real troopers.
Yes, you are real troopers. But for anyone who's listened to all of the episodes, they might think, oh my gosh, these people have a story for everything. How many experiences do these people have? Well, if you were to ask me, I'd be like, I haven't really had very many experiences. But I guess there's a lot of little things, that have happened and I've been able to retell. But I promise that very soon, within the next couple episodes, probably, we're going to run out of personal experience stories to tell you.
I don't know about that, because I think if you ask the average person, have you ever had an unexplained or paranormal incident in your life? A lot of them are probably going to say no.
Yeah.
But then if you interview them
mm-hmm.
and you say, okay, you've never seen a ghost, but have you ever seen something you couldn't explain?
Yeah.
And then if you give them an opportunity to think about it, everybody has had experiences in their life that they can't explain.
Yeah.
Some are very mundane, but if you cast them in the light of the supernatural,
mm-hmm.
they take on a different hue.
Yeah.
And I think that I'd be one of those people who said, no, I really haven't. Yet when we talk about things on this show, I realize, something like that kind of happened to me once, or it calls to mind this incident. So it may very well be that we are living paranormal lives and we don't even realize
we don't even know it,
because we're distracted by television, by the internet, and all that good stuff. 200 years ago, there was a lot more supernatural stuff going on in the world than there is today, I believe.
Okay.
At least that was accepted and believed. Back then, witches were real,
Witches are real. So anyway, back to your question. Yes, kind of.
Oh, what was my question? I asked you if you'd ever experienced anything
if I'd ever experienced
seen something,
a cryptid type thing. So I don't really know. This is long story short, and I haven't told this story in a million years because it kind of got ruined for me, but I will give you the broad strokes and then I'll tell you how it was ruined for me. Many years ago, when I was in like junior high, my aunt and uncle threw a Halloween party for a bunch of kids. So I was there. My cousin was there. My cousins were there. I think all of my cousins. And then like a bunch of their friends. And there was probably 20 of us, 20 kids there.
Whoa.
And yeah, so we went up to my cousin's family cabin up in the mountains. And it, all night long we were playing games and the adults were trying to spook us and, just doing stupid things that was very obviously them. And then they said, okay, well, we're going to go for a walk outside. I think they told us some scary story about something that had happened out there. I don't know. But I remember we walked out and we were walking down the mountain and it's pitch black. It's the middle of the night and we're walking through campsites. There's nobody camping in them, but we're walking through them. And I heard a sound up in a tree. And I turned and I looked, and from my memory, it was like a thin, like an aspen tree. It's not like a big, these big, huge, sturdy branches. Like this type of tree, like a full-grown man would not be able to climb this tree and hang out at the top of the tree. So I look up and I swear there's this thing, like a white thing, looking down at us, and it's like moving its head in this weird, like, pendulum. Does that make sense? A weird pendulum type motion.
Yeah.
And so we freak out and we start running. And the thing, I remember seeing it jump down out of the tree, but that could just be, in my panic brain, this was 30 years ago head, So we run back to the cabin and there was more to it, but I can't even remember now at this point. There was something about it was looking in the windows at us. And a few years later, my aunt said, no, it was all a joke, that they pulled all that. Oh, something was chasing us. Something came through. That's why we started running, was because somebody came through running at us from the other side of the campground. But it wasn't the thing in the tree. So anyway, my aunt said, no, it was a joke. It was, we were just trying to scare you guys. And I said, well, who was the one up in the tree? And she's like, there was nobody in the tree. It was just so-and-so came running around the side to scare you. But I know that I saw this thing in the tree. That's right. And then I saw it. It was in the gutter off the side of the road, because we ran out of the campground onto the road and we turned around and we were looking down the road and it was crouched in the gutter, this white thing. And it was still like doing that weird pendulum thing with its head. And that's when we ran back to the thing. But yeah, that's how it got ruined for me. My aunt said that the adults were trying to scare us, but she said there was nothing in the tree and she doesn't remember anything in the gutter. But
that sounds like something out of a movie. And when I say that,
movie.
I'm not saying that that this is a made up story on your part. What I'm saying is that you see these kinds of things happen in movies where there's a guy, it's a horror movie, and there's a guy and he's pulling a prank on these people. He's sneaking up behind them, and then suddenly the real killer shows up and pops out of the shadows, or the monster or whatever.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So there's somebody pretending to be the bad guy who jumps out with the knife and it startles you, and then you realize, oh, it's not a bad guy. Your guard is let down, and that's when the real bad guy steps in and does the murdering. Yeah, I understand that.
Well, I think that you could take something from your memory and maybe make a definitive statement as to whether or not something strange did happen, because you have to ask yourself, were any of the adults that were there intending to scare you, were any of them capable, you think, of pulling off that kind of physical performance?
No, I don't think so.
With the swinging head, the penduluming neck and stuff like that.
Well,
who would even think to do that?
In my memory, this thing was kind of small too, like child size. And actually, years later, when I started doing like some internet research on different cryptids, I came across the Dover Demon. So the Dover Demon is a creature reportedly sighted in the town of Dover, Massachusetts on April 21st and April 22nd of 1977. So when I discovered the Dover Demon, I swear to you, this is this is what it looked like. Yeah, if you Google search the Dover Demon.
Well, and
that's pretty much what I saw.
We'll put a link to this in the show notes. So yeah, that's kind of exactly what I picture in my head when you describe it.
Yeah. But I mean, clearly I'm nowhere near Dover, Massachusetts, but I mean, that's pretty much what I saw. So if you've ever seen anything like that, or if you saw the Dover Demon, we want to hear all of these things.
Yeah, the castle isn't just limited to ghost stories. We are also all about the cryptids.
Oh, we love cryptids.
And the UFOs and the Bigfoots.
Mm-hmm. That's cryptid.
Yeah, I guess Bigfoot is a cryptid. But
spontaneous human combustion? Sure.
Oh.
I mean, we don't want that to happen to you or to us, but...
No.
But if you have stories about it...
Didn't we see a documentary about spontaneous human combustion?
Of course.
And it was absolutely fascinating.
And terrifying. When I was a kid, I was terrified that I was going to spontaneously combust.
Most kids were, really worried about quicksand.
Yeah.
And sinkholes, earthquakes.
Hey, I'm afraid of sinkholes, man.
Yeah. But here you were afraid of...
I was afraid of spontaneous human combustion.
As well you should be.
Don't judge me.
Well, you stand too close to a hot stove, you get burned. And it teaches you a lesson. It teaches that something else could happen.
It's true.
Whatever that means.
What? Vince, do you hear that music? What is that?
Oh, what?
Yeah, do you hear it?
I do hear that.
What is that music?
Well, I can tell you what that music is.
Please do.
I've been doing a lot of rummaging through old boxes as we've been, because we just moved into the castle. Mm-hmm. We have been familiar with the castle for 20 years.
But now we have access to all of its contents that have been hidden away for decades.
Exactly. And in my digging through boxes, I came across what you're listening to right now. Actually, what this is the MIDI file that used to play upon launching the Castle of Spirits website back in 1999.
What?
So the one thing that I cannot do is I cannot identify what piece of music this is.
Or who made it.
Who made it, who composed it. It's like I said, it's a MIDI file. You try and if you try to sound hound the song, you come up with nothing. At least we come up with nothing.
So those of you who have been with the castle for all of these years, if you have any information on where this piece of music came from, please let us know. We would love to know who created it and just the whole backstory on it.
Any help is appreciated.
Absolutely. I guess on that note, we will say thank you for listening to our episode today, and we will see you again very soon. Please feel free to email us at cosghostkeepers.com.
At gmail.com.
cosghostkeepers@gmail.com. If you have any questions, comments, information, whatever, and submit your stories through castlespirits.com/submit. Say goodnight, Vince.
Good night, Vince. And see you next Wednesday.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits, episode number 7. I am your ghost keeper, Jane.
And I'm the ghost keeper named Vince.
That's right. So...
Pleased to meet you. I guess you already guessed my name.
Wow.
Lame.
A little sympathy for the devil there. So Vince, how was your week?
Oh, I had a birthday this week.
That's right. Your first birthday in the castle.
Yeah, it is.
Played hide and go seek in the dungeon.
Oh, that was fun.
You got lost down there for a few hours.
And something came up behind me and poked me.
It might have been the librarian.
I think I actually accidentally sat on a candelabra, but...
Oh, that doesn't sound comfortable.
That sounds like something I do, though.
Yeah. Yeah, so you had a birthday, and we celebrated it by doing nothing. We ate pizza, and we watched Halloween. How did you like Halloween Ends? No spoilers, of course. There's no spoilers if you haven't seen it yet, but we just watched it last night.
I think I liked it.
Mm-hmm.
I was underwhelmed. Previously, I had been
So you liked it, you just had it too built up.
It wasn't as clever as I thought it would be, as I hoped it would be. It was, I would say that maybe it was a little bit, I don't want to say pedestrian, but it did remind me of some of the other movies in the series like Halloween 4, 5, and 6.
And see, I'm not familiar with those, so I didn't feel that way. I liked it. It wasn't my favorite of the series, but I liked it. And by the series, I mean this last 3.
Right. The new timeline, the alternate timeline in the Halloween universe.
Right.
Won't give anything away, but let everybody make their own minds up about the movie. I don't think that this is the end of Michael Myers.
Really? I mean, you would hope with the title like Ends that it would be. But anyway, let's get off the subject before we accidentally give something away.
So what do we have going on this week? What are we reading? What are we sharing from the castle?
Oh, well, first of all, news from the castle. We opened up a new room in the castle. It's the lounge. And the lounge is made for casual conversation. So in each of these episodes, we ask a question. You know, have you ever seen this? Have you ever experienced this? Or whatever. So in the lounge, we'll try and keep an updated question on there. And you can go there. It's really quick. It can be completely anonymous. You just answer the question and we might read it on an episode. So the question on the lounge at this moment is, have you ever seen a cryptid or experienced any kind of a cryptid? And we are looking for more than just a yes or no answer, obviously. If you have, just give us a quick rundown of it. There's a character limit of 800 there. So if you find that you can't tell all of your story in there, then you're going to have to submit it in the Submit Your Story and have it be an official story published on the website.
So that's what I was going to ask the question. At what point might these stories end up being published on the Castle of Spirits website library versus something that we talk about on the show?
Well, I was thinking right now my intention is just that these are things that we'll potentially read on episodes. But, you know, if it looks like we're getting some really good bite-sized stuff there that we just feel like we really should publish this, then maybe we will start publishing it. We'll, you know, have a reading nook. So outside of the library, we can have a reading nook with short little bite size. We'll see.
I like the way you think.
I do too. And
of course, we are already collecting true ghost story submissions, true paranormal story submissions for November. Yep. We have a bunch in there, right?
Yeah, there's several in there right now, but there's always room for one more as the story goes.
It's a big library.
Mm-hmm. It's an infinite library. It's got infinite size.
No, that's ridiculous.
Well,
the concept of infinity is something that I don't think I can wrap my mind around. Not at this hour. It doesn't matter what hour.
It's pretty early, isn't it?
It doesn't matter what hour of the day it is. Late, early, middle of the afternoon, coming out of a nap. Give me infinity, and I give you a blank stare.
I mean, you pretty much throw those blank stares around pretty frequently anyway.
Well, you're always telling me to stop making faces, so what do you expect?
But you don't.
Well, I was born this way, you know? It's kind of like an inheritance. A biological imperative to make faces.
And
probably to weed out. Yeah, to weed out the potential friends that would not appreciate that kind of activity should it rear its ugly head.
Wow.
And quite often does.
Well, that's not going in the episode.
Yeah, it is. So Jane, tell me, do you have a story that you would like to read from the Castle archives today?
I do. And it is from our newly published October 2022 batch of stories.
The New Blood.
Mm-hmm.
Just to remind people, we have several places on the website where you can find cool, true paranormal stories.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Ghost Stories Archive. There's the Spookiest Stories Archive, which were collected from reader-submitted stories over the years. And then finally, there are the classics.
Mm-hmm.
Today, I'm reading from the Spookiest Stories Archive. But I think I would rather hear your story first.
Okay.
To set the mood. So tell me a scary story.
That was weird. Mm-mm. Ghosts of Okinawa. Anonymous, October 22. The following are just some of my experiences while I was stationed in Okinawa, Japan, from 2011 to 2015. While it is a beautiful island, anyone who has been there can tell you that the spiritual activity is rampant. This is, no doubt, a direct result of it being the site of the final major battle of World War II. Countless thousands of men, women, and children died during this battle on both the Allied and Japanese sides. I suspect that many of the Ryukyu spirits, the native peoples of Okinawa, harbor some resentment toward both American GIs still living in their homeland, as well as Japanese who had occupied the island. Many fellow service members I've worked with were very much against the belief in ghosts or the supernatural, until they were stationed in Okinawa. I have heard many wild stories, but I will primarily relay my own. Upon moving into our house in Okinawa City, we started noticing strange things, the kinds of things you don't see with Western spiritual activity. It seemed far more aggressive. For example, I would often see shadows moving behind me in the hallways in the mirror. More than once, my wife and I would hear screaming in the house, only to find nothing on inspection. A baby gate we had installed in the hallway would open and slam shut in the middle of the night, waking us up, with no evidence as to what caused it. At one point, it appeared that our toddler was interacting with something that wasn't there. She would often point to nothing and just start chatting away. I eventually got the gut feeling that it was multiple entities we were dealing with. I tried to show them through my words and actions that I harbored no ill will towards them, and that I respected their culture, language, and history. One day, I had enough because it was starting to terrify us in the house, so I loudly proclaimed that I didn't mind that they were in our house, but I just wanted them to stop trying to scare us. After that happened, I did not notice anything more nefarious again in the house, only more playful activity which did not bother us. If anyone is interested in Japanese ghosts, I would highly recommend looking up yurei or even yokai for some examples. Some coworkers of mine experience things like a rokyorokubi, a woman with a long neck who can look into your window on higher floors of a building. One coworker, who was staunchly and adamantly against the belief in ghosts, eventually had to move out of his house because the activity was too threatening to his family. His child would tell him how a man would come in through the window on the 3rd floor and tell him he was going to rip his skin off, among other things. Thank you again to Anonymous for submitting that in October of 22.
You know, I've always, maybe it was since I saw The Karate Kid, but, you know.
Oh, boy.
I've always, since '84, wanted to visit Okinawa. It just seems like a really fascinating place.
Mm-hmm.
Now that fascination is done and over with, because that story just thoroughly scared me. All right, so what did he call the woman that can, with a long neck, that can reach up to the top floor? What is that?
It is called a rokyorokubi, and I have a Wikipedia article on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, and there's some images that are terrifying. And here, I'll show you this one off of the Wikipedia article. I'll link to it in the show notes, but also if you just search for it on Wikipedia, you'll find it. So what do you see there, Vince?
Whoa. I see what looks like something out of John Carpenter's The Thing, only with I can't really make out what the long ropey neck is connected to down there on the ground. It looks like it might be
the body.
Like
it's her body.
Her own body
Yeah.
is lying. But yeah, there's an incredibly long neck, ropey, as I said. Not an especially evil looking face attached to the end of it, but when you see the neck and compare, it could be the most beautiful woman in the world, and still she's going to terrify you.
So there's a couple different things with this legend that I found, mostly just through this Wikipedia page. Some people do interpret it as a neck. Some people interpret it as not a neck, but just a connection between the head, which is disconnected from the body. So it's like you said, like a ropey thing that's connecting the head to the body, so the head can't get too far away. And there's other versions of the Rokurokubi where the head actually comes off and it's completely separate and the head flies around. So I was trying to figure out what's the deal with this ghost? What does it do? Why is it scary aside from the obvious? And there's a couple different things I read about in the Wikipedia article. One story is that it doesn't really do anything, but it licks the oil off of lamps, which, okay. And that it's just scary because it'll like come and look in your windows or whatever. But another story that I read in here is that the head that detaches completely may come and like suck your blood. So like a vampire type thing. It seems that there was some stuff in here that kind of, the whole, the thing about this woman has, she did something wrong. She did something bad. She's got mental illness. She's, it's a product of her emotional state, things like that. So there was a little bit of that too. These do tend to be female, although I did see that they can occasionally be male, but they are mostly women who turn to Rokurokubis. So what I thought was interesting was I was doing this research this morning, looking at the Wikipedia article, and there's some really terrifying images. If you do a Google image search for Rokurokubi, there's some great art out there that's really terrifying. But
most great art is terrifying.
Then I was just kind of, scrolling through Facebook like you do in the morning over coffee, and one of my friends on Facebook shared this movie poster for a series that's coming out in January on Netflix.
Do tell.
And Vince, what do you see here and what is it called?
Well, what I see here is the image of a headless body and a bodiless head. And it's called Japanese Tales of the Macabre. And this sounds like the bomb, as the kids are saying these days. Boy.
So I thought that was really, synchronous. That I was just looking up the Rokurokubi, and, it's not just all about neck extensions. There was one story also where a woman was laying in bed and she turned over or something and her head kept rolling and her head fell off and then went flying around. But it's not technically, like physically supposed to be the head. It's more like an embodiment of the spirit. So it's the person's spirit leaves their body. So I guess we'll check that out in January.
But I have to say that some of the Japanese folklore and lore and just general horror is terrifying.
Yeah.
And it makes it seem as if there's nothing really scary that happens in the United States of America.
Well, yeah, because, I think that all cultures have their stories, right? And I'm particularly interested in stories like this from different cultures because it's just really crazy to see how they differ from the things that we're so used to in American culture, right? But there's a line where you have to say, okay, yes, all cultures have these stories, but these stories don't represent that culture.
And it's just interesting to see the kind of triggers that the different cultures have. Like it's obviously there, it's necks and heads and licking oil from the lamps.
Yeah.
That's like a really random, creepy thing for a ghost to
Well,
do.
it seems random and creepy to us, but I'm sure that there was, a meaning behind that. I mean, these legends come from one of the dates that I saw in there was the 1600s. So these are not like modern legends. These are, hundreds and hundreds of years old. And so I'm sure that licking oil from lamps came from something very specific. What that specific thing is, I don't know. But, it could have been like a cultural signal.
Is it something like if you lick the oil from a lamp, does that mean you're taking away the oil from the lamp so that the lights are going to go out sooner?
Maybe.
Is that the danger?
Maybe. I don't know. If anyone knows, we would love to hear about it. You can submit through the lounge, or you can just email us at cosghostkeepers@gmail.com. But yeah, I think in the lounge this week, I'd like to ask if anyone else has had any experiences with ghosts from outside of American culture, whether you are like a Japanese native and, you have an experience with Japanese ghosts or, whatever. I'm just really interested in ghosts from other cultures.
Personally, I'm interested in learning more about the ghost lore and folklore of India.
Mm-hmm. I just want all of it, actually.
We want all your worldly, ghostly fear stuff.
Yep. And, my brother and his family lived in Japan for about 2 years. I think they were in Okinawa.
They were in Okinawa, yeah.
Yeah. And I'm too lazy. I mean, I forgot to text him before we recorded this to ask him any experiences that he had or heard while they were there. So
I think that knowing you, if they had any incidents, I think the minute that they happened, they would have been on the phone or
telling me about it
via text to let you know about it right away.
Yeah. Well, I'll ask him anyway. And if he has anything to report, I'll update it in the next episode. So, Vince, that's all I have for my story today. What have you for the people?
For my submission this week, as I said before, I delved into the Spookiest Stories archive on castleofspirits.com, and I came across a story called Road Rage, which was submitted by Anonymous in Pennsylvania, USA. Western Pennsylvania has quite a few ghost stories and legends surrounding it. The Steel City saw more than its share of mysterious goings-on over the years. I married recently and moved to the Pittsburgh area to be closer to work. I hate driving and traffic and the like, so it was a welcome change to live closer. I am a self-professed aggressive driver. At least, I used to be. The road on which I travel to go to work immediately brings to mind haunting imagery, a dark, twisting road in the thick of well-forested area. So it came as no surprise to me when I learned from one of the locals of a legend circulating about that road. It came to be that I was heading into work early. It was dark out, cloudy, no moon, and extremely quiet. I'd had a strange feeling since I'd woken up that morning, like the feeling you get right after you've seen a great horror movie. You know it's fiction, but you still avoid mirrors for a while just in case there really is something there. I headed out and arrived at the road in short order. This road is a 2-lane, one-way road, so there's no oncoming traffic for the stretch of it. Since it was early, I decided to keep toward the center of the road. Deer abound in this part of the town, and I had no desire to hit one. It was really dark, and some fog had gathered. I put on my high beams so I could see a little better. I heard a car somewhere behind me, but I couldn't follow it because of the bends in the trees. The wind was blowing, and the fog seemed to be getting thicker. Ahead of me, I noticed some taillights. I shut off my high beams and slowed down, so as not to scare the car in front of me. Suddenly there was a squeal and tires peeling from somewhere behind me. I looked in my mirror and I saw a car flying like a bat out of hell. It was in the left lane, I was in the right, and it flew past me. I blew my horn to warn the car in front of me, but it was too late. Tires screeched as the speeding car smashed into the car in front of me. It was a horrifying sound. The car in front of me rammed into a tree, and the speeding car spun around it and crashed into another tree somewhere ahead. The road was too narrow to stop on. I drove past a little ways to a point where I could stop, and then rushed back. As I ran toward the crash, I heard the sickening sound of a horn blowing constantly. I grew worried and doubled my pace. By the time I arrived, the horn had stopped. I headed to where the cars went off the road, but nothing was there. Not a trace of them. At first I thought they'd driven off, that maybe the crash wasn't that bad, but I hadn't seen them drive by. I looked to the road where they first went off. There were skid marks, but they were faint, as if they were years old. What's more, the guardrail that they crashed through was intact. It looked almost brand new. I was terrified beyond the capacity for words, and I felt like the forest was going to suffocate me. I turned around to head back to my car and nearly tripped over something. I saw what it was. A small plaque affixed to a stone facing the road. I'd never even noticed it before. The inscription read, "In loving memory of the 3 lives lost on the morning of July 6th, 1998. May it serve as a warning to those suffering from road rage." I ran back to my car and never looked back. It was only a few months later that I recounted my tale to a friend who lived in a neighboring condo. I asked him if he knew anything about the accident about 2 years ago on that road. He invited me in for a drink, and I relayed my experience. He listened intently. I thought he would think I was nuts, but when I finished, he spoke softly and understandingly. He told me that a mother was taking her little girl to school on that road on the morning of July 6, 1998, when an angry driver who'd taken the road as an alternate to the morning traffic rush sped by and hit their car. The mother and the little girl died instantly. The driver was hospitalized for a few weeks and released. He admitted that he suffered from road rage and could not take the main street traffic. That's why he went the back way. On the 1-year anniversary of the accident, his car and body were found at the spot where the lady's car had been. A new guardrail was constructed in honor of the 3 lives lost. I could hardly believe this story, as it seems to have fit what happened to me perfectly. I asked him why I had never seen these things before. He told me that, as the legend has it, the tragedy is only revealed to those in danger of repeating it. Needless to say, I have never once, since that day, driven aggressively or angrily. It's just not worth it. Sometimes late at night or early in the morning, I can still hear the screeching tires on the nearby road. I can still hear the explosion, the horn. I often wonder how many others in our community can hear it too. And that story was called Road Rage. It was written by Anonymous in Pennsylvania, USA, and it's found on the Castle of Spirits website under the Spookiest Stories archive.
That was really great. It was heartbreaking, but the idea of running back and hearing the crash still, the horn and everything, and then there's just nothing there.
Yeah, and it's not often you get a ghost story with a message. Mm-hmm. The whole story just calls to mind the phenomenon of aural or sonic hauntings. Mm-hmm. That sort of thing fascinates me. I think a lot of people, when I think about a haunting, I generally think about seeing a ghost. Mm-hmm. Some sort of spectral figure that you cannot hear, you cannot communicate with. But in this case, everything came back. Mm-hmm. Not just the sights, but the sounds.
Right.
The sound and vision of that fateful occurrence. But so the idea of sound hauntings, and it made me do a little bit of research. So I came across this article from 2015 on Gizmodo by Jennifer Ouellette. The headline is "Some Ghosts May Be Sound Waves Just Below Human Hearing." In the article, she says, there are many possible explanations for hauntings, not the least that humans are highly suggestible creatures, especially when we want to believe. But some ghost sightings might actually be the result of sounds, sound waves that vibrate just below our range of hearing, called the fear frequency.
Yes, yes, yes. Can I tell you, I know a story about this.
You do?
Or is that maybe what she's going to talk about?
No, tell me the story.
So, yeah, I heard about this. I've heard about it a couple of times. There was a laboratory where the people working in the lab would just suddenly be like racked with terror. They'd be convinced that somebody had just walked into the room and was watching them. And so they started talking amongst themselves about the place being haunted, and it would be instant. Like they'd be fine. They'd be going about their business. Suddenly, nothing changed, but they were just terrified.
Now, did this happen to everybody all at once or individually, or?
Well, whoever was in the lab at the time, whether it was one person or a couple.
So 3 people could be in there and all of a sudden.
Well, yeah, I don't know how many people were there, but yeah, and this was a thing that happened constantly to the point where people were like running out of the lab or, just leaving. They couldn't handle it. But these are all scientists, right? So they're like.
So they didn't immediately go to, are we on Native American burial ground?
I don't know, probably, because that's where it always goes.
They sought other answers.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So they did. They were like, okay, well, let's research this, because why is this building suddenly, quote unquote, haunted? And I think it's been a while since I heard of it, but it seems like they started noticing that it would happen every day right about the same time, that suddenly this terror would set in. And I don't know how they figured it out, but they figured out that there was a fan on the top of the building that every day at this certain time, this fan would turn on, like circulate the air throughout the building, whatever. But the fan was, it was old, it was getting worn, it was faulty somehow, something. And it was creating this super low frequency that couldn't be heard with the human ear. But that frequency was this, what did you call it? The terror frequency?
The fear frequency.
The fear frequency, yeah. So as soon as they discovered that and they repaired that fan, it stopped happening. It never happened again. So sorry to trounce on your segment. But
no, that's okay, because the article is interesting. I'll link to it in the show notes. But in case anybody wants to read the entire article. But it did bring to mind something that I read in John Keel's The Mothman Prophecies. There was an area in Point Pleasant, West Virginia, where John Keel reported being stricken with fear every time he drove past this one short stretch of the road. And it was almost as if he could know exactly when that was going to occur. He drove through it, came out of it, the feeling went away. So he turned the car around, or backed up again. And once he was in a certain position, a certain place on this little road that he was driving, this overwhelming sense of dread would just come over him until he moved again. And that book was one of the most amazing books I've ever read. Highly recommended.
We can put it in the attic.
Yes, we'll have a link to it in the attic. Check out the attic
on the
website, where we have a bunch of cool stuff. But it's a phenomenal book, and there's just so much in there. It's almost like an encyclopedia of paranormal. It's all centered around Point Pleasant, West Virginia, and the events there in the late 60s having to do with the Mothman. But it's just like a potpourri of everything you can pretty much think of, including this. And I don't think that he ever resolved what it was about that area, whether it was a fan on the building, like you, or whether it was some sort of a natural phenomenon, or something out there having to do with the old TNT factory.
Yeah.
But
or it could have been some kind of a magnetic, something in the Earth's crust, the magnetic whatever magnetic field being a little bit
isn't that
stronger?
Isn't that what happens in the mystery spots in the roads where cars roll uphill?
I've heard of those, but I've never been to one. But from my understanding, it's more like a visual optical illusion with those. But so I just found an article in The Guardian called "The Fear Frequency," and it's about the laboratory that I was talking about, and it looks like it happened in the 80s. The laboratory. This article, I'm not going to read it, but we'll link it in the show notes. It's by Mark Pilkington. It's called The Fear Frequency. And it's got kind of an abridged version of the story. But yeah, I've heard podcast episodes on it. I've seen TV shows about it. So you can find information about this occurrence.
And there's got to be something to that, because you think about it, humans are highly suggestible creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that we experience is based on our senses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And hearing is one of our most important senses. You get something wrong, you get an ear infection or one of your ears stopped up, try to walk a straight line.
Yeah.
You can ask me personally.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that you learn to hug walls. Walls are our friends sometimes when there's something going on with your ear. So there's a lot of strange things surrounding aural or audible or sonic things. Even the satanic panic of the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
My introduction, unfortunately, to Led Zeppelin and Stairway to Heaven were the horror stories on the news about how if you played the song backwards, you could hear, satanic things. Of course, I had to go out and buy the album right away and play it backwards. I eventually played it forward and realized what cool music it was. But the idea that somehow you can place a suggestion in somebody's head by hiding that suggestion from their conscious mind, whether it's in music, whispered in the background, is fascinating. And so I think there's something to this whole hearing thing.
It's not a fad. It might stick around a while.
Yeah.
So I was also thinking about how much of these like unexplainable fears that we have. So the story you were telling about driving through that one part of the road, and he gets this panicked feeling and, has to leave. Or, you walk into a place you've never been before and you're suddenly just struck with complete dread and panic and, all of these things. And I wonder, again, this is the skeptical believer talking, because I do believe in ghosts, but I'm also really skeptical. And I wonder how much of these type of occurrences come from our lizard brains, because we are animals and all animals have instincts of one kind or another. And as humans, we've kind of learned how to live beyond instincts, right? There's a lot of things that animals typically do that we probably did before, civilization, that we don't do anymore. And I wonder how much of these hauntings are really just our lizard brain saying something about this is dangerous. So, for example, like mice will run along baseboards and they cuddle up to the side of something when, a mouse. If you see a mouse in your kitchen, for example, the chances that it's going to be running down the middle of the floor or just sitting in the middle of the room, very, very slim.
See, hurry up when you're talking about mice, because you're agitating the cat.
The ghost cat he's looking for the mice. But that goes against a mouse's natural instinct. It doesn't want to be out in the open because it's exposed to predators. So it runs along the baseboards of the wall. So there's potentially things about maybe this road. John Keel was driving down this road. Something about it may have triggered an instinct response in his brain that said this is a dangerous situation because there might be a predator, but he doesn't recognize that impulse because we're not conditioned to recognize those things anymore. Just like, if I'm in a place where there's a lot of like tight corners that you can't see around, my instinct is don't put your back to those corners and make sure that you keep your eye on them, right? Because there could be something that pops out from around those corners. It doesn't mean that I'm psychically, sensing a ghost that's hanging out in that corner.
Well, and it also,
although
I'm sure
it could be that too.
That's true. But it also could be, a lot of it is going to have to do with what you're doing and what you're experiencing at the moment. He's out there, he's in town researching a Mothman,
something terrifying,
and UFO phenomenon and Men in Black. So when he experiences this, somehow it's the instinct is there to connect the two things.
Right.
And maybe there was no connection at all.
And his senses for the strange and out of place are already heightened because of what he's researching. So any normal day that he might drive that road, he may not feel that, or it may be a very fleeting feeling where he may
just be having a fleeting existential dread that leaves him. Maybe he thinks it's
right, just a nervous, let's hurry past this spot. But now, because his senses are heightened, this place is really terrifying. I feel like I'm gonna have a panic attack or whatever. I have to get out of here right now. This must be connected, whether it is or not.
Well, it reminds me of the Bader-Meinhof thing.
Exactly.
That we spoke about a couple of episodes ago.
Yeah, the red car syndrome. When you're looking for something or when you're thinking about something a lot, you see it everywhere.
Just like when you have to go to the bathroom and there is no bathroom, you have to go to the bathroom more. Or
I don't think it's exactly the same, but yeah, I get where you're going with that.
Or, and this brings everything, ties everything up in a neat little knot, because you're hearing our cat in the background as he's roaming around trying to make his impact on the podcasting world.
Mm-hmm.
Little does he know he's already an internet superstar, right?
He is.
Much of this begs the question, how much of our lives do we create versus experience?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Do you remember that time when it dawned on us that every single time one of our pets gets sick is on a Friday night when we are at sea because the vet is closed on weekends?
Right.
And I came to the realization, or I came to the thought, I should say, or the question, is it possible that my worry over a pet who may be experiencing an upset belly on a Friday night, my worry that that's going to turn into something serious, how much does that actually impact the turn of events, the animal's health? Not that I'm talking to the animal and saying you will become sicker, but just the general psychic energy surrounding that.
Well, it's manifestation, like we talked about before.
Well, when you talk about manifestation, you're talking about, I want to be, rich by the time I'm 30. I'm going to manifest these things, manifest happiness or a love life or something.
Right.
But this is actually changing the physiology of another living being. And I don't think that that's something that is impossible. I think it's something that probably we don't understand. And maybe that's something that we tap into unknowingly.
Yeah, I definitely believe in things like that. I mean, manifestation doesn't have to just go one way. It's not just about manifesting things that you want, but I think that absolutely that you can manifest things that you don't want, whether you intend to or not, whether you believe that you are or not. I think it's possible. I think that thought is energy, right? It's not nothing. So
thoughts are things, as they say.
It's electric impulses and firing synapses, and which all take calories that burn, and it's energy. And I don't think that it's energy that, you have a thought and then it just kind of evaporates into nothingness, because energy isn't destroyed like that. It's got to go somewhere. And I think that it's possible that, somehow that energy goes toward manifestation. So maybe I can put a couple of different questions in the lounge So my first question that I want to know about is, have you ever experienced a haunting, a ghost from another culture outside of, like standard, I mean, what's to me is standard American culture.
Well, Western culture.
Yeah, but even within that, like, European countries are Western, but there's a lot of like hauntings and paranormal beliefs in European cultures that are completely different from anything in American culture. So, and Mexican culture has so many spiritual and paranormal and type of beliefs that, I mean, that's North American just like us, but it's so different from.
My favorite, El Cucuy.
I thought you were going to say El Duende.
Oh, El Duende. Oh, man, we got to do an episode on El Duende sometime. That is something else.
So anyway, yeah, tell us little bits about any other hauntings that you've experienced, whether within your own culture or outside of it. And if you've ever experienced the fear frequency.
Yes, some unexplained feeling of dread that comes over you that you think may not be ascribed to a ghost or a haunted place, but that you think there might be a scientific explanation for it. Or even if you don't, even if maybe you think it is a ghost.
Right.
I'm interested in hearing these things.
And if your story is too long to submit in the lounge, then use the submit your story feature on the website and just tell us the entire story.
We want to hear it all.
That's right. We want the whole dang thing.
All of the words.
All of them. And if you have photos, videos, EVPs, we want those as well.
And you can submit those through the Submit a Story portal? Okay. Awesome. And with that, we encourage everybody to, while they're here, take a look around the castle. Take a look into the library where we have 25 years and 4,600 ghost stories. Paranormal stories submitted by web visitors and listeners just like yourselves.
It sounds like a PBS.
I'm not.
By listeners like you.
Yeah, we're not quite there yet, but
we're almost PBS though. We're like the PBS of ghosts.
I've got the high hopes.
All right. Well, if you have nothing else, then we will say goodbye to our friends for now, but we will see you again very, very soon with a brand new episode
of the Castle of Spirits podcast.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, the audio companion to the long-running castleofspirits.com, where you can read 4,600 and counting true paranormal stories submitted by listeners just like you. Again, there with the paranormal PBS.
We are the paranormal PBS of the interwebs.
Hey, Vince.
Hey, Jane.
This is episode number 8 of the podcast. How do you feel about that?
I'm feeling quite accomplished that we were able to soldier through 8 recording sessions without murdering one another.
Right. It got close a few times.
I do believe the spirits of the castle are helping keep things fun.
And spooky.
Well, yeah, it's the same thing.
Oh.
And I credit them for saving us from ourselves.
What does that mean?
From not killing each other.
Oh, gotcha. So we got our first listener email.
No way.
Yeah.
Who's it from?
It is from David, and he was responding to episode 6 about the creature in the story Out Past the Shadow's Edge.
Episode 6, Here There Be Cryptids.
Yes, that one. And he says, In episode 6, the Mormon cricket man sounds to be an awful lot like a Wendigo. Often portrayed with backwards knees, they are shapeshifters that try to look human and are depicted as not doing a very good job. They are also known to haunt Utah. So, interesting. I did not know that the Wendigo was a thing that was known to be seen around here. So maybe I'll have to look into that a little bit more.
So that story, Out Past the Shadow's Edge, I did a little bit of research.
Mm-hmm.
I rummaged through the castle files.
Mm-hmm.
And that story was submitted circa 1999.
Oh, wow.
The guy in the story mentions that it had happened about 15 years earlier.
Mm-hmm.
So we're talking about the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever remember hearing stories in the 80s about cricket men, Wendigo type beings?
I was pretty young in the 80s. So if I would have heard anything like that, it probably would have damaged my young psyche, which I already had a friend tormenting me with stories of La Llorona. So thank you, David, for sending us that email. And if anyone else has information or whatever, we want emails. Will you please email us? Please, you can either do so on castleofspirits.com/contact, or you can email us directly at cosghostkeepers@gmail.com. Please.
So now that begs the obvious question. What is a Wendigo? I'm not exactly sure.
A Wendigo is a spirit. So the Wikipedia article, which we will link in the show notes, says that a Wendigo is a mythological creature or evil spirit originating from the folklore of Plains and Great Lakes natives, as well as some First Nations. And it looks like it's mostly based around, it says, East Coast forests of Canada. It's often said to be a malevolent spirit, sometimes depicted as a creature with human-like characteristics, and it can possess humans. It's said to invoke feelings of insatiable greed or hunger and the desire to cannibalize other humans. So a really nice creature.
Hold it right there.
Okay.
Because one of our favorite movies of all time is called Ravenous.
Mm-hmm.
It's a movie with Guy Pearce.
Mm-hmm.
It's from the late 90s, right?
1999.
Right. And in that movie, not to give anything away, but there's cannibalism.
Yeah.
And there is reference by a Native American in the movie to a Wendigo. And this takes place
in California.
You're right. It takes place on the Sierra. No.
Yeah. It's in the Sierra Nevadas. They don't really, they name the fort that they're at, but I don't think they ever get real specific with where they're supposed to be. But yeah, we always watch that movie at Thanksgiving.
It's definitely a Thanksgiving feast type movie if you are a sicko.
We're not that. Don't put it in their heads that we're like really totally demented. We just like
cozy
sicko movies.
Cozy sicko snowbound movies about weird stuff that happens.
It is very cozy, and I do love a cozy movie, where it all takes place in kind of one location. If you've never seen Ravenous, we'll put it in the attic on castleofspirits.com. You should definitely check it out. It's a fun watch. Who's all in it? It's Guy Pearce and
Robert Carlyle.
Yeah, Robert Carlyle. And David Arquette is in it.
Jeremy Davies.
Yeah, Jeremy Davies and Ed Rooney.
Rooney.
Oh, Jeffrey Jones. Yeah. But anyway, there's a big long cast, and we just think that you should watch the movie.
All right, what's kind of cool and synchronous about the fact that we got that email from David, and of course it was because you read that story, is that I had planned already to read from the new batch of stories that we received for October of 2022.
Right.
And the story that I chose to read has to do with the Wendigo.
No. Really?
Yeah.
That's so weird. That's a really weird coincidence, I guess.
There are no coincidences.
How was that again? No coincidences.
There are no coincidences in the castle. Did I say coincidences wrong?
Coincidences.
All right, forget it. Ain't no coincidences. Wow, I can't say that. I can't say the word, so I'm editing that out.
No, you're not. You better leave that in.
No, it's out. It's out.
Mm-mm.
Verbal misspeaks must go.
No, they're in. Anyway, so what's your story called?
It's called Wendigo in the Quantico Highlands with a question mark. It was submitted by Anonymous in Quantico, Virginia, and I will endeavor to read the story without any such verbal misspeaks. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't say the word
coincidences.
Coincidi.
Coincidipodes.
All right. Let's get serious now. It's time for a story reading from the Castle of Spirits Library. It's called Wendigo in the Quantico Highlands. While undergoing military training in Quantico, Virginia in 2011, I was sleeping in the field with the rest of my platoon. We used to somewhat jokingly call this area the Quantico Highlands. During the training, we would often sleep in the woods for a week or so at a time. One night, probably around 3 a.m., we were awakened by the sound of some bipedal creature running and shrieking by our sight. None of us were able to get visual contact, but what we heard was nothing like any creature that lives in these woods. It was going far too fast. It sounded way too heavy, and it was too loud to be any normal bird or critter that lives around here. Our first thought, collectively, was that perhaps it was one of the instructors playing a trick on us. But that thought was quickly debunked, just based on the speed and the noise. There was no way that a human could have made that awful, blood-curdling, dinosaur-like shriek. The next few days, and upon returning from the field, it was a hot topic of conversation. One of the individuals in our platoon suggested, based on his reading and understanding of American Indian lore, that it could have been a Wendigo. To this day, I have never seen or heard of anything that would have perhaps met that description better. Again, that was Wendigo in the Quantico Highlands, submitted by Anonymous from Quantico, Virginia, October 2022. So really, up until this very moment, or until a few minutes ago, when you read that bit about the Wendigo mainly being a part of East Coast Native American lore, I just had always assumed from movies that I've seen from like 90s movies. I think there was a movie in the 90s called The Wendigo, or maybe the early 2000s. We've never seen it.
Yeah. I think, there's probably a few of them.
But to my understanding, that movie takes place in the Old West. So I've always associated Wendigos with
more like Western.
Yeah, with Western, native folklore. But now apparently we've got Wendigos.
We got Wendigos on the east, Wendigos on the west.
Coast to coast Wendigos 24/7, apparently.
All Wendigo all the time.
Hey, we're about ready for FM now, aren't we?
Oh, I think that's the name of the podcast, isn't it? That's the name of this episode. All Wendigo all the time.
All right. Oh, that sounded bad. All right. I sounded like an overexcited old aunt who's about to fall over and break her ankle, seeing a bird.
I really loved the imagery in that story, though. What I really love about reading some of these stories is when they're nice and short, like that one, but then they like punch you in the face with just like one little bit of flavor that's absolutely terrifying. Like in that story, the running and shrieking through the campground in the middle of the night, that's terrifying. Because I think that typically if you think of, okay, if you were to tell someone, okay, so imagine that it's the middle of the night and you're sleeping in a tent in a campground and something scary starts to happen outside of your tent. What do you think? What do you imagine is happening? Probably there's something creepy tiptoeing. There's something creepy just kind of lumbering about.
Did I ever tell you my experience spending the night in Tahoe National Forest in the open bed of my pickup truck?
I want to say that you have, but I don't remember.
Well, it wasn't anything necessarily cryptidish, I don't think.
Well, a Wendigo's not a cryptid, it's a spirit.
Right, but it was just a night of terror for me. And I had to fold myself up in that terror because I was sleeping with a small group of campers comprised of my friend, his father, and his father's friend. I'm not somebody who ever grew up in campgrounds or in the woods. For the most part, the environment of my youth was mainly indoors. So this was a new environment for me. One of the first things we heard as we decided to sleep in the open bed of my pickup truck with sleeping bags. It got really cold, but we made it through the night. However, my sanity almost didn't make it through the night. I remember the first thing we heard was the sound of coyotes doing their cackling call, which was, especially for somebody who doesn't spend a lot of time outdoors, it was terrifying.
I remember the first time we heard coyotes when we were camping. It's a haunting. Even though you can tell what it is, you know what it is, it's a scary sound.
Well, I didn't know what it was back then. I looked at my friend, I was like, what was that? And I don't remember what he said, but he might have said nothing. But no matter what, it sounded like a bunch of demons down by the water's edge who were converging and getting together and talking about coming up and taking our souls.
Yeah. There were some breakfast burritos in a truck up the hill.
Teenage breakfast burritos.
Yeah.
And of course that went away. I think we actually might have thought they were wolves. Like a wolf pack or something. But anyway. Then as the night wore on, I'm already uneasy. And I was hearing sounds all throughout our campsite. I remember hearing what I thought were footsteps making a circle around the truck. And the worst part about it was that this was a short bed pickup truck. So we had the tailgate open with our shoes sitting on the edge and our feet kind of dangling close to the edge. And basically I just laid there for most of the night in sheer terror, expecting something to eat my feet.
You didn't look to see what was walking around?
No friggin' way was I going to open my eyes or do any of that. I was terrified. I thought it was either some sort of bear who would eat me the minute it saw me, or the worst part was a serial killer with an axe.
But because you didn't look at him, he decided to let you live.
Right.
Cool.
I mean, it was probably raccoons, but there was something walking around that campsite, and it scared me. And I don't even know if this is worth sharing.
It's worth sharing.
But
because lots of people have talked about, hearing something walking circles around them in the middle of the night while camping. That's one of the things that people talk about with Bigfoot. About it circling their campground. And
it might have been Bigfoot.
It could have been. I think raccoons are noisy. I guess they could come into your campground and walk around, but they are, curious, and they cause mischief. They're going to rifle through things, try and climb on things. They talk to each other. they've got those little hands and they like to put their hands all over everything because from what I understand, they're mostly blind. So they touch things so that they can tell what they are. And I think if it were a raccoon, you would have experienced more than just hearing it walking around, I think.
I think maybe the reason I brought that story up was because I didn't really think that it was anything supernatural. I just was freaked out by the sound. And so I'm wondering, I mean, again, I welcome these topics and these discussions and these stories and stuff like that.
Experiences.
And experiences. But I question them too. I mean, what else could have possibly made that sound? I mean, are there wild horses in the Quantico Highlands that could have, something could have come charging through the site where they were doing their camping and whinnied or something? If you hear it in the middle of the night, it could sound like a screech.
Okay, but if a horse is going to go tearing through a campground screaming in the middle of the night, that's terrifying too, because horses don't just decide to do that in the middle of the night. There's something else after it, and you got to be worried about what's behind the horse. So, I mean, that's still scary, but...
Yeah, like if you see the tigers running out of the jungle, you're like, what are they running from?
That's true, yeah.
So, question.
Answer.
Do you believe in the Wendigo? I mean, what do you think? What do you make of all that?
Oh, of course.
Really?
Yeah, of course. I think I believe in just about all of it. Like the whole paranormal spectrum. I don't know that we understand any of these things and that we have it right. You know what I mean? I don't think that we can actually say, this is what a Wendigo is. And, because it's not something that's been scientifically studied. But, I mean, these stories come from somewhere. There's something out there causing all of these stories. And maybe it's not what we've labeled it as. Maybe it's not exactly that. But there's something, yeah. What about you?
I don't know. It's like with things like Bigfoot, I really don't know where I stand on that. I mean, I have great respect for the folklore and the mythology of all cultures that date back tens of thousands of years. But whether I believe that these are based on actual creatures or if they are just the product of imagination, and that imagination can take root in people's psyches to the point where they can actually see something that or hear something that may not be there. I think I'm more fascinated with that concept than I am with the idea that maybe there are like these mysterious creatures that roam the earth and terrorize people. I don't know. It's a topic worthy of thought.
Well, that's kind of a chicken or egg question, right? Do we have these stories because experiences needed some kind of an interpretation and imagination came into play? Or do we have these stories because imagination came into play and therefore caused people to interpret experiences like this? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's an interesting... I think that they go hand in hand. I think there's definitely a lot of interpretation and looking for answers that brings us to conclusions. It was a ghost, it was a Bigfoot, it was a Wendigo, it was time travel, whatever it was. But where did those concepts even come from in the first place? I mean, did somebody just imagine, oh, a ghost, it's the spirit of a dead person, and that just caught on like wildfire? Or does that belief that that's what these experiences that we're calling ghosts are, does that come from something factual. You know, the saying about there's a grain of truth in, you know, in every story or in every legend or.
But when a legend becomes the size of an ocean and the basis of it is just a grain,
Mm-hmm.
it could very well be something very mundane.
For sure.
I mean, I think sometimes about, like you asked the question, where did the first ghost story come from?
Mm-hmm.
And if I were pressed to answer that question, I would venture to guess that it was the manifestation of grief
Mm-hmm.
that caused the very first ghost sighting, if there ever was a very first ghost sighting, you know.
Yeah.
But I've known people who have lost people and have seen them
Mm-hmm.
under circumstances that are more than likely explained away as a dream or as something that they wanted to see. And maybe they saw some blurry shape through their tears and they immediately ascribed an identity to that shape of their deceased loved one.
Or something that you and I have experienced a few times, you know, when we've lost a pet, is for, you know, a few days or even a few weeks afterwards, still hearing that pet breathing or walking around the house, or in your case, touching you.
Oh man, if that was that, yeah, I remember that. And I was at the kitchen table. It was a couple days after our dog died. And does the dog have a name? Of course, I'm going to tell Boris. And I'm sitting at the kitchen table, and I felt what I would describe as a dog coming and putting his head on my lap like he did.
Yeah, Boris did that a lot.
Yeah. And I felt that. And it's because there was nothing there. It startled me. And I sort of like batted at my leg and said, "Get out of here."
Oh.
And then, of course, I immediately...
Poor Boris. He's all sad in the afterlife because Daddy rejected him.
Shut up. But yet, I'm just superstitious enough to have immediately called it back and said, "I'm sorry. It's okay. You can hang out. It's
Mm-hmm.
okay." But that initial rejection of...
Well, yeah, it's something you don't... It's
of the
unfamiliar.
unexplained.
Yeah.
It's like the time right after my grandmother died. And we were all there at, the house, my parents' house. And a bird got into the house
Mm-hmm.
and started flitting about the house. And while everybody was standing there watching this thing in absolute awe, like, "Oh, I think it could be her spirit," I'm the idiot who's going and getting a broom
Aww.
to bat this thing
Get
out
out,
of the
Grandma.
house. Now, I never got a chance to use the broom because
Good.
it took off. It came into the house and then it left.
Yeah.
And that is
She's
interesting.
as she flies off, "You were my least favorite grandchild."
But I think I have a tendency to do that, to sort of reject things that in the very beginning as potentially supernatural.
Well, you're a guy.
And immediately go to the logical explanation or the logical consequences, saying, "Oh my God, bird flu just came into the house. Now we're all going to die too."
Bird flu.
So here I am. I'm going to save the day with a broom.
Well, I'm sure your family was very thankful that you saved them from an avian inflicted death.
Or a ghost.
Or a ghost. You saved them from your grandmother, who seemed like a very nice person.
Now, we don't know what the human soul, mind, whatever, goes through at the time of death, and it could turn somebody potentially evil. You never know. Let's just let them go on, go through the light.
So now you're supposing that your grandmother became evil?
All are welcome. Go into the light.
All right. Well, on that note...
Hopefully my mother never hears this.
Since you are bringing up ghosts, we're turning the tide from Wendigo to ghosts, it might be a good time for me to read my story, because my story is a good old-fashioned ghost story.
No say.
Mm-hmm. This story actually comes from the very first October that the Castle of Spirits was in existence. My story comes all the way from October of 1997.
Oh.
This story is 25 years old today.
Whoa.
Well, I mean, technically, this story is 100 and... doing some quick math in my head. This story is actually about 168 years old.
How do you figure?
Well, let me tell you. The Mistress, submitted by Anonymous in Ohio, USA, October 1997. My mother's side of the family came from England, and there's an interesting story attached to one of our relatives, a housekeeper to a certain Lord Breckley. My story begins in 1856. Lord Breckley was a wealthy lord and owned a vast estate and several houses, including his London townhouse, at which he resided most of the time. Lord Breckley was a foul-tempered man, and he was said to have treated everyone horribly, from servants to family to other lords and ladies of his own estate. This included his mistress. His mistress was a small, wiry girl, many years his junior, of Scottish descent and very beautiful. It was rumored that she was the bastard daughter of a noble man and a Scottish girl. Her name was Ailie. Ailie had been Lord Breckley's mistress for about 6 years, when one night everyone in the house heard an ear-shattering scream. Lord Breckley and Ailie had been having awful arguments, and my relative, who was the housekeeper, worried for Ailie's safety. All the servants rushed to see what was wrong, but they were met at the stairs by Lord Breckley. He was acting very strangely and wouldn't allow any of the servants, including my relative, upstairs. He informed them that Ailie had tripped over and had cried out. The servants went back to bed, disbelieving his excuse, but they had learned to keep their mouths shut if they wanted to keep their jobs. The next morning, Ailie was absent from the kitchen where she usually ate her breakfast. The servants wondered at this and were suspicious that the master had finally gone too far and had done away with her in the night. For weeks, there was no sign of Ailie, and life at the townhouse went on as usual. That is, until the noises and wailing started. Every night at just about 10 p.m., the same time that Ailie had first screamed out, terrible shrieks and a moaning would be heard. The voice, obviously that of a woman, screamed and cried and begged for mercy. But for this poor soul, there obviously was to be none. This went on for several months, until what was left of the household staff decided to see if they could discover the cause of the terrible moans. When the moaning began that night, the staff gathered up their courage and followed the direction of the sound. They came upon the master's chambers and heard a horrible wail from within. The master, unable to stand the wailing, had gone to his country house in Yorkshire. When they pushed open the door, they all almost died of fright, for there, standing in the middle of the room, was Ailie, her eyes hollow and devoid of life, her arms outstretched as if pleading for help. The housekeeper stepped forward and tried to grab her hand. For a moment, Ailie was solid. Then she motioned toward the closet and disappeared. The household staff, after they got over the shock, looked in and around the closet, but could not find what the ghostly Ailie had wanted them to find. The master returned, and the housekeeper informed him of what they had seen. The master turned white as a ghost, and the next day fired all the servants and put the house up for sale. Through the years, the visits of the poor Ailie have continued. Every night at 10 p.m. she begins to moan until someone finds her. Then she points to what once was the closet door, then vanishes. No one knows what happened to Ailie or why. Some, in fact, speculate that Lord Breckley murdered her stuffed her body in a secret compartment in the closet, and became horrified when his secret was almost discovered. Many believe other things, but the world will never know. And again, that was The Mistress, submitted by Anonymous in Ohio, USA, October of 1997. And I loved that story. What did you think? Did you like it?
Yeah, if there was ever a good old-fashioned ghost story, you definitely found it. I mean, that had everything.
So I particularly liked that story for a couple of reasons, and both of those reasons are actually the same reason.
It's a 2-for-1 reason day.
Yes, that story reminds me of 2 different stories, both of them in Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark.
Oh, yeah?
They're both kind of that same idea about a ghost looking for retribution or for their body to be found or whatever. So the haunted house actually was always my favorite story in the books. In this story, there's a woman's ghost that's haunting this house and is always coming up the stairs and, terrifying whoever's in the house and pointing people, to go look in the cellar, basically. And, spoiler alert, that's where she's buried. She was murdered and she's buried in the cellar. So it totally reminded me of that. But it reminds me of the bride in the second book. The reason it reminded me of the bride, even though she wasn't murdered, they were playing hide and go seek at their wedding reception, and she got into a big trunk and the lid fell on her head and knocked her unconscious and locked, and they never found her, and she had died in this trunk. And there's not really a ghost in this story. Interestingly, I just realized that, but it just reminded me of that with this woman with Ailey pointing to the closet. It's like she wants her body to be found, or she at least wants people to know what happened to her so that she can rest easy. So that's why I really liked that story.
I also felt there were shades of What Lies Beneath.
Mm-hmm.
The story of a haunting that takes place almost immediately after the death of the person and doesn't wait 300 years to sort of come into being.
Right. Well, because they're looking for, retribution. They want the person who did this to them to pay for it. They want their body to be found and their story to be known. Yeah, I think that's a very classic ghost story idea. And in some ways, I feel like these ghosts looking for, some kind of closure to their story, they're almost a little more terrifying because this is someone with a purpose. It's not like a lot of hauntings you hear, oh, this is probably just an impression. It's just kind of a recording on the location. It's not actually like a conscious, entity. But if this is somebody who's coming back night after night or, once a year when it happened or whatever, and like actively making some kind of a bid for the people around them to find them and bring closure, that denotes consciousness and purpose and motive and the ability to manipulate your surroundings and
well, I think
that's scary.
I think that what scares people the most about ghost stories is not necessarily that they're going to be pursued by a ghost or possessed necessarily, but that they might one day come back as a ghost themselves. That's the more terrifying aspect of all ghostly legends, is that would you want to spend eternity stuck in the same place, sort of doomed to repeat the same cycle over and over again?
I like to think that those ones, that seem like they're stuck on a loop. I like to think that that's probably more like a recorded impression on the environment and not so much like a Sisyphean punishment on that individual ghost. Like Anne Boleyn running up and down the halls with her head under her arm. What did she do to deserve that? It should be Henry VIII running up and down the halls with his head under his arm.
It should be.
So I choose to believe that Anne Boleyn was not punished with that ending to her story.
Yeah,
that it's just more of an impression on the environment.
I'm perfectly comfortable accepting that that's just a BS story that somebody made up.
What?
Just with not of her losing her head, but of the haunting.
What?
Her
No.
running up and down the halls
Come on.
with her head in her hands.
No. That has been documented for a long time now.
So, okay, then.
That's a thing that people see and experience.
So if you believe that, then what is it? Because it's not going to be like a glitch in the Matrix.
Why not?
Tape loop of something that happened, because
Why?
she never did run up and down the halls with her head in her hands in life.
That's a good point.
So that would have to be something that, unless, of course, in her dying moment, that was a psychic thing that occurred with her.
Well, maybe she is doing it, but I can't. I don't see why she would be made to do that for the rest of her life, or the rest of her death, I guess. But I'm bumped. Maybe it is actually her, and she is haunting, and she is, actively choosing to do so. But she's pissed off, and she's like, I am going to terrify anybody around here because they let this happen, and she doesn't realize that we're now hundreds of years on. And
yeah, well, that's just the thing, is that a lot of times I'll hear these stories of hauntings that took place, or that the genesis of the haunting was some grave injustice that happened to somebody like 700 years ago.
Right. They're pissed off about it.
And from where we are now, it's really easy to sort of think, oh, how quaint, and ooh, she got her head chopped off.
Oh, yeah, that's real quaint.
Well, no, I mean, I'm just saying that if you reflect back on something that happened 500 years ago, it doesn't have the emotional impact that it had on the day.
Mm-hmm.
And I can imagine that for some sort of, injustice to occur, or some sort of violent act to occur like that, I mean, if it happened now, we would think it was the worst thing in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
And somehow, because we're 500 years removed from it,
mm-hmm.
It's like looking at old pictures of Jack the Ripper victims. I can look at them, and it's like I'm seeing them through the filter of time, and they're not as impactful.
Yeah.
As if I were to see a victim.
Well, it removes their humanity.
Yeah, and that's sad.
Yeah.
And maybe that's one of the reasons why, if there's any truth to that story, that she does that. I think a lot of times too that spirits who remain, if that is in fact what they do so of their own volition.
Mm-hmm.
It's sort of like you've cursed yourself to that
mm-hmm.
fate forevermore. There's so many different types of hauntings that I wouldn't be surprised if every single one of them had to do with something completely different.
Yeah, of course.
In the fabric of reality.
Yeah. Well, and I think you say forevermore, but I mean, you got to think, it's just like we were talking about in the last episode, that eternity is a really long time, and it's hard to wrap your mind about, around it. But when you're dead for eternity now, right? And that's a real long time. And so the fact that Anne Boleyn's been running around with her head under her arm for hundreds of years now, I'm sure that when you're staring down eternity, hundreds of years is nothing. So, she's doing her little thing for now, and she might get tired of it and move on at some point. And suddenly there's no more Anne Boleyn running up and down the halls, screaming with her head under her arm.
What do you think would happen if the unthinkable were to occur and the planet is struck by some sort of massive cosmic,
like an asteroid
thing,
mm-hmm.
and is completely destroyed,
mm-hmm.
right? What happens then? I mean, once the Earth is no longer here and those places are gone, completely scrubbed from existence, what happens to those hauntings? In other words, then are they only tied there because the place is still there? Or if they if they destroyed the castle and, put in a parking lot, put in a mall.
Well, okay. I mean, that's, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one around, does it make a sound, right? If there's nobody around to experience a haunting, does the thing actually still happen?
It's like a radio signal. A radio signal needs a receptor.
Right.
In order to actually, be something. Otherwise, it's just
signal. Floating around in the air without, right. So I think that's kind of the unknowable question. You can't know if there's a haunting, if there's no one around to experience it. But our experience doesn't, I don't think that our experience is the difference between energy continuing or energy dissipating out into nothingness. Energy is energy, and it's gonna, energy's gonna do what energy's gonna do, whether you're there to experience it or not.
Yeah, it makes sense. In a strange way, the insensible makes sense through that prism of your presentation.
Well, it's just like that movie, The Ghosts of Mars. There's nobody on Mars. So what's the ghost doing up there on Mars?
That's not what the movie's about.
Well, I didn't see it. I'm just going on the title.
Well, I didn't see it either, but so I'm like, did I see it?
I don't know. Write to us and tell us what The Ghosts of Mars is about.
If you've seen that movie, please tell us if we should watch it.
And if it's actually about ghosts, like haunting Mars, then I'll watch it.
It could be cool.
Yeah. Anyway.
There was some eerie stuff in The Martian Chronicles, that old 1979 or early 80s Rock Hudson miniseries based on the Ray Bradbury book. I remember seeing some creepy, ghostly stuff.
Oh, yeah?
Might be worth a look again.
Yeah.
Let's check it out.
For sure.
And speaking of watching things, I have something to share with you.
You do?
I found another really cool video.
Okay.
This has to do with a dog being pushed across the floor.
What?
By a ghost.
Oh, like a poltergeist style.
Yes, except in this case it's not Carol Ann. The dog is called Tucker.
Is he wearing a helmet?
No, but he should be.
Oh.
Because this is a little bit spooky. Now, I don't know. You can't believe everything you read on the internet, but can you believe the things that you see on the internet? Especially if there's no production value that could possibly explain a special effect. You know what I mean? Sometimes you look at something, you can tell right away that that's totally fake.
Right.
But
yeah.
There's this video that I saw that was posted to YouTube 11 days ago.
Okay.
And it's called "Ghost Moves Dog Across the Floor in Viral Spooky Video." According to the description, the video comes from a Redditor who shared a home video of something strange happening in her house.
Let me see.
And I'll post a link to this video in the show notes so that everybody can check it out and let us know what they think is going on in this video. But I know for somebody who's sort of skeptical about the things that I see on YouTube that are, presented as being evidence of ghostly activity, this one's kind of cool. So I'm going to play it for you, Jane. I'm going to hand you the phone and let you make heads or tails out of this.
Okay. Let me see. Oh, that's a big dog. I thought it was going to be like a... Whoa.
Right? Explain what you're seeing.
So it's a fairly sizable dog, probably 50 pounds or so.
Just kind of standing in the kitchen or the living room barking.
Living room, and it looks like a carpeted floor, and the dog's barking like it looks confused and scared, and it kind of looks like the hair on the neck is up a little bit. It's not a short hair dog, so when you were talking about the dog being pulled across the floor, I thought Yeah, but if I see, like, if it's a short-haired dog, that's one thing. But if it's a long-haired dog, you'd be able to see if there's, like, you know, a harness or some kind of thing pulling it across the floor. But it's not a short-haired dog. So the dog is kind of barking. Then you see the front legs. It's like it's almost like it got pushed from behind, just like about a foot. The dog just moves like about a foot.
But it moves toward the camera, and there's nothing behind it on the other side.
Yeah, that's creepy. It might be more like 18 inches. Yeah, the dog's definitely unhappy with the situation, but it doesn't appear to be, it's not being hurt, and it didn't look like it had been pulled. You could see if a dog was being pulled, you know, like if there were a harness around its chest and it were being pulled, the shoulder would come forward and like the head would move backwards a little bit. You'd be able to see where it's being pulled from, but it looks more like the dog is being pushed from behind, but you can clearly see there's nobody behind it. That's really creepy.
And it's not a natural action of the dog. It's not, the dog can't moonwalk sideways.
No, the front feet get pushed like 18 inches sideways. So it's not like the dog lost its footing. That's a really creepy video. If anyone, you know, has any input or just you want to tell us your opinion on that, what you think it was, email us at cosghostkeepers@gmail.com or on the contact page on our website. I know I'm really thirsty for emails today, and you know what? Zero shame. Zero shame.
Shameless.
Mm-hmm. What do you think of that video, Vince? What's your take on it?
You know me.
Well, I'm not saying that it absolutely is paranormal, but I'm saying it's creepy, and I don't see an explanation for it.
It's definitely weird.
Yeah.
It just seems that it already seems that the dog is possibly interacting with something that's not there. That's why it's barking.
Yeah.
It's barking like toward the floor.
Well, it's kind of, there was a little bit of that. But it also seems to be kind of aimlessly barking. Like it doesn't know something is tormenting it and it doesn't know where it is. That's kind of how it looked to me.
And then it basically gets shoved and slides across the floor. And it doesn't, it's not a special effect. It's very, very.
I don't know. I need to see it again, actually. I have an idea of.
You're going to debunk this thing?
I'm going to see. I have an idea that I didn't look for the first time, something that could be causing it. So let me watch it again real quick.
I mean, is it possible that they could have rigged some sort of harness on the other side of the dog and maybe pulled it with fishing wire and maybe done 100 different takes?
Yeah, the hackles are definitely up on this dog's neck. So the idea that I had was, maybe the dog was standing on a rug, and what you don't see is that the rug is being pulled forward. But no, it's carpet, and there's a rug on top of the carpet. The carpet is wall-to-wall carpet. There's a bookshelf on top of it. So but that's kind of how it pulls forward, right, Vince? If you picture that dog standing on a rug and the rug gets pulled, that's exactly how it moves forward. Hey, you know what? It could be. There could be a sheet of plastic or something that we don't see.
I was thinking about that too.
Yeah, because that is how the dog moves forward. It's like the carpet underneath it gets pulled. But I don't see anything, but...
Anyway, I don't know. I'm open to other opinions. So if you guys watch this video, I'll have the link in the show notes. Check it out and let us know what you think.
Do let us know. Because we want this podcast to be a conversation between all of us, not just me and Vince. We get tired of talking to each other.
Yeah,
so
we really do.
Conversate with us, please. So, I think that brings episode 8 of the Castle of Spirits podcast to a close. Vince, what do you have to say about it?
8 is one more than 7.
It is one more than 7.
But it is one less than 9.
Mm-hmm.
And we will be back with episode number 9
next
week.
And guess what?
What?
We have something special planned for episode 10.
Do we? What is it?
I can't, no spoilers.
Well, I guess if I don't know, then...
Well, I did tell you about it.
No, I forgot.
We will make an announcement about episode 10 soon because we are going to be requiring your participation.
All right.
It's going to be a themed episode.
An audience participation?
An audience participation.
Are we going to have people over?
Episode. No.
Can we have pizza?
We can have pizza. But you can't eat it on the microphone because that's gross.
Then forget it.
Okay. So, if you need more Castle of Spirits, make sure you head to castleofspirits.com where you can pick through the entire 25-year-old library archive of 4,600 and growing stories. And make sure while you're there to check out the attic where you'll find all kinds of movies, books, music, things like that we recommend to get you in the spooky mood. And then, of course, make sure you check out the lounge where we will have episode-specific conversation starters that you can participate in, or you can just straight up email us. And, as always, the most important part, please submit your paranormal stories to the Castle of Spirits. Yes, it's good enough. Yes, you are a good enough writer. Yes, we want stories about that too. It does not have to be about ghosts. It can be anything that might be considered paranormal in any way. Send it to us.
I want to hear your UFO stories. I want to hear time slip stories.
Yeah, we don't have enough time slip stories on the website. There's a few UFO stories. No time slip stories. Give us your time slip stories, friends.
Ever had anything weird happen? Talk to us. We want to hear about it.
Let us know. You can talk to us. You can be anonymous. You could make up a name. We don't care. So in the lounge this week, for this podcast, for this episode, our questions will be about the Wendigo. Have you experienced a Wendigo? Do you have additional information about the Wendigo you'd like to share? Retribution ghosts. Have you ever experienced one? Do you have additional stories about a retribution ghost that you would like to share?
Do you plan on exacting retribution when you're off the earth?
That's a good one.
And whom will you be haunting and why?
Here's a good question.
All right.
If you were going to haunt something for eternity, what would your haunting style be? Would you go Anne Boleyn and just like shriek and run around with your head under your arm and terrify everyone? Or would you just be the slow, quiet ghost who walks through a wall and disappears? Tell us about your chosen haunting style if you got to be a ghost.
But if you do that, can you switch back and forth? Because I think I would be the Anne Boleyn thing is like a blunt force haunting. You know?
Sometimes she has her head and sometimes she doesn't. So there's a little switching back and forth there.
What I would want to do is at first appear at the end of a really dark hallway as a shadow that's moving really strangely and approaching. And other times, you know, once the guard of the living has been lowered and they say, oh, it's just a shadow at the end of the hall, then you appear right in their face screaming at the top of your lungs.
Oh, that's really over the top. If I were a ghost, I would like to be just like the creepy, flowy thing that
lives in the attic?
No, just like glides down the hall and goes through the wall where there's not a door and makes you think, oh, there must have been a door here at one point, and, you know.
Sort of an ethereal tour guide to the past.
Little confusing, definitely spooky, you know.
Just like you are in life.
Right. Anyway, folks, thank you for listening to this episode, and we will be right back in your faces with episode 9 very soon. Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, the companion to castleofspirits.com, the long-running true paranormal story website. This is episode 9, and I am your ghost keeper, Jane.
And I'm your ghost keeper, Vince.
That's right. And today we're going to tell you some stories.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
I was talking to the audience, not you. We got some spooky stories to share this week, no?
We do. And we have an announcement.
Oh, no.
But I want to make sure that you guys stay listening. So in that sneaky way that podcasters do, we're going to put the important stuff that we really want you to hear at the very end. So you have to listen to the whole episode to get to it. Or I guess you could fast forward.
Well,
but
I don't even know what it is that you're going to say.
Yes, you do. You know.
What is it? Tell me. Just don't tell them, though. Whisper it to me.
Will you edit it out?
No.
Oh, nope. Then I'm not going to.
All right. So, but you're making a major announcement about the show?
I don't know if I would say it's a major announcement, but yeah.
All right. So maybe I should know what it is.
You know what it is. You just can't think of it right now. If I tell you, you'll be like, oh, yeah.
I give you permission to tell them before you tell me.
Thanks, Gareth. I guess we actually have 2 announcements about the podcast today. The other one, I can go ahead and let out of the bag, that we have started a bonus episode each week. So on the Castle of Spirits website, there is in the menu, the lounge, or you can go to castleofspirits.com/lounge. And in the lounge, you can submit to us anything about an episode. It doesn't have to be about the current episode. It can be any episode at all. Questions, more information, comments. If you have similar experiences to something we talked about in the episode, you can go ahead and submit that to us there. And we will be reading those on the lounge episodes that will air on Friday. It's just basically casual conversation. This is a way that we can include you guys into our conversations. I am hoping, Vince, that very soon we can find a way our audience can call and leave us quick little recorded messages that we can play in the lounge episodes as well. So be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, so if you're out there and you're interested in something like that, and you think it would be a good idea, let us know.
Mm-hmm. So they came here today, though, Vince, for true paranormal stories.
And who are we to turn them away?
That's true.
Especially in this castle with 4,600 plus stories. So, Jane?
Yes?
Do you have a scary story to tell us?
I do.
And is it a true story?
It is a true story. And it's one of the news stories for October of 2022. So it's a brand new story.
Reader submitted story.
Yep. Are we ready?
Yes.
All right, let's do it. The Watcher. Submitted by Rain, October 2022. When I was a child, we moved into an old house in St. Paul, Minnesota. It had a skeleton key for all the doors in the house, which I thought was cool, and an old clawfoot tub in the bathroom. Once we got settled in, so did the unsettling feeling that something was not right in the house. I began to hear someone or something whispering my name.
Rain. Rain. Rain.
Sometimes it was loud, and I would assume it was my mother calling me, and I would call back to her only for her to say that she had not called my name. I thought maybe it was the stress of moving to a new neighborhood and having to attend a different school, and tried to shrug it off, until the night I realized it was not stress, but something else entirely. Something that would haunt me for the rest of my life, though thankfully only in the form of memories. One night, I awakened in the middle of the night. I was sleeping in the top bunk. My bedroom door was open and faced my mother's bedroom. I looked at the foot of her bed and screamed in horror at what I saw. It was the shape of a man, but completely white and transparent. The man had almost a strange glow against the dark of the room, but the most terrifying feature was the black holes for eyes, completely dark and empty, just staring and watching silently from across the room. This encounter happened many times again to me and my little sister, always the same, never interacting, just watching. Finally, we ended up moving from that house, but that house and the experiences in it have stayed with me, fueling my obsession with the paranormal and looking for answers to who or what was in that house. Thank you again to Rain for submitting that in October of 2022. So, I don't know about you, Vince, but the idea of the big black holes for eyes, that's terrifying to me. I don't want to see that.
Well, the eyes are the windows to the soul, right?
Right, but
and
also...
if you're looking at a disembodied entity that has no eyes, I guess you...
But aren't you looking at its soul?
Well, you come to the conclusion that it's a soulless soul, which is what? What does that mean?
Meta and confusing. But also, I think maybe I don't like it because of the whole Nietzsche quote about, when you stare into the abyss stares back into you. And those holes in the eyes, it's kind of like like an abyss.
What I love about that story is that it totally reminds me of that movie, The Haunted, with Sally Kirkland, the TV movie from the early to mid 90s, was it?
The one about the Smurls?
Yeah.
What? There was something like that in...
Well, only the scariest scene in the whole movie where Sally Kirkland is downstairs doing...
Oh, yeah, because of
laundry
the
and
voice. I was thinking about the ghost. Anyway, go ahead.
The voice that calls her name.
Yeah.
It's the voice of her mother-in-law. And it's an absolutely terrifying scene. Probably one of the scariest movie scenes I've ever seen.
It's really creepy.
Especially on a TV movie. Remember, this is back in the 90s when TV movies, anything that was made for television was bad.
That was not in the 90s.
Yeah, it was 1991.
All right, you were right. It just seems so old. That's a really terrifying story. That's the only book that I can remember reading in my adult life anyway. I'm sure it happened when I was a kid. I remember reading The Haunted, sitting on the couch in the middle of summer. It's a bright, sunny day. I had the door open. It's like the least creepy thing ever, right? I'm just sitting on my couch at home reading this book, and it was so scary. I was home alone. I had to put the book down and leave the house. I was like, nope. And
I've actually had an experience like that myself. This was back in, I think, let's just say a long time ago. And I was living in my first apartment, and I was alone, and it was about midnight. I was reading two books at the time. One of them was The Demonologists by Ed and Lorraine Warren. And the other one was called, I don't remember the name of the book. It had some generic title like Haunted Houses or something like that. And I don't remember what I was reading exactly. I just remember that I felt so alone and so afraid as I was reading it, that it was that sort of fear. It almost brings you to tears.
Yeah.
You're just reading something and it makes you so terrified. I mean, I was 18 years old. It wasn't like I was 9 or something, Yet this book scared me so bad that I had to put it down because I was freaking myself out.
Yeah. So the part in The Haunted, the movie that you're talking about.
Before we get to that, I wanted to ask you a question. I wanted to say, okay, for people who are listening who don't know what the Smurls are, give us a little backstory.
So Jack
about that.
and Janet Smurl and their, 3 daughters?
And their multitudinous children.
Yeah. So Jack and Janet Smurl and their daughters, they buy a duplex, and they live on one half of the duplex, and Jack's parents live on the other half. It's this one house. The whole family is living in this house.
And this was sometime back in the the early 70s?
70s. It might have been 80s. Yeah. So standard haunting stuff, things start moving, things start disappearing. There's the stain on the wall that they can't paint over. And if you ask me, that's just somebody not understanding what an oil-based stain or oil-based paint, how that reacts when you try and put latex paint over it. Because if you have an oily stain on a wall and you put paint over it, you can paint over 1,000,000 times and that stain will come through. That's just the way that works. But anyway.
Okay, so I didn't know this. So
yeah. Anyway, I'm just saying, in all haunted houses, it's like there was a stain on the wall that we couldn't paint over. Yeah, there was a stain on the wall in my house that I couldn't paint over either. I don't know what it was. It was in the kitchen, so it was some kind of oily. I had to, clean it and prime it and everything. Anyway, though, so the Smurls, all of this haunting stuff starts happening, and then, of course, it turns into demons, and, there's a terrifying a minotaur or a centaur or something. I can't remember which in the book. That sounds really cheesy when I say it, but it was terrifying.
Isn't it that Jack Smurl is like going to the bathroom and he turns around, looks over his shoulder, and sees this big giant minotaur chasing him down the hallway.
Yeah, and then it's running on the wall. And yeah, the reason that Vince brought it up in the context of my story is there's this terrifying scene in the movie where Janet is doing laundry.
In the basement.
Was she already in the... Yeah, she was doing laundry in the basement, and she heard her mother-in-law upstairs yell, "Janet!" And she's like, "Yeah, I'm down here." No response. And she hears it again. And so she goes upstairs and she's like, "Mama, I'm right here. Where are you?" And all of a sudden, behind her in the basement, you hear, "Janet." And it was creepy. And so Vince and I still to this day try to creep each other out at, inopportune moments. One of us will just kind of creepily go, "Janet."
It's always Janet. It'll always be Janet.
It will always be Janet.
Janet is the most terrifying name. No, it's just the...
if you want somebody to be haunted, name them Janet.
Oh, that's terrible. Sorry,
Just
Janet,
kidding.
if you're listening.
Yeah.
And alas, that brings me to confess one of my deepest, darkest fears.
Ooh, I can't wait to hear.
And that is the phenomenon of the disembodied voice.
Mm-hmm.
Voices are straight creepy.
Mm-hmm.
They're creepy even if you're looking at somebody they're talking to you. I mean, forget about it. But if they come through a crackly old phone,
mm-hmm.
If you're hearing voices in your pillow or voices down the hall calling your name, you're in trouble.
Yeah. Well, a voice that's coming from where it shouldn't come from. Yeah.
And what's troubling about things like that is, I guess you could explain it by saying that it was an auditory hallucination.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing.
Yeah. Like exploding head syndrome, which
Exactly.
sounds really horrifying, but it's really not.
The exploding head syndrome is that sound that you hear sometimes where you're falling asleep.
And suddenly there's an explosion, or you hear a bang or a loud pop, and it startles you and you wake up, but you didn't actually hear anything. It was a sound in your head. That's exploding head syndrome.
It was all in your head. And it could have all been in Janet Smurl's head. Of course, that's discounting all of the other experiences.
Right. I mean, it seems if that one thing is going to be in your head, you can't automatically say, well, then that means that everything else that this family has experienced for years, that's all been in their head because this one thing was, or,
Didn't the Smurls, though, didn't they invite over a team of paranormal researchers?
Yeah,
and
the Warrens.
while they were there, the Warrens came. Oh, yeah, the Warrens were in that movie.
Uh-huh.
But wasn't it, setting the Warrens aside, because for as much respect as I have for the Warrens, for their body of work, and for doing all that sort of thing, and really making names for themselves in the paranormal world, I don't know that I'm not convinced that, I'm not going to call them kooks, but I don't know that I'm not convinced they were always on the up and up, or that they were always seeking rational explanations.
Well, I mean, without sending the conversation down another rabbit hole, we can put a pin in this and come back to it. But you got to wonder about their credibility when the discussion turns to the Amityville Horror. But we're putting a pin in that one for later.
Oh, the Amityville Horror is one of my favorite topics.
Yes. So I think the author of The Haunted, Robert Curran, I think he was an investigator that was there. I think he was one of them.
But to my recollection in the movie, they sent the Warrens away for the weekend while the investigators could stay behind and try
The
and
Smurls,
capture.
not the Warrens.
I'm sorry. They sent the Smurls away.
No. The Smurls just got fed up with it and they decided to go camping. And they left.
And the phenomenon pursued them.
Yes, it pursued them and it scared them at the campground, and they ended up leaving and coming home. And the whole time they were driving home, there was something banging on the top of their van. And yeah, it was really scary. So they get home, and the worst part is all of their neighbors are standing in front of their house, like mouths agape, as there's just screaming and, lights flashing, and just like, it sounds like something very, very violent is going on inside of their empty home, because the entire family was on this camping trip. There was nobody there. And that scene in the movie is pretty terrifying too, where they pull up and like all the curtains are blowing around and the screaming.
It reminds me a lot of the scene in Poltergeist, where basically it hits the fan and everything starts going crazy, and their teenage daughter comes home, standing in front of the house, looking at the house, watching it flash and with things banging on the inside, and she starts screaming. Classic scene. Anyway, not one I ever want to experience.
No. That's a little over the line for me. I would not like to experience that. So, enough about me. Vince, do you have a story to read to the people?
Actually, yes. And this is a story that is a very short story, but it really captured my attention when I read it. I've been reading through the archives at Castle of Spirits, trying to get to know the website, trying to get to, get the full experience of what this is. There are a lot of stories that have to do with similar topics, hauntings, disembodied voices, things like that. But I stumbled upon a story that the title just leapt right out at me. And afterward, I did an internet search for any kind of similar phenomenon, and I couldn't find anything, but it could be that I just don't know the language to use when searching for it.
Okay.
And the story that I chose is called Wake Top Walkers, written by Anonymous in Texas, USA, in October 2016. As a new crew member, part of my duties were to take the trash can up from propulsion and dump it over the side of the ship. The can was so heavy that it took two of us to get it up the ladders from below to the fantail above decks outside. The time was about 11:30 p.m. The location was somewhere between Hawaii and the Philippine Islands in the South Pacific Ocean. As we stepped outside with the can, we closed the hatch doorway quickly to maintain darkened ship. We stood still outside to let our eyes adjust to the dark. We dumped the can, then stepped back from the railing and stood still again. My shipmate was 3 feet from me, but I couldn't see him. As I looked down at the sea going by us below, I saw our wake on the port side where we were standing, just like you would see on a ski boat, the white water wave rolling out away from us. As I looked at the white top of the wake, I followed it out with my eyes to see how far I could watch it. As I was watching the wake, I distinctly saw a bearded white man with black hair and a short beard walking on top of the wake. He had on one of those ruffled long-sleeve shirts from the olden days. He had on dark trousers. He was looking straight ahead, like he was going somewhere by walking on top of the wake. I questioned my own sight and looked beyond the man further to see if my vision might correct itself. Instead, I saw a second man, further out, doing the same thing, walking on top like he was going to wherever it was they were going. I could not make out the second man's clothing. He was shrouded in the darkness of the night, but I could see that he was there, and I was watching his leg movements as he walked. I didn't dare say anything to my shipmate, who had remained totally quiet during this whole time. He may have been watching it too. Finally, my shipmate said that we better go back in. I have not shared this story with anyone until now, and will always remember it like it happened yesterday. And that was Wake Top Walkers from Anonymous in Texas, USA, October 2016. Now I ask you, have you ever heard of anything like that before, Jane?
I have not.
Have you ever seen anything like that before?
Well, no. Mm-mm.
I haven't either.
Mm-mm.
But if anybody out there has or has heard of what this thing is, please send us a message and edify us. Because seriously, I couldn't find anything. I Google searched Wake Top Walkers, and the only thing that came up was this story.
Wow.
On all of the interwebs. There's
got to be other stories of similar things.
Well, what would you even call something like that?
I don't know.
If you say ghost, ocean, if that's what your search, right?
Yeah. You come up with ghost ships and
ghost
things
ships,
like
which is
that.
an awesome topic.
Yeah.
And I think maybe one of the reasons that this story kind of captured my imagination so well is that stories of ghost ships like John Carpenter's The Fog.
I love that movie.
It's just one of my favorite topics there is. And there's something really terrifying about the ocean.
Well, and there's also a romance about it. And
certainly.
It has the other thing that we really like is, kind of that cloistered location where everything is very contained.
Or a very vast location. Remember
the
movie?
The boat is the real location, right?
Right.
And for something like, ghost ships.
Do you remember the movie Triangle?
Oh, I would never forget the movie Triangle.
Yeah, it's a movie I'd strongly recommend.
Oh, yeah. Triangle is... Yeah. If you haven't seen it before, we'll put it in the attic. So make sure you check out the attic on the website. If you haven't seen the movie before, clearly I'm not going to give away any spoilers, but I'll just tell you what my viewing experience was. The very first time we watched it, 20 minutes or so into the movie, I was kind of like, I don't think this movie's very well made. It seems to have some continuity issues. But shortly, just at the beginning, you might be tempted to say, this movie is stupid and turn it off, but don't. That's all I'll say.
Also, don't base your opinion of the movie on the description that was written for the movie because it's a very...
Yeah.
Some movies just can't be encapsulated properly. This is one of them.
But yeah, the ocean is a terrifying place. And, probably a lot of that is because we know so little about it. I mean, we know about it. Certainly there's a lot that we know about it, but there's a lot that we don't know and that we will probably never know. And so, we talked about this before, Vince, when, looking at cultures in, throughout history who believed, oh, well, this person died and we think they might be a vampire for whatever reasons. So we're going to do these actions, or we have these weird beliefs based around things that we don't understand. Well, I think that we have similar things too for the water. This is something that we don't really understand fully, so we've got all kinds of beliefs and mythologies and everything around the ocean.
Didn't I hear that, and check me and see if this is accurate, that we know more about outer space than we know about what's
at the bottom of the ocean.
At the bottom of the ocean, and
yeah.
to the extent of which, the Earth is mostly ocean.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know how much hyperbole is in that, but yeah, I've heard that. I've heard that said.
But water in general is scary.
It's terrifying.
Especially when you can't see. I remember years and years ago, we were visiting family in Baltimore, and they had they had a house on the bay, a summer house, a vacation house. And I got into one of those little flotation devices, an inner tube. Exactly. Thank you. And, I let myself drift, and I was drifting farther and farther away, and eventually decided, okay, this is enough. I'm going to get hit by a speedboat or something. So, I started working my way back slowly. And then I felt something like just pinch my toe.
Yeah.
I probably wasn't more than 30 feet from shore, but I didn't freak out, but I just started suddenly kicking my legs like my life depended on it. And of course, after I got out, I said, something grabbed me. And they're like, oh, it was probably just a crab.
Yeah.
But
a crab or a fish? Probably a fish came up on your toe.
Tried to eat me.
Yeah.
Now, after seeing movies growing up, and I don't know, maybe by then I'd already seen this movie, Let's Scare Jessica to Death, a movie that we often refer to here, with the beautiful old house on the lake and something inside the lake that shouldn't be there, that is terrifying. I immediately conjured up images of some creepy ghost woman trying to pull me under.
Yeah, well, I have the same type of thing, and I think it's a pretty common thing. Like I don't want to get into water where I can't see. If I can't see my hand, but just below the surface, no. And if I get in and I can't see my feet, hard pass. And it's not that I'm afraid of sharks or, because clearly we don't have sharks around here, but I don't know what's down there and I don't want to find out, because when you can't see what's below the water, that's when something grabs your ankle and drags you under. And I'm not having that.
I actually had something like that happen to me later on in life. I mean, echoing back to me in that inner tube, 9 years old on the Chesapeake Bay.
Only this time older in life, it was the bathtub, right?
It was not the bathtub, and there was no rubber ducky. I was in bed. You were lying next to me. This took place about 20 years ago. And as happens in life, you grow up and you overcome certain fears, or at least you grow out of them.
Yeah.
One of those fears for me was hanging my foot over the side of the bed.
No, that's a hard pass. No, that's a valid fear. Don't do that.
I don't know exactly why I was doing that. I mean, if maybe we just didn't have, maybe the bed was really small. I don't remember. I don't exactly know why I was hanging my foot over the edge of the bed.
Yeah, it's a bad idea.
And what I expected to accomplish. Maybe I was trying to face my fears or something.
Prove to yourself that something wasn't going to reach up and grab your foot.
Right. But then something did. And yeah. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
I was lying in bed. We were lying in bed. My foot dangling like a stupid teenager in a horror movie. And I felt something distinctly close around my big toe and give a little gentle tug. So I woke up immediately thinking that it was our dog, who slept on the floor next to the bed. And maybe she was trying to get my attention, or maybe she was having a nightmare and she thought I was
food
and decided to try and take a bite. But when I sat up, I saw that she was clear on the other side of the bedroom. I'm not sure. Did I wake you up, or did you just wake up?
Probably.
Because I was thrashing around trying to figure out.
I don't know. It was 20 years ago.
What's interesting about that, though, is that in theory, you could, put somebody in that situation and ask them, what would you do if somebody or something grabbed your toe in the middle of the night? And what do you think their answer would be?
Scream and run away, or
leave the house, maybe go stay at a hotel.
Start it on fire.
Well,
burn it all down, Charlie.
That's a little bit too far there, Charlie. But yeah, the natural reaction is
go back to sleep.
To just say, "Oh, okay, I don't know what that was, but I have to get up early, so I'm going to bed."
Oh, that's peculiar.
If you guys really need me, try it. Tug at my nostrils or my ears or something next time.
But is it possible that it was some kind of like exploding head syndrome equivalent? Exploding toe syndrome.
Tugging foot syndrome.
Yeah.
I don't know that that's a thing. And I can't rule out the possibility that it was a muscular spasm.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've had muscle spasms.
It feels like somebody comes and places their hand on your back. I've had things like that.
I've had those, and I had one recently, in fact, and I kind of like, you know, turned my head really quick, thinking there was something behind me, and when there was nothing there, I thought, well, I guess it's just my back, which is, maybe it's kind of weird. Maybe somebody out there can tell us if that's...
Well, I think that a lot of people have felt that, you know, just at different instances where it feels like they're being touched, or like somebody, you know, grabs their foot or their hand or touches their hair or whatever. And hey, now I know that a lot of you guys listening have stories like that. So submit them to us in the lounge. Tell us about when a ghost touched you, and maybe we'll read it on a lounge episode coming up soon.
That's about the second story like that I can remember happening to me, because I know in one of the last episodes we talked about another phantom touch that I received. So it could very well be that I have some sort of muscular spasm issue, or maybe the most likely explanation for what happened to me was not that some random spirit reached through from the other side
to grab your toe
and to try and freak me out, but maybe just something as simple as that, you know, physiology. I mean, I hear weird things after I've had spicy food going on in my stomach.
Oh boy.
And you swear, you know, 2,000 years ago, 500 years ago,
there's a man screaming in my stomach.
Yeah, there were little people running around your insides doing horrible things to you. Now we know that's not the case, and maybe one day we'll know. Well, I'm pretty sure that the food we had the other night did not contain small fairy-like creatures.
I hope not.
Although it sure tasted like it.
Or high in carbs. I mean, I guess we could always bust out a Ouija board and ask if somebody grabbed your toe or if it was just all in your head. And the reason that I just railroaded you while you were in the middle of talking is because for episode 10, we are going to do a special themed episode. It's going to be all Ouija board talk.
Oh, no.
Yes. And I want to do these special themed episodes every once in a while. They'll always be a different topic. It's not going to be Ouija boards every time. Ouija boards just this first one. So we will read some stories from the Castle of Spirits archive, because there's a billion Ouija board stories. We want you guys to participate. Go to the lounge and send us your Ouija board stories. You know, that it can be like a quick little one, a little incidental one. Send us your opinion on Ouija boards, how they work, why they work, if they work, whatever. We want it all Ouija board for this one episode, and we want to hear from both sides. We know that a lot of people are of the opinion that Ouija boards are evil and they shouldn't be messed with, and you're free to send us that information too, but give us some meat to it. Don't just say, don't play with Ouija boards, they're evil. Give us your opinion on that. How does it work? Why does it work? What stories have you experienced or someone close to you experienced? We will also be doing some research on our own and presenting a few different viewpoints. And yeah, I hope it'll be a fun episode. We will not be using a Ouija board on air for anybody, you know, concerned about that. Let's just break it down and have a conversation about
and
this.
If I'm not mistaken, we each have a Ouija board of our own to share.
A Ouija
board experience of our own to share.
Mine is not my experience. I actually don't have any notable Ouija board experiences, but yeah, it's somebody else's story. But we'll talk about it then. I'm really excited for this episode. I think it will be a lot of fun. And, you know, you're also free to email us or go to the lounge and tell us what other themed episodes would you like to have. Let's have all of it. So, with that, do head over to castleofspirits.com. Submit us your stories. If you have a story that you want to tell that you want us to potentially read in an episode, submit your story. If you want to join in the conversation with something that we talked about in the episode, or give us some meat and potatoes for a future themed episode, which this next one is Ouija boards, head to the lounge. Give us what you got. We want all of it. And then make sure you check out the attic on the website, because that is where you'll find music, books, movies, things of that nature that we've talked about in episodes that we recommend. Just a good place to get your spooky media on.
Indeed it is.
And so, Vince, if you don't have anything else to say, I think that wraps up this episode of the Castle of Spirits podcast.
Toodaloo.
Really?
Now we have to come up with something to say at the end. We're still working on that. I suggested Toodaloo and you shot it down.
No, Toodaloo is horrible. This isn't like a podcast about kids' toys or something. We just talked about Polly Pockets. Toodaloo.
And I think we tried to come up with our own little catchphrase, stay scared. Didn't seem to catch on.
It didn't really catch on with us.
Didn't really set my world on fire.
How about thank you for listening, everyone, and we'll be back with another episode soon.
Ghost Keepers out.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, the companion show to the long-running true paranormal story website of the same name, started way back in 1997 by Rowena Gilbert. This is episode number 10, and it's a very special episode, isn't it, Vince?
What, pray tell, makes this episode so special, Jane?
This is our first themed episode. And in this episode, we are talking about everything Ouija boards.
Oh.
Ooh, I know. Like half of our audience just tuned out. People have very strong feelings and emotions about Ouija boards. How do you feel about them, Vince?
Well, you know me.
I like to think I do.
I've said it before. I have a poster on my wall that says, I want to believe. But there's an asterisk on that.
That you've added, not on the actual poster.
That I have added that says, but you're making it hard. And to be honest, I'm not sure what to believe about Ouija boards. I don't even believe I know how to pronounce it properly, but that's something we'll get into, I'm sure.
Yeah, we will. We'll talk about that. And so on today's episode, it's going to be a little bit different. We are absolutely going to read you some stories from the castleofspirits.com library archive, but we also had people write in through the lounge to give us some Ouija board stories and opinions and thoughts, and we have our own as well, right, Vince?
We do. I have a Ouija board experience from a very long time ago.
And I have none.
And you have none.
I have none. So, Vince, I thought we could start out by talking about what a Ouija board is, where they come from. How's that sound?
Sounds good, but I think I actually have an answer to that question. They come from the toy store. They come from Target.
Right. And Amazon and Toys R Us and probably Walmart.
Is it Hasbro or is it Parker Brothers?
It's Hasbro.
Okay.
So communicating with the dead is something that people have always tried to do through various forms of divination. And the earliest that I could find in just a quick search, form of Ouija board type thing was in the 12th century in China.
Whoa.
So it wasn't actual Ouija boards like what we know today, but it was they had a similar type thing.
Device.
Yeah, with a planchette. They had some kind of a planchette. And what they did with that, I don't know. But it was a similar idea, a similar concept. So it's not a new thing. But in the Victorian era in America, mysticism was really becoming a thing. And, it was after the Civil War, and almost everybody had lost someone to the Civil War. And people were grieving and looking for ways to kind of regain control of the situation and contact loved ones that they missed. And, I think that whenever there's large amounts of upheaval, especially like sociopolitical upheaval, it seems like people tend to turn towards mysticism. And I think we can even see that a little bit today. I saw an article recently talking about how witchcraft is making a big comeback these days. And what are we in the middle of? Kind of sociopolitical, and pandemic type upheaval. So people were, looking for ways to contact loved ones who had passed on. And a lot of times they were turning to mystics and mediums who could, who quote unquote could help them contact dead loved ones, whether most of them actually did or not. That's why the quote could. But people wanted a way that they could do it themselves, not necessarily having to pay a mystic or a medium who they may or may not trust. There was a lot of taking advantage of people who were mourning and looking for answers. So
DIY mysticism.
Right.
I like it.
So in 1890, businessman and decidedly not spiritualist Elijah Bond, he realized that by mass producing, marketing, and selling a ton of what they were initially calling spirit boards, he could, make a ton of money, right? Because now people could bring this spiritualism into their homes without having to find a mystic or a medium. They could do it themselves.
And I wonder if do you think that came along with a little bit of kind of the privacy that comes with bringing that into your home without having to hire a mystic to come to your house and the neighbors see them coming over? Maybe they ask questions at church the next day or something.
Maybe, but it doesn't seem like in Victorian America, it doesn't seem like there was this hard delineation between mysticism and science and mysticism and religion. Like you could be into mysticism and into all of these things and still go to church, and probably the person sitting next to you in the pews was at the seance that you were at last week. These days I think we think you're either on the side of religion or mysticism, but you can't be on the side of both. But I don't think that they had kind of that strict structure. There was, in fact, not to get too derailed, but there was a lot of overlap, actually, between mysticism and religion. There was a thing, I don't have it in front of me, so I'm just going off of the top of my head. There was a thing called powwowing, which had nothing to do with Native American cultures, as, it calls to mind the word powwow. But powwowing used like some kind of a special grimoire that was based on a Bible, and it was very entwined in Christianity as well as mysticism. And powwowers were essentially witches who would cast spells and charms to find things, heal people, bring about luck, whatever. But it was all based in Christianity. So just as an example. So the Ouija board was invented, and the stories about where the term Ouija board come from are very varied. So I think we've all heard, and do you want to tell us, Vince, from the movie Witchboard, where did the term Ouija board come from?
Yes. One of my favorite movies about Ouija boards, wherein one of the main characters explains that it's Ouija, the pronunciation, that it's based on the French and German words for yes, oui and ja. Ouija, as he says. And you're watching the movie and you're going,
But
well, then, Mr.
Said...
Know-It-All, shouldn't it be
Ouija?
The Ouija board? And that's probably why they called the movie Witchboard instead of Ouija board.
Yeah, so there's that story. And then there's also the story that Bond said that he was playing with the Ouija board and asked the board what it should be called. And the Ouija board came up with that title. But that's also just a story. So the story that I think is more likely, and it seems to be the story that most people say is this is the true story. And I'm getting this out of the Smithsonian Magazine article. There's a link in the show notes to it. It says that Elijah Bond's sister-in-law, Helen Peters, who was a, quote, strong medium, was at a seance where they were using the board. And she was wearing a locket with the picture of a woman on it. And the woman's name was above her head. And it was, they think that it was Ouida. Ouida. It was this activist who Peters was an admirer of, and that Bond saw that and misread it as Ouija, and that's where the name actually comes from.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I like the story about we and ya.
I don't like that story because then it makes you unsure of how to pronounce it, because it's ya, so it should be Wea, which sounds weak. If you ask me, that's just not a satisfying. We're going to play Wea. What does that mean? That sounds like an exhalation. Wea.
Wea. That does sound fun, actually.
But it's, you say Ouija.
Yeah, I don't know where Ouija comes from.
And it's not spelled Ouija. You say Ouija, but then you feel like you're mispronouncing the German word for yes. So I do like the misinterpretation of the name Ouida as Ouija, and so that's kind of the one that I ascribe to.
So I guess the one thing that I never really knew was that the Ouija board is a distinctly American creation.
Yes.
Therefore, it makes a lot of sense that we pronounce it wrong.
Right.
Because we do that with a lot of things.
Right. So I think that's another misconception that a lot of people have, is that Ouija boards are, these ancient things that you can find it in some, random tomb or whatever. They were invented in the 1890s. So.
But didn't he didn't base the design on something?
No, not as far as I can tell. I mean, they had automatic writing, right? Where a medium would have a pen and a paper and would commune with spirits and then would write on paper. There was another one where they would ask a question and then start at A. And the spirit was supposed to knock when the next letter that they wanted was said. So you might say, what is your name? A. B. C. Knock. A. B. And that would take forever and ever and ever. So there were things like that. And I imagine that there were some kind of, I think we've all seen the makeshift Ouija boards with the pieces of paper torn up, laying on a table, and you use the glass to, point at a piece of paper. I think we've all seen things like that.
And actually, that does remind me, though, that when I was just doing a little research for this episode, I was just looking through there's a whole bunch of stories on castleofspirits.com.
There's so many Ouija board stories.
Have to do with Ouija boards. So if you just go there and you search Ouija board, you get a whole mess of stories. Mm-hmm. And in one of these stories, the story was called I Let Them In, followed by the number 2, because there were more than one story on the website with that same name, by Brigitte in Arizona from January of 2005. And it was just a really interesting story in that she mentions that they played a game of pencils.
Does she explain exactly what that is?
Yeah, she says in pencils, you have 2 people, each holding 3 pencils by the tips. Then you place the free ends of the pencils together to form a rectangle.
I don't understand.
Before we'd start, we usually just ask for a spirit to come forth and budge the pencils. then we go through with the rules, explaining it to the spirit, like pushing them inwards means yes, outward means no. And then they proceed asking questions.
So they're asking yes, no questions. It sounds almost like a pendulum type.
Yeah. And then I did even more research. And when you search that, a Wikipedia article comes up for Charlie Challenge.
Yeah, I know what Charlie is.
Right. It's a divination game in which the answer to a yes or no question is found by waiting for a balanced pencil to point towards the yes or no.
Yeah, Charlie was a really big thing, at least in the U.S. What was that, about 10 years ago? Maybe not even that long ago. I remember that there were a lot of news stories about how Charlie was like taking over your children and they were getting possessed.
Yeah, that was apparently a thing.
So, Vince, after the Ouija board was invented and everybody could get a hold of one and have, seances and parties and just play with it in their home, it became a really big thing. Like, so many people had Ouija boards, and it wasn't something to like hide or be afraid of. People played the Ouija board with their families at parties. It was like a parlor game, and it was a fun thing that people do. There was even a Norman Rockwell painting of this, quaint early, turn of the century couple sitting with their knees together with a Ouija board on their lap playing the Ouija board. It was
really
just not something to be afraid of. Like, everybody did it. And guess what? People weren't getting possessed left and right.
I was going to ask that question. I was going to say, was this then followed up by a national rash of possessions and horrible
demonic
things?
Possessions?
Although there is the argument to be made that within 20 or 30 years, the U.S. was involved in World War I.
Oh, so you are attributing...
But the war wasn't here. It was over there. Was this something that spread overseas, the use of Ouija boards? Do you know?
I mean, I don't really know. I imagine so. But I think it's interesting that it is a very uniquely, American thing. I do want to point out, because I'm sure there's a lot of people going, well, William Fuld, he was one of the people who, supported the production of Ouija boards. In fact, he built a factory to produce them, and he died in a freak accident. He did. He fell off of his factory that he said a Ouija board told him to build. But
He fell off?
He fell off a building.
Or was he pushed?
Or off of his factory. Right, a Ouija board pushed him.
How do you fall off your factory?
Well, it was, he's probably up there like inspecting something. Factories are big, and people tend to fall off of rooftops when, I don't know. It's a thing that happens. And I think that just because...
The roof did nothing. Gravity was his enemy.
Right. I don't know. I think that it's a coincidence. Let's remember, friends, the saying that correlation is not necessarily causation. Okay? So just because something freaky happened at one point, it doesn't mean that it was necessarily done. It's not necessarily proof that Ouija boards are evil or, bad things happen to people who have never touched Ouija boards. So, and great things happen to people who use them all the time. So you can't point to Fuld falling off of his factory and say, see, that was Ouija boards. But anyway, so Ouija boards actually had, a big successful period. There, of course, were stories of people who were getting like obsessed with it and the mysticism part. And
well, that happens now with
of course,
Dungeons and Dragons, stuff like that.
But it happened before Ouija boards too. Like with spirit photography, people were going to these photographers and sitting for photos in the hopes that, their dead loved one would show up in the photo. And people were obsessed with this and would get their photos done time and time again. There's even a famous photo, Vince, of married Todd Lincoln, where Abraham Lincoln is supposedly in the photo.
I love that photo. I love spirit photography. I think it's beautiful. I think it's it's eerie.
It's creepy.
It's kind of
fake
like
as hell, but it's great.
Well, it's like horror movies, you know? Just because they're fake doesn't mean they're not amazing.
Right. Yeah. I agree. So, you know, as humans, our propensity to get obsessed with things is, you know, not unique to Ouija boards. We do it a lot. So anyway, throughout the next, 70, 80 years, almost 90 years, the Ouija board had its ups and downs, but mostly it was considered just this fun parlor game. So Vince, what do you think was the turning point for the Ouija board's reputation? What do you think took the Ouija board out of family game night and put it into the realm of demonic possession and horror and evil? What did that, do you think?
Oral Roberts.
Who the hell's Oral Roberts?
You don't know who Oral Roberts is?
I guess not, but why did this person's parents name them Oral? Is it spelled O-R-A-L?
Yeah.
Horrible. Don't do that to your children.
He was an evangelist, a televangelist, one of the very first ones. And I mean, he died, you know, back in 2009, but he was very active all throughout the middle of the 20th century through to the end of the 20th century.
He probably didn't like Ouija boards, but that's not where our story takes a turn. Do you want me to tell you? I can tell you exactly the year that the Ouija board's reputation changed.
Wait.
Forever.
Was it the Pope, the Vatican? No?
No, but I believe he has something to do with.
Okay, then tell me.
So the Ouija board, the reputation of the Ouija board actually flipped from harmless parlor game to demonic possession tool in 1973. And Vince, do you know what happened in 1973?
I turned 4. Was it the end of the Vietnam
It was your
War?
birthday. How dare you?
I pitched a fit and everybody said, it must be the Ouija board.
It was the Ouija board. No, it was actually the release of the movie, The Exorcist.
No way.
Yes, The Exorcist was so... I mean, even though I don't even think it shows her playing with the Ouija board, does it? It like mentions it.
The Ouija, no, they show the Ouija board. The Ouija board is in one scene where she's, the thing about it is that there's no scene in the movie where she's shown using the board. Presumably she's been using it alone, which is what you're not supposed to do if you ever watched Witchboard. The Ouija board is shown, but it's really, really brief. You know, her mom comes down. I think she's hanging out in the basement or something. And she goes, what have you been doing? Oh, I've been talking to Captain Howdy.
Yeah, that name is just creepy.
Yeah. And, you know, I remember watching it as a kid and kind of being confused about that scene because I was thinking, okay, this is a movie about a girl who gets possessed by the devil. And here we go. And now she's talking about a Captain Howdy, but they don't mention or explain Captain Howdy
honestly,
later.
Captain Howdy sounds like a children's television, like morning show host. Like, first we're going to watch Captain Kangaroo, and then we're going to watch Captain Howdy, who's like a mix between Bozo and Captain Kangaroo. But anyway, so 1973 and the release of The Exorcist is what sent the Ouija board in a downhill trajectory to the Ouija board that we know and revere or revile today. Anyway, so that is kind of the Ouija board origin story. And I thought now, Vince, maybe we could read some Ouija board stories and kind of discuss and
tell some true Ouija board stories that we found on
I'd like
archives.
to offer the caveat of saying that they are quote unquote true Ouija board stories.
Yeah.
Just from
big air
my
quotes.
point of view. We'll talk about our personal points of view on Ouija boards soon, but I'm going to say, yeah, air quotes around true. This story, the first story that I'm going to read is called Stupidity, an Awful Thing. And it was submitted by Dustin. It's like Dustin, but there's an apostrophe for the T-I. It was submitted by Dustin in Utah.
Oh, boy.
Interestingly. And it was April of 2006. You ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So Dustin says, a couple of friends and I were hanging out one day and we found a Ouija board in one of their basements. It was really nice, not one of those mass-produced plastic things. It was made of wood and had intricate carvings all around its base, like moons and stars and other cosmic stuff. I don't remember it that well, except that they were very detailed and looked hand-carved. We didn't think much of it at the time because we were, come on, this part, Dustin. What are you doing, friend? We didn't think much of it at the time because we were black widow hunting, which he admits, not one of our smartest ideas, but it was a rush when we found one. Yeah, I get a rush when I find a black widow too. It's a rush that says, dude, there's a deadly thing right there.
So after the Ouija board incident, do they go hunting for rattlesnakes next?
Right. I'd also like to say that we don't drink, do drugs, or anything that would mess with your mind like that. Dustin, good for you. I hope that you can say the same thing today. I say with my glass of wine. Day turned to night, and we had given up our hunt and started playing Xbox. We got bored shortly after, so one of my friends decided to go get the board.
A board for the board.
Oh, but all right, so when he brought it back, I swear it had grown at least a foot in all directions from the last time I saw it. And then he says, not important. It just intrigued me.
Wait, the Ouija board had grown an extra foot?
Yeah, that's what he says.
Okay.
It wasn't important, just intriguing.
Just in passing, I noticed that this inanimate object had suddenly grown to twice its size.
But I kind of understand it. I mean, if you see something that seems harmless, and then you see it again when you have to confront it, and it now seems a little more intimidating, it's probably going to seem larger. So maybe that's what was happening there. Anyway, we went on to ask it stuff, and nothing happened. So my other friend went to his computer and looked up some ancient druid chant to open some vortex thing. I don't know the specifics. No one else went with him. All he did was print out what we were supposed to say. It was mostly just weird word combinations and a few summoning phrases that I can't remember. This was almost a year ago. I do remember feeling pretty silly going through with it. This I remember clearly, though. The same friend who got the paper all of a sudden asks for it to give us a sign of all the stupid things to do. That's what Dustin said, not me. Well, I was very upset with him, but he defended himself by saying that's what the site told him to do. And as it turns out, it said to not ask for a sign or anything else like that. It even put it in all caps and bolded too.
So what did he get this? Like getpossessed.com or something?
No, it said not to do that.
Don't get possessed.
So Dustin, you need some friends who can read, friend. Well, after that, he was pretty embarrassed. Dustin's friend, not Dustin. But nothing happened for about a half an hour, so we just gave up ghosts for the night.
Time release hauntings.
Yeah. He says our attention spans couldn't quite handle nothing happening for that long, which I'm on board with that statement. Later, we got back on the Xbox and started playing. And we heard my friend's parents get home. It was about 9 p.m., about an hour early. So he decided to go into the garage and jump out when they got out of the car. Well, he waited about 10 minutes just sitting there before he decided to look out a window, and no one was there. While he was looking, he heard about 2 inches from his ear someone smacking their lips like they had dry mouth and were preparing to speak. You don't know what that sounds like, do you, Vince?
It sounds like I was hosting the damn evening.
When he spun around, there was no one there, which is about when he came walking back to the basement at a very brisk pace. While we were down there, we heard a number of doors slamming and knocks over our heads like someone was kneeling and punching the floor over and over, which doesn't sound that scary, but it was the most frightening experience of my life.
Wait.
Au contraire, Dustin.
Doesn't sound that scary.
That sounds terrifying,
You're
friend.
messing with a Ouija board.
Horrible.
We know that there's time-release demons involved in this, and there's pounding on the walls, and that's not that scary.
It's pretty damn scary.
Dustin.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's scary. Then some guy started screaming bloody murder down the hall from us in the basement.
That's not something I ever want to hear somebody screaming, or the words bloody murder.
Mm-mm. When I looked down the hall, I saw what looked like a transparent hunchback limping toward us.
Oh.
The way he was moving, I know. The way he was moving was not like a normal person would. It was like a glitching computer. He would jump forward or backward or to a side, then back to his normal place again. It was just strange. After this, I ran faster than my legs could take me out of this house, forgetting my friends until I stopped across the street and noticed they were right behind me. I guess they didn't see the guy, but when they saw me running, they felt like they were snapped out of a trance. After that, nothing major happened in his house, and I was only in his basement long enough to move the TV and Xbox upstairs. It might have been the chant, but I'm almost sure it was his invitation that provoked it. So, that is Dustin in Utah, his story from April of 2006. It's called Stupidity, an Awful Thing. So, Vince, let me ask you. You've played with a Ouija board before.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever experienced anything like that? In particular, the hunchback in the hall and the screaming.
I have not.
So, me either. I mean, admittedly, I've only used a Ouija board a few times. I don't have a lot of Ouija board experience, but nothing like that has ever happened to me. But what I find interesting is when I was searching through the library archive today, trying to find a story to read, I can't even tell you how many stories where people said that there was screaming, that like they start playing with the Ouija board, nothing really happens, and then the screaming starts.
The screaming from the players?
No, just like random screaming in the house. And I'm like, what is with all this screaming?
Demonic screaming.
Why is there so much demonic screaming, and why haven't I experienced it? And I don't know anybody who's experienced demonic screaming.
We could break out that Ouija board right now.
And do you think that we'd get some screaming in our house?
I don't think we would.
I don't think we would either. All I'm saying is screaming in these stories seems to be a common theme, and I have never experienced that before. So I don't know, maybe I'm doing it wrong. Maybe some people have these creepy experiences with Ouija boards and they're just like, but nobody's really going to believe me. So let's just turn it up a notch.
So let's not get a tape recorder? I mean...
Well, you don't go into a Ouija board session expecting your house to be rattled by, ghostly screaming.
I think that expectation has everything to do with the experience.
So I agree with you on that. I do. And we'll get into the science of Ouija boards in a little bit, because I think that my personal opinion is that that's kind of where the explanation for how Ouija boards work lies, is in that nasty word, science. I'm not saying that they can't have some kind of a spiritual connection, that you actually can't talk to spirits with Ouija boards. But I do think that the majority of the time it's a scientific explanation. So, do you have a story that you would like to share?
I do.
Ooh, let's hear it.
Whilst rummaging through the Castle of Spirits archive / library for Ouija board stories, I came across an interesting one.
Okay.
I actually came across several interesting ones, but this one in particular stole my attention. And I think this story actually speaks volumes about what I was just saying about how expectation really makes the experience.
Mm-hmm.
This one's called Tug of War, submitted by Kelly in Wisconsin, USA, February 2012.
Okay.
One day, a couple of my friends were playing on a Ouija board. None of us believed in it completely, and we were asking it some pretty dumb things you probably shouldn't ask.
That's so funny. I think, a lot of the stories that I read, they say the same thing. We were asking it questions that we probably shouldn't have.
And a lot of dumb questions.
Yeah.
You never hear like professional interviewers being involved in Ouija things, in Ouija experiments, because they probably ask much more interesting questions than this one, which is the first thing we asked was if it was a good spirit or not.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why anybody would ask that question, because what are they expecting to hear? No, I'm a good spirit. Then you know it's lying.
Well, I mean...
Or I'm an evil spirit.
Well, that's that fallacy, right? About the one always tells the truth and one always lies. But it's like, I mean, if you meet a person, right? A spirit is a person. So if you meet a person at the grocery store, you're not going to go, oh, wait, are you a good person or a bad person? So anyway, go ahead.
You can ask them if they're weird.
Yes, I am weird.
Anyway, to continue with the story, the pointer said it was a bad spirit. Then my friend asked if it would be willing to prove that it was there. The pointer said yes.
Ooh.
And then we asked, would it do something to one of our friends? Here's a rundown of the conversation. Are you going to make Cole feel any pain? Cole was the name of their friend there.
Yeah.
And the board said yes.
Watch out, Cole.
How are you going to make him feel the pain? The answer, hair.
Ooh.
Could you do whatever you're going to do to Cole right now? Answer, yes. After about 30 seconds, Cole, who was sitting in a chair across from us, jerked his head back, screamed, and ran into another room. We quickly said goodbye to the board and then followed Cole. Cole said he felt 2 cold fingers running down the back of his head and a tug on the back of his hair.
Mm-hmm.
He was shaking uncontrollably. Suddenly, we all knew that it wasn't a joke anymore.
It was a joke before, though.
Well, I don't know if they thought it was a joke or not.
Oh.
But
Because they said they didn't believe in it.
Right. And again, I'm not saying Cole didn't feel something, but I think when you're in a situation where basically your senses are jacked up, and maybe Cole was really freaked out that he wasn't playing.
It sounds like he wasn't playing, right? So there's a reason he wasn't playing.
Right. So I'm not saying that Kelly in Wisconsin, USA, back in 2012 was full of it. Not at all. I'm saying I think this was probably an accurate representation of an experience that was had, but I can't place my entire belief about Ouija boards on Cole. Maybe they were weren't they in a basement? Maybe there was a spider in his hair or something.
Ew, how does a spider pull your hair? Don't, that's creepy.
Have you ever seen banana spiders?
Ew, stop it. They don't grow bananas in Wisconsin, do
Yeah, but they eat bananas in Wisconsin.
Anyway. So I think you kind of bring up a point about, expectation, right? Being potentially a cause for the experiences. But I think that it goes beyond expectation because you may not be expecting anything to happen and then something does happen. So there has to be more to how a Ouija board works than just expectation. And certainly, yes, actual spirit communication is on the table of explanations. And I know that we're kind of being glib about some of this, but that doesn't mean that we don't believe that Ouija boards can work in a lot of the ways that people say they do. I'm not saying that you can't contact spirits or the dead or, whatever through a Ouija board, but I think that there is more to it than that. And so why don't we talk about a couple of theories or studies on how Ouija boards work?
Well, there's always the theory that needs no study, which is one of the parties is exercising control over the planchette and where it goes.
Intentionally. Right. Okay.
To freak somebody out.
Right. So we'll call that the jerk factor.
Joker factor.
No. We're going to call that the jerk factor because
you don't have to be mean about it.
Well, I'm not being mean, but
it's just a joker.
If you're going to be pranking your friends and moving the planchette to freak them out, I'm not saying it isn't funny, but I'm saying it's kind of a jerk move.
All right.
Okay, so that's the jerk factor, and we can just state that spirits are one explanation, jerk factor is another explanation. Now let's talk about actual theories, actual scientific theories. So the first one that I want to talk about is called the ideomotor phenomenon. Have you heard about this?
I think I have.
So it's basically, and I will put there's a Wikipedia article about it in the show notes. And it's basically where a person is making movements even though they believe that they're not. So even though you may believe I'm not moving the planchette, it's a force outside of me that is moving it. The ideomotor effect or phenomenon says that you probably are the one who's moving it. And when you get a bunch of people who, might have suggestion, right? Maybe it just kind of starts drifting in the first time. It just kind of starts drifting one direction and stops on a letter. And it might be a J. Well, what's going to come after a J? Probably not an M or a Q. It's probably going to be a vowel. And so then you anticipate, the next letter is probably going to be a vowel. And one of the participants, whether it's even if they believe that they're not moving it, chances are they are in a way influencing it to go toward a vowel. And then them or another party would say, oh yeah, that vowel makes sense. And their ideomotor phenomenon effect would stop it on that vowel. And I think it's possible that you can have an entire conversation through the Ouija board, quote unquote conversation, and really it's this ideomotor phenomenon taking place.
That's interesting. I mean, I've had things like that happen to me, not with a Ouija board or a planchette, but I remember one time I set my drink on the carpet for 2 seconds to get comfortable, and I crossed my feet, and I thought to myself, be careful with that drink. And my foot, it was like, what do you call that? Alien hand syndrome? I had alien foot syndrome, and it straight up kicked that drink
because
over.
there was a suggestion.
Because there was a suggestion of don't do that. Wouldn't it be awful if I spilled my beautiful drink all over the,
my
the old carpet
drink
and left a stain? And my foot, I swear, it just went boom, like the foot thought, oh yeah? Here's your drink now, buddy. Clean it up. So I believe in the ideomotor effect of which you speak.
Well, good. So it says here in the Wikipedia article, which I think is interesting, as in responses to pain, the body sometimes reacts reflexively with an ideomotor effect to ideas alone without the person consciously deciding to take action. The effects of automatic writing, dowsing, facilitated communication, which I don't know what that is, but there's a Wikipedia link, so maybe I'll check it out, and Ouija boards have been attributed to the phenomenon. The associated term ideodynamic response applies to a wider domain and extends to the description of all bodily reactions caused in a similar manner by certain ideas, e.g., the salivation often caused by imagining sucking a lemon. And just saying that, I started salivating, which is a secretory response, however you'd say
Secretory.
Secretory response. The notion of an ideodynamic response contributed to James Braid's first neuropsychological explanation of the principle through which suggested operated in hypnotism. So it sounds like it sounds like they're saying that the ideomotor response that you have when playing with a Ouija board could be like a lightweight form of self-hypnotism.
Interesting.
So anyway, the ideomotor response I thought was really interesting. And I've definitely, in the few times that I've played with a Ouija board, I feel like I've recognized that kind of thing happening with me, where I may not necessarily be intentionally pushing the planchette, but I feel like I know where it's going while it's on its way there, which to me says that I do have some kind of an influence over it.
Well, I remember a couple of years ago, you and I bought that Ouija board. And
it was like last year.
It was during the pandemic. It was a couple of years ago. Because we thought, what the hell? You know,
the world's coming to an end.
What do we got to lose?
Let's summon demons.
Exactly. And I remember there really wasn't much action, but the Ouija board did spell out a word, and I don't even remember what the prompt was. But the word it spelled was Gogu. Gogu.
Yeah.
And I remember it landing finishing on the U.
And you freaked out.
And
you said, okay, thank you. And you jumped up.
There was something about that word.
It freaked you out because it sounded like Pazuzu.
Yeah. And that being the spirit, or rather the demon responsible for poor Reagan's possession in The Exorcist.
Yeah.
Not Captain Howdy, but Pazuzu. In any case, yeah, that really freaked me out. And
I remember.
It was and I said, okay, thank you very much. Goodbye. Just like he says it in Witchboard. Thank you very much. Goodbye. I don't even, because I know we sat down to do the Ouija board experiment, and I was like, yeah,
we both were. We're like, whatever.
Let's see what happens.
And I remember trying not to let that ideomotor effect. You know, I was very conscious about don't move. You know, just barely touch the thing and follow it if it moves. And I think we were both doing that, and it just really kind of sat there. And it didn't move, and it didn't do anything. And I feel like we sat here for a while, and then I finally got bored, and I was like, okay, if the ideomotor effect is there, we'll just let it happen. And that's when the board started moving, because I was like he said in the story I read, you can only sit there while nothing happens for so long.
Well, and that was the totality of my experience with Ouija boards as a kid until my senior year in high school.
Ooh, are you going to tell your Ouija board story? You're not going to be evasive like Art Bell and mention that you have a Ouija board story and then never tell anybody about it?
I must get this story out.
All right, let's have it.
So I was taking a psychology class, and my psychology teacher invited a friend, colleague, someone she knew who was a parapsychologist. This was like the best day ever in school. I'm so glad I didn't play hooky on this day. She came in and she talked about, what she does. She brought out she had these artifacts with her, and she claimed that some of them had been used. They were very, very old, and they had been used throughout history in black magic ceremonies and rituals. And these were like daggers, little hand daggers, and they were passed around through the classroom. And, we were supposed to kind of let it be known whether, what we feel when we're holding them. And the majority of the kids in the class said that they felt, total negativity. They didn't want to hold them. Of course, when it came to me, I had something to prove, and I was like, "Hey, man, this is cool. I'm there's nothing wrong with this. I can hold this all day." And then she brought out a Ouija board.
Ooh, this is where it gets good.
And she was showing it to the class, and she said, "Well, we're not going to use this because,
because we don't need demons in home ec."
Exactly.
Right.
It was psychology.
Yeah, but demons could get to the home ec classroom too. I'm sure it was just across the hall.
Or wood shop.
Or wood shop.
That would be even more dangerous.
Really dangerous. There's table saws.
So the bell rang, and that was like fourth period, and I think lunch followed. So some of us hung around afterwards and just kind of congregated around this parapsychologist person. And the teacher left. She said, "Oh, okay, thank you very much, and for coming." And she split. And no sooner had our teacher left the classroom than the parapsychologist said, "Okay, who wants to try the Ouija board?" And she sits down at this table, and I was standing right next to her. So I was like, okay. And I plopped down next to her.
Mm-hmm.
And everybody kind of gathered around, and, it was it was exciting. And we put our hands on the planchette, and she asked, "Is there anybody here who wants to communicate?" And in all my past experiences using Ouija boards, there had been no movement. And all of a sudden, this thing started cooking across that board. it spelled out the name Tom 1864 or 1865. I don't remember which.
Mm-hmm.
I remember as it was moving, it's the question that you always ask, are you doing that? Are you doing that?
Yeah.
And we were both saying, yeah, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. That thing was moving like crazy. And I remember my fingers were hovering just above the planchette, but I could tell that she wasn't moving it either. And this thing was moving on its own. And then the freakiest part about it was that it sort of it darted off really fast to the edge of the board.
Mm-hmm.
Like
off the board?
Like the communication had been broken.
Mm.
When it did the darting, it was not pushed. It was moving on its own. And that was one of the freakiest things I've ever experienced. So I don't disbelieve entirely in Ouija boards.
Mm-hmm.
I think that maybe the vast majority of people who use them, maybe they're having that idiomotor effect happening, and there's a lot of expectation. People, young people getting freaked out.
Yeah. Well, you said something today when we were talking earlier about, maybe a lot of what happens is like a panic response, like panic attacks or, something along those lines.
Oh, yeah. Because, reading through some of the stories on the website, there are people who say, oh, suddenly I couldn't breathe.
Yeah.
And, I got sick and I had to go to the hospital. And of course, that sounds like a panic response.
Yeah.
So somebody freaking themselves out.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, that's perfectly explanatory. That doesn't mean that you have a demon inside of you or something. And
Right.
I wasn't followed home after fourth period psychology class or anything like that. But it stays with me even after all these centuries that I was right there, and I could tell that she wasn't manipulating that planchette, and I know I wasn't either.
Mm-hmm.
There was something, it was moving on its own. And that was the freakiest thing. I've never had that happen since.
Do you have much Ouija board experience past that?
No, I think the next time was in
with
2020.
Me.
So.
Yeah. So I have used a Ouija board very limitedly in my life, and not because I don't know that I ever held to the whole, you're inviting in horrible negative things. And, I've always been curiously skeptical. I would say cautiously, curiously skeptical, if that makes sense. Like,
well, yeah, you have respect. You do have to have a little bit of respect for something, especially if you don't entirely understand it.
Yes. So I have that respect, and I am cautious about it. I'm definitely curious about it, but I'm also really skeptical about it. And I feel like that's a good, healthy balance. Until you and I bought that Ouija board in the last year. It was last year. Don't listen to him. The only other time I remember was when I was in like 8th grade. I discovered that my stepsister had a Ouija board, and I kind of took it. I stole a Ouija board. And I remember one time sitting on the edge of my bed, and I was all alone in my bedroom. It was in a creepy basement, and I had it on my knees. And I know that I used it in some way, but I don't remember anything about it. I don't remember what I asked. I'm pretty positive nothing happened, because all I remember is sitting there with it on my knees and preparing to use it.
So at this point in your life, you had not seen Witchboard yet.
Oh, I think I had, yeah.
You'd seen Tawny Katane using that Ouija board by herself against the strong urgings of Brandon to not use it, and you did it.
Pretty sure I'd already seen The Exorcist also. And I remember telling my friends that I had it, and they were all excited about it, and I loaned it to one of my friends, and I never saw it again. So that was the extent of my Ouija board experience. I have no experience to share. But one other thing I wanted to talk about, I think that there is, remember I said earlier that correlation is not necessarily causation, or, any number of ways that you can bend that meaning. I do have a Ouija board story to share, though it is not mine. Are you interested?
I am.
Okay. So it's actually my mom's story. And she's told me this story many times throughout my life. And I think it's a great story. I think it's a great coincidence, anecdotal story. I don't think it proves anything.
Well, let us be the judge.
Okay. So my mom said that when she was a kid, she was at a neighbor's house and they were in the backyard.
So this was just when they had come out, the Ouija boards.
Ha, ha, ha. This is in the 60s. So they're underneath a picnic table. They had a picnic table in the backyard. And they're underneath the picnic table and they had like blankets draped over the table. They're getting all creepy on a bright summer day, right? In the backyard. So they're under this picnic table with the Ouija board and they're just a bunch of, young teenage kids. And they're asking it all the standard questions that young teenage kids ask the Ouija board. And one of the questions that they asked was, who is going to die first? And the Ouija board pointed at one of the boys who was playing, one of the boys under the table there. And so they're all like, ooh, that's so scary. You're going to die first, whatever. So a couple minutes later, another neighborhood kid came running over, or the boy who it pointed to, he lived across the street from where they all were at this time. So another neighborhood kid comes running over, calling this kid's name. I don't know what his name was. Jerry. We'll say Jerry. Jerry, there's somebody at your house. There's a delivery man at your house. So he exits the little, creepy cave under the picnic table and goes across the street to his house to see who this delivery person is. He comes back and he tells them that it was a guy who was delivering funeral flowers, but it was the wrong address. He had the wrong address, but he was trying to deliver funeral flowers to the house of the kid who the Ouija board told was going to die first. I just thought that was nice and coincidental, and it kind of gives you that little shiver like, ooh, that's creepy, but does it mean anything? I don't think so, because the kid didn't die. Like, not that day. The funeral flowers were not meant for him. I did ask my mom, did he? And she's like, oh, I don't know. I haven't seen him in years.
But he certainly will someday. And when that day happens, we know that the Ouija prophecy would have come true.
Right. Maybe they all die in their 90s, but he died first. So the Ouija board was right.
That's still a pretty good call, though, if he's the first one to go.
Well, yeah, but I don't know that he was.
But that would indicate then that the intelligence that was moving the planchette through the fingertips of the children knew that funeral flowers were about to be delivered across the street.
Yeah.
Knew who lived there.
Yeah.
And pointed to the boy.
Yeah. It's a cool story.
It sounds like an urban legend or something.
I know, but yeah, my mom swears that happened.
That's a trip. We actually do have some other stories of true Ouija board occurrences that we received in the last week.
Yes.
Through the lounge.
Yeah. We asked for your Ouija board opinions and stories and experiences and whatever, and you guys came through. So thanks. So we'll read a few of those. All right. So let's start with this one. It's submitted by Anonymous. They didn't put any name in, and I actually haven't read all of these all the way through, so I really don't know what I'm about to spill into your ears.
I like this. This has the whole open lines vibe.
It kind of, it is a little Art Bell open lines, isn't it? Okay, so Anonymous says, I've been fascinated with Ouija boards for more than 25 years. I was never taught that they were evil or that I should stay away from them. Samesies. My grandmother even bought me one for my 11th birthday. Aw. I was told it's a game manufactured by a company to make money, which is true. But the idea of being able to communicate with the dead with a toy is pretty amazing to a kid. And to me, and I'm not a kid. I've used Ouija boards many times and have never had a negative experience while I was playing. However, my friend and I would use the board often in the house I grew up in my old bedroom. Every single time we did, both of us would have our energy completely drained. We would fall asleep on the floor. We weren't playing late at night, and we were in our late teens and early 20s, so there was no logical reason behind it. It consistently happened, but only in that room. And yes, the house I grew up in, and my old bedroom in particular, is haunted. For this reason, I don't think the boards themselves are good or evil, but vessels. And I really like that idea. I think that I really subscribe to that type of idea. What do you think, Vince?
Well, speaking of Art Bell, and I must mention his name, he did say the same thing. He said that the board itself, in his opinion, is not an evil creation. It's something that's that's mass manufactured, probably right next to, some sort of Legos or something, but that it's all about the intent of the person that's using it.
Yeah.
I agree with that sentiment that it is
intention,
a vessel.
Yeah. Well, I think it depends on both your intention and probably your location. If where you are doesn't have any kind of spirit activity, then chances are you're not going to get a lot going on. Whereas if you're in a place that maybe has a lot of spirit activity, you might get a lot more going on. And I think that probably the personalities that come through depend on the personality of both the user and any potential spirits that are around. Me personally, we don't have to dig into this whole thing. I don't believe in demons. So I'm just going to put that out there right now. I don't think we're calling on demons. I think that you can have spirits who are kind, and I think that you can have spirits who are mean or playful or, because a spirit was a person and people are varied and have different personalities. And I don't think that that goes away when you become a spirit. So anyway.
Yeah, that's interesting. It kind of brings up the question about whether our personalities are a result of our chemistry, of our brains.
Right, the physical brain.
And I think a lot of it has to do with that. So that kind of confuses me, or it leaves me wondering then how it can be that, if the soul exits the body upon death, how that takes part of the physiology of the body with it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it brings up some interesting philosophical questions that we don't really have the time or the energy to dig into too deeply. Do you want me to read another one?
So what else do you have? Do you have any others?
Yeah, we have a lot of them. So this one was submitted by Jen, and it's a little longer. She says, it was September of 1997, and I was invited to my good friend's house for a birthday slumber party. It was a typical party, presents, cake till we almost puked, and singing karaoke with each girl thinking they could sing Jewel's Foolish Games better than the others. Then, when it started to get dark, someone said, okay, time for truth or dare. For the dare, my friend Samantha pulls out of her closet the good old Ouija board. Samantha knew most of the girls, like myself, were always told we weren't allowed to be around things like this. The excuse I was given by my adults was that it would cause possession or it would lead me down a road I didn't want to be part of. Needless to say, I was completely terrified to be even looking at one, let alone my friends are about to set it up. In my mind, I'm like, it looks just like any other board game, so what's the big deal? Samantha and another friend, Ashley, stuck a few books in the center of the room, put a silk sheet on top, and set up a couple of tea lights, and put this board in the center.
Wow, they really went all out.
They did. They were really setting the mood. I like it. One girl immediately starts crying and wants nothing to do with it. I mean, there's always one at every slumber party, right? It doesn't matter what you're doing. One girl always starts crying and wants to go home.
The girls want to smoke cigarettes and she starts crying.
Right. My advice, let her go home. Call her mom for her. Anyway, so she plugs her ears and gets in her sleeping bag. I sit there with my heart pounding as Samantha and Ashley say, okay, let's start with the three of us. And just as an aside, Vince, in a lot of the research I've been doing, I've read that you should have threes. That 3 is kind of a lucky number or to do Ouija board with. Anyway.
The ideomotor effect works better with more than 2.
Probably. I'm purposefully sitting out of eyesight from Samantha and Ashley so they don't pick me to be the third person. Samantha and Ashley say, come on, you guys are all babies. Someone volunteer or we're going to play eeny meeny. Heidi volunteers and a thank you relief sets in a bit for me. How bad could it get? I'm not touching the game, simply watching. They begin by asking the board questions like, does so-and-so like me? You could tell that at that point, each girl was pulling for it to answer yes or no in their favor. Other girls start getting bored and start saying, come on, guys, let's play something else or watch a movie. Arguing starts getting louder. Someone wants to try the board as well.
Uh-oh. Demonic influence already.
Right. They're already possessed. I mean, they're teenage girls. They're possessed anyway. Someone wants to try the board as well, but not me. Samantha and Heidi step out of the circle, and in comes Tara and Andrea. Ashley stayed in. Immediately, as those 3 girls sat in the circle, I don't know why, but I was terrified. I felt as though someone was watching us. Thinking it was just me, I didn't say anything. Then Andrea asks the board, is someone watching us? I immediately get chills as it moves to yes. I get mad and say, okay, guys, it's obvious. It's you. This is stupid. Andrea then says, who is watching us? The board starts spelling out something. One girl is saying the letters out loud as it spells out Y-O-U.
Oh, I thought it was going to be NSA. Sorry, go on.
We look at each other like, okay. I get annoyed at this point and tell Andrea she's an idiot and that makes no sense. You? She says, then you try. Not wanting to look afraid, I'm like, fine. I sit in the circle with a brewing stomach pain, all while thinking, oh no, this is bad. I'm not supposed to be even near this game, and now I have my fingers on the damn thing. So because I was the skeptic but still terrified, I asked the same question. Is someone watching us? Next thing I know, for damn sure I was not moving it, but I wanted to believe my other friends were. It spells Y-O-U again. Still looking down with disbelief, we ask, who is you? Then out of nowhere, the girl that was plugging her ears and hiding in her sleeping bag that wanted nothing to do with this stands straight up out of a dead sleep, pointing at everyone in the room and saying, it's you, it's you, it's you, in a creepy voice which didn't sound anything like her.
Do the voice.
It's you, it's you, it's you.
That works better.
I got chills and immediately stopped touching the board. The same girl then starts screaming at the top of her lungs,
get out,
in the same creepy voice. The room felt darker somehow, as if the light in the candles couldn't provide, the light of the candles couldn't provide light past the darkness. I went into flight mode, grabbed everything I brought as quickly as I could, and took off up the stairs from the basement as my friend's mom is running down to comfort the other girls who were all now screaming.
God.
And chaos ensues. My friend's mom woke her out of whatever it is you want to call the state she was in. We all called for rides home, and after that night, I never touched another one again.
It broke up the party?
It broke up the party.
That's some serious stuff.
I mean, if you ask me, the party just got started.
Yeah, no kidding. I mean, clearly something happened there.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sold on it being something supernatural.
Well,
I think the girl that was in the sleeping bag freaked out.
For sure. And I mean, you were never a teenage girl, Vince.
No, but I was around them. This whole story was kind of reminding me of my teenage years with my little sister and her friends coming over.
Yeah. I remember slumber parties when I was a kid, and there was one party in particular. It didn't involve a Ouija board, unfortunately, but we were teenage girls, and there was definitely a freak out. Very similar, where one of the girls seemingly was using a voice that wasn't hers and started terrifying the rest of us. And we all started screaming and crying. And I tell you, man, teenage girls are creepy.
They're evil.
And I can say that because in many ways I am still a teenage girl. So shall I read a couple more? We have a couple more that were submitted through the lounge. And guys, remember the lounge, it's castleofspirits.com/lounge. This is where you can comment on any episodes, or if we ask for your input on specific topics, go to the lounge and fill out the little form there. You can remain anonymous. We ask you for your email address, but it's only so that if we have additional questions that we as the Ghost Keepers can contact you. We don't share that. We ask you for your name. You don't have to leave it if you don't want to. But anyway, that's the lounge. So, Paul, he's actually our good friend Paul. He says...
And he's in Australia.
Yep, Paul is in Australia. He says
Castle of Spirits was born in Australia.
Yes, it was. I have Ouija experience, but nothing creepy or disturbing. My brother and sister and I used to play with the Ouija board my grandmother bought. I don't know if it's the same situation now, but they were sold as toys or games once. So, Vince, to your question, do they sell them outside of the U.S.? Anyway, we were under the assumption that the two participants had to be boy and girl. We had to sit cross-legged facing each other with the board between us on the ground, then place our fingertips on the top of the planchette near the edge, not right on the edge or at the side, as lightly as possible. We then asked the spirit or whoever was out there if they were there. We were very polite always. I think that's just good advice. It's good life advice. Be polite. Always asking, please, are you there? I would say the planchette started moving 100% of the time within 2 minutes. From then on, whatever questions we asked, the board would answer immediately and swiftly. Naturally, I have to say this, no, there was no pushing the planchette by either me or my sister. As I mentioned, our fingertips were placed lightly on the top, in fact, barely touching. If there had ever been any downward pressure to force movement, the planchette would have flipped upwards on that side. Because the little feet on the bottom, it's not real stable. It's true. If you push, it might pop up. We would play a game. As my sister and I did the Ouija board thing, my brother would get an object, like a ball, for instance, and go and hide it somewhere. Ooh, this is interesting. My sister and I didn't know where, but we would ask the Ouija board where it was located. It gave us an answer, and either I or my sister would go and seek it out and find it exactly in the specified place. We were oblivious it had anything to do with spirits or the supernatural. It was just a game. I can't remember when we stopped playing with it, but years later when I reached adulthood, I tried it again with others, but never did get any good results. That's a really interesting way to use the board that I've never heard. Wait, wasn't there something similar in Witchboard, actually?
Yes. Tawny asked where her ring was.
Oh, yeah.
That she lost. And David, or the demon pretending to be David, said it was in the Dran. And she said, do you mean drain? And the board said yes, and she looked in the kitchen sink or in the drain.
Yeah.
And she found her ring.
That's right. But that
wasn't true. This is true.
Yeah. And I really like that little game. That's fun. And I like that he said that they didn't have any concept that it was, ghosts or spirits or anything. It was just a game that they were playing.
Exactly.
And that is really, from what I understand, we talked about the kind of the Victorian era when Ouija boards were in like so many houses across America, that it wasn't necessarily about contacting the dead. It was about playing this game that was mystifying and mysterious and not always about talking to the dead. So I like that. So we have two more. Okay.
I'm going to hear them.
This next one is actually submitted by Teddy. And Teddy is, we receive things from Teddy every once in a while. I don't think we've ever read anything. So Teddy, Here, we're reading your thing. So Teddy just says, I advise people to stay away from Ouija boards unless they are fully trained.
In what?
Right. So he doesn't say. That's all he says. I don't know what kind of training. I mean, I guess as a parapsychologist, your parapsychologist seem to be fairly adept at Ouija, whatever. So I wonder what kind of training Teddy's referring to.
I don't know. It could be anything. I'm assuming what Teddy means by that is training in how to deal with spirits.
Maybe.
A lot of times you're told that you need to sever the connection, sever the conversation by saying goodbye every time so that nothing follows you.
Yeah, maybe that's it. It's
surround
not so
yourself
much
in white light, that kind of thing.
training as just discovering the rules and following the rules.
Right.
Maybe. And that's interesting. Thank you, Teddy, because that reminds me that I have a link that I want to discuss briefly before we end, and I will include it in the show notes. But we have one more Ouija story in the lounge, so let's read that real quick. So next, Debbie writes in and talks about a Japanese version of Ouija called Kokuri-san. And she basically tells a story about they were playing this game when she lived in Japan. And I don't really understand because I don't know what Kokuri-san is, but she says that they were using a paper and the paper like flew away. So
Kokori-san is a Japanese game that is also a form of divination, partially based on Western table turning.
Okay.
The name Kokori is an onomatopoeia meaning to nod up and down and refers to the movement of the actual Kokori mechanism. The modern version is similar to a Ouija board.
So is that a Wikipedia article?
Yeah, I'll link it in the show notes.
Okay, great. Yeah, and then we can all read about it and learn about other types of Ouija.
Thank you, Debbie, for submitting that.
Yeah. Thank you to everybody who submitted stuff through the lounge. That helped us have the best episode possible. So I wanted to go back to something that Teddy said about being trained. So I Googled because I want to make sure that I am,
trained,
but also respectful. And like I said, I have a cautious respect for Ouija boards. So if I'm going to use one, I'm not going to just jump in and be like, what's up, bitches? And, ask irreverent questions. I want to be respectful and do it properly. And I think that there's a lot of people who feel that cautious skepticism and they are interested in trying a Ouija board, but want to make sure that they do it the right way. And interestingly, I Googled how to use a Ouija board safely, and the very first link that came up was a WikiHow article.
Really?
And if you are like me, whenever you see a WikiHow, you either scroll right past it because you're like, that's just going to be full of some garbage, or you click it because you know it's going to be full of some garbage and it's going to be hilarious, right? Well, this time I clicked it because I was expecting it to be full of some garbage and hilarious. But I'm telling you that this article is actually really good and has some information that I've never thought of before. And it doesn't give a lot of explanation for some of the suggestions. It just says, do this or light this color of candle. But if you're into anything metaphysical, you understand why they're saying that. So, for example, it goes through setting up the Ouija board. It's quite long, so I'm not going to read it all to you. It's basically telling you how to do it respectfully. It does say don't use it in a graveyard simply because there's a lot of different spirit energies there, and it can just be kind of chaotic and hard to understand what's happening. Then it goes on to say to clear the space of negative energy. So it talks about using, burning sage, placing a salt circle around it, using crystals. And it talks about, using black tourmaline or clear quartz. It doesn't say why those stones, but, I understand that black crystals, black tourmaline specifically, is a very strong stone of protection, and as is quartz. So it's not just randomly telling you, oh, put any old crystal. There's meaning behind it. It talks about lighting candles, both for ambiance, but also for protection. And it says to light black candles, because black candles, which it doesn't say, they are good for protection, for creating kind of a protective space. Anyway, it really goes through exactly how to do it in a very respectful way, about being sober, asking respectful questions, lots and lots of stuff. So if you are curious about using a Ouija board and you want to make sure that you do it in the safest and most respectful way possible, do check out this WikiHow link, because I think it's got some really good information. Even, here's some questions that are respectful and good to ask, and here's some questions that maybe you shouldn't ask, and why. So don't ask for a physical sign that the ghost is there.
Oh, man.
Maybe this is the article that the guy in my story read, and he's like, it says ask for a physical sign. You dork, it says don't ask.
Oh, oops.
So yeah, do check out this article. It's got some really great information on it.
That's interesting, though, about the being sober part, because, that must be something that's been known for a very long time, clearly.
Yeah. Well, I think that there's a couple different reasons behind that. In the first place, if you believe that the spirits or demons or whatever can influence you or take possession of you or whatever, you don't want to be inebriated, because that weakens your defenses and makes you a little bit more vulnerable to those kinds of things. But also, if you are drunk or stoned out of your gourd, you're not going to know what's real and what's not, what's actually happening, or maybe what is happening in your head because of your inebriation. So I think it's just wise to be sober.
That makes sense. That really does. And speaking of making sense, when we were researching this, I came across an article that spoke of a study that was performed in 2018.
Ooh, that's pretty recent.
And I'll be putting a link to this article in the show notes. It's from bigthink.com. August 4th, 2018, new study reveals the science behind Ouija boards.
Ooh.
Basically, it's not demons, it's not the undead. The explanation is actually way more boring than you might guess.
So what basically do they say is the explanation?
In the story, they talk about a landmark Danish study where they employed eye tracking devices and a huge amount of data analysis.
I read, it wasn't that same article, but I actually have it right here. We'll put both links in the show notes. Yeah, I read about this.
They took 40 people and they asked them to participate in the study and play 2 consecutive games on the Ouija board. All of them were eye tracking devices. Which
you got to wonder what that looks like.
They were basically asked for the first part of the experiment to spell the word Baltimore. And
with a Ouija board.
With a Ouija board. And by tracking the eyes of the people in the study, the eyes flitted to the next letter based on familiarity with the alphabet and their ability to spell the word Baltimore. But when they were asked to conduct a session as usual, their tracked eyes showed that the word they eventually spelled was a combination of the efforts of the 2 parties.
So kind of like what I said before with the idiomotor response, where one person might take over based on what the previous letter was, they kind of passed it back and forth here as well.
Right. The supernatural part is you being unsure of the next letter. And the more likely you are to believe the board is possessed, the more control you assign yourself to lose, and thus be more swayed by the person on the other side of the board.
Interesting. So if you wholeheartedly believe in the power of the board, you're more likely to take power away from yourself and attribute it to the board doing its thing. And therefore you give the person across from you more control over the planchette.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the TLDR version is that the Ouija board works because of the ideomotor response or the ideomotor phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
And the study proved that using eye capture devices and a ton of time analyzing the data.
So basically with the eye tracking devices, they were able to prove that even if the participants believed that they were not moving it, the eye tracking proved, hey, well, you looked at B and then the planchette moved to B. And then you looked at A and the planchette moved to A.
Right. In this case, it would not be like the movie Brainstorm. It would be like the movie Looker. If anybody ever saw that, you'll understand what I'm talking about.
No, I have no idea. So, I feel like that's all of the Ouija information I have in me today. Guys, this is really a humongous topic. We really have just scratched the surface of so many explanations and theories and concepts. It's a huge topic that we really could do an entire podcast just on Ouija boards, episode after episode. So if you have any other, theories or experiences, anything like we've talked about,
warnings,
feedback, exactly. Feel free to submit it through the lounge. Just because this episode is coming to a close doesn't mean we don't want to hear about it. Please submit it through the lounge still. And we may find a time and a place to read it and, share your input as well.
So after all that information, especially reading this article about the 2018 study,
Mm-hmm.
Where does your mind land on Ouija boards? I mean, what do you think lies at the heart of the Ouija phenomenon?
My personal feeling about it, and again, this is coming from my very limited experience using one, I feel like it's less about a spirit, kind of influencing the board and taking the planchette. I mean, there's a reason your hand is on the planchette, right? That you're not just sitting there with your arms crossed watching it move. Your hands are on the planchette for a reason. I feel like it's much more about tapping into something in yourself that maybe you are not really conscious of, in the same way that you can read tarot cards and it's not predicting your future. It's turning you inward so that you're thinking about your situation in a different way and you can make connections that you otherwise wouldn't. And I feel like the Ouija board is probably a very similar thing. I think it's coming from kind of a subconscious place within us. And maybe on occasion there can be spirits present who, in one way or another, influence you or the board or, I don't really know. But I do think that it's mostly a subconscious, internal, personal thing and less of a spirit, and certainly not demons. I think that for a game that they sell at Toys R Us, if people were really getting possessed from them, there would be possessed people all over the place.
And class action lawsuits.
Right. They would stop making it. So I don't buy that.
All of that said, and I appreciate everything you said there.
Well, thank you.
That doesn't mean that I don't think it possibly could be demonic. And maybe the demons influencing this 2018 Danish study to make people, to take them off their guard, so that more people will be, oh, okay, well, they're okay in it. Let's go buy a couple of dozen Ouija boards and spread them all over the house, give them away as Christmas gifts. And then...
So demons are playing the long game with fake news.
Exactly.
Oh, okay, I got it. Well, let's turn from that topic. And do you have anything else to add before we sign off for the evening?
Go-goo.
Go-goo.
If you're out there, please accept my sincerest regards and stay where you are.
Thank you so much for listening today, everyone. We have been preparing for this episode for a while, and it was a lot of fun to put together. And we look forward to hearing your thoughts on the topic as well. Feel free to hit us up at castleofspirits.com/lounge. And for more Ouija stories, head to the Ghost Story Archive and just type in Ouija board in the search and have at it.
But do so with the lights off.
Oh,
This is the Castle of Spirits Challenge. Take the Castle of Spirits Challenge, read some Ouija board stories in the dark, and then report back to us on how long you were able to stay in the dark without spinning around, positive that something was breathing down your neck.
Ooh. And we will see you again very soon for episode 11.
Go, go.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, episode number 11. This is the companion podcast to the long-running castleofspirits.com website and now YouTube channel.
Ooh, what did you say?
And now YouTube channel.
We have a YouTube channel?
That's right.
And they'll give those to anybody.
And your name is Jane.
I am. I'm the Ghost Keeper Jane.
And what's my name? And my name is Vince. We're pleased to be here. A week removed from our latest and greatest special 10th episode, which was the Ouija board special.
Mm-hmm. And we're not going to top that, man.
In any case, we are gathered here tonight to share scary stories.
Tell us more about that YouTube channel, actually, before we get busy.
Well, we decided to
basically blanket the world in our podcast.
Right. Wherever there's a blanket needed, there's a podcast that's...
What?
Wherever there's a blanket needed. What was it?
What was it?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm talking about. So we have taken these episodes, purely audio, and added captivating imagery.
For ambiance.
And we have placed it on YouTube. Basically, youtube.com/@castleofspirits.com.
One more time. That's youtube.com/Castle of Spirits.
Oh, not .com? Okay.
No, you don't need .com in there twice. Man, you're old.
Wow.
So we're actually setting the mood for ourselves tonight while we record this episode by playing our own podcast on the big screen TV. On mute, of course, but we have a glorious campfire warming our room. It's not warming our room.
Well, it is a castle and it's very drafty, so it needs all the warmth it can get.
Just looking at it feels warm.
It does, doesn't it?
Anyway, the people actually came here for true paranormal ghost stories. Well, true paranormal stories of any ilk. And we have a few.
We have thousands of them.
Thousands of them.
Hey, if you guys like creepy, true ghost stories, paranormal stories, go to castleofspirits.com, go to the library, and sort through 25 years of reader-submitted ghost stories.
We've got a funky, fresh search feature. Whatever you have a hankering for, pop it into the old search feature, and it'll come up.
You want some old hag?
Just search hag. There she is.
You want some Bigfoot?
Boom. We got you covered. You just want to see every story ever released in the month of November? Just select November and hit search.
And that gives you everything from 97 to 22?
All of it.
Wow.
So did you use our handy search feature and find yourself a story to read to the good folks today?
I did, in fact.
Ooh.
I got it in my head that I wanted to hear some banshee stories.
Nice.
So
I do love a good banshee.
So I went to castleofspirits.com. I searched banshee, and I found a story called, appropriately enough, Banshee Encounter dated March 2013, submitted by Anonymous in Dublin, Ireland.
Ooh, I think my story is from the UK, from Wales. So we are very European today.
International.
Mm-hmm.
Intercontinental.
Why don't you go ahead and read your story first?
All right, check it out. Banshee encounter. Now, this is going to require a little bit of
imagination,
suspension of disbelief.
Oh.
And you'll understand why with the opening line. When I was a little girl, about 9, my father used to frighten me by telling me stories about the banshee.
That's a good father. I'm not saying that sarcastically. I think
everybody needs a father that can tell them about the banshee.
And terrifying stories in general, yes.
He had his own personal encounters, which he was telling me about as well. So one fine night, he went on to tell me about the banshee, and I thought it was totally fake. Well, I was wrong.
Mm.
A few nights after those stories, I had already forgotten everything and all was well. It was in the middle of the night when I was fast asleep in my bed, and I was awakened to a piercing wail.
Kind of forgive the pun, the calling card of the banshee.
Oh, there you go.
Sorry.
It was a cry that I had never, ever heard before. Being brave, I crept over to my window and peered through the curtains. An old woman with pure white hair down to her bottom was perched on the swing of our swing set in the back garden. She was running her fingers through her hair as she wailed. I froze in terror. I wanted to look away, yet I was too in awe to do so. I screamed for my mother and my father, but I kept my eyes glued to the woman sitting on my swing. My father burst through the door and ran over to me, asking why I was up out of bed and looking outside. He spun me around so I was making direct eye contact with him, and he took my hand and walked me to his room. As I walked with him, I looked back, and the woman on the swing had vanished. I started to cry even harder due to the fact that I was even more freaked out now. I crawled under the sheets of my parents' bed, and my mother and father soothed me. The next morning, my father found out that our neighbor's son had passed away in their house that night.
Oh.
My mother and father had heard it as well, but they didn't want to tell me that what I'd heard was actually the banshee.
That is so scary.
And that was, again, Banshee Encounter by Anonymous in Dublin, Ireland, March 2013.
Yeah, banshees are one of those things that have always creeped me out. Just the word banshee is terrifying.
Well, I know that there's a saying that, like a banshee wail or
screaming like a banshee.
But what exactly is a banshee? Do you know? I realize that even though the word is very triggering to me, I don't really know what it means or what is behind the word.
Okay, so on Wikipedia, I have the article about banshees, and we will include it in the show notes. And if you are listening on YouTube, it's in the video description below. So a banshee is a woman of the fairy mound, or a fairy woman. And it's a female spirit in Irish folklore who heralds the death of a family member, usually by screaming, wailing, shrieking, or keening.
Oh, okay. So that makes sense. The neighbor's son had died that night.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I see. I didn't know this.
And it was interesting when you said you had a banshee story. I bet it's not from Ireland, because I think banshee is kind of one of those words that's just, a lot of people use it for ghost. If there's a ghost of a woman, people say it's a banshee. Or if they hear a voice, like some kind of a scream somewhere, they say it's a banshee. But then when you said it was actually from Ireland, I was like, oh, this is going to be a legit banshee story, because I know that that's where the banshee comes from, is Irish folklore. So yeah, it looks like a pretty long article. Yeah, the long streaming hair and some kind of creepy art of banshees, like this one it says the banshee appears from 1862. Look at that one.
All right, let me check it out. Oh man, this is great.
Yeah.
The banshee appears and you see a couple of
looks like police officers, right?
A couple of fine gentlemen. They look like they could be constables of some sort with their top hats. And in the distance, what looks to be it's a black and white.
Yeah, it looks like some kind of a wood carving.
And in the background, the figure of a woman, arms upraised, hair flowing behind her, possibly screaming.
I mean, it's a banshee, so I'm going to assume she's screaming.
Let's pinch and zoom on the banshee. Oh, yep, she's screaming, all right. I've seen enough. Here you go.
So do make sure you check out the Wikipedia article. It's got some really interesting information and images in it. But yeah, I do love me a good banshee story, Vince. That was great. So why did you choose that one? Any reason in particular?
I don't know. It's just a word that even though up until now I wasn't really educated on what it was, it's a word that's always freaked me out.
Yeah, it's a creepy word. So I just have to say, because it's very timely, there is that movie out right now called Banshees of, I'm probably going to say it so wrong. What is it? Inisherin?
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Okay. That when I first saw the adverts for that, I thought, ooh, that sounds exciting. Banshees and, that lot. But then I saw that it's not like a horror movie or a scary movie. And then I saw reviews about it that it was a really good movie, but it was really sad. So I'm probably going to pass on that one for now. But I was a little disappointed to find out that it wasn't like a ghost movie.
I think In Bruges is about as that was the same makers, the same cast.
Yeah.
And I think that's about as deep into that sorrow as I'm willing to
get.
Yeah,
that was a sucker punch enough. So I don't need another one. So if anyone else has seen this movie and I'm wrong and it really is a ghost movie and it is worth watching and it's not, rip your guts out and, make you cry for 8 days like a banshee, then, drop us a note in the lounge at castleofspirits.com/lounge and let us know, and maybe we'll watch it.
And if you yourself have experienced an actual banshee, or know someone who has,
or if you yourself are a banshee.
Oh yeah, if you're a banshee also, you can submit your own story.
Yeah.
To castleofspirits.com.
Tell us about a time you scared somebody.
/submit and tell us your story, and we'll post it on the website, and we may even read it here on the show.
We want banshee stories from both sides, yes.
So, Jane.
So, Vince.
Now that I've read my story, do you have one?
I don't have a story to read today.
You don't?
Mm-mm.
What are you doing then?
Oh, it's a Castle of Spirits story. You want me to read that to you?
We would like that.
Yeah.
Ideally. I mean, if you're free.
Well, I mean, I was gonna. Yeah, I can do it real quick.
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah, we'll sit back and.
All right. Well, I'll do it just this one time. My story today is called "Hooded Ghost of New Cut Road," and it comes from AM in Wales in the UK. And AM submitted this story in April of 2011.
Wow. Right.
I do love me a good hooded specter story. I had almost forgotten about this occurrence and only reminded of it sometime on driving down a particular piece of road, but there seems to be a similar sighting across the UK of large hooded figures. In the early hours of New Year's Day, 1996 to 97, I had finished work in a nightclub and a friend of mine picked me up, probably around 2 a.m. Neither of us had been drinking, and I should point out I reserve judgment on the paranormal. It was a crisp night and was lightly snowing on a bypass called New Cut Road, approximately a 3-mile stretch of road with barriers either side, hilly ground on the oncoming traffic/driver's side, and the passengers consisted of a banking slope and trees further away from the roadside. We were going quite slow on the 60-mile-per-hour stretch. I'm always surprised when it's mile per hour in...
And not kilometers,
Right. I just had to point that out. Can't be the only American who's surprised whenever we hear miles outside of the U.S. We were going quite in a 60-mile-per-hour stretch, possibly 30 to 40 miles or less, and we were around the halfway point on the bypass and had just passed a sign. There were no trees on the passenger side, just a drop and darkness with the moon highlighting the trees. As the sporadic snow fell in the yellow and white lit air, I could see a figure beyond the barriers. It was large, around 7 to 8 feet tall. It appeared hooded with no features, just blackness. I can only compare it to the hooded figure in the film The Frighteners from 1996 and Lord of the Rings 2001, incidentally by the same director. That's right, Peter Jackson. We were big fans of Peter Jackson, way back in the day.
Dead Alive era.
Dead Alive, man. Meet the Feebles.
Bad Taste.
Bad Taste, yep. However, and I know this is a contradiction, the figure was transparent but solid. And while that is a contradiction, Vince, I think I understand exactly what they mean. I can see how something could be, because you think of like fabric that you can see through, right? It's definitely solid, but you can see through it. So I can understand that. A deep and intuitive feeling of dread and fear came over me. A giddy feeling of falling off a bike as a child mixed with a heightened fear of not wanting to go downstairs in the dark. It felt ominous and evil, something I've never felt since, apart from possibly sleep paralysis, where you know you're dreaming but can't wake up out of the dream. I looked to my friend who could see it too. He gave out a yell and put his foot on the accelerator. The car skidded. If I had looked to my left as we passed the figure, I would have come face to face with it. However, for some reason, I turned, looking right over my shoulder to the rear window, looking to the left side back window between the passenger and driver's seat. In retrospect, it may have been to distance myself from the figure and passenger window. The figure, appeared to lunge forward as if to come through the back of the car. We drove on, and as I watched it, it was lost into the darkness. When we stopped the car outside my house, the side of the car had a large film patch over the door and part of the window. It may have already been there, and a coincidence. I can't be sure. But the substance of film looked like a smear on a knife after cutting cheese. I was so scared that I had to wake my family, thinking that I may die that night, and this figure was a warning or a sign of something to come, like a Dickensian tale. Of course, I'm still here. But are you? Just kidding. I couldn't help but think this horrific experience meant something, and we both returned to the area by foot days later, expecting to possibly find a clue, an injured person, or even a dead body. We walked almost the whole length of the road and never found anything. Sometime later, the Times newspaper ran a story on hooded figure sightings, which gave me some credence of the events. A kind of reprieve. And again, that is Hooded Ghost of New Cut Road, submitted by AM in the UK, April of 2011. So it's interesting that they said that it reminded them of the movie The Frighteners, because when I was reading this story and picturing it, Vince, do you know what I pictured?
Phantasm.
No. Is that what you pictured?
Kind of, but just a lot taller.
Yeah, because those were like little Ewok things.
No, they were like Jawas from Star Wars,
okay.
Even though the filming of Phantasm actually took place before the filming of Star Wars, but I digress.
Okay, but Ewoks still had hoods on.
No, they did not.
Yes, they did.
Ewoks were hairy. They're Muppets.
Yeah, but there was a scene where they had hoods on too.
Oh, maybe like, little hoodie things. Mm-hmm. Okay, whatever. Mm-hmm. But it's just a bunch of Muppets.
But what I pictured was that scene in Monty Python's The Meaning of Life with Death, where Death comes to claim all the people who ate
salmon moose.
Salmon moose. The salmon moose.
Might I say that I think that was probably my favorite scene in the whole movie.
It is absolutely my favorite scene.
Not because it was not because it was
Find
the
the Fish
funniest.
is pretty exciting. I do like Find the Fish.
So we got the fish and we got the salmon mousse. So anything,
any part of that movie with fish,
anything
guess.
aquatic, you're into. I liked it because it was spooky.
It was super creepy. That's the thing about that is they took that hooded figure, and which I always feel is very, English or British or whatever. And they were true to it. They didn't sure, the scene around it was spoofed, but the character itself, the hooded figure, was terrifying. And he was supposed to be death. He was the Grim Reaper. But in this story, AM said that they thought that this was essentially a Grim Reaper type character coming to take them away. So I never want to see that.
Do you think there's any... What do you think about Grim Reaper stuff?
That's a hard one.
You hear a lot about near-death experiences.
Mm-hmm.
Or at least you have in the last 40 years.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of kids having them. Whenever a child has a near-death experience, it's almost something that you take more seriously or you believe in a little bit more because it's not coming from an adult who may have heard about it in a movie or something, or an old Phil Donahue episode.
Mm-hmm.
Even though kids are like sponges, they could have been listening in the other room.
Yeah.
But anyway.
I don't know.
You don't hear about the hooded death creature being coming for people in these near-death experiences.
Sometimes you do, but not always. So it's not a consistent thing. I don't know. Like I've said in previous episodes, I think I believe in it. In so much as there's a reason that this is a story that has been told for generation upon generation. It comes from somewhere, whether it comes from, Roman or I think it's Greek mythology, the river Styx, and the imagery of the figure that ferries souls across the river into the afterlife or the underworld. I mean, maybe that's where it comes from, but still, I don't know that that's enough, that story exists, that it has worked its way into people's psyches who have near-death experiences or who have seen that character. I think there's so many other Greek mythological figures that don't make their way into our paranormal repertoire, but
well, that's the thing, is that I think that the image of the hooded figure being death coming to claim your soul, whether it's ferried across a river or you're just whisked away, it's a part of the zeitgeist of the times, right?
Yeah.
These days we don't have that. That's not something that is it's not really anything that's on our radar anymore.
I don't think that that's true.
But when people have these near-death I've never heard of anybody having a near-death experience and then they said, well, death came to claim me and he was a hooded creature.
Well, maybe that's because people who see death don't have near-death experiences.
They don't come back, in other words.
Right. He's successful at his job.
So you think that maybe beyond the light at the end of the tunnel, he's standing there waiting with a Skype?
I don't know. I don't pretend to know what happens beyond life. I think there's something going on over there, but I don't think that a single person on this planet knows what it is or, has all of the answers. I think there's probably a lot that we don't know, and I'm not ready to discount any of it because I have no frame of reference. I have no evidence either way. So I'm not saying I wholeheartedly believe all of it, but I cannot say that I wholeheartedly don't believe any of it. There's a lot out there, and there's a reason that people have these light at the end of the tunnel experiences and come back. And there's a reason that, the Grim Reaper, the dark hooded figure, is in our paranormal lexicon. But I don't know what that is. And I don't know why some people have the light at the end of the tunnel. Some people have absolutely nothing. Some people see this guy. Some people see, I don't know, probably a row of dogs doing the can-can. I have no idea.
Hey, if there
Anything
are dogs,
is possible.
If there are dogs, that's how you know it's heaven. When there are dogs there, right? There was a Twilight Zone episode like this. The Twilight Zone episode where there's a guy and his dog.
Yeah.
And they die together.
Mm-hmm.
Because I think the dog had fallen into the water or something had happened to the dog and the guy jumped in after him and they both went. And so after they get out of the water and they're walking around, they kind of come to realize, at least the man comes to realize, hey, I'm not alive anymore, neither of us are.
Mm-hmm.
And he comes to a place and there's a gate there.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a guy telling him, hey, come on in. You're welcome. It's time to move on to the next step, to the next stage. And the guy says, all right, let's go, come on. And the guy stops him and says, wait, there are no dogs allowed. Meanwhile, the dog is like pulling away from this guy. He's like, the dog is suspicious.
You got to go with the dog.
Exactly. And so what does our hero of the story do? He says, if my dog's not welcome here, I'm not going in either.
Yeah.
And he says, come on, let's get out of here.
Yep.
And they continue on down the road and they come to another place where there's a guy standing there, a very nice, smiling guy, very welcoming. And he says, hey, there you are. We've been waiting for you.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy says, hey, I was just, I was at the other gate just now and they turned us away.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy, I guess that would be, I don't know.
At this new gate?
At this new gate, is he St. Peter? Is that what he's supposed to be?
I don't know.
But he's very casually dressed gentleman.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, oh no, that was the bad place.
Uh-oh.
You barely escaped by the skin of your teeth.
Well, at least he didn't have to go through an entire season before he figured out that he was in the bad place.
Ted Danson series references.
Spoilers for The Good Place in case anybody hasn't seen the end of episode or season 1.
And so at the end of this episode, the guy at the gate says, well, you and your dog are both welcome. Aww. Come on in. Now, that was the lesson there was don't go anywhere where they don't allow dogs.
For reals. Yeah. Yep. I'm into it.
Cats?
Cats are, yeah, I'm pretty sure cats get to go to the other place.
The good place or the bad place?
The bad place, I say with a black cat on my lap. Huh, Mr. Moon? Let's see. Do you have something to say about that?
He walks around the house all night.
Screaming at the top
yowling.
Of his lungs.
Sometimes it sounds like he's saying hello.
Oh, yeah, very often. Hello?
But when you put the microphone up to him, he doesn't say a word.
Nothing. Not a peep.
You're ruining it for us, Cat.
So we actually have a couple of correspondence from some of our listeners.
Oh.
We have not read any of them yet because our last episode obviously was a Ouija board special, and so we read all the Ouija board ones. But we have one here from somebody calling themselves the Maritimer, and they say in episode 8, you asked what kind of a ghost would you come back as? And just real quick, I think that this message from the Maritimer is perfectly placed tonight because you and I each read a ghost story with different types of ghosts. You had the banshee, I have the hooded figure. So here's another one. You asked what kind of a ghost would you come back as? I'm going to be a world-traveling ghost, visiting all the places on my bucket list. I'll stay just long enough for people to notice me and then leave for another adventure. Oh, the fun, chaos, and confusion I'll cause. And I love that. I think that that's so much fun. Just you get to see all of the places on your list, scare the hell out of people, and move along. And I think that you could go for hundreds and hundreds of years without ever getting bored of that.
Well, there is the appeal kind of eternal life, which is, kind of reflected back to us in vampire stories.
Mm-hmm.
I think everybody at some point has thought, maybe it would be kind of cool to be a vampire. You know, you live at night, you don't have to work. You don't have to worry about what you're going to eat for dinner because it's already there.
I'm not on Team Vampire.
You're not?
Mm-mm. Do you remember in the movie, not in the TV series, movie What We Do in the Shadows?
Mm-hmm.
You know,
mm-hmm.
My favorite food, I can't eat chips. I mean, you got to remember
Nick.
that. What's your favorite food that you're not going to be able to have?
Pizza.
Exactly. And we saw the pizza pie in What We Do in the Shadows TV series when the Baron ate the pizza pie and then barfed all over the place.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I'm not into the vampire thing. And honestly, I don't want to live forever. But the idea of being a ghost, being able to do your thing, that sounds pretty legit.
But can you eat if you're a ghost? I guess you could
phantom eat. You're not sucking blood exclusively.
True.
So
better to be a ghost than a vampire.
I'm into that more. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think there's fewer rules around your existence as a ghost than there are, as a vampire.
There is always the risk that you could run into the wrong person who's in the mood for an exorcism, and then you get banished to some place where you don't want to go, and then, there you are.
So we have another message here in the lounge from Hugh, and Hugh says, "Hello, having known one of the ghost keepers all my life." Oh, do you know anyone named Hugh?
I can't say that I do.
I don't
But
either.
I'm beginning to think that this might be a nom de plume of someone
I think it
I am
is.
familiar with.
Having known one of the ghost keepers all my life, I have noticed that they seem to be more drawn towards ghostly experiences versus other subjects under the paranormal umbrella. What draws you more towards believing or wanting to believe in apparitions versus other supernatural niches?
Okay, well, if this is a person that I have known all their life,
yes,
they may not have been paying attention because I remember I loaned him a book called The UFO Incident.
Yeah, he doesn't know you as well as he thinks he does, huh? Because I would even say, no. Vince is much more a UFO guy than a ghost guy. I would say you're probably UFO, then ghost, then Bigfoot.
They're definitely my top three.
Mm-hmm.
I used to have a fascination with the Loch Ness Monster when I was a kid.
Me too. I still do.
But not so much anymore.
That's unfortunate.
Because there have been so many attempts to capture that thing on film. There have been like the sonar and all that stuff. There was the incident at Loch Ness with Werner Herzog.
You know that was a fiction movie, right? That wasn't a real documentary.
No, it was real.
It wasn't real.
I'm pretty sure it was real.
It wasn't real, but it was a fabulous movie. And remind me, Vince, and I'll put it in the attic. So castleofspirits.com/attic is where we list all of the books, music, movies, etc. that we recommend. And I'll put a link to Incident at Loch Ness there. So if you've never seen that, you really need to do yourself a favor and see it.
But back to Hugh's question. What was the question again?
Why do you believe in ghosts more than other things?
I don't know that I necessarily do believe in ghosts more than anything else.
Same. They're more exciting to me than anything else, but I think I'm open to all of it.
I have to say that I have seen more convincing evidence of other things, of UFOs and cryptids, than I have of the existence of ghosts. Yet still I have a problem believing in everything wholeheartedly.
Yeah.
And that's because I think at some point in my life, I got knocked in the head and I thought, maybe there's no explanation for anything.
Yeah.
Maybe there is no way to prove anything. Maybe everything is subjective experience. And if I go outside tomorrow and I see something hovering in the sky over the castle and nobody else sees it, was it really there?
Does that invalidate your experience?
Right.
Because nobody else saw it. Right. Yeah.
And I think it's entirely possible to see things that nobody else sees.
Yeah.
But I think it's entirely possible also to see things that aren't there. If we can trigger...
And to not see things that are there.
Right. If we can trigger hallucinations with drugs, then who's to say that we can't trigger hallucinations by accident without drugs?
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good question, though. What about you?
I don't know. I think that there's something darkly romantic about ghosts, and what I wouldn't give to have incontrovertible, an experience that I just absolutely could not put down to a trick of the light. I was tired. It could have been this. It could have been that. What I wouldn't give to have that experience where I'm like, it was straight up a ghost. And I looked that thing in the eye and it looked me in the eye and I caught it on tape or whatever. To be scared out of my skin by a ghost, I would give pretty much anything at this point. To see a UFO, I mean, I wouldn't turn it down, but the idea just isn't as exciting to me.
I think a UFO would be more terrifying.
I don't know.
Because you don't know what they're going to do to you. I mean,
you don't know what a ghost is going to do to you.
Well, what can a ghost do to you? It can't kill you.
We don't really know.
And if it does kill you, you become a ghost too, and there's that.
Right, and then you get your vengeance because now you're on equal playing field with that ghost who just murdered you.
Now we're getting into Patrick Swayze territory here.
It's autumn sunrise. Anyway,
Orlando?
Is that you? Oh, that's my favorite scene in the whole movie. Anyway, so yeah, I'm not gonna turn my nose up at any of the paranormal stuff because, like I said earlier, I don't know what's out there and I can't prove that something is or isn't out there. And until then, I'm not going to say wholeheartedly yes, wholeheartedly no. But I do have wholeheartedly, I want so badly to believe in this thing. I want this thing to be true. Simply because like I said, I love the kind of the dark romance around the idea of ghosts and hauntings. And
therefore, there's your answer. It's because your uncle is romantic.
Thanks, Hugh. We do have a couple of emails too. What? We have emails. Do you want to read them? We have 2 emails.
Yeah.
Oh man, let's see. All right, so we have an email by the Maritimer again, and she says, in episode 4, when you guys were discussing doppelgangers and dimensional stuff / time warps, I thought, what if all those times when you stare off into space and you totally zone out, your spirit is actually off haunting a different location? Ooh, that's a really cool idea. I don't hate that.
No, I love it. It reminds me of, and we kind of alluded to this a few episodes ago. I don't remember when we asked the question, do you really have to even be dead to haunt something?
Yes.
The phenomenon of doppelgangers it's not just somebody who looks like you, who's living their life somewhere else. It's sort of like the evil twin scenario.
Yeah.
About somebody who shows up somewhere and interacts with people who know you, but behaves strangely or does something dastardly in a certain, in a way, and causes problems for you. And then you think that maybe there's some sort of tear in the space-time continuum. That scares me.
She also goes on to say, in episode 5, you were discussing whether immersing yourself into the paranormal opened you up for more experiences. While I don't subscribe to the notion that watching or hearing true paranormal stories can invite those exact happenings into your own home, I've heard a lot of people who say they do believe. Who am I to tell someone what their personal reality should be? Same. That's pretty much what I'm saying. Just because, like you said, Vince, if I see it and no one else does that invalidate the experience? I do, however, believe that being open-minded to the possibility makes you more open in general. I have a problem with that personally, because I've heard that so much. Well, if you're open to the experiences, it's more likely to happen for you. I have been in situations numerous situations throughout my life where I have essentially begged, verbally, out loud, begged for an occurrence. Like I said, I used to do ghost hunting, and I have wanted nothing more than, like I said, to see that ghost and have no doubt. And my actual ghostly experiences that I feel like don't really have an explanation are very few. Very, very few. So...
But you've had some.
I mean, I've had some experiences that I'm like, it was freaky and I can't really explain it, but that doesn't mean there's not an explanation.
Okay, what about the light, the phantom light that you told me about? I think you need to tell that story.
The phantom light.
And meanwhile, Mr. Moon, the
Mr.
cat,
Moon is just walking through the castle screaming because that's what he does. So this is one of my ghost experience, well, quote unquote ghost experiences. And I was ghost hunting with the group that I used to go with in the late 90s, early 2000s. And we were at this cemetery that we used to always go to. It was, I'm just going to kind of give you the broad strokes here. The sun was going down. It wasn't like you couldn't see the sun in the sky anymore, but the sky was still bluish. It was still daylight. And we were a large group. Half of us were on one half of the cemetery. Half of us were on the other half of the cemetery. And the group I was with, we noticed that the group on the other half of the cemetery, they were kind of huddled around something, like they were looking at something interesting was happening. So we went over to them and they said, there's a little light. There's this tiny little light flying around and we're trying to figure out what it is. And I kind of rolled my eyes. I was like, yeah, right.
You talking about like an orb or something?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was picturing. And I was like, yeah, right. There's a little light. I never see anything, so I'm completely skeptical. Well, pretty soon this little light pops up and it's flying around and it is not an orb and it is daylight still, like daylight enough. And it kind of looked like, it wasn't like a firefly. It wasn't faint. It wasn't pulsing. It wasn't greenish yellow. It looked like a little white Christmas light. Like, the little twinkle lights, the white Christmas tree lights. It kind of looked like that. And it would like float around in the air. And it was right here in front of us. I remember at one point I put my hand out, palm up in front of me, and it flew across my palm. So right there in front of my face.
Did you feel anything when it did that?
No, I didn't feel anything. I didn't hear anything.
Could you visually see mass, or is it possible?
It was just light. It was just this little tiny. Imagine seeing like one of those little tiny white Christmas twinkle lights.
Yeah.
Like 2 feet from your face. And you can see that, but you can see the outline of the bulb, right?
Right.
Okay, so all of that, except there was no outline of the bulb. It was just the light. There was no... It was, like I said, it was daylight. If it were a bug, I would have seen the bug that the light was coming off of. But there was nothing. It was just the light.
Okay, could it have been somebody with a laser pointer?
No. No, laser pointer's red, and it is on... it doesn't show up in the air. It shows up on a surface. And this was in the air. We watched it. It would fly around in front of us and kind of loop through the air. And then it would go down to the grass and disappear. And one of the guys who we were with, he would, whenever it would go down into the grass, he'd throw himself down onto the ground, wrap his arms around his head, right? So he's creating this like little containment right there in front of his face. He'd have a flashlight and he was down there like really scrutinizing in the grass where this little light went. And then like 3 feet away from him, pop, it would pop back up and fly around again. And I remember there was a photo that was taken while we were there. It was actually a photo of my butt because the little light was flying past my butt. And yeah, it was not like, I wish I had that photo still. It was not an orb. It was just a little light. They actually had some video footage of it. This has been so many years, and I'm not even in contact with those people anymore who would have that footage. So I wish I could get it. But they said they took it to the university here in town and had the entomologists up there look at it. And they said, well, first of all, up here in northern Utah, there are no self-illuminating insects. And even if there were, this isn't what they look like. They don't have this long, steady glow that's this bright white. It's kind of dull, kind of green. It kind of pulses. And this thing was not like that at all. So,
yeah, I've seen fireflies.
And I've never seen fireflies except on TV. And what I've seen, it was not what we saw that day. Like I said, my hand in front of my face, it flew right over the surface of my hand. It was still daylight enough that if it were a bug, I would have been like, oh, guys, that's a bug. If there were a mosquito, I would have seen a mosquito in this daylight. So if it were a bug big enough to make that size of an illumination, I would have seen the bug.
So then what happened? Did it just go away?
Yeah, we watched it for a while and then we didn't see it anymore. And I guess it was spotted again by the group one time when I wasn't there, but
so what do you think that was? I mean,
I don't know.
A spirit?
Maybe.
And why? I've always wondered this question. Why would a spirit? I know it's the natural place to go to a graveyard to try and communicate with the dead because that's where they're buried. But if you were a spirit, would you necessarily hang out at your grave?
No, but that doesn't mean that there's not a reason for that. You know, it's possible that people are, I mean, because people are people, right? Whether you're a spirit or you're a physical person, you're still a people. And people get confused and people get disoriented. And especially, I think that death is probably a place where there's a big potential for some serious disorientation. You know, if you're potentially like mentally out of it or unaware, or it happens suddenly, you may not have any idea what happened or what to do or of that stuff.
Seriously, that is I think that has to be the most terrifying thing I can think of.
Of course, it's
to think
scary.
That, because, you know, when you're in trouble, you want to think that you can get some help. But if you're dead and you don't know that you're dead, you can't get help and nobody can help you. And so the concept of crossing over in a confused, disoriented state and not realizing what's happening, maybe that could explain all hauntings, or at least a big percentage of them. And
maybe what we're perceiving as a haunting, as a conscious entity hanging around in a cemetery, maybe it's not. It could just be like residual energy wafting off of, no, I guess waft is kind of a gross word to use, but wafting off of the bodies and the grounds, right? Like there's no actual consciousness there, but energy is energy, and energy doesn't just stop or disappear. It has to go somewhere. So it's possible that it's not actually like a spirit, a person who's haunting a cemetery, but just kind of this, dissipating energy from the body that's taking memories with it or whatever. Because, I've had experiences in cemeteries, and I'll talk about them as we go. I don't want to just sit and bore you with all of my cemetery experiences in one episode, but I have other experiences in that exact cemetery, in fact, where you're like, okay, but there could be a person behind that, but that sound never happened in this cemetery.
You're talking about EVP.
Yeah. So some EVPs that we got. And if that sound never happened in that cemetery, and this is based on an actual story that I'll tell at some point. If that sound never happened in that cemetery, then that can't be a person haunting the place saying, oh, I've got to make this sound because it's a sound that I make. It's got to be some kind of an energy dissipating thing, a memory, an experience, something that was, full of emotion or just very charged energy for the person that it's coming off of. Anyway, I don't know if that makes any sense, but...
Well, it makes about as much sense as anything else.
All right. So, Vince.
Jane.
Do you have anything else that you'd like to share with our dear, dear listeners before we head off into the darkness?
I do, in fact.
Ooh.
This actually ties into our last episode.
Oh, yeah?
The previous episode, the Ouija board special.
Mm-hmm.
A headline dated yesterday. School students in Colombia collapse after trying to contact the dead using a Ouija board.
Oh.
11 children in Colombia were found passed out in the school corridor after playing a Ouija board game.
Wow. That escalated very quickly.
The students, aged 13 to 17, were found by teachers at the Agricultural Technical Institute in Hato. 5 of the teenagers were taken to the hospital while the rest were treated at a nearby health center.
Wow.
They were suffering from abdominal pains, muscle spasms, and extreme vomiting.
Wow.
Doctors have said in medical reports that they suffered from food poisoning. Now, you're not supposed to eat the Ouija board, guys.
Salmon mousse.
The rectory of the school is awaiting more details before ruling on the incident. The mayor of the town said that when the kids were found, they were short of breath and thick drool was coming out of their mouths.
Ew.
Gross. It is not ruled out that it was the Ouija board. That is part of the investigation, he said.
I think that a couple of things could be at play there. It's possible that they had, we don't know what they had for lunch. Maybe they all ate the same thing and, got themselves a little case of food poisoning, and it just so happened to be on Ouija board day. And, a little amped up anxiety.
Adolescent hormones.
Yeah. And food poisoning and...
Bad combination.
Right. It really is. It really is.
Well, it's a good thing they weren't playing checkers. Otherwise, then checkers would become
checkers are
demonized.
haunted, man.
But of
Don't
course,
play with checkers. You're inviting evil into your life.
but who plays with checkers anymore anyway?
I like checkers. Don't hate on check. What's the matter?
I'm sorry. I didn't know I was treading on
checkered water.
On checkered. So that brings to a close our news segment of the weird.
It does? The weird? What?
That was pretty weird, I thought.
Is that a new segment? Okay.
No.
No.
Not anymore.
Oh, don't make me feel like that.
I guess it could be.
I don't know that was any weirder than anything else we read.
Oh. Do you hear that music?
What? No, I don't hear anything. Oh, that music.
Okay.
I thought that was your stomach rumbling.
I wanted to introduce this piece of music because several episodes back, I was rummaging through the Castle of Spirits, old boxes in the attic and in the basement and all kinds of crazy things. And
25 years worth of stuff.
And surprisingly, not a lot of cobwebs.
Wow.
Thankfully.
That's unfortunate.
The previous groundskeeper did a very good job of keeping things clean. One of the things I found was a MIDI file of a piece of music that used to play on this website some 20 years ago.
Yeah, we've played that before.
We did, and we weren't able to identify that piece of music. However, I did come across yet another piece of music.
I thought this one sounded different.
This one is called Dollhouse.
Ooh. Dolls are just creepy, in a good way. I do like a creepy doll.
This piece of music is equally creepy in that equally good way. And I thought we'd maybe just play out with this piece because it's pretty as you can tell. It's pretty scary.
It is pretty creepy. And we're actually recording this much later in the evening than we usually do. So I'll be taking this piece of music to bed with me. So thanks in advance for the nightmares, Vince.
You are quite welcome, Jane. And with that, we bring to a close another episode of the Castle of Spirits podcast. Thank you for listening. Please visit the website, castleofspirits.com.
And while you're there, please submit your stories. We all have one. Yes, your story is good enough. Yes, you're a good enough writer. Please go to castleofspirits.com/submit and tell the world your story. And if you have any questions, comments, emotional outbursts about anything we said on today's episode, head to castleofspirits.com/lounge and hit us with your best paranormal shot.
A little bit of Pat Benatar there. And if you like this podcast, tell a friend. If you hate it, tell an enemy.
Tell two enemies.
Hey, whatever works, right? And so in closing, we remind you to
stay scared, my friends. Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, the companion piece to the long-running ghost story website of the same name, where you can find 4,600 and counting true paranormal stories submitted by listeners and readers just like you. This is episode number 12. And in this episode today, Vince, we are going to talk about haunted hospitals.
Oh, yeah.
Heck yeah.
I would say that's one of my favorite subjects, but it's not. I don't really like hospitals.
No, hospitals are horrible, horrible places.
Well, they're wonderful places for people to go to get well. They're just not the kind of place that nobody enjoys having to be at the hospital, except unless you're gainfully employed at a hospital, and good for you. Thank you.
Right.
All that stuff. But when you throw in the potential for haunting that hospitals have, I'm surprised that there aren't more stories about haunted hospitals versus haunted homes.
Oh, I think there are plenty of haunted hospital stories. In fact, Vince, you and I are each going to share one. There's actually a lot. I was surprised. I just went to castleofspirits.com. I just plugging our URL. I just went to the website, and in the handy dandy search feature, I just typed hospital, and there were pages of stories. I was actually surprised. I thought that, maybe 6 or 7 would pop up, but there were a lot. And I think I found a really good one.
I think I found a pretty good one too. And just a little teaser for the later part of the episode, I've got haunted hospital news.
What?
I have haunted hospital news.
I mean, I heard what you said. It was a rhetorical what?
Oh, okay.
Well, now I'm just embarrassed.
What do you want to know?
I don't know.
Anyway, let's get on with the storytelling, shall we? Jane.
Why do you talk in that robotic voice?
Jane.
You know who you sounded like?
Who?
You sound like Howard from Better Call Saul with your robotic delivery.
Well, I can't move as robotically as he. I wish I could, but I digress.
As well you should.
And I have.
All right. So my story that I picked is called...
What's happening? I thought you were building tension or something, and now you look like you're about to sneeze.
No, I have a sneeze.
Oh, okay. We can edit this part out of the show.
Yeah. Okay, so my story is called The Ghost on the Cancer Unit, submitted by Carla in Texas, USA, October of 2015.
Wow. Mm-hmm. One of the more recent stories.
Mm-hmm. And it's a little bit of a longer story, but it's worth it, I promise.
All right.
So Carla says, I was a nurse on the oncology floor at my local hospital on the night shift. And I just want to say that the night shift, this is me, this is not Carla saying this. If you're going to work in a hospital on the night shift, I mean, there better be a ghost, right? What else is the night shift for? I mean, obviously it's for helping patients, but...
Either that or a masked serial killer coming after Laurie Strode. I mean, that could work.
There's a little Halloween 2 action there. Okay, on the night.
But that would be the emergency room area. So anyway, go on.
On the night shift, we had a patient who is in the process of what is termed actively dying. This means that the patient is in the final stages of dying and is not expected to live more than 24 hours. They're typically comatose at this point and heavily sedated for pain. As usual, this man's family was present at his bedside and had been for nearly a full day. The nurse who was in charge of his care was very conscientious, but fairly new on the cancer ward. At one point, she checked his vital signs and general appearance. Noting an improvement in his condition, she suggested that the family go home and rest for a while. They lived several hours away and were exhausted, so they jumped at the chance to shower and rest at home. Unfortunately, it is very typical of oncology patients to rally just a few hours before death, and this nurse wasn't familiar with this fact. The family left, and the patient died about an hour after they had gone. The poor nurse was devastated at her mistake, but dutifully called the family and told them that they needed to return immediately. Of course, it took them another hour to get back. About 5 minutes after his death, the nursing call light lit up in his room. Then the light in the room next door lit up, and so on up the entire hall toward the east. This took about the amount of time that it would have taken someone to walk into each room and pull the light cord. Then the light across the hall to the north came on. Once again, this took just about the amount of time that it would have taken someone to walk across the hall and enter that room to pull on the call light. After that, the lights started coming on back down the entire length of that side of the hall. You guessed it, just about the amount of time it would have taken for someone to walk into each room and pull the chain. Of course, there was a short pause, and then the light across the hall came on. After that, they each came on successively up the rest of that side until the circle was complete, and they came back to where it had all begun, at the dead man's room. Now every nursing call light on the wing was lit, even in the empty rooms.
Whoa.
I mean, that'll make for an eventful evening for...
Just a bit.
I mean, if I worked in a hospital at the night shift, this is the kind of stuff that I would be looking for. We nurses were just about to get up to check on our patients when our resident prankster walked up to the nursing station. Realizing that he hadn't been there when the lights had done their stunt, we all accused him of being the culprit. He adamantly denied it, so we each went to check on our patients, turning off their lights and those in the adjacent rooms that were empty. About 10 minutes later, the lights all came on again. It happened exactly the same way, one at a time in succession until every light on the ward was on. It started in the deceased man's room and circled back there again. This time, our prankster nurse was sitting next to me, so we knew he hadn't done it. Once again, we all went to turn off the lights. The charge nurse called building maintenance, and they sent a technician to check out the light system. Of course, he found no problem with it and left. About 5 minutes after that, the lights did their thing again. By this point, we were all starting to half-jokingly speculate about the deceased man's ghost playing pranks. No one wanted to admit that it might be true, but obviously everyone was thinking it. At last, the family returned. The funeral home was contacted and the body was removed. We all figured the problem would end then. But we were wrong. The lights did their thing once again. This time, after checking my patients and turning out their lights, I went to the dead man's room. The body was gone, but the room had not yet been cleaned and prepared for a new patient. I stood there and talked to him. I told him that I was sorry his family hadn't been present and that the nurse had made the mistake of sending them home. I told him that she regretted her mistake. I also asked him to quit messing with the lights because it was compromising our ability to care for the other patients. I then prayed for peace for his soul and left the room. The lights did not come back on again after that. I can't swear this was a ghost because I never saw, heard, or felt anything strange in the room. I just observed the situation with the lights as it started immediately after his death and stopped immediately after I had talked to his spirit and prayed for his peace. Thank you again to Carla in Texas, USA, in October of 2015 for sending us that story. And Carla, if you're out there still, if you happen to be listening to this, if you happen to have any other stories that, happen in the hospital, night shift or not, we would love to hear some updated stories from you.
Yeah, we would. That was a great story.
Yeah.
It was really eerie.
Yeah, it really was. And I mean, it's horribly sad too.
Yeah.
Very, very sad.
Well, I've found that, sometimes the scariest stories to me are ones that are actually also sad.
Mm-hmm.
Like this setting, there was some ambiance about it that reminded me a little bit of the Martin Scorsese movie Bringing Out the Dead with Nicolas Cage.
Mm-hmm.
And that movie had some pretty subtle yet creepy things.
Yeah. It's a really, really good movie. Was it 1999?
Something like that. It's one of Martin Scorsese's few non-gangster movies, but it's also one of his real hidden gems.
Yeah.
Little known gems.
Yeah, it really is. And a really great performance by Nicolas Cage, I thought. And I'm not a huge Nick Cage fan. He has movies that I really like. I don't dislike the guy, but especially in the 2000s, if he's in it, you kind of go, do I want to see that? But yeah.
The whole theory about whether or not, you can tell whether or not a Nicolas Cage movie is going to be good or bad based on the size or the length of his hairpiece.
And he's got short, thinning looking hair in this one. So
he looks natural in Bringing Out the Dead.
I don't know about natural, but more natural. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. As natural as a Nicolas Cage can get.
Yeah. But anyway, we'll put Bringing Out the Dead in the attic at castleofspirits.com/attic. So if you haven't seen that before, you should definitely check that out. So, Vince.
Yes, Jane.
Do you have a story that you'd like to read to find folks today? You do.
My story is simply called Haunted Hospital #1, because there are a couple of different ones. Mm-hmm. This was written and submitted by Punsala from Sri Lanka.
Ooh.
In November of 2006.
Heck yeah.
This happened to my aunt a few years ago when she was expecting my twin cousins to be born. She was in the hospital, and this incident occurred on December 24th. My aunt went to sleep at around 11 at night, but she was awakened by a presence in the room. It was a young lady in a white dress, and my aunt thought that this was a nurse. She felt the lady taking the bedsheet and leaving. My aunt didn't think anything strange, but patiently waited in the dark hospital room until the nurse returned with a fresh sheet. Minutes passed, but she didn't return. My aunt began to feel cold, and finally, she rang the bell at her side to ask for assistance. Another nurse came, and my aunt explained to her that a nurse had come and taken her bedsheet, but hadn't yet returned it, and she was feeling cold. The nurse looked alarmed, and she said, "Please come with me. We'll change your room at once."
Ooh, wait a minute. The nurse who came when she pushed the button got freaked out and said, "We're going to change your room"?
Yeah.
Ooh.
All at once, the hospital staff arrived and assigned her to a separate room. All of them were talking in upset voices and comforting my aunt.
Ooh.
She wondered why they'd made such a big fuss, but thankfully she didn't get frightened. The following day, they found the same sheet hanging on the fence that surrounded the hospital.
What?
Although the hospital didn't tell us the details, the way that they acted, disturbed and nervous, and why they had changed my aunt's room tells us that they knew that the mysterious lady who had taken the bedsheet was not really human, but a ghost. Later, we heard rumors that similar incidents occur in the same hospital room on the same day of every year. That was December 24th.
Yeah.
Apparently, a patient had died in that room, a lady, and since then, every year, on the same day she died, she is seen haunting the room, dressed in the same white dress that she wore on the day she died.
Stealing bed sheets.
Apparently so. The hospital staff is well aware of this, but they don't convey this information to the public or to the patients, as it would cause anxiety and worry, obviously.
They should stop putting people in that room on that day.
Agreed. And again, thank you to Punsala from Sri Lanka back in 2006 for submitting that story, Haunted Hospital. Now, I don't think that Punsala's aunt was lying.
No.
But, so this happens every 24th of December in the hospital in that room, right?
Apparently.
But maybe it doesn't happen in that room. I was going to say.
Oh, maybe.
Maybe it happens in random rooms and they get freaked out and say, okay, this is the room she picked this year. Let's go. Because you'd think they have a team of nurses and you think at least one of them would say, oh, I'm really into finding out exactly what's going on here. And, kind of camp out in that room maybe. So it must be that it happens in different rooms.
Maybe.
Or elsewhere throughout the hospital. But why the woman would be changing sheets?
Well, maybe she's a prankster. Maybe it's something different every time. It doesn't have to always be a sheet.
That's true.
That's just what she did that time, maybe.
So, hey, if you're still out there, Mansala, hit us up and let us know if you heard any more about this. This is 16 years ago now. Maybe there's more stories to tell.
I sure hope so.
And just get in touch with us through the website, castleofspirits.com. And, I got some questions for you and your aunt. I tried to say aunt because I always say aunt. And I think it's weird.
Why?
I'm the only person I know who says aunt instead of aunt.
I say aunt.
You say aunt.
No, I don't.
And it sounded weird saying aunt, so I say aunt. Now, I've just now decided I'm not saying aunt ever again.
I'm pretty sure I say aunt.
Anyway, none of this is getting on the show.
I hope not. So, Vince, what do you think? Why do you think hospitals have a reputation for being haunted? What, a similar thing to the question that you asked last week about cemeteries, why would the person want to be hanging around the hospital? Or do you think that it's much more transient there? Like, it's not necessarily that somebody haunts a hospital on the reg. It's, that there's so much passing through a hospital, so many different people and patients and emotions and occurrences that there's just constantly energy passing through, causing some kind of disturbances that we feel.
Yeah, I think that there's
I guess I just answered my own question.
Yeah, you did. I was going to say, what are you asking me for? Apparently, you know the answer. But no, I agree with you there. There's a lot of high anxiety that happens in hospitals. A lot of trauma. People get well at hospitals, but they're also sometimes never the same after being at the hospital.
Right.
And of the people who pass away in a hospital, I think that maybe that the place represents them being torn away from a life that they weren't done living yet.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like Because on the flip side of that, you have people who are being, cared for and being brought back from the brink of death, or people who are being born and entering life for the first time. And so maybe it's just that at hospitals, the veil is just very thin. It's just a place where, the separation between our world and another world is, there's a lot of overlap going on there.
And that could also be because the emotions that are experienced in a hospital are very extreme. I would imagine that in the maternity ward, there's lots of like really positive energy and people really being like ecstatic, and like 2 floors below, there are people who are dying and people who are mourning.
Yeah, but I think that it's not so black and white like that. I mean, there's feelings of devastation and mourning in the maternity ward too, because not all babies are born healthy or, get to go home. And just like in the oncology ward, there's people who hit remission and are cured, and there's that elation there as well. So, yeah,
I do think that maybe
wild swings of emotion and mood. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that causes poltergeists when you're talking about it being inside of an individual, like an adolescent girl. That's what parapsychologists typically blame poltergeist activity on.
Yeah. See, women, we are powerful.
Oh, you're so much more powerful than any of us know. But maybe a hospital is kind of like a body. It's a body that is inhabited by many different individuals, and they bring this sort of cacophony, this crazy mix of emotions. And then there's also the people who are not even in the hospital who are thinking about somebody in the hospital.
Yeah, exactly.
Worrying about them, praying for them, all that kind of stuff. And so the hospital itself is kind of in the crosshairs of all this humanity.
Yeah.
And so you would think that, like I said, if anywhere in the world is going to be haunted, it's going to be a hospital, not a cemetery so much. And maybe that explains it right there. I've heard stories even of hospitals not being haunted, but being portals to the past. There was this awesome story that a caller told on an old Art Bell show where they went into a hospital, they got on the elevator, they pushed the button for the 3rd floor, and then when they got out, they were in a different era. People were dressed differently.
Ooh, some time slip action.
They got some time slip action in the hospital. And then they, thankfully, they realized, or they got freaked out, or they realized what was going on. And they turned tail and went back in the elevator and said, oh, let's just go back down to the lobby.
Right.
And then it was over.
I would love to experience a time slip.
I rather like hearing about them. I don't really want to experience something like that because, I mean, if you're ready to go, you're like, let's split. Let's live in another time. I'm ready to go. I've cut all my ties. I paid all my bills.
Well, we're talking about a time slip. We're not talking about
But you could get stuck.
Time uprooting and moving away.
But if you get yourself into a time slip and you don't turn around and jump back in the elevator and go, oh God, I mean, how do we know that some of these unsolved and mysterious disappearances aren't people falling out of time?
Yeah, it's true.
We know that there are lots and lots of records of people who mysteriously vanished. But we don't have a lot of records about people who mysteriously appeared. We have some. And even those usually can be explained away. But maybe if somebody appears somewhere, if they appear in 14th century France.
Yeah.
They wouldn't last long.
No, probably not.
I certainly wouldn't.
No. But I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, oh, look, everything looks different for a sec. Oh, no, it's back to normal now.
Yeah.
That's a time slip.
Okay, so I was talking more like a time fall.
No.
Time fall and break your ankle.
You're talking about like a time crash and burn.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah, I think that a hospital is definitely a place where something like that could happen. You said it perfectly. It's this crosshairs of humanity. To put it into perspective, if you think about a grocery store, mostly just because we were at the grocery store today, there's a lot of people in the grocery store, and a lot of people come and go from the grocery store every single day. But certainly some, but very few of them, I imagine, are having extreme emotions one way or the other while they're at the grocery store.
I don't know, man. When I go down the chip aisle,
when they have my chips, or when they don't have my chips, then
right. Yeah, no, that hospital is like, it's almost like a pressure cooker.
Yeah.
Of thoughts and feelings and energy. Yeah. And then there's another
moving toward death, moving toward life.
Right.
All of those things, yeah.
And that's what it's all about. That's like the biggest thing in the world to everybody is their own existence or the existence of their loved ones. Mm-hmm. And then another thing I just thought of right now is there's a lot of equipment in hospitals. There's a lot of electronic equipment. Oh,
yeah. There's going to be like lots of EMF stuff going on.
Right. And you've got MRIs, MRI machines.
I do love a good MRI. I know. I'm weird. But anyway.
Well, if you have to have an MRI, it's good that you enjoy having one. I would just rather not have to have one.
They're pretty fun.
Yeah. But those machines are very powerful. I remember I went with you and, everybody knows this, but I didn't know it at the time. They warn you about bringing in anything, any kind of...
Yeah.
You can't wear any jewelry when you go in there. Otherwise, you'll get stuck to the wall.
That's what they say.
But even the people who come with you, they say, you don't bring in anything metal. Does your jacket have any zippers, that kind of thing?
No, not to go into the lobby.
No, but into the back room.
Yeah.
Back waiting room. And I was like, should I be here? I mean, maybe I should go out and be better yet the parking lot.
Yeah.
But yeah.
There's cars in the parking lot getting sucked up against the building.
Exactly.
Oh, that's where they do the MRIs, obviously.
So I think I have a theory, and completely unfounded theory, that hospitals are these vortices.
Vortices.
Vortices? Vorticipodes. Where
Vorti.
All this crazy stuff happens. Vorti, that sounds better. Where all these paranormal things can happen. And it's because of the emotion and also because of the electromagnetic and other stuff kind of energy.
Yeah, it's got to amplify things somehow, or at least gives energy, is like ambient energy that's easy to grab onto from, that ghosts are able to kind of latch onto and use that energy.
Yeah. I mean, that's a good point.
Before.
I was thinking about the poor guy that died in your story.
Uh-huh.
I kind of would like to think that he wasn't angry that his family didn't get back in time to, say goodbye to him or be there when he passed away. But I also wonder, well, why didn't he go with the family when they left?
Well, maybe that's not possible. I mean, it's easy for us to say, well, why didn't the ghost just fly on over there? But we don't even know if that's possible.
Mean, it's like the guy is stuck there, but maybe there's something about the EMT fields or the
EMF fields.
EMT. There are EMTs.
We're sticking around for the EMTs.
Well, some of them are very attractive people.
They're
all
point.
Young. Most of them are young, vibrant, healthy. They need to be able to pick somebody up, so they're strong. So they're fine specimens, I would say, I guess.
Yeah, and everyone loves a uniform.
You'd think, although I did some security work.
I bet you looked hot in that little security guard uniform.
I looked terrible. Nobody looked at me and said, "Boy, you look hot." I only kept that job for 2 days, thankfully.
It's because you didn't look hot in your uniform?
And I didn't get to carry a gun or a baton or mace, just a walkie-talkie my job was to look out for suspicious activity, pick up the walkie-talkie and scream for help, and somebody else would call the police.
You didn't even get to call the police? Like,
no,
that wasn't even part of your job? Call the police?
I mean, I guess if I was doing it, if I had stayed there long enough, they would have given me my own post or something. I don't know. But that didn't sound too exciting to me. Plus, they made me cut my hair, and I resented it. I digress.
As well you should.
Now you may be wondering why it was that I thought that talking about haunted hospitals or hauntings in hospitals would be a good idea for today's show.
I mean, aside from the obvious that it's creepy as hell. Yeah.
Right. But I also came across a very interesting story.
I do like very interesting stories. And I know that our friends at home or wherever you are when you're listening to this right now. Hey, if you're listening to this and you're actually in a hospital, just shoot us a message and let us know. You can do that at castleofspirits.com/lounge. Let us know why you're listening to our podcast in the hospital and if that hospital has any goings-on going on.
And we hope you feel better.
Yes. I mean, if they're working there.
Oh,
they probably feel
we still
okay.
hope they feel better. But
yeah.
But you know what? If you work in a hospital, we appreciate you.
Yeah.
The real heroes right there. Anyway, so I came across this story online about something that happened in a hospital in Argentina.
Okay.
And it comes with a video that you can see on YouTube.
I do like a video.
And we will share that in the show notes. So go to the show notes. We'll have a link to the video on YouTube. In the video, you can see the moment that a hospital security guard said he greeted a visitor that he later learned was the ghost of a patient who had died that night.
What?
This incident occurred at the Finocchieto Sanatorium in the city of Buenos Aires. At around 3 a.m, the guard says he was at the front desk when an elderly woman came through the automatic doors and said she had left something behind in her room.
Yeah, her body.
Shut up.
Sorry.
So he gets up, he takes down her information, and he directs her into the building for her to go get her stuff. When she didn't return a few hours later, he called the floor that she was headed to, and they told him that no such woman had come to the floor that night, which piqued his curiosity. He was thinking, well, what's going on? He went back to his paperwork, and he told them the name of the woman and that she was headed to room 915 where she had stayed. And the people on the other end of the phone told him, yeah, no, that lady passed away this evening. And there's video.
Okay.
Of course, now in the video, okay, I'll just let you see it.
Okay. Yeah, please do. Okay. So a security guard sitting at the counter, the door's open, nobody's coming in. Nobody came through the doors.
But the door's opened.
He just opened the rope.
He's interacting with somebody who is not there.
He is straight up talking to someone and like checking them into the hospital. There's no... Yeah, he's like gesturing and pointing, telling somebody where to go. There's... What the hell? And then he walks off in that direction. He's like offering a wheelchair.
So I was going to say, does it look to you like he offers them a wheelchair?
Yeah, he was totally offering someone a wheelchair who clearly said no because he put it away and now he's going back to his... Weird. So when you said that there was video, I thought, oh, it's just going to be a video of a guy talking to an old woman and then, you know, we're just going to believe that that was this old woman who died. But there is nobody there. But that door clearly opened and then closed. And he doesn't seem like he's acting. Because if you're acting, I think that you make your motions much more obvious. And, you know, look at me talking to somebody who isn't there with grand hand gestures. And, you know, I'm going to pretend to shake this person's hand who's obviously not there. You're going to amp it up a little bit. But
actors sometimes have to be taught how to walk and how to stand. You know, don't stand with your hands in your pockets, just hang them at your sides. And that's the hardest thing to do. This guy looks very, very natural.
He was straight up like, yeah, because he like pointed down the hall. Okay, like you go this way after he did the check, the clipboard check-in thing. And then he went back to his desk and he put his clipboard down and he looked like he was going to sit down. But then he turned around and looked like he was talking to someone, went over and got a wheelchair and looked like they were saying, oh, do you need a wheelchair? No. Okay. Yep. Down there. Okay. Bye. And just walked back to his desk.
Yeah, that was one of the weirdest things I've seen.
That's creepy.
Anyway, again, it's a video on YouTube.
If you're listening to this episode on YouTube, there's a link in the video description below.
That's right. The video is called El Fantasma del Sanatorio Pinocchio. Yes, I said that wrong. And while you're at YouTube, why don't you go check out our Castle of Spirits YouTube channel?
Right. Where you can listen to these podcast episodes and see them with some creepy, cool, I think they're creepy, cool backgrounds that just kind of give some ambiance. You can kind of watch it and it can be a little hypnotizing if you want to, or you can completely ignore it. But yeah, I try not to put backgrounds on there that are too attention grabbing and distracting, but that are calming and spooky and interesting if you do want to watch it.
And so if you do find us on YouTube, like and subscribe.
Like and subscribe.
Or if you're listening to this, be sure to subscribe to this podcast.
Yeah, and the obligatory, please subscribe and give us a rating on iTunes.
Yeah, if you can, give us a review on Apple Podcasts.
Yeah.
Because apparently
that's how podcasts make it.
That is worth gold.
Yeah.
And we've got some really cool reviews there. As a matter of fact,
are you going to read a review?
I am.
Well, while you get your review to read, I'm going to get something that I'm going to read.
Awesome. So, Behemoth39 left us a 5-star review.
Heck yeah.
Titled, Love It. Loved listening to the creepy stories. I can't wait to see what you both do with the podcast, as I'm sure it's going to be amazingly spooky if Vince can ever learn how to pronounce words. Oh, that part, I added that part on.
Well, they could have added that part. It would have been appropriate.
I would have appreciated that. And another one here, NS Exile said, spooky greatness.
Heck yeah.
The new COS podcast is awesome. Vince and Jane have a wonderful rapport that makes you feel like you're sitting there with friends having a fireside conversation about the paranormal.
Oh, I love it.
They then throw in some ghost stories, which are expertly read.
Thank you.
That was very nice of you. A little bit too kind.
How generous.
With perfect delivery. Maybe Jane's. I'm loving each episode and I can't wait to hear more. Well, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to hear more because you're going to hear this one.
That's right.
So,
and we have an email that I was just excited to get. So I wanted to read this email that we received. So Brady emailed and said, here I was sitting at the computer and a random thought came across my mind. I used to read horror stories all the time. What was that site? Oh yeah, Castle of Spirits. Now here I am thinking, no way that's still a site. And to my nostalgic delight, here it is. I just wanted to say thank you for memories I had as a kid surfing this site and for still being here. Brady, thank you for your email. That really made my day when we got that. Thank you for, hanging out on the site and for checking back in. And I hope that you will still join us from time to time. Do a little more surfing with some new, read some new stories.
And of course, we can't take credit for that, for what you were. We can only take credit for taking over the website recently.
Yeah. We were surfing the site with you back then, Brady.
Right. The site was founded in 1997 by Rowena Gilbert from Australia. Mm-hmm. She sadly passed away, and the site was handed over to Don Wilmshurst, who actually ran the site longer than Rowena ever ran it.
Yeah.
Ever had an opportunity to run it.
Now here we are, and we're fixing to break Don's record. He had it for 14 years, so we only have 14 years left to go before we break his record. Oh, we do have a new message in the lounge. Hopefully somebody can help Yvette out here. I am not positive what the answer to her question is, but Yvette says, hello, I've been a big fan since 1998. Ooh, she goes way back. She's like an OG fan. When I was a college student, my how time flies, for reals. My two favorite stories that creep me out to this day are The Voice in the Attic and The Matron of the York Hostel.
I love both those stories.
Mm-hmm. But there are so many others that have scared me over the years. Anyway, I think I'm going crazy, but I need to know if I read this here or not. A couple of years ago, there was a story making rounds on the internet and YouTube. It's called The Smiling Man. I swear I have read a story very similar to it or the exact story here on COS. In the one that I read, the storyteller says they were out walking at night and saw a man wearing a top hat dancing in a strange square pattern over and over by a streetlight. After this, I can't remember much. But then fast forward to a few years ago and the Smiling Man becomes popular, and I was thinking, I've heard or read this before. Please, can you clarify if this story is on the website? Love from Texas. Yvette, thank you for that email. I did a quick search in the archive and I didn't find it. I mean, if you just search smiling, a lot comes up. I searched a few of the other keywords that she said and I didn't find anything, at least not with a title that made it obvious that it was the story she was talking about. But so if anyone is familiar with this, I know that there is a creepypasta out there called The Smiling Man, but as to whether or not there's one on the COS website, I'm not positive. What about you, Vince?
Well, I was going to say, is it possible it's listed under the spookiest stories or the classics?
I don't think so.
Well, maybe one of our dutiful listeners can help us out, and maybe we'll be able to find that.
You guys feel free to, submit to us anything that you think we might find interesting or questions, or just pop in and say hi, or whatever you want to do.
Or pop in and say boo.
Or boo.
That works too.
We are here for all of it, friends.
Just make sure I'm not drinking something. I may choke.
I guess that's my job. Make sure you're not drinking something before.
Yeah, Jane has this propensity for coming up and spooking me.
Well, you're just so easily spooked.
Well, that's how I'm predispositioned apparently. Mm-hmm. Fortunately, we are ones who enjoy and appreciate the fright.
You don't seem to enjoy it too much when I scare you, intentionally or otherwise.
I prefer it when I see it coming. That's my favorite kind of spook.
How do you get scared when you see it coming? Oh, you know what? We need to tell people.
I got pretty spooked at Barbarian. We watched the other night.
We did. We just watched that new film, Barbarian, and I don't want to give anything away. Nothing. Just go watch it.
Don't watch the trailer.
Don't read anything about it. Don't look and see who's in it. Just watch Barbarian, and then hit us up in the lounge and let us know what you thought of it.
Yeah, it's one of the first movies in a very long time. In fact, one of the first movies that I can ever remember actually literally and quite loudly screaming.
Yeah, you did.
Was it a scream or more like a yell?
It wasn't a scream, but
it was like a yell of surprise.
You verbalized your surprise.
There might as well have been
and your
Black
verbalization
Widow on my lap.
Yeah. Your verbalization of your surprise startled me just as much as what was happening on the screen.
The last time I remember being that spooked in a movie was when we watched the Mothman Prophecies. Mm-hmm. And that was at least 12 or 13 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was freaking me out so bad that I stopped the movie, got up, turned off the lights, and said, okay, let's start it, let's rewind it a little bit, because I was getting so creeped out and I loved that feeling.
Yeah.
So yeah, go see Barbarian, go see Mothman Prophecies.
Yeah. So I don't think I have anything else for the good fine folks today. What about you?
I am always at a loss for what to say at this juncture. However, I do want to implore everybody to stay scared. I don't know.
Well, you sounded scared.
Did I?
Yeah.
I've been taking acting lessons.
Have you?
I have. There's a YouTube channel. I mean, they just basically show you. There's not actually a YouTube channel that I'm watching to take acting lessons. I'm just watching.
You're just
clips.
watching movies.
Yeah, I'm just watching really dramatic clips of movies and trying to recreate them.
Oh.
I'm doing the whole. I already graduated past the whole. Are you talking to me? That sort of thing. And
I don't think it's working.
No. Well, the next one I'm going to try is Stella. Hey, Stella.
Please don't. Anyway, stay scared, friends.
Do it.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, the companion piece to the long-running true paranormal story website of the same name. This is episode number Lucky 13.
My favorite number.
It's a great number. You're not afraid.
No, actually, I think there was a time in my life when I was superstitious about that.
Mm-hmm.
But lately, if I have to pick a random number, I generally pick 13.
Yeah, it's a good number.
Things have worked out so far.
Yeah, I like it. Oh, by the way, I am the ghost keeper, Jane.
Oh, hi, Jane. Oh, I'm the ghost keeper, Vince.
That's right.
Nice to make your acquaintance.
You're also apparently currently playing the black cat keeper.
The cat tamer.
Yeah.
Because we got a black cat here who will not shut up, and he wants to become an internet star.
He's being very loud today.
Yeah, so we have to keep him appeased. We're all out of catnip.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Somebody send reinforcements.
So, Vince.
Jane.
I thought that today we would do something a little bit different on the episode.
Okay.
We got a submission through the lounge, which is castleofspirits.com/lounge, where you can send us any interesting little tidbit you'd like to share with us that we might potentially read on the podcast. This is not for you to submit stories through. Please do that through the Submit Your Story tab on the website. This is for you to comment on things that we talked about on the podcast. Send us links or information that you think we would find interesting. So anyway, Yvette shared, she sent a question in through the lounge, and I thought that we would start with that.
Cool.
So Yvette says, hello, I've been a big fan since 1998. So she is an OG.
She's more of an OG than we are.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been around Castle of Spirits as big fans since around 2000.
About 2000, I think. Yeah.
So, yeah.
When I was a college student, my, how time flies. For reals, Yvette, it flies. My two favorite stories that creep me out to this day are The Voice in the Attic and The Matron of the York Hostel.
I love both those stories.
But especially A Voice in the Attic.
The other one's pretty good too.
Yeah. But there's so many others that have scared me over the years. Anyway, I think I'm going crazy, but I need to know if I read this here or not. A couple of years ago, there was a story making the rounds on the internet and YouTube. It's called The Smiling Man. I swear I've read a story very similar to it or the exact same story here on COS. In the one I read, the storyteller says they were out walking at night and saw a man wearing a top hat dancing in a strange square pattern over and over by a streetlight. After this, I can't remember much, but then fast forward to a few years ago and the Smiling Man becomes popular, and I was thinking, I've heard this or read this before. Please, can you clarify if this story is on your website? Love from Texas. Yvette, thank you so much for sending that awesome question through the lounge. So Vince and I did some little digging in the library archives, didn't we, Vince?
Yes, indeed we did. I pulled up some floorboards before I realized that all I had to do was go to the search feature on the website and punch in a couple of keywords to see to find what I was looking for.
And did you in fact find that story?
I did. Lo and behold, there it was.
The Top Hat Man, submitted by Wes in Saskatchewan, Canada, in July of 2006.
Yeah, Yvette, check it out. This is the story. It's on the website still, so.
It is. And there is a link to this story and all other stories that we discuss in this episode in the show notes. And if you're on YouTube, it's in the video description. I am not a religious person in any way, so it makes it hard for me to believe in ghosts. In spite of this, things have happened to me while I was growing up that I cannot explain. My first experience occurred when I was 11 or 12 at my grandparents' home in Moose Jaw, Sask. Moose Jaw. That's a great name for a town. I kind of love it. My grandfather and I were the only ones home at this time. He was reading and I was doing a word search in the kitchen. I don't know how long we were sitting there, but I remember hearing the phone off the hook in the hallway. Sure enough, when I got up to look, it was, and I replaced the receiver and went back to my word search. About 10 minutes later, I could hear the phone again. I was very weirded out by this. First of all, I was sure we were the only ones home, and second, although I could not see the phone on the wall, I could see clear down the hall, and I surely would have noticed someone in it. I can remember getting up and my grandpa telling me not to bother, that it happened all the time. I asked him what he meant, and he told me the story of the ghost in their house. Things are about to get real. He told me that every so often the faucet would turn on by itself, or the phone would go off the hook continuously, or things would be moved, or the TV or radio would turn on by themselves. All sorts of strange things would happen for no reason at all, and everyone in the family, 8 kids including my mom, had experienced these things. About 2 years after this, I was at my home near Lloydminster, Sask. I was home alone and cutting my lawn. During one of my rounds around the backyard, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a man. It was quick, but I swear I saw a man in a black suit and top hat standing by my dog Max, who was watching me, and staring at me. I looked over at him and saw it fade behind my dog. I never told anyone this at the time. I don't know why I didn't. I guess I was scared or ashamed of what people might think or say. About 2 months after this, it was nearing the end of my summer vacation, and I was again home alone. I was walking down the hallway towards my room. At the end of the hallway was a mirror that reflected the living room at the other end of the hall. As I neared my room at the end of the hallway, I saw him in the mirror. Standing in the living room and staring right back at me was the man in the top hat. Same black suit and all. It felt like I stared at him for a few seconds, but it was probably not more than a quick glance. When I turned towards the living room, he was gone. The weird thing was that I wasn't scared. The man both times wasn't threatening at all. In fact, he seemed to be smiling kindly. My mother was my biggest confidant in those days, and at this time I decided that I would tell her what I saw. I also told her about the first time I saw him standing behind Max. My mom started laughing when I told her about the top hat man. I thought she was laughing at me until she told me a story about her childhood. It turns out that when she was a little girl, her sister and her shared a room upstairs in my grandparents' house. She said that about once a week or so, a shadow would go by their wall. It was the shadow of the profile of a man, she said, walking by with a big comical smile and wearing a top hat. She said that my grandpa had tried to tell them that it was just the shadow of someone walking by on the street, but it couldn't have been. The street lamps were about 20 feet high and would cast a shadow down, not up, 2 stories, and end up as an undistorted shadow on the wall. My mother and I still talk about these things every once in a while. She thinks that the top hat man somehow followed her to her new home. I don't know what to think. Like I said, I'm not religious at all, and I don't really believe in ghosts, but I know what I saw, and I do believe that I saw the top hat man. These events happened between 1996 and 1999. So thank you again to Wes in Saskatchewan, Canada, for submitting that in July of 2006.
Okay, so now that I've heard you read that story, it seems like it fits the bill
Minus the dancing, of course.
So I'm thinking that it either might be possible that Yvette is remembering a story on this website, remembering that story that you just read.
And confusing it with the creepypasta that is out there.
Right, right. And I did just a little bit of research on the creepypasta, in which the person telling the story talks about seeing the silhouette of a man dancing. It was a strange dance similar to a waltz. But he finished each box with an odd
square,
forward stride. I guess you could say that he was dance walking and headed straight for me. This is from creepypastafandom.com, and we're going to put a link in the show notes to this, because you've got to check out this terrifying illustration.
Oh, let me see.
A likeness of the smiling man.
I'm picturing the Babadook. It's a little bit like Babadook meets the Joker.
Another thing that I discovered, though, while I was at this, was a separate entry on the same website with the same image, providing the aliases: the smiling man, the dancing man, the grinning man, and his full name, Indrid Cold.
Oh, no way. We just hit upon one of my favorite topics.
Indrid Cold, as originally described by John Keel in the Mothman prophecies.
But let me just tell you that if you were only familiar with Indrid Cold from Keel's Mothman prophecies, you are missing out on so much fun. So should I give a quick rundown of the Indrid Cold story that I remember off the top of my head, or should we do an Indrid Cold episode maybe next?
We're going to have to do an Indrid Cold episode soon. I
kind of think so.
But just to, edify, I'm sure that most of the people listening to this have heard of Indrid Cold, but it's a human-like cryptid, which originates as a modern urban legend on the internet. Many have speculated that Indrid Cold might have been related to the infamous Mothman.
Oh, Indrid Cold gives me chills. And it's not just because his name is Cold. Oh,
that was pretty good.
Maybe you can actually find a rim shot to edit in there after I make that joke.
Not going to happen. And then also on the same website, I found a write-up about the Hat Man, the urban legend of the Hat Man. It's a phenomenon where witnesses say that they see a shadowy entity dressed in a top hat, and on others he has like a fedora on, and he behaves in a ghost-like manner. Almost always seen just standing there. It can kind of come and go. It can fade in and fade out. Some people report like bumping into it, which
interesting.
Does
physical contact.
Nothing. Right, physical contact. But the main differentiating point where it's no longer like that of a ghost is that it's really more of a shadow man.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Sounds like a shadow person. So it's interesting that we're talking about this now, because I happened to, this morning as I was scrolling through Facebook, there's a Facebook page that I follow, or it's a Facebook group that I'm in, called "This is Certainly a Cryptid of Some Kind." They share like memes and, funny things and stuff. But today there was one about this phenomenon where children see what is called a run-along. One word, just all run together, run-alongs. And when I saw this post, I realized that when I was a kid, I also had a run-along. I did this same thing, and I haven't thought about it since I was a child. So the phenomena of the run-along, it's actually a psychology thing. It's basically kids in a car, riding in a car, will a lot of times, not everybody did this, but a lot of times they will imagine or even see out of the corner of their eye somebody who is kind of off in the distance a little bit, running and keeping up with the car as you go. And they're like jumping over things and dodging around things. And it's not like you're being chased. It's almost like a game, like watching this person who's running alongside your car. And when you stop, like at a light, the guy stops too and he waits. And when you start going, he starts going too.
Okay, so that kind of, at first I thought you were talking about, that reminded me a lot about the Tatamona of Guam and the story that I told in, like, I think the first episode.
Yeah, that's a little bit different. Yeah, that's creepy. This is more of like a childhood, almost like an imaginary friend type thing.
But now, see, I remember, now that you mentioned that, I remember doing that.
You had a run along too.
But I didn't see anything.
Right, it was in your imagination.
What I would do was I would stare out the window, at the driver's side, or stare out the passenger side window, and I would imagine myself, I think at the time I wanted a dirt bike. Yeah. So I imagined myself riding along.
Yeah.
And like making jumps and doing all kinds of stunty type things on my dirt bike.
It counts as a run along. And I don't really remember what mine was. I think it was just like, not really like a physically formed being in my head. It was so much as like just saying, okay, I that would be cool if I saw a person, a guy out there, whatever, running along the side of the car, like off the side of the road and keeping up and jumping over things and just, having a good time. But it was interesting in this post in this Facebook group, people were saying things like, I thought I was the only one who did that. Some people were saying, I've never even heard of this before. I think you're crazy. And people were describing what they used to see. Some people said, actually, I saw several people who said that theirs was Mario. They would have Mario following them. Some people said that they had a wolf or a shadow man, or it was them that they pictured, kind of like you, that they pictured themselves doing it. But it did kind of remind me of the image that they showed. It was like, it looked like a shadow man in like a top hat, like a bowler hat of some kind. And I will see if I can find that image and we'll post it on Instagram and in our YouTube community and Facebook and all of that for you guys to see this image of the run along. Yeah, I hadn't thought of that I probably haven't done that since I was like 10 years old. So anyway.
So Yvette, see what you started with your email?
You did, Yvette. That was great. Guys, look at this. You can steer our ship. That sounds vaguely dirty, but you can submit something through the lounge and we'll be off and running with your topic. So in the words of Mike Myers in So I Married an Axe Murderer, when he's massaging the side of beef, you guide me. More like us. You guide us.
Wow.
So, Vince, do you have a story that you can elbow into this conversation?
It's only called The Top Hat Man.
Oh, what?
Oh, wait, that's the one you read. Forget it. No. It's only called Top Hat, and it was submitted in January 2000 by Anonymous in New York. So check it out. It goes like this. This is the true story that happened to one of my husband's neighbors when he was a teenager. They lived at the top of a hill in a small town in Westchester. At the bottom of the hill is a graveyard. My husband's neighbor's parents were gone for the weekend, so she decided to go out partying. Very smart.
Yep.
She was driving toward the bottom of the hill much later that evening when she saw a man sitting on a gravestone.
Ooh.
She looked at him, and he smiled, and he tipped his top hat to her. She freaked out and sped up the hill backwards towards her house.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I would do.
She pulled up to her house, ran in, headed straight for her bedroom, but to her surprise, the man with the top hat was waiting for her in the hallway.
Ooh. In her house?
In her house. She hightailed it out of there and spent the night with a friend. Nobody ever found out who that guy was. Also, my husband and his friend were killing time before a movie, so they decided to kill time and go to the cemetery. As they approached the gate, a large dark figure came rushing toward them, flailing its arms and inching up on their car. My husband's friend tried to put the car in reverse, but it wouldn't go. Finally, they peeled out and left the angry figure behind. I bless myself when I pass cemeteries and truly feel uneasy driving past this one.
I mean, yeah.
Now, I don't think that's the same story,
Mm-mm.
I don't think it's the same thing, but it's interesting that we found 2 stories about top hat creatures.
And they do seem related.
That they do.
Right? I think they seem related.
At least in fashion.
Yeah. And by fashion, you mean hat style?
The fashion stylings
on their
of
heads.
the haunting creature.
Mm-hmm.
So there's another case of a haunting, threatening figure wearing a top hat.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder how much that has to do with the fact that people these days don't wear top hats. And it seems like something out of another time, another century, maybe even another world.
Yeah, but at some point it wasn't. You know, like at some point it was the norm. And I feel like that's something that we've seen, or that's been part of, you know, the zeitgeist, I guess, for a long time. Not just since top hats fell out of fashion, which was what, like the 20s, I guess? I don't know. But like, I mean, I can go onto the Castle of Spirits website and search top hat, and I have 2 pages of stories that pop up. I'm not saying that they're all, you know, about a top hat man, but they all have top hat in them. Let's just see.
You're going to pick one at random?
I'm going to see I just kind of picked one at random, and this story actually sounds kind of creepy. Should we read a third story, or?
I'm into it.
All right. This one has a creepy top hat guy, too. Doesn't sound the same, but it's a top hat guy. It's called Mr. Kane, submitted from USA in January of 2007. The following story is about the most bizarre thing that's ever happened to me in my life. It occurred when I was 6 years old, back in 1992. You young buck. Anyway, I lived in this older-like house that still had this Victorian look and feel to it. I felt there was just something about my closet in my room. Mainly it was the attic that made me curious, but I avoided it as much as I usually could. A few times I've heard pounding and banging coming from the attic as well, waking me up in the middle of the night. I didn't inform my parents of this, so they didn't know. Well, my father wasn't going to be at home for a while because he was fixing our next-door neighbor's car for some money. He wouldn't be in the house till 11 p.m., I think he said. My mother worked graveyard, so she couldn't be there for me that night either. Since father was next door and all the doors were locked, I just told myself I'd be okay. I turned on the television and used that as my nightlight in the living room. I also turned on the oven, outside, and bathroom lights, because Mother always told me to keep lights on in the house to make it look like there's adults up if I was ever left home alone. I mean, I still do that. That's just... I want any passersby to go, there's an adult in that house if I'm home alone. So
right, but I think you're well past the stage of being kidnapped.
Well, but I don't want to take any chances. I don't want somebody, I want them to think that there's somebody besides me home. Yeah. So,
fair enough.
Anonymous in USA, good thinking. I hope you're still doing that to this day. I was going to take a bath before I went to sleep, but when I went and turned on the light in my bedroom, I heard loud banging coming from inside my closet. The attic, I was sure of. The banging was so loud and hard that pieces of the ceiling came down.
What?
Popcorn ceilings.
Oh, wow. No, wait a second. Is this person 6 years old?
Yeah, they said it. They were 6 years old when this happened.
They're 6 years old. They have the presence of mind to turn on lights. And
I mean, 6 doesn't mean dumb.
And giving themselves just taking a bath before bed? So adult.
I wouldn't have done that at 6. But anyway, I was a bit afraid, but fear didn't overcome me that much at that point. I pretty much wanted to know more still. About 5 minutes after that happened, I walked inside the closet, looked up, and gazed at the attic door for a time. I remember Father had this ladder, but it was too big because it was one of those house roof ladders. Then I used my common sense and grabbed a chair from the living room, put it in my closet, and began climbing up to the attic door. What happened thereafter will forever remain with me and haunt me. I slowly and a bit hesitantly pushed the attic door open as much as I could. I really didn't succeed, and something ended up pulling the attic door off for me in the end, from the inside. Fear got a little more intense within me, but I headed on anyway, wondering what lurked up there in the attic. I peeked inside and saw nothing but blackness and grayish dust once in view from the light shining from my room. I finally pulled myself up inside the attic and sat down, looking around in curiosity. There was some pounding, as if a man's fist was socking the wall over on the far end from where I sat above my closet. I gripped my teddy bear and held the flashlight in my hand tightly as I stepped towards it. I aimed the flashlight at the ground whenever I walked to make sure I didn't fall or trip over something or pop through the ceiling like in Christmas Vacation. That was just my aside. But whenever something strange happened, like a feeling of someone's presence or a sound coming from somewhere, I'd stop dead in my tracks and lift the light up, trying to figure out what it was. This occurred for about 10 minutes. Then something even more eerie happened. I felt someone standing behind me, and my hair began lifting up as if I was falling. I looked down, and even though my feet were clearly on the attic flooring, I began to feel as though I was falling. Not long after, I felt this rope around my neck, and when I touched my neck, I felt and touched an actual noose. That's when I had the feeling I should run and never look back nor enter that attic again. I listened to my intuition and began to run for the open attic door. That's when things got progressively worse. It's happening. I saw the attic door was slowly, as if taunting me, closing, and I eyed it as it slid itself shut. At that point, I couldn't scream because I was so afraid, and that's when the socking on the walls began again. I turned to see what it was that was doing it, thinking maybe the light will harm it somehow. I understand that rationale, actually. Once I aimed the beam of the flashlight on the wall where the socking was coming from, I saw the most terrifying thing in all my life, truly. I saw a transparent ghost-like man who had a cloak on and whose face was deformed. His expression was filled with hatred, evil, and pure wickedness. He held a cane and wore a top hat. He looked really Victorian. His mouth opened and he screamed at me really loud. His raspy, angered voice pierced my ears, and I quickly ran for the attic door that was, for some reason, now opening back up. But right before I dropped myself back down to my room, I looked up towards where the man was once more, but he was gone without a trace. I jumped really fast down onto the chair, heard it fall over behind me, gripped my teddy bear and flashlight tighter, headed down my room, the hall, and past the living room out of the door. I ran to my neighbor's house and knocked on the door, asking for my father. My parents believed everything I said, especially my mother, and we moved from that house shortly afterwards. I still think of that man, though. I've been led to the conclusion that maybe he was hung in the attic. He was hateful and mad and put me through his experience by making me go through it up there with him. Maybe he just wanted someone to hear him out or understand, or maybe he was just a hateful spirit that wished to harm me. Since then, I've called him Mr. Kane because of his walking stick that I saw him with that night. What's even more of a mystery is that the day before we moved away from the house, I found a top hat lying on my bed. My room was empty and filled with just a few boxes, and the top hat didn't belong to any of my family members.
What?
My father took it and sold it to a pawn shop for some easy money before we left. Like $3, I bet. I, however, wanted to keep it. For some reason, I felt that he left his hat for me as a way of saying thank you or goodbye. So, I mean, that's Top Hat Man's story.
I'm not saying that the person who wrote that story is making it up, but it sounds like they themselves were written by Stephen King. The way Stephen King writes 6-year-olds and 5-year-olds. They have all these adult motivations and thoughts and courses of action that they take. If I were a kid of 6 years old, hell, now, if I heard pounding coming from somewhere in this castle, and I didn't know what, and there was not.
I mean, there's always pounding sounds coming from this castle.
Right, okay, but if I was just in a normal house and there was pounding coming from the attic, you think I'm going to go up there?
No.
I'm going to call an exterminator or the police, maybe some sort of a priest or something like that.
Friends,
But
there was a squirrel in our little, we don't even have a crawl space of any kind in the house that we live in off the side of the castle. And there was a squirrel up there flipping around, and you were freaked out by it. I can't even imagine if it was somebody up there like pounding.
Well, to talk about Christmas Vacation again, I saw Christmas Vacation and the way that squirrel attacked. I wasn't going to go for that. No, thank you. I completely understand people who run screaming from squirrels.
Okay, but we're not here to talk about how terrifying squirrels are. Besides, they're cute. We're here to talk about how terrifying Top Hat Man is.
But it was a well-written story, so
it was. It was
that.
really well written. Yeah. And if you're 6 years old, you don't really understand everything, and especially if it's something that is really outside of the purview of day-to-day life, you're not really going to understand what's happening no matter what age you are. And at 6, I think you fill in the gaps more, right? You're like, oh, I felt like I couldn't breathe. As an adult, you understand, well, that's a panic attack. As a 6-year-old, you think, what would make me not breathe that's scary? A noose around my neck, right?
A monster in the attic.
Right. So, I mean, I'm not saying that they're making it up, but at 6 years old, you fill in gaps. And then as time goes on and you replay that story in your mind and you tell it to people, things can change, get added on and embellished, however unintentional it may be.
Well, I think, and that's one of the most fascinating things about all of this, is that people can have essentially false memories. Mm-hmm. And I sometimes think that's more fascinating than the possibility of some sort of a ghost monster living in the attic and scaring this poor little kid, was the fact that maybe something actually did happen, maybe some pipes rattling, maybe an intruder, I don't know.
Right.
But that...
Yeah, that's a good point too.
The way that they dealt with it and coped with it was to create this really colorful story. And that says a lot about the way the mind operates. That, again, to repeat myself, that is sometimes more fascinating to me than the paranormal.
Well, I think we've talked about this before, that I think that there's a kernel of truth in whatever urban legends, straight up ghost stories, horror movies, whatever. Somewhere there's a kernel of truth, the paranormal atom, whatever. There's a little kernel of truth that kind of starts the whole thing. And much like I don't know, mollusks, clam, oyster, whatever, much like they make the pearl by wrapping the calcium and minerals around the little grain of sand. That's kind of how stories build, right? There's that little grain of sand in the middle. And
another thing that's really great for stories is red wine and calamari.
I'm not eating calamari.
But it's good. I've tried it.
Why are you talking about calamari?
Mollusks? Isn't that the same thing?
No, calamari is a squid, which I believe is considered a cephalopod, like an octopus.
Okay, well now I just feel bad about it now.
Actually, I don't think it is a cephalopod. Now I have to look that up. Yeah, a squid is a cephalopod. Anyway,
I apologize for that digression.
I liked it. Leave it in. Anyway.
It's out. It's going to be edited straight out.
No. Leave it in. I like it.
It's gone.
No. So, Vince.
Jane.
Did you know that this is our 13th episode?
I heard something about that.
Yeah, we did kind of talk about that, huh?
You mentioned today is the 13th episode.
We did mention that.
Hey, lucky 13.
Lucky 13. I just briefly wanted to talk about 13 real quick before we end today.
I don't remember being 13 all that much. I remember 14 more. Is that what you're...
No, that's not it at all.
Oh.
So there's actually a phobia of the number 13 called triskaidekaphobia.
Say again.
Triskaidekaphobia.
Ah.
And it's interesting. I was doing a little bit of research, and I'll put a Wikipedia article link in the show notes about the number 13. It seems that this feeling that the number 13 is unlucky, it's primarily an American thing.
That makes sense.
Not just like a Western thing. It's primarily American. A lot of other countries, they don't really care one way or the other about the number 13, or in some countries, the number 13 is actually lucky. In a lot of Asian cultures, for example, in China, the number 4 is actually unlucky because the word for the number sounds a lot like the word for death. So, and as far as I can tell, they don't care about the number 13. But I was wondering, where does that come from? And there's a lot of different stories. The one that you find the most frequently,
Jason Voorhees, Friday the 13th. He went on a killing spree on Friday the 13th. Of course we're going to be afraid of the 13th.
Back that wagon up.
Oh?
I mean, that's probably why the movie was called.
Ah.
Yeah.
I prefer Saturday the 14th, actually. Richard Benjamin, great classic movie.
Okay. So now that that's over, the story that I find the most often citing the reason why the number 13 is unlucky is because in the Bible, at the Last Supper, it was Jesus and the 12 disciples. That's 13 people. The last person to arrive to the Last Supper was Judas Iscariot, who we all, or maybe we don't all, who we know is the one who betrayed Jesus. So it seems, to me, that kind of seems a little Dan Brownish to be like, okay, let's count how many people were there. Oh, the last one is the one. Okay, now we're all going to be afraid of the number 13. I don't know. It seems a little Dan Brownish to me. But that's the story that's cited the most frequently. Another reason, which I find just as improbable for being the actual reason, is that mathematicians see the number 12 as being kind of this perfect number.
Well, it is a dozen.
Well, but have you ever heard of a baker's dozen?
Yeah. What is baker's dozen is
13.
Lucky 13. So it's
but
you get a dozen.
That's the other thing. So hang on a second. So mathematicians tend to think of the number 12 as kind of this perfect number, and number 13 is prime and, right next to a perfect number. So therefore it must be unlucky. I don't know. See, that seems really improbable to me too. But like I said, in a lot of countries, in Europe even, they don't see 13 as being unlucky. So a baker's dozen, for example, it's
like a lucky bonus.
Exactly. So it's considered lucky because you order a dozen and you get a bonus. You get a bonus 1. So, that's not the only reason that it's considered lucky, but that's just one reason. It's interesting if you look at where we see 13 in our lives. There are typically, there's 12 months in a year, but there's typically 13 full moons in a year. I don't think it actually happens every year. I'm not a moonologist as much as I like to pretend I am, but I think there's typically 13 full moons in a year. In a lot of pagan and mystical type belief systems, witchcraft, things like that, 13 is, considered a very lucky number. If you are familiar with tarot at all, tarot decks, there are 4 cards or four suits, and each one of those suits has 13 cards in it. That corresponds with the seasons. There's 13 weeks in each lunar season. Yeah, so the number
52 weeks in a year. Yeah.
52 weeks in a year is absolutely, that's divisible by 13. That's 4. Yeah, so that's 4 sets of 13. So 13 while it may not be this, quote, perfect number like 12, it shows up naturally in so many aspects of our day-to-day life. But I think it's interesting. I couldn't find out if this was specifically a U.S. thing or not. I imagine it is, if the U.S. is really one of the only places that thinks 13 is unlucky. But in a lot of buildings that are quite tall, you may see that the floors go from 12 straight to 14. There's not a 13th floor. There are not typically 13 stairs in a staircase. It'll end before 13 or it'll go beyond, but there's not 13 stairs in a staircase.
Yeah, that's just weird.
A lot of flight numbers aren't 13. They don't have 13 in them. Hospital rooms or hotel rooms won't have, a room 13.
Although, to me, if you ask me, the 14th floor is the 13th floor. Just if not only not in name, it physically is the 13th floor. So I just think that's just a bunch of hokey. A bunch of malarkey, as the kids say.
Yeah, so I like the number 13. I think it's a fun number. I don't think I really have any reason for liking it other than, to be contrary, probably.
So everybody out there, come together.
Right now.
And say 13.
13.
Say it 13 times. 13.
If you say 13. No. If you say 13 times, then a 13 shows up in the mirror behind you.
Oh, you have to be in front of a mirror?
Yeah. Like
okay.
Candyman, but it's 13.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Well, then, there you go.
Yeah.
The fear of 13 explained.
Man, we've really packed a lot into this little tiny episode.
I don't think it's such a tiny episode anymore.
I guess. Do you have anything else that you'd like to add on? I would like to add some questions for our sweet, sweet audience. I want to know what you think about the number 13. Is it lucky? Is it unlucky? Why? Why not? What experiences do you have with the number 13? Good or bad? Did you have a run along as a child? Do you still have a run along as an adult? Have you seen a top hat smiling man? Anything we've talked about today, if you have something to say about it, we want to hear it. You can tell us that directly by going to castleofspirits.com/lounge and spill your guts, man. We want it. We want it all.
Well, just make sure that you lay out some plastic before you spill those guts.
It's
because
true.
We've been cleaning the castle,
mm-hmm.
looking very nice.
We'd like to keep it tidy, please.
Exactly.
Just put down some paper. It's not hard.
Thank you, Viago, for that little bit of housekeeping advice.
Mm-hmm.
And so with that, Jane, we want to thank everybody for listening to episode number 13 of the Castle of Spirits podcast. And if you're listening to us right now on iTunes, please leave us a review, a rating. You don't even have to say anything. Just give us 5 stars. That's all I want. If you think we're worth 4, give us 4.
Yeah.
3, sure. Anything below that, just keep it to yourself.
Just go away.
And as always, if you like the podcast, tell a friend.
And if you don't like it, tell 2 enemies.
Because that is the way you win.
That's right. We lose if you tell 2 enemies, but we win if you tell 1 friend. I don't know what that means. If you tell anybody, we win. Just tell people.
I don't know. I'm confused.
Just tell people about us. Anyway, Vince, I can clearly hear the play out music. Can you hear it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. So I think that means that we have to go. Did you feed the ghosts?
Ooh. Last night? How often do they eat?
I mean, at least once a day. I've been hearing some chains rattling. Yeah, we have to go feed the ghosts in the cellar, you guys. So we will see you again next week for another episode. Thank you for listening and stay scared.
Chow down, ghosties. Chow down.
Welcome to the Castle of Spirits podcast, the companion piece to the long-running true paranormal story website of the same name. This is episode number 14. I am the Ghost Keeper Jane.
How are you? I'm Ghost Keeper Vince.
Hi, Vince. Nice to meet you. Oh, we've met before.
And you as well.
Yeah. So, how's it going?
So first things first, last night I had, I think, an experience. I don't know if you would call it so much an encounter. So last night we're in bed and, you know, we have two cats. We have a black cat named Mr. Moon, has 4 legs.
Mm-hmm.
Then we have an orange cat named Canelo with 3 legs.
Right.
He's very skittish. He's been through some trauma. You know how it is.
Canelo.
He doesn't get onto the bed unless he's coaxed.
And when he does, it's an event. The whole house knows Canelo just got on the bed.
Right. And even he gets freaked out by it. He's like, oh my God, I'm on the bed.
It's loud. He finally, half the time, he jumps up onto the bed and his back feet are still dangling. And he's very fat. And so he's trying to haul this massive body up onto the bed with one arm. And there's a lot of kicking and thumping. And
Don't beef shame him.
I'm beef shame him?
Well, you know, I'm trying to bring that into the vernacular.
No, I'm not shaming him, but facts is facts. The boy is large.
So, and Mr. Moon, you know, he sleeps with us. He basically takes turns lying on your back.
Mm-hmm.
And then he jumps on my shoulder because I'm a side
or your
sleeper.
Face.
Occasionally he walks on my face, which is usually met by, I don't know,
him getting thrown onto my back. Yeah.
Gently pushed.
Oh, gently.
With a couple of choice words from me.
Mm-hmm.
Last night, this was not the case. Last night, I was sleeping and I was awakened by what felt like a depression at the foot of the bed, pressing the cover down over my feet.
As if a cat were walking on the bed or something.
Either that or as if somebody had touched the end of the bed or tried to touch my foot or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I was asleep and it woke me up.
Mm-hmm.
And
you immediately took cat inventory.
Right. I looked up. Mr. Moon was lying between us.
Oh, I thought you said he was sleeping half on your head.
No. He was fast asleep between us. And Canelo was nowhere to be seen. I looked at the foot of the bed and there was nothing there.
And if Canelo had jumped up on the bed, it wouldn't have been the weight of him walking on the bed that woke you up. It would have been the thump and scramble of him launching himself.
Right.
At the bed.
And you can't miss him.
No.
He's a big one.
Don't beef shame him.
And so, you know, with that, I thought, well, what is that? What was that? But I didn't freak out, you know, because these things happen.
Yeah.
I tend to write these things off as sometimes muscle spasms, things like that, you know, clothing even.
Yeah.
Shifting on your body, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
But there was definite pressure on the end of the bed. And, you know, there was nothing there.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, you just go back to bed when that happens.
Yeah. I know it's funny. A lot of times, maybe we've talked about this on a previous episode, you know, when I'm listening to somebody tell a story or I'm reading a story off of the website and they say that something happened and I didn't think too much about it and I went back to sleep. And it's easy that, you know, when you're listening to a story or you're reading it and they say something like that, that you go, what are you talking about? You didn't think too much of it and you went back to sleep. If that happened to me, I would
call Ghostbusters.
It wouldn't be pretty. I would freak out, you know, but then when it actually happens to you, you think nothing of it. That's peculiar. And you go back to sleep because you can't take a little feeling like that and let it unravel your reality.
Right.
And then tonight, as we were getting ready to record this episode, I walked into this room to get everything set up to record. And what did I see, Vince?
A ghost?
Come on.
A time traveler winking in and out of our existence.
Never mind. I walked into the room to find that one of our little remote control battery candles was once again ablaze. They haven't been touched in months. And yet today, one of them was just burning away.
And so these things are controlled by remote control, right?
Mm-hmm.
You didn't have the remote control in your hand?
No.
None of the cats?
No. They don't know how to use a remote control.
Well, I don't know how to use a hammer, and I've managed to hurt myself several times.
That's because you don't know how to use it.
Good point.
Anyway, so, yeah. Creepy things are afoot in the castle.
No, that's pretty good, what you said about the feet, because it touched my feet last night.
I said a foot, not a feet.
Oh, okay. Well, it touched my foot, too.
So I'm wondering, Vince. I'm wondering if you might possibly have a story that you would like to read the good folks today. Something maybe kind of spooky from the castle archive, maybe?
Yeah, because I went into the castle archive
and
I did me a little search.
All right. What were your search parameters?
Well, I don't remember how. I don't actually.
I used the keywords.
I don't remember what the keyword search was.
Recall.
I think maybe it was eerie. I don't know. I went into the Castle of Spirits library and I procured a brand new, to me, story that was published in December of 2010.
Ooh.
Right here on castleofspirits.com. And it was submitted by Jennifer in Texas, US of A.
Well, let's hear this.
It's called The Long Dirt Road.
Oh, I like it already.
Another encounter. Check it out. It goes like this. What I'm about to say is very real, and I am in no way embellishing or exaggerating. My only goal or reasoning in sharing my experiences with you is simply because, for lack of a better term, I am starting to become very afraid. It all started with my first encounter with the little people. From the day I first saw them, I knew I was witness to something paranormal. I had no reason at all at the time to feel afraid of them or threatened. But I will give you a quick description of what I saw that day. Yes?
I think I've read this story. I think I know this one.
Have you? Well, don't spoil it for anybody, okay? My home sits on the last paved part of the road that runs in front and continues for many, many miles. When you get to about 6 steps past my driveway, the road turns into dirt. There's no real lights on this road, and my house is the last house for miles. I had taken a walk with my boys and seen these little people on the side of the road splashing in the recent rain puddles and just having fun.
Yep, I've read this one.
This is getting weird. It was unbelievable, and since then, I've seen them many times. Now, this is where my story begins. After my first encounter with them, I saw them several times, and they were always very shy acting and would remain at a good distance, watching me curiously. One day, about 2 weeks ago, things began to change. I'm not sure what the reason, and it has me so scared that I'm having trouble getting myself to even take the trash outside at night.
Wow.
Now, I saw them that afternoon, just kind of watching me, and when I put my hands on my hip, they began to copy me. This is getting kind of cute, actually. It would be cute if it wasn't so scary. The smallest one looked just like the rest, but the others seemed to treat him differently, almost like a child. He had a black face and wore the same white clothes that looked very handmade. They all wore hats that looked exactly like a garden gnome, and they had very large heads for the size of their small, skinny bodies.
A garden gnome hat. I remembered hats, but I was picturing like Children of the Corn type hats.
So like Amish type
Yeah,
hats,
that's what I was picturing, yeah.
Or Nebraskan cult hats.
Sure.
Of some sort. That's where it took place.
Yeah, I know.
And we continue. The tallest one was no bigger than 2 feet or possibly 2.5. Okay, these are already bigger than I had imagined. I
Oh,
was
really?
thinking they were tiny,
That's pretty tiny.
Well, I don't
2.5
know.
feet, Vince. That's like this.
This is the Castle of Spirits, so I thought maybe they're 6 inches.
It's not the gnome mushroom of spirits. It's not like the Keebler elves of spirits.
No mushroom on my pizza, please. I'm kidding. I actually love mushroom on my pizza. Anyway, on this day, it was the smallest one who was copying me. When I had enough of this little game, I sat down on my mother's old wheelchair that had been sitting there on the patio. I stayed outside a few more minutes, and then I went in for the night. When I woke the next morning, it had rained, and there were very tiny muddy footprints leading from the tall weeds where I'd seen them all the way up to the wheelchair and all over the seat. You could plainly see the tire tracks that were over the patio from the wheelchair having been pushed around all over the place. I laughed to myself and just shrugged it off. Again with the shrugging off.
Yeah.
How do you do that?
Well, because
there's little monsters coming to your porch.
Well, it's better than, like I said, turning your life inside out because of one occurrence that you can't explain. It's easier to shrug it off and go, well, there must be an explanation than, to completely turn your world upside down and let go of everything you've ever known or believed.
All right. I'll buy that for now.
Okay.
This is where things began to change. Later that night, I was sitting on the sofa with my kids, and I caught a quick flash of something run past the large windows in the front of our home. I decided it had to have been one of the stray dogs in the area and continued watching the movie. Why don't you immediately think it's little monsters outside? Anyway.
Well, if I were living in that area, there wouldn't be any stray dogs.
They'd all be inside
They'd all
dogs.
be in the living room.
And what I saw made me give a silent scream, and I swear my entire body felt like a bucket of ice had just been poured on me.
Ah.
I know the feeling.
The ice bucket challenge. Sorry.
The ice bucket little people evil gnome challenge. There, hovering about 3 feet off the ground, was a little person, but this time his eyes were huge and glowing like a cat's. Hovering.
Whoa.
She said hovering. The worst part, though, was the horrible smile on its face.
Ew, I don't like yucky smiles.
I know you gotta imagine there's no dental.
There's no dental plan in the afterlife or in the cryptid world. Mm-mm.
Exactly. Mm-hmm. But how do you know these are cryptids? What if they're elves?
Well, that would be a cryptid, right?
I don't know. I asked the question, are elves cryptids, a long time ago, and nobody answered.
That's true.
So I'm still waiting to know. Anyway, so this thing is smiling at her.
Yucky.
His mouth was very wide and went from ear to ear and was opened in an evil smile-type laugh, showing off rows of shark-like teeth.
Ew.
I didn't hear him out loud, but it was more like he was putting it in my head, and I could hear his laughter and his chanting and some strange words that I had never heard before.
I'm kind of picturing a little bit that creature in Cat's Eye, that old 1980s anthology.
Yeah.
With Drew Barrymore, the little troll gnome thing that's trying to steal her breath in the middle of the night while she's sleeping.
Great movie.
Mm-hmm.
I never saw that until I think the last 10 years.
I showed you it for the first time. I grew up watching that thing. Yeah. Anyway, that's kind of what I'm picturing when the troll kind of smiles.
Jennifer continues, I began to close my eyes at this point, and I prayed to God to help me and to protect my children from whatever this thing was. When I opened my eyes, I was sure he'd be gone, but he was still there, and he was laughing even harder. I got up, and I led my kids to the back room to watch the TV in there. All right, kids.
We got to keep the kids occupied.
Let's not leave the house. I don't want to miss the last 5 minutes.
What are you talking about? Let's not leave the house. How are they supposed to go outside? That thing is out there floating in front of the window. How do you leave the house?
I don't know. The side door? You book it.
If it can hover like that.
You book it to the car.
And we know there's others. What if there's one of those things in front of every door and window? You don't know. These things are crafty and sneaky. And if they can hover, who knows what else they can do?
Right.
You can't They probably slashed their tires too. And then you leave the safety of the house and run out to the car only to find your tires are slashed. And there's one hovering in the driver's seat.
At this point, I was so afraid that this thing was going to find a way into my home. And I didn't need a psychic to tell me that it wanted to hurt us.
I mean, with teeth like that, he didn't want to serve you vegetables.
Whatever that means. Chopped liver, anyone?
That's not a vegetable.
So when it was time for bed a few hours later, I'd calmed down enough and I was doing a great job of convincing myself that I had seen something else and that my eyes were just playing off the lights or something.
Mm-hmm.
I laid down in bed, and just as I began to get comfy, I heard something hit my roof hard.
Ooh.
Then it sounded like something running across the roof, and it went quiet. Now, we've heard that.
Yeah, we've heard that a little bit.
We have raccoons in the castle,
mm-hmm.
and sometimes they charge across the roof, and you just start imagining all sorts of horrifying things.
Mm-hmm.
I asked my husband if he'd heard it. So the husband's here all the whole time. And he nodded that he did, and he motioned for me to be quiet so we could hear.
Mm-hmm.
A few minutes later, we were sure it was a small animal until we heard what sounded like evil laughter coming from the air vent that leads to our attic. Oh no, it's in the house. It's in the house. Call Cryptid Busters or something.
That's nothing.
It ought to be.
Wow. $1
million idea right there.
Okay.
Oh God, it gets worse.
Oh no.
It began to make scratching sounds on the ceiling and whispered my name.
No.
This continued all night until around 4 a.m, and then it just stopped.
Ugh.
I went through this every night for 5 days.
No, that's too many days.
And in the meantime, my husband had gone up into the attic to inspect for animals or birds or any kind of hole that something could get inside, but he found nothing. Then, after the 5th night, it got worse.
How does that get worse?
I don't know, man.
This story is horrible.
Well, listen, I'm going to tell you how it gets worse. Jennifer says, I fell asleep that night, and I was happy to have not heard a peep when I got awakened by something sitting on my chest.
No.
And choking me.
No.
I couldn't scream for help, and I was sure that I was going to die. Yeah. I could smell this thing.
Ew.
And I could feel its skin on mine. It smelled like something does when it's dead and it's been lying in the summer heat for a few days. Oh. No.
Delicious.
Man, I don't know if I want to finish this.
You're going to finish it.
When I realized how strong it was, I began to realize that I had no chance of getting it off of me. And so desperately, I began thinking about Jesus, and I got an image in my head of him on the cross. At that very moment, the thing let go of me, and it had a look of pure horror. It now is on the defensive.
Yeah.
It began to move backward like someone had just pressed the rewind button on a movie.
Ooh, that's creepy imagery that I like.
It went back all the way to my bedroom door, and then it just stood there for what seemed like 20 minutes. It was staring at me with a look on its face that was indescribable. It looked just like it had every time before. But this time, it was completely naked and had no form of anatomy.
Ew, indecent little...
And its skin looked to be burned all over.
Ew.
At this point, I was able to move again, and I gathered up all my strength and quickly sat up and turned for the lamp beside my bed. When I looked back, it was gone, but there was a black spot on the floor where it had been.
Peed its pants.
I got up, and as I looked closer, I realized it was completely burned and still very hot to the touch on the area where it had been standing. I ran over to my husband, and he woke up easily, which made me angry, because how could he not have heard or felt anything at all?
Or smelt.
That too. He was probably just, pretending to be asleep because he was afraid.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not dealing with that. She's got this. That's what you would do. Nah, she's got it.
I showed him the carpet, and he looked at me and said, "Oh my God, Jennifer, what happened to your neck?" Oh my God, what happened to her neck? Now, before he had said anything, I hadn't even noticed like any burning or pain at all, but I looked in the mirror and I was horrified. I just couldn't believe how I'd not noticed it before. There were deep burns on either side of my neck, and they were beginning to become very painful. Now, I'm not sure if it was in my mind since I was seeing it for the first time, but I became uncontrollable, and I was shaking with fear. The next day, I went to a local clinic in town, and the doctor said it was third-degree burns. And he asked me how in the world had I managed to get burned on the neck in such a pattern that looked like hot handprints. I had nothing to say, and I sure as hell wasn't going to tell him the truth. Smart idea. I wouldn't do that. Now, since this has happened, I've heard it a few more times in my attic, and I'm in constant fear of another attack.
Yeah, I think it's time to move.
What if this time it doesn't let go? Why is it acting this way towards me now when it had seemed harmless before? If anyone knows anything about this or has a similar story, I'd be very excited to hear from you. I was told by a friend of mine that people around here call them duendes.
Ooh, el duende.
That was my search term.
Ooh.
I remember now. Which means little people in Spanish. And they say that they're tricksters and cause mischief. Other people have told me that they're elemental spirits. Whatever they are very dangerous, and I am in fear for my life and for the lives of my children. But not the husband. Anyway.
Well, I mean, he can take care of himself. And he did leave her to sleep. You know, he slept through her attack.
No, that's true. So that was Jennifer in Texas from December of 2010. Jennifer, if you're still out there,
we'd love an update.
Give us an update and let us know. Now, at the very beginning, one thing I didn't read in the story was that Jennifer said that she had a story on the Castle of Spirits site already, and it was called The Long Dirt Road. Is that the story you're talking about?
Let me look it up real quick.
Okay,
Long Dirt Road. It's actually submitted by Anonymous in Texas, April 2010. Let me scan through it. Yes. This is the one that I read. I did not read it on an episode, but I have a little collection of stories set aside to potentially read on a future episode, and this is one of the ones that I had set aside. So the setting that she describes in the story you read and the little people, that's what I recognized. That's why I was like, oh, I've read this before, because she does talk about the location of her house and she talks about the little people, but it's quite different. It's a very different story. So maybe we will read this next week.
Why don't we table that for now, and we can put a link to that story in the show notes.
Okay.
And if you want to read it next week, then we can.
All right.
Or at a future date. I actually
would read it today, but I have a story that I'm really excited to read.
Well, the thing is, I'm really interested in doing an entire show about El Duende. And why don't you, I think you're a little bit more well-versed on what El Duende really is.
No, I only know what El Duende is because of you.
It's a mythological it's a cryptozoological creature.
Yeah.
That people claim to see. And these are in Latin American countries, I believe.
Yeah, mostly Mexico, from what I understand. Here's the most that I know about El Duende. Many, many years ago, you and I found a video. It was either on YouTube or whatever happened to come before YouTube. It was a really bad early 2000s, first generation, my cell phone has a video camera type recording, really, really bad quality, which made it more realistic to me. I don't know, for some reason, if it's really bad old cell phone quality, it's more believable to me than good quality video. But there were these group of guys. They were hanging out. It was outside. It was nighttime, but it was fairly well lit. There were street lights everywhere. We have not been able to find this video in years.
I would love
We've
to
looked
see it
for this
again.
video so many times. If anyone recognizes the description I'm about to give.
I seem to remember, I could be wrong, but I think this was a video that was taken somewhere in Central America.
Oh, was it?
But I can't be sure.
I just know they were speaking Spanish. And they were just hanging out and they were talking. Was this the one where they were playing basketball?
I think so.
So, yeah, I think they were playing basketball and they're just joking and laughing. And all of a sudden, one of the guys starts saying, no mames.
No mames.
No mames. And the video camera like swings to the right or whatever. And you see this it looks like a garden gnome that's animated, but it's not like crappy CGI. I swear it looked so real. This little garden gnome creature comes like prancing out into the light, and it's kind of doing this creepy little like hobble walk toward them, and pretty soon they're all screaming, "No mames!"
And I think it was clothed, wasn't it?
Yeah, and it had like the hat on and everything, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
like the little garden gnome hat.
My instinct when I first saw that video was that it was a monkey of some sort, but I don't know.
The way that it moved, the body was like squat and short. It didn't have any kind of length to the arms or legs or anything like that. There was no tail. So like physically, it didn't resemble a monkey, but the way that it was moving, yeah, I could say, yeah, it did kind of look like a monkey in the way that it was moving. I'm like on YouTube right now, just giving one more quick glance to see if I can find anything, but like that video is just gone. There's apparently a band called El Duende. There's it looks like a really bad movie.
There's a movie?
Yeah, and then Leprechaun keeps coming up.
Leprechaun.
The movie Leprechaun keeps coming up. Isn't Jennifer Aniston in the first Leprechaun?
Is she the leprechaun?
That's a different topic.
Oh.
And so if anyone knows of that duende video that we're talking about,
or if you yourself have experienced a duende,
oh my gosh, we need more duende stories,
and have video footage or photographic evidence, please reach out to us. Go to castleofspirits.com. There's many ways that you can contact us through the website.
Yep.
And we'll talk.
The lounge, email, if you have like a full story and you've got, like Vince said, video/photographic evidence, submit a story and upload those things to us. Yeah, we love duendes.
Now, speaking of stories, Jane.
Yes, Vince.
Aren't there a couple of correspondences that we have received that we have not yet gotten to? I'm interested in hearing those.
So we do. We actually received an email a couple days ago, Vince, from Sawyer, who says, "Hello, I'm a first-year high school teacher who majored in folklore, and having access to some of these stories for the unit we just did was very helpful. You may be getting some submissions from students I have in Virginia who've experienced the supernatural, and I just wanted to thank you for keeping this website up and running." Sawyer, thank you. We were so excited to receive that email. That's great. I love that this website is so old, in terms of website years. 25 years is so old. And, the fact that it's grown up with people and is now being shared with another generation of young people.
It's cross-generational, yeah.
Yeah, it's so exciting to me, and I just love to hear that, and I appreciate you taking the time to tell us that. And we can't wait to read their stories.
Absolutely.
So we actually got a message through the lounge a little while ago, and we just haven't had the opportunity to read it yet. And it's from actually a friend of ours named Paul. Hello, Paul.
Paul from Down Under.
Paul from Down Under. And he says, "My mother used to do automatic writing or spirit writing or psychography." That's an interesting, I've never heard the term psychography. She did it for fun because she had read about it somewhere. She would get a notebook, lay it on the table, then rest a pencil on her fingers with the lead touching the paper and simply wait for the pencil to start writing. I should point out my mother was not crazy. Thank you for pointing that out, Paul. She kept her faculties in check right up to her dying day. Anyway, the pencil would write pages and pages of stuff, sometimes of vague descriptions of places and people. But one day, the writings identified itself as a gentleman named William Barry, who used to live in the same suburb as my mother, I think maybe 80 years ago. I believe there was a talk of wartime, World War II, and ships sailing out of Sydney Harbor as well. This went on for months. But then, one day, William said he had to go. My mother asked why, and he replied with, "Ravok is coming." Now, I'm actually not too sure of the name, but it had a V and a K in it. My mother always felt this was an evil spirit or something. But anyway, William never spoke again, nor did anyone else. My mother was never able to do spirit writing again. He says, she kept the book somewhere. I'll have to find it. Paul, if you find it, we would love to see that.
I wonder is that an entire, it's just like a notebook or an entire book?
Yeah, I guess the notebook that she did the spirit writing in.
That would be fascinating.
Yeah, it would be seriously crazy.
Yeah, I know that automatic writing is connected to the ideomotor effect, the same thing the same principle that presumably guides hands as you're operating a Ouija board.
That's one explanation, yeah.
Right. However, I was looking that up recently because it's a topic that kind of really fascinates me. And I heard that there have actually been some high-profile authors in recent history.
Oh, yeah.
Who have written books using automatic writing. Now, I don't think that I can't imagine anybody writing a book with a pencil.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds tedious.
But this was apparently done to great effect by the poet Lucille Clifton.
Now, I have one.
Oh.
Yes. A woman
I would hear of this.
A woman named Emily Grant Hutchings. She was apparently a proclaimed medium of her day. She claims to have written a book via Ouija board. The book was called Jap Heron, and she claimed that it was written through her by Mark Twain.
Oh, I've heard of this.
7 years after he died.
I've heard of this.
Yeah. Can you imagine writing a whole book with a Ouija board? I think automatic writing would be easier because at least you're just like flowing, right? Ouija board's like, you've got to have somebody else there. A, B, R.
Yeah.
And they've got to decipher where the spaces are. And I don't know. Although automatic writing, you've got to contend with really bad handwriting and potentially words written on top of other words. And
yeah, it would be interesting to read, though.
Yeah, I'm sure you can still find that.
I'm not going to strike it off my to-read list just yet.
All right. But you know what is at the top of my to-read list?
What's that?
It is a little story in the Castle of Spirits archive called Dark Autumn Skies.
Oh, God, that's a beautiful title. I'd like to hear this. Will you read it to us?
I will. It was submitted by Anonymous in Western Australia in April of 2002. This is an old story. I've recently enjoyed flicking through the accounts on this site and have thus decided to share a few of my own experiences. It seems that when I look back, I had a childhood that was somewhat filled with unusual sightings, feelings, and paranormal events. And paranormal is in quotes. There was one particular house I lived in New Zealand. I would love to live in New Zealand. Sounds so beautiful. Anyway, it was a 2-storied 1970s style home built on a high hill, surrounded by other homes and an extensive road system. But its beauty was that it had panoramic views of the Auckland Harbor from 3 sides of the top floor. That sounds horrible. This being the main attraction for my mother and I when the two of us moved in. We rented the home from a young family who lived next door, whose elderly parents had once occupied our home. The only part of the lease agreement that we weren't keen on was that they had insisted they keep some of their parents' belongings in storage in one of the downstairs rooms. Both my mother and I disliked entering the room as it was always cold, musty, and their belongings had been covered in old drop sheets in cheesy horror flick fashion, no less, to protect dust and sunlight that entered the room's single window. To protect from dust and sunlight. There were many occasions where my mom and I were aware of another presence in our home. One particular day, I was returning from school. I was about 14 at the time, and I came home to find my mother sitting at the base of the concrete steps outside the house, looking a bit shaken.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
Mm-mm. I could see she was the color of ash, and she was drawing hard on her cigarette, attempting to absorb as much of the sun's warmth as she could, even though the long shadows of the late autumn afternoon were cast across the property. When I quizzed her as to why she was sitting there, she reluctantly explained that she thought she had felt something in the downstairs room that she had set up as a sewing den, which shared a common wall with the mildewy storeroom. She explained that an hour before I got home, she went downstairs to sew a few garments in the sunlight that was cast through the big windows. Sometime after that, she said she had an unusual feeling that she was being watched from behind somewhere deeper inside the house, through the doorway to the room. When she dismissed this notion and continued sewing, the feeling returned moments later. Only this time she felt as though something had entered the room and had crossed half the void between the doorway and herself, and was standing there, just staring at the back of her. She said she turned quickly and saw nothing, but couldn't shake the feeling. Again, moments later, she described the whole right side of her head and neck had rippled with goosebumps, and the sensation was as if someone were standing directly behind her, leaning with their face right forward over her right shoulder, glaring at her and her handiwork. She let out a small scream and fled from the room to sit outside in the warm sun and recollect herself until I got home. This occurrence seemed a one-off for a time, and then I experienced something myself. Again, late one afternoon, I was traveling home on the bus from school. The main bus route would see the school bus meander around our suburb and come down a hill that was overlooked by our home. I would often look up at the house as the bus traveled down the hill toward the bus stop as I was preparing to disembark. This particular afternoon, I looked up at the house and saw my mom standing in the dining room window on the top floor. She had short blonde hair and was wearing a black knitted sweater, and I shot her a happy smile and broad wave from the bus window just as it was stopping, and the view of the house was obscured by trees. She did not wave back or acknowledge me, and I figured she hadn't seen me. As I climbed the dirt track cutting through the back of our property and neared the house, I saw her walk through from the living room and appear at the kitchen window. I knew she was cooking up a storm, and I was eager to see what would be for dinner. When I let myself in through the downstairs back door, I chanted my usual greeting and heard no response.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
I climbed the staircase to the second floor and called out to her relentlessly. I wandered through the entire upper level, and upon entering the kitchen, saw a note on the bench top. It appeared Mum had nipped down to the supermarket for some groceries and had told me to grab a snack from the fridge.
What?
At that moment, I flushed both hot and cold and felt as though I weren't alone in the house. I ran from the house and couldn't believe what I had witnessed. Sure enough, 20 minutes later, my mum returned from the store with rosy cheeks and bags full of groceries. When I think back to this occasion, I can picture this woman clearly in the window. Now I can see that she was indeed not my mother, but had similar coloring and complexion. The innocent expectancy that a woman in our window was indeed my mum, who else would it be, had led me to believe it was her. There were no signs of intruders that day, and my mother's clothes were quite different to what I had seen this figure wearing standing in the window a half hour earlier. After that occurrence, things got a little more serious. Whoops. One evening, she and I had sat up watching music videos until late on TV. We were both tired and retreated to our rooms, which shared a common wall. It really had never occurred to me that my bedroom on the second floor was directly over the gloomy storeroom downstairs that was almost never opened or entered into, in all the time we spent in the house. This particular night, I had wished my mama good night and closed my bedroom door. I was only moments in my bed when I heard a very loud series of 3 sharp and angry rappings through my floor from the room below.
Oh, no way.
It sounded as though someone were standing in that eerie black room with a broomstick thumping the ceiling of that claustrophobic space. I know. Mum yelled, "Oi!" from her bedroom, thinking that I was creating a ruckus. I shot out of bed and flew into her bedroom, explaining it wasn't anything that I had done and that the sound had come from the room downstairs. Mum was a bit panicked, as she was a single woman raising a son, and she felt that perhaps we had an intruder. She armed herself with a cast-iron bedside ornament, and I with a solid metal vacuum cleaning pipe. And then next to that, where he says the vacuum cleaning pipe, he's got parentheses with a question mark and an exclamation point, like, what the hell was I thinking? And we threw all the lights on in the stairwell. We slowly crept down the flight of stairs to the first landing and then rounded the corner to ascend the second flight. When we got down there, we found nothing in the house at all, only that the door to the storeroom stood slightly ajar. Though we loathed the idea of going in there, we flicked the switch and found it empty, aside from the usual shrouded mounds of bric-a-brac and dank-smelling furniture. Well, even at the age of 14, I was still not going to sleep alone that night, so I slept on the floor of my mum's room, naturally the side farthest away from her bedroom door. Several months later, we decided that we had such a large space for just the two of us, and we obtained permission from the landlord to advertise for a person to share with us. We had much interest, and eventually a woman named Marilyn moved in to the huge, redecorated, sunny sewing room on the ground level. She was a friendly, chatty woman who had much in common with us, and we really became friends. She also became aware that occasionally she felt as though she was being watched, but never really made a fuss of it. The top floor of the house was the main hub of the home, with all the main living areas, and at the end of the day, Marilyn would retire to her room downstairs. Occasionally, during the day, she would also take a coffee down to her room and read a book where there were less distractions. One bright morning, I awoke with the sun streaming through my blinds. My bedroom was at the end of a hallway that faced the kitchen. Along this hallway, doors opened off to other rooms to the side, as did the stairwell leading to the ground floor. I exited my bedroom and saw Mum making breakfast in the kitchen. I shot her a "morning" as I walked along the passageway toward the kitchen, and she turned and replied cheerfully. As I passed the stairwell that went off to the right, I glanced downstairs to the first landing to see Marilyn going back to her room. I shot her a brisk "morning," and she simply did not answer. I remember thinking, her hair is getting really long, as I saw her from behind. She reached the landing and turning left out of sight down the next flight. She was wearing a cream knitted top and rose-colored pants. Her long brown hair brushed pin straight down her back. To my surprise, my mum promptly answered, "I already said good morning." I replied, "No, not you, Marilyn," at which point I had already passed the stairs and reached the kitchen door. I walked across the kitchen and through the doorway to the adjoining lounge and saw Marilyn sitting on the couch in her dark blue robe, sipping a cup of coffee.
Dude, no.
She looked up and exclaimed that I looked quite startled. I flew back through the kitchen to the head of the stairs, babbling what had just happened, and the two ladies joined me, peering down to the landing of the stairwell. Once again, a very cowardly but thorough search yielded nothing. If you went and did a thorough search, it was not cowardly. I'm just going to put that out.
Good point.
But again, the storeroom door was open ever so slightly. For a room that we kept closed, detested, and seldom entered, finding the door slightly open happened more times than I care to remember. Until this day, I can swear that I saw what I saw, and I have long since had other unusual things punctuate my life in a similar manner. We moved from this home, not due to any unrest or fear, just through regular circumstances of wanting to move on. I often wonder if the unusual entities of that home still haunt the bright and sunny corners of that house on the hilltop. Thank you so much, Anonymous in Western Australia in April of 2002, for submitting that story.
That was a great story.
It was so good. It was a little long, but it was so worth it.
But I could have listened to it. Go on.
I know. I would have listened to every story that they had.
You know
to
what
tell.
occurs to me about that story, and even the one that I read. This. I don't know. I'm just going to say it. I believe them. I totally believe the experiences because both these stories have the ring of truth about them.
Yeah.
So a part of me believes that there's something weird going on. That we don't understand the world we live in. We don't
for
know,
sure.
We don't know what's happening. We only see a very minuscule bit of what is there.
And we're seeing it through a very narrow lens of human experience. Yeah, I think that there are definitely things out there outside of our, and by our, I mean, humanity at large, not individual people who have experiences, who happen to catch like a blip in whatever the fabric is separating us from these experiences. But I think that humanity as a whole, we don't see these things. We don't experience these things. We don't understand these things. So when one of them happens to break through and somebody sees or experiences it, our natural reaction is to say, I don't believe you because I haven't seen that, and it's not something that everybody is seeing or experiencing.
And it's also uncomfortable.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Because it's the same thing I said about, well, that's why you say, well, I didn't think anything of it and I went back to sleep. Because to say, oh, that was absolutely something, is to not just really uproot your own belief system and turn that on its head, but really it's to uproot all of humankind's collective belief system and turn that on its head. And that's a much bigger feat, and not a feat that we really want to take on as individuals. And part of that is, I may accept what I saw as being something otherworldly, but I won't be able to convince everyone else they're going to think I'm crazy or that I'm making it up. So we do tend to kind of brush things off or look at it with a much more critical eye. Anyway.
Yeah.
Those are my 2 cents.
And a shiny 2 cents they are.
They are. I polished them just before this episode so they would look their best.
I must say, they're looking quite fine. And alas, we have come to that segment of the show where we realize that we really have a hard time saying goodbye.
Yeah, but the play-out music has started, and that means that we have to go, because when that play-out music reaches the end, it just turns us off. We just get cut off. So yeah, I think we're about to be cut off any second.